Chapter 222. The Third Power. What is this? No one answered this question. Even Chiyo, who had weathered numerous storms, stood frozen in place upon witnessing this tragic scene, her vacant gaze fixed upon the desolate hillside, while the remaining puppet strings in her hands trembled and snapped one by one. As the second wave of lightning rods began to coalesce, heralding another massacre, a certain Sunagakure ninja was overwhelmed by an inexplicable terror and stumbled backward in panic. This minute action was akin to toppling the first domino, causing a plague of fear to spread. From that point onward, every individual could think only of distancing themselves from the front lines, further and further away, struggling to maintain even a shred of resistance. In less than 10 seconds, the front lines began to faintly crumble. The evening breeze was chilling, sweeping across every inch of the battlefield, delivering a final proclamation of doom to a flight that had scarcely begun. Death shadowed every being. Countless bolts of lightning flashed across the sky, resembling a torrential downpour, intertwining blood and wails to create a hellish tableau. It was as if an invisible tide swept through the crowd. Despite the injuries being non-fatal, the Sunagakure ninjas melted away like snow under the warm spring sun, one after another, turning to ash. Chiyo understood that she had been marked for death, and fleeing would be futile. Thus, she ceased her evasions and reclaimed her pride as a formidable warrior, standing resolutely in the open, like a towering ancient tree. Her weathered gaze pierced through the rapidly approaching lightning rods, fixated upon the figure above and to the side. Behind him, crimson clouds stained the world in blood-red hues. This was power that no human should possess. It was almost as if, boom, the yellow sand cascaded from the heavens like a mountain, forming a solid and stable wall that enveloped the cursed spike. In an instant, the sand mound was vaporized into dark gray smoke, disappearing without a trace as the cold wind gently wrapped around it. This chakra. In a moment of desperation, Chiyo released the breath she had been holding and turned to face the yellow-robed monk who had approached her side. "Is it you, the fortune-dividing monk?" "Indeed, it is I, Elder Chiyo." The elderly monk spoke in a calm tone, his compassionate demeanor and graceful movements starkly contrasting with the blood-soaked battlefield around them. Yet his presence here indicated that the Kazekage had issued orders pertaining to his other identity. Amipa. Fanfu recited a sutra, and gravel rose beneath his feet, engulfing him in a mound that rapidly expanded, growing limbs, a tail, and a beastly head. A colossal creature, the size of sand dunes, emerged in a breath, with black patterns spreading from its tail to its forehead, its eyes igniting with a fierce golden glow. "Whoa!" This monstrous entity raised its head and let out a roar toward the front, fierce winds snapping ancient trees asunder, uprooting some that tumbled down cliffs in a chaotic descent. Faced with one of the 9 tails, the Shikaku, Naraku exhibited no fear, his expression reflecting an indifferent resolve born of a willingness to embrace death. First, he unleashed the kaleidoscope illusion, attempting to forcibly overwrite Shikaku's negative emotions and manipulate its actions. Initially, the technique proved effective. Shikaku trembled momentarily before freezing in place. However, the will of the Jinchuriki, the fortune-dividing monk, was exceedingly steadfast and his bond with Shikaku profound, causing the illusion to dissipate in less than half a minute. Shikaku broke free from the control and raged, unleashing a powerful wind-release bullet. Naraku decisively drew his battle-scarred ninja blade, gripping it firmly before him as his eyes glowed with bloodlust. The third power, Susanoo. White flames erupted spontaneously, the sound of bones growing echoing relentlessly. A colossal and complete pure white skeletal frame suddenly materialized, with the vertebrae adorned in dawn's light, radiating a sheen reminiscent of metal. The ribcage, akin to fangs, intricately enveloped Naraku, serving as a bulwark against the wind-released bullet's onslaught. Subsequently, veins and muscles surged along every joint, rapidly filling the gaps within the skeleton at a pace visible to the naked eye. Skin, emitting a gentle glow, soon followed, enveloping every inch of flesh. Luminous armor transitioned from the void into reality, beginning its attachment from the cervical vertebrae. As the armor plates interlocked, Susanoo rose against the setting sun, delivering a furious roar back at Shikaku. Roar! The solidified sound waves reverberated, stirring the clouds and causing surrounding rubble to tremble violently, cascading down the mountainside. Upon witnessing the ultimate ocular technique of the Uchiha clan for the first time, Chiyo was both astonished and acutely aware that this was no ordinary battle for a mere ninja to partake in, and she sternly commanded her disordered team to retreat post-haste. Naraku similarly urged his comrades to disperse to the sides. Boom, boom, boom. The potential of the Susanoo seemed to awaken some dreadful memories as Shikaku violently struck the ground, the gaping maw of the abyss widening to its fullest extent, a purple-black vortex swirling deep within its throat. Energies of crimson and azure intertwined between the fangs. A murky orb suspended before him, its core brimming with the power to obliterate mountains. The tailed beast bomb. Naraku furrowed his brow tightly as the Susanoo immediately clasped its hands together, summoning a golden-white long sword that extended from his palms, the blade slicing through the raging winds. Just then, Shikaku compressed the tailed beast bomb to its utmost limit, his belly swelling, and with a thunderous boom, he launched it forth. Wherever the chaotic sphere traversed, the earth trembled violently. Rocks, soil, and trees were all reduced to dust, and the surface was carved into a chasm as wide as a river. The Susanoo took a step forward, its blade first meeting the outer shell of the tailed beast bomb, and was propelled backward by the terrifying force, sliding several dozen meters before anchoring its feet firmly into the ground to stabilize itself. The pattern of the waning moon spun forth a trail of afterimages, where the divine sword, known as Kusanagi, made contact with the tailed beast bomb. A blinding white light erupted, and in an instant, the blade cleaved it in two, the cross-section as smooth as silk. The two hemispheres, propelled by inertia, continued their advance, soaring over mountain peaks and endless forests, growing increasingly distant and ascending higher, until, reaching the apex of their trajectory, two purple-black beams of light shot forth from a remote part of the forest, piercing through the two hemispherical forms with precision. In an instant, two blazing fireballs erupted in the heavens, obscuring the sun, as if the celestial body were plummeting, scorching the atmosphere to a boiling point. The orange-red radiance illuminated the head and shoulders of the pure white giant, as if liquid silk were cascading gently. How is this possible? Chiyo thought. The more she understood, the more incredulous she became at the scene before her. This is the tailed beast bomb. How could Konoha possess such a weapon? Is the ninja world about to tremble in the shadow of Konoha once again? Cough. Having long maintained the use of his Mangekyo Sharingan, Naraku could no longer endure, expelling a mouthful of fresh blood, and amidst the relentless pain, he closed his Sharingan. The Susanoo gradually became translucent, ethereal, and with its final strength, it lowered him to the ground before completely dissipating. Overexerted from the use of ocular power, and with his vision blurred, Naraku precariously supported himself with his kunai, teetering alone atop the mountain. Surrounding Konoha ninjas converged around him, eager to protect him as best as they could. What an opportunity! Share the fortune! Chiyo called out loudly, yet observed Naraku gazing vacantly with eyes veiled in a gauzy haze, exhaling a sigh of relief toward Shikaku. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, the golden sand waves atop the distant main peak had ceased their tumultuous motion, large chunks fracturing and collapsing. Chapter 223. You have endured so much suffering alone. Shikaku opened its maw, preparing to conjure a tailed beast ball, the purple-black vortex deep within its throat captivating and terrifying, instilling dread in all who beheld it. Naraku. The first to reach Naraku's side were Inuzuka Tsum and Might Guy, who recoiled slightly, sensing the impending doom as Susanoo vanished. Might Guy spread his arms wide, shielding the front, while Inuzuka Tsum grasped Naraku's clothing, attempting to pull him away, but her exhausted body could barely lift a boy. Though she understood the futility of her actions, she was willing to try anything that might marginally increase Naraku's chances of survival, allowing him to linger a moment longer in this world than herself against the might of the tailed beast ball. The remaining ninjas echoed her resolve, surrounding Naraku with layers of protection. If death was fated, let them perish before this boy. It's all right. Naraku's faint whisper was swallowed by the blood surging in his throat, coalescing into a few simple syllables that Inuzuka Tsum could not comprehend. Bowing her head, she saw Naraku lying quietly in her arms, gazing up at the sun, as if striving to absorb the last remnants of warmth from the dying light. Was Kakashi also watching the same sunset on another battlefield? The thought struck as absurd. Yet Naraku felt a peculiar connection, a bond shared between souls. Perhaps there was indeed a phenomenon of telepathy among friends. Thankfully, Kakashi was spared this pitiful sight, otherwise, he would be heartbroken. Lost in heavy contemplation, Naraku heard Inuzuka Tsum query what he had said, prompting him to repeat, "It's all right." As the sun sank beneath the horizon, the crimson glow faded, and the night gradually enveloped them. Inuzuka Tsum, somewhat perplexed, suddenly heard a distant uproar akin to a tidal wave. A leaf ninja, adorned with a forehead protector and vest, came charging from behind, weaving through the clustered group to engage the sand ninja. Soon, another, then two, then three followed suit. "We're here. Get to the rear," they shouted. "You all have done remarkably well to hold on. Damn sand ninjas, go to hell. Annihilate them." Countless comrades surged forth. A verdant tide, crashing over the wounded ninjas, fueled by rage and vengeance, cascading down the slope where the sand ninjas had entrenched themselves, unleashing a storm of blood and fury. Shikaku lowered its head, aiming its massive maw at the area where leaf ninjas gathered most densely, the chaotic sphere swelling to its utmost limit. "No." Inuzuka Tsume screamed in desperation to halt the impending doom. "Run. The sand has a tailed beast." Suddenly, at the juncture of dusk and night, a fiery silhouette leapt forth, and before it even landed, a brilliant blue light flashed ahead, a thick beam shooting forth, piercing through Shikaku's head. The massive beast howled as it toppled backward, the beam arcing upward, slicing through the tailed beast ball that had yet to be unleashed. Boom! The tailed beast ball detonated, unleashing a violent tempest that transformed the already chaotic battlefield into a swirling maelstrom, sending everyone staggering. As the storm subsided, Inuzuka Tsume lowered her arms, staring in astonishment at the vibrant red hair dancing in the wind, clad in a sleek ninja outfit. A visage so unfamiliar that she hesitated to recognize it. "Kushina, I'm sorry. I'm late." Kushina glanced back only briefly, her heart aching as she closed her eyes, unable to bear the sight of Naraku's pallid face. In her perception, Naraku's chakra was alarmingly weak, teetering on the brink of exhaustion, barely maintaining the most basic functions. When the flow of chakra ceased, death would follow. He was the cherished child that Mikoto and Fugaku had tenderly nurtured for over 2 years, the most important disciple and friend to Shikamaru and Kakashi. Having already been frail due to illness, he now resembled a flickering candle in the wind, precariously close to extinguishment. The voice of the Nine Tails echoed defiantly in her mind, yet she had no inclination to engage in philosophical discourse, instead retaliating fiercely. "Silence! You foul fox! I have used your chakra, so what of it? Not only will I use it, but I'll harness your chakra to strike down a tailed beast. Hold your tongue if you dare." The previously boisterous Nine Tails fell silent. Fueled by lingering anger and determination, Kushina drew forth a tremendous amount of chakra. Her body enveloped in the cloak of the tailed beast, the red and blue energies swirling and coalescing once more. Recognizing the chakra emanating from this unfamiliar red-haired woman as that of the Nine Tails, Shikaku aimed to teach her a lesson, only to be bombarded by an unrelenting barrage of tailed beast balls, retreating in disarray. With Kushina as cover, the leaf forces retaliated with unyielding momentum, swiftly driving the sand ninjas down the slope. "Antsum," Naraku murmured, eyes half closed, fighting through the relentless pain coursing through his body. He raised his right hand slightly, pointing toward his waist pouch, where perhaps a talisman might reside. Before he could finish, someone appeared beside him, reaching into his pouch before Inuzuka Tsume could react. Extracting a talisman inscribed with green glyphs and affixing it to his chest, activating it with chakra. Sensing the familiar chakra, Naraku turned his head slightly, attempting to discern whether the individual was angry at his reckless actions. Those gentle black eyes likely harbored immense fury, yet his impaired vision allowed him only a blurred silhouette. "Beautiful." As Naraku opened his mouth to apologize, he was enveloped in a warm embrace, a gentle warmth seeping through the fabric into his skin, permeating his very bones. "I'm sorry, Naraku. You've suffered so much alone." Tears fell softly onto his face, cool, yet somehow warm, blurring the lines of sensation. It dawned upon him that his mother would never chastise him. The talisman glowed with a soft azure light, a soothing energy melding with his very essence, calming his failing organs and limbs, gradually mending the damage inflicted by chakra depletion. Though the effects were not immediately apparent, they managed to sustain Naraku's life, preventing him from further deterioration. Under the influence of Class Izanagi, Reverse Fate, this singular successful healing talisman from the laboratory provided him a means to survive. Chapter 224, Protect Kakashi from Harm. "I do not feel weary." As he spoke, a line of blood traced down Naraku's lip, steadily dripping onto the earth below. Even amidst excruciating pain, he suppressed his suffering, compressing it into barely perceptible tremors, concealed within the labored breaths escaping his lips. "I'm sorry, Aunt Mikoto, for causing you distress. There is no need for apologies, Naraku. I know you have always been a responsible child." Mikoto gently dabbed at the blood-staining Naraku's face with a handkerchief, forcing herself not to gaze into his vacant eyes, mustering a smile. "You have fought valiantly to protect Konoha. You are my little hero." Fatigue, like a relentless tide, gradually submerged the last vestiges of consciousness, just before he succumbed to oblivion. Naraku made one final request of Mikoto. Please do not tell Kakashi. Do not let him know. Very well, I will keep it from him. Mikoto solemnly nodded in agreement. And with that, the boy in her arms exhaled a sigh of relief, closing his eyes, his cheek resting against her soft abdomen as he drifted into slumber. Jean. It seems that Uchiha Naraku is temporarily safe. Heibei turned to gaze at Jean with his small, bean-sized eyes, as if inquiring what course of action to take next. I remain unperturbed. Why are you so anxious? Jean waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of calmness as if he had everything under control. One might wonder, how much longer can he last? Heibei quietly shifted to the side and explained, after all, that body will belong to you in the future. I worry that he might damage it. Regardless, as long as I return, that body will heal. Moreover, Jean suddenly flashed a malicious grin, revealing a smile brimming with undisguised malice. Do you not find it amusing to toy with that naive Uchiha Naraku? His struggle, desperately running around for those ants in Konoha, is simply too entertaining. He gazed gently at Heibei, yet the madness flickering in his eyes sent a chill down the latter's spine. Eventually, the body will belong to me. For now, I wish for him to linger a bit longer, allowing me to torment him further. Each time I witness his profound suffering, it brings me immense joy. Heibei shrank back silently, fully convinced that if conditions allowed, Jean would likely sever the other's fingers just to relish the sound of his master's screams. When Naraku awakened in the mental realm, he learned from the system that the war between Konoha and Sunagakure had concluded entirely 2 days prior. Sunagakure faced defeat and was compelled to sign a non-aggression pact along with a series of reparations, relinquishing their claim to the land of fire and forbidden from re-entering. For the foreseeable future, Sunagakure would neither participate nor possess the capability to engage in the Third Shinobi World War. Consequently, the pressure of war on Konoha diminished significantly. Naraku inquired, Tsunaki, how do you know all this so clearly? Did we not agree to catch up on the episodes together? How could you abandon me and sneak a peek at the anime? The system expressed exasperation at the host's abstract playfulness. Many visitors have come to see you during this time. All of this information was mentioned by them. Naraku responded, now that's more like it. The system, perhaps weary of indulging his abstractions, directly opened the video website, refreshing the anime directory, and indeed, a dozen more episodes had appeared. The next episode, following the clandestine discussions between Hanzo the Salamander and the Sunagakure envoy, commenced with Jean seeking out Nagato to convey intelligence, leading the latter to decisively plan an attack under the cover of darkness. Subsequently, the animators presented a detailed portrayal of the Akatsuki's nighttime assault on the village, showcasing various intricacies of their purge of the upper echelons. Throughout the entire process, Jean did not make an appearance, and the fact that Yahiko's body was manipulated by Nagato remained concealed. It seems the animators intend to unveil a significant revelation in the later episodes. As for the death of the demigod Hanzo the Salamander, it was glossed over in the animation. Viewers could only see several individuals standing before his lifeless body, departing the disordered room upon confirming his lack of vital signs. Isn't the intelligence network of the Eternal Daylight too formidable? Isn't that to be expected? It's been speculated for some time that Jean moves freely among the major ninja villages, let alone a small village like Amigakure. The scent of a hidden hand grows increasingly potent, Jean. Yes, let us proceed with this. The Akatsuki. I tried to talk reasonably with you back then, but you wouldn't listen. Now you know to weep? It's too late. Weep? We shall count the time. One must be strong to forge their own destiny. Only with sufficient power can one rightfully discuss dreams. In the past, I was merciful, but now I shall show you what a beast devoid of moral shackles truly resembles. Release. What? Hanzo is gone. What a weakling. No wonder both Jiraiya and Jean regard the Rinnegan as a savior. If he can eliminate someone of Hanzo's caliber so easily, who else could be deemed a savior? The Akatsuki had grown significantly overnight, finally embodying that decisive spirit. Indeed, even the ancestors from the Spring and Autumn Warring States period understood that mere compromise is futile. If you desire peace, you must fight, and by winning, peace will naturally follow. Nagato sat in Hanzo's office, overwhelmed, while Jean leisurely jested, reminding him of the tasks that still lay ahead. His schadenfreude caused many working-class viewers to clench their fists in frustration. Choosing to bury his head in the sand, Nagato decided to capitulate. Jean replenished his depleted chakra and laid out solutions, greatly enhancing the audience's fondness for him. When Jean expressed utter disregard for the feudal lords, the comments erupted in cheers. Congratulations, Nagato, on your promotion to corporate slave. Let the celebrations commence. I wish I could smack this insufferable character. It's already burdensome enough to work. Having a carefree colleague chattering away beside me is maddening. That essay wrap. It seems the son has finally submitted to the teachings of the church. Goodness. The prowess of this medical ninjutsu is astounding. Nagato has been rejuvenated in an instant. Does he even understand the intricacies of public opinion warfare? Could he have learned from Danzo while undercover in Konoha? Such a conjecture was far too hellish, and Shuo Mo expressed his disapproval. I genuinely believe he is here to guide the savior. This is hand-holding of the highest order. Jean, I was wrong. I never anticipated you to be quite so amiable. Hooray. Jean-chan has joined the fray. Mature and Sundara, the playful little cat, and the pitiful downtrodden dog create an enduring literary bond. Well said. What are feudal lords in the presence of the strong in the shinobi world? If changing the world requires the consent of feudal lords, it would be better for this world to be obliterated. There is no hope left. If you cannot manage, I shall simply restart. Do not waste time. Nobility and rank mean nothing. Skipping the ending theme, the next episode's scene shifted to the front lines where Konoha faced a Wagakure, focusing on Kakashi. He and Obito, along with Rin, successfully thwarted the enemy reinforcements and found a safe place to recuperate and tend to their wounds. Rin cautioned Obito to proceed with caution. Yet he retorted that Kakashi's Chidori could decimate foes without reliance on Naruku's gifted Sharingan. Kakashi, on lookout duty, retorted, prompting Obito to leap up in exasperation. Ha ha ha, Obito. You're missing half an eyebrow. His pouty expression was irresistibly adorable. Obito is such a charming little gem. If you're so capable, then don't use your cheat. Kakashi replied, I eat my meals by my own merit. Why shouldn't I utilize it? Each time he was outwitted by Kakashi, Obito pondered the futility of his efforts. Wait, is that a pendant in Kakashi's hand? What? The protective charm pendant has been retrieved. Will the old thief finally spare us from Kanai? The audience buzzed with excitement, for if the previously discarded protective charm had been found, it would signal the animator's benevolence. Obito intended to mock Kakashi for still believing in such trinkets, but upon hearing it was a gift from Naraku, he swallowed his words. Through close-up shots, viewers finally recognized the shard Kakashi had been rubbing, unmistakably the pendant Naraku had crafted, now adorned with intricate patterns. Childish Kakashi, still clinging to such juvenile trinkets? Obito remarked. It was given to me by my wife. Do you possess one? Oh wait, you don't. The poor single dog Obito was thoroughly humiliated. He decided to call it a day for the dog food. A flash of light illuminated the scene, revealing Kakashi in combat attire, equipped with a shinobi blade and supplies, standing not far from the main force. Upon receiving the necklace from Naraku and recognizing its form, his body involuntarily stiffened. The sound of rain echoed in his ears, and he found himself momentarily transported back to that stormy night, to the midnight hours spent groping through the river's depths after awakening from an illusion. Why can I not find it? The helpless murmurs mingled with sweat, stirring a pang of sorrow in the hearts of the audience. Kakashi. The familiar call jolted Kakashi from his reverie. He blinked in confusion, responding with a soft, only to see Naraku, head bowed, cradling his right hand in a gesture of prayer. The boy's voice was gentle and sincere. I wish for it to protect Kakashi. As Naraku spoke these words, the scene interjected several brief flashes, revealing to the viewers that he had carefully removed and modified his shard of pottery, hoping to safeguard Kakashi from harm. To protect Kakashi from injury, the intertwined hands of the two youths dominated the frame. With another flash of white light, the scene shifted back to the present. At the front lines of the Hidden Leaf Village, Kakashi tenderly tucked the pendant, imbued with his friend's heartfelt intentions, back into his attire, patting it gently. It turned out that Kakashi had also searched for it numerous times, overwhelmed by the memories of that rain-drenched night of betrayal, which marked the deepest pain in their lives. Who could have committed such a treacherous act? It truly resembled the farewell of a wife to her husband heading off to battle, an absurdity indeed. To suggest they were merely friends at this point was utterly implausible. If all else fails, they might as well share a kiss. The atmosphere was ripe for it. A plea for my sake. Just over 2/3 into this episode, and I am already stuffed. After a brief respite, Kanai had just begun to enjoy a few peaceful days. And with food at hand, I must indulge. Wait a moment. If Naraku gave his protective talisman to Kakashi, wouldn't he that leave him without one? Oh no. I have a dreadful premonition. Just moments ago, the previous episode spoke of the Sand Village preparing to attack the Leaf. Could Naraku truly be? Damn it. Old thief. I'll take you on. How tragic it would be for both Kanai and Naraku. Do you intend to use the pendant to strike again? All right. The old thief has truly taken this pendant and turned it into something extraordinary. What a show. I must rise early tomorrow. Chapter 225. Ember, truly. One could jump into the Yellow River and remain unclean. The scene transitioned from the war-torn front lines to the serene Hidden Leaf, arriving at an underground research facility. Naraku was engrossed in calculations on a stack of manuscript paper, the camera shifting from a frontal view to a side perspective. At that moment, an unexpected figure appeared alongside him. Oh no. And then it cut back to Naraku. The old thief is surely about to make his move. Old thief. If you dare to torment Naraku further, I will not hold back. What the hell? Ember, what is happening? How did he end up here? Do Naraku and Ember truly know each other? My goodness, what a twist. The audience then witnessed the most malevolent side of Ember's character. Unlike his demeanor with Nagato, he displayed no restraint in his acerbic tongue towards Naraku, even revealing a hint of malice. Not only did he recklessly scatter a large pile of manuscript papers, but he also deliberately stepped on them while Naraku bent to retrieve them. Remarkably, Naraku showed no signs of surprise at his presence, remaining unfazed by the provocations and seemingly aware of Ember's nature. Was Ember here to abduct Naraku, just as he had gone to rescue Youngmin? Was it truly so thoughtless to scatter the drafts? Had I been Naraku, I would have definitely confronted him. Do you believe he did not intend to do so? Or do you believe I am Qin Shi Huang? Hail to His Majesty, the Emperor. Was it intentional or accidental? It was intentionally accidental. Do not bully Naraku. You odious masked man. My goodness, it appears Naraku truly knows him. Just look at his nonchalant expression. How infuriating. Naraku, rise up and strike him. Are you still using your foot? I am genuinely about to become angry. This dynamic of willing to strike and willing to be struck feels so wrong. Ember, having made an ass of himself, still insisted on eliciting some reaction from Naraku, thus dropping the bombshell of imminent destruction for the Leaf Village. Naraku paused in his actions, finally raising his gaze to meet Ember's, yet he remained silent. Recognizing he had struck a nerve, Ember insisted that Naraku plead with him for specifics, his tone laced with a mix of arrogance and languor. As anticipated, Naraku willingly set aside his pride in exchange for information. Upon receiving the details, Naraku did not linger, vanishing from the laboratory in the blink of an eye, leaving Ember to stare at the empty space, exasperated, arms outstretched. Was Ember truly delivering intelligence to Naraku? Could he be so benevolent? I have the impression that Ember is the type of boy who resorts to mischief to capture the attention of his crush. Goodness. Your earlier description was spot on. I sensed something was off. It all makes sense now. However, only information pertaining to the leaf could provoke a response from Naraku. Doesn't that make it even more infuriating? What on earth am I witnessing? Is this some sort of forced play? Ember, you truly know how to play. Do you relish in watching Naraku yield? To bully the small with the large. Do you not feel any shame, Ember? Honestly, who wouldn't want to see a genius like Naraku humbled before them? Naraku, my dear, I forbid you from begging him. Oh, the dynamic between these two is too exhilarating. Forgive me, Kakashi, but I must indulge. It is utterly intoxicating. Playing games without a care in the world while also enjoying the thrill of forcing a situation, alongside the poor fool who must compromise for the sake of their beloved. I never imagined I would ship such a pairing in Naruto. The series truly encompasses everything. Ember is undoubtedly a dominant figure. His desire for control is overwhelming. Naraku even knows his name. They must have met long ago. The weight of this revelation is immense. I need a moment to process. After the ending theme, this episode was not yet concluded. Based on the progress bar, there were still about 2 minutes of extra content. The screen transitioned from black to bright, revealing Naraku kneeling on one knee in the center of the Hokage's office, his posture respectful, enduring the unyielding scrutiny of Sarutobi Hiruzen, which bordered on harsh. For nearly 10 seconds, silence enveloped the scene, the camera zooming in and out, occasionally shifting angles or tilting, the tension palpable in every corner of the room. Even the audience's hearts raced. After an agonizing wait, Sarutobi Hiruzen ultimately decided to issue a few commands just in case. The audience had yet to exhale when they heard him order Naraku to personally verify the accuracy of the intelligence, which immediately caused an uproar. Although informing the Hokage to organize a counteroffensive would be more efficient, how could Naraku explain the source of this information? Judging by Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze, it seemed Naraku had not divulged Ember's involvement. Old man, I advise you against entertaining any crooked ideas. My hair stands on end. It feels as though Sarutobi Hiruzen could erupt at any moment, capturing Naraku and subjecting him to rigorous interrogation to uncover the source of the information. Thankfully, the old man's mind is still sharp. He knows that while it's not wise to fear the improbable, it's better to be cautious. What the hell? Sarutobi Hiruzen, do you even realize what you are saying? How could you possibly send Naraku to the battlefield? Are you not concerned that Tsunade will return and expose you? This is it. This is it. They really guessed correctly over at the forum. I knew giving away the protective talisman would lead to no good. You old thief. A string of text emerged in the center of the screen, announcing the conclusion of the episode. However, the audience evidently had much to express, unleashing their fervor in the comment section. The Black Forest Cake Wizard proclaimed, I've cracked the case, my friends. Naraku must have been rescued by Jean when he fell off the cliff. Outside of that time frame, There could not have been any other opportunity for them to meet. And think about it. What is Jin's profession? A pyramid scheme leader. He would undoubtedly not overlook a promising talent like Naraku. Saving him was likely a ploy to recruit him, assisting Feng Yao as a way to ingratiate himself with Naraku. However, it seems he ultimately failed, or else Naraku wouldn't have returned to Konoha. Remember that brief flashback of Naraku being chased in his dream? That could very well be a fragment of his escape from the Eternal Day. Comment 1. Well-reasoned. Absolutely well-reasoned. Comment 2. No wonder Jin's attitude towards Naraku is so awkward. It seems he loves him but cannot possess him, leading to resentment. Comment 3. I have a similar hypothesis. Nagato witnessed Yahiko's death and the shattering of his dreams, which prompted him to join the Eternal Day's salvation plan. At that time, many speculated that Jin likely observed with indifference, perhaps even exacerbating the situation. What about Naraku? Is Jin aware of everything that transpires concerning Naraku? Or could it be that he wishes for Naraku to feel despair towards the world, thus compelling him to join the Eternal Day, resulting in all these tragedies? After all, the illusions surrounding Shomu were unraveled, along with Kakashi's mysterious Jinjutsu, and so far, theoretically, only he could accomplish such feats. Nevertheless, in the end, Naraku did not fulfill Jin's desires. Instead, he resolutely fled back to Konoha, choosing not to disclose any information regarding Jin and the Eternal Day, motivated by the desire to protect his loved ones. Comment 4. Replying to Comment 3. Oh my, this seems so plausible. Comment 5. Replying to Comment 3. Is that you, Masters Washur-san? Comment 6. Replying to Comment 5. It's him for sure. The content closely resembles the forum post, and the writing style is quite similar. Comment 7. Replying to Comment 5. It's me. The analysis was too lengthy for the comment section, so I posted a more detailed version on the forum. However, this is merely speculation, with little empirical evidence. Considering the overall narrative style of the author, I believe the notion that everything is part of Jin's conspiracy carries only a 40 to 50% likelihood of being correct. Comment 8. I believe that Jin saving the fallen Naraku can be considered nearly confirmed, yet the question remains. Did he save Naraku opportunistically, having discerned the ugliness and darkness of human nature, or did he actively orchestrate Naraku's fate? Both possibilities hold equal weight. Comment 9. Replying to Comment 8. However, the former does not account for the issues surrounding Shomu and Kakashi, unless there are even deeper hidden characters. But does the author possess such cunning? Comment 10. Replying to Comment 8. The former suggests he is morally ambiguous, while the latter indicates pure malevolence. I am an optimist, friends. There is no need for excessive pessimism. Though Naraku has sent out his protective talisman and was dispatched to the battlefield in a state of illness to thwart the Sand Hidden, it is very likely that Jin will intervene in a critical moment. Why? Please refer to Masters Washur-san's analysis on the forum. Regardless of whether those tragedies are his doing, one thing is certain. Naraku is undoubtedly a member of the organization that Jin favors, much like Yunmu Yin and Nagato. He would not let such a prodigious talent go to waste. Furthermore, the animation hints at a twisted possessiveness and desire for control that Jin harbors towards Naraku, indicating that he does not harbor the extreme malice of wanting him dead, thereby increasing the likelihood of his intervention. Comment 1. True. It would be unreasonable to go to such lengths to deliver information to Naraku only for the purpose of leading him to his demise. Comment 2. I sense that Jin's character might be somewhat flawed, but he is not as malevolent as some depict him. Up until now, whenever he has appeared publicly, it has primarily been in the context of saving others. Comment 3. Replying to Comment 2. Hence, Masters Washur-san on the forum also stated that both possibilities are equally plausible. Comment 4. Replying to Comment 2. Indeed, some individuals seem utterly obsessed with conspiracy theories, exhibiting a sense of superiority as they flaunt their views, attacking anyone who dares to voice dissent. Comment 5. Replying to Comment 4. There are deluded individuals everywhere. It's best to ignore them. Naraku felt a twinge of discomfort. Alas, this time, even jumping into the Yellow River won't cleanse Jin's reputation. He is indeed positioned as a villain, but his plan is to have Jin exist as the opposing force to the protagonist, rather than devolving into a pure antagonist like a cursed being. Although, in the end, the animators will likely explain to the audience that it is all Black Zetsu's fault, before which, it seems, Jin will bear the brunt of the blame. While the number of Jin's supporters is currently substantial, he must find a way to salvage his reputation, perhaps by occasionally performing acts of kindness, or by presenting himself as having numerous grievances. After all, villains in animated series often rely on these two strategies to enhance their controversy and increase discussion. Naraku scrolled down the comment section and discovered a third approach. Moreover, what this viewer articulated was the deepest conception he had embedded within the creation of Jin's character. Chapter 226. Evil is a means, not an end. The term villain typically refers to characters opposing the protagonist's faction, often embodying darkness and malevolence. From the moment Jin was conceived, Naraku's ambition has been to craft him into the most popular and captivating antagonist in Naruto. However, he has always scorned the idea of making Jin a mere one-dimensional villain, relying solely on appearance and physicality to dictate moral judgments. He cannot accept portraying a character like Dio or a cursed being, wholly devoid of principles and fervently trampling upon humanity. Jin ought to be a multidimensional character, one that evokes both hatred and affection. To achieve this, the most crucial step is to establish a clear motivation. For Jin, every action he undertakes is fueled by a desire to realize a particular future. His malevolent deeds and benevolent acts are merely tools to achieve his goals, rather than a reflection of his intrinsic nature. This characterization will enable Jin to transcend the binary framework of good and evil, attaining a higher realm. He does not derive pleasure from breaking his enemies' spines. Rather, their demise is a requisite for forging his path forward. Even when he actively saves numerous lives, it is not a moral awakening, but rather a necessity for advancing toward his envisioned future. Much like the original timeline's Uchiha Madara, who committed both heinous and virtuous acts. All his endeavors were directed towards the realization of the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. Yet, he refuses to be the fool ensnared by Black Zetsu's manipulations. Once he resolves to act, he must be the one who ultimately succeeds. Little Pup, on the forum and in the comments, people are incessantly debating whether Jin's words to Nagato were genuine, and if he truly manipulated both Nagato and Naraku. I'm merely hypothesizing here. Jin did indeed covertly influence them. Yet the mission of the Eternal Day has been passed down through generations for a millennium. Then the situation would imply that he employed exceedingly despicable methods to achieve his noble goal of saving the shinobi world. My goodness, such a contrast is utterly compelling. Comment 1. Is it that a flower of evil blooms from the sacred soil left by the sages? Or does a pure lotus arise from the murky waters of chaos in the shinobi world? I cannot discern. Truly I cannot. Each is equally delectable. Comment 2. Onward. Forward. Advance by any means necessary. Comment 3. This is precisely what I crave. Jin is the perfect character tailored to my preferences, especially with his striking handsomeness. Comment 4. Utterly wicked. Yet, it is undeniably exhilarating. Comment 5. Upon your mention, I suddenly feel a pang of sympathy for Jin. What is this? The path he treads is so desolate. Comment 6. Replying to comment 5. Only through traversing 7 layers of solitude can one evolve into a true powerhouse. Thus, our world comes into existence. Comment 7. The depth of the characters has suddenly emerged. The old thief has once again found ample material to draw from. After meticulously perusing the entirety of this building's discussions, I realize there are indeed quite a few remarkable talents among the audience, leaving one feeling as though their very undergarments are being stripped away. The information provided by the animation is woefully limited, leading this little pup to misinterpret Jin's identity. But the profound character setup has allowed them to intuitively grasp a fragment of the truth. In the mental realm, Naraku silently tightened his belt before scrolling down to the next page. The unfinished narrative. It seems the discussions are growing increasingly fervent. With the Jin-Naraku faction rendered mute, does no one truly find their dynamic particularly enticing? In just 5.5 minutes, I have savored it repeatedly, over a dozen times. Comment 1. I couldn't agree more. Their interactions are simply delectable. Comment 2. I am on the verge of madness. After years of watching Naruto, this is the first pairing that evokes such a sensation. He flees, he pursues. He is as trapped as a bird with clipped wings. Comment 3. This is truly exhilarating. Regardless of which narrative the forum advocates, the relationship between Jin and Naraku is laden with a tumultuous mix of love and hate, a yearning that remains unfulfilled. As the saying goes, the deeper the affection, the more profound the enmity. This is the essence of fate. Comment 4. I confess, I am drawn to the torment. I consistently find myself ensnared in such pitfalls, wailing in despair. Comment 5. The Jin-Naraku love triangle is utterly delectable. Comment 6. Replying to comment 5. The three of them evoke a striking sense of NTR that is both amusing and tragic. Comment 7. Jin, Naraku. You wouldn't want Kakashi to face off against you on the battlefield, would you? Comment 8. To the user above, please temper your enthusiasm. Naraku. It's truly unbearable to watch. The remaining comments on this page lack the substance of the popular ones, and further down seem to be mostly memes, prompting Naraku to cease reading and let the system advance to the next episode. As the new opening theme concludes, the scene transitions to a tranquil forest, gradually advancing towards a certain encampment. Tsunade's vibrant figure appears at the center of the frame, furrowing her brow as she peruses the intelligence reports submitted over the past few days, pondering the peculiarities therein. Just then, a patrolling ninja bursts in, carrying information from Kanai. Upon hearing her urgent news, Tsunade learns that the border has been breached by Sunagakure without her knowledge, and more than 2 days have already elapsed. With so many Umbu dispatched, what have they been doing? There is no time to assign blame. Tsunade immediately summons her aide to relay the news to Konoha with all haste, while leading the majority of her forces in a counter-offensive against Sunagakure. Surely, something feels amiss. Old Dinga has sent dozens of Umbu to Amagakure, leaving the north nearly defenseless. Goodness, that Kanai girl is truly fortunate. This means that this incident nearly cost her life. Furious, with her comrades annihilated, Kanai remains composed instead of panicking, managing to escape despite Sunagakure's relentless pursuit. Impressive. If Konoha can withstand this onslaught until Tsunade returns, there should be no significant issues. Tsunade, what kind of nonsense are those old fossils in Konoha concocting now? I suspect both Tsunade and the third Hokage are seething with rage at this development. When she sees Naraku on the battlefield, her temper will surely explode. Noticing that Kanai is temporarily out of danger, Naraku breathes a quiet sigh of relief. When the animation hinted at Sunagakure's surprise assault on Konoha, he had previously utilized the Izanagi-like time reversal technique on Kanai, unaware of the specific circumstances, and could only hope this maneuver might assist her in evading peril. Naraku feels somewhat dissatisfied with his unique ability, as the limitations of the system mean he can only observe the animation after the plot concludes, resulting in a delay in information. By the time he learns that Kanai indeed faced life-threatening challenges, the ordeal has already passed. The time reversal technique is truly extraordinary, yet it possesses its constraints. It can only alter the probability of events currently unfolding or about to transpire in the near future. If he is unaware of a situation when it occurs, he is unable to utilize the technique in time. System. After lamenting the system's inadequacy, Naraku belatedly realizes that if Tsunade were to witness his half-dead state, she would be furious enough to explode. Naraku, I'm doomed. The animation continues. Before Tsunade's message reaches Konoha, a reconnaissance team arranged by Sarutobi Hiruzen sets out to investigate the enemy situation, while Inuzuka's team welcomes new allies for a shared mission. It has been quite some time since Naraku appeared in a combat stance before the audience, and this has stirred excitement among the viewers, who are both concerned about his physical endurance through an entire war and eager to witness the return of that exceptionally talented young prodigy to battle. The members of Inuzuka's team are equally startled. Inuzuka is more enraged than surprised, as had Naraku not acted swiftly, she might have uttered curses against the Hokage. After much deliberation, she finally agrees to join Naraku on the reconnaissance mission, repeatedly emphasizing the need to proceed with caution. It has been a long time since Naraku donned this attire, and it evokes a bittersweet feeling. That blade on his back. It is the chakra blade crafted by Shamo. Is it finally time to use it? This may be the first, and perhaps the last occasion. Let us dismiss that previous comment. I feel as though Inuzuka would gladly curse the third Hokage's mother. Be a bit more confident and let go of that feeling. Since the day Inuzuka Hana went missing, she could not possibly harbor any goodwill towards the third Hokage. Inuzuka-sensei, do not trust him. That little trickster will undoubtedly fight until death. I can't shake the feeling that Guy is about to be caught by a blade. Naraku seems to be inviting the Might father and son to partake in the blade's wrath, eliciting cries of distress from them. Is that previous comment a bit deranged? It's hard to say. After the reconnaissance team sets off on their respective missions, Sarutobi Hiruzen receives the most unwelcome news. Tsunade, using a summoning beast, reports that a large contingent from Sunagakure breached the border 2 days prior, intending to advance into the Land of Fire and directly assault Konoha. Holding the intelligence report, he exchanges glances with his 2 advisors in the office, communicating silently with their eyes, mutually deciding to bury the past incident involving Amagakure deep within their hearts. After a tense and heated discussion, the 3 ultimately conclude to establish defenses around the Kikyo mountain area and command the reconnaissance team to proceed there for defense. Given Sunagakure's all-out assault, with numerous strong adversaries, they also give Jiraiya an order to ensure that Minato is dispatched to Kikyo mountain for support, no matter what. Are you foolish? Did you think you could gamble with the safety of the Land of Fire for a cheap advantage? This is utterly absurd. They still wish to keep this matter under wraps. They only wish for good fortune. This infuriates me. I wish I could traverse into their world and impeach Sarutobi Hiruzen. Rest assured, once Konoha regains its footing, this matter will not be concluded. How many lives will be lost at Kikyo Mountain? It won't be easy to turn the page. With the likes of Raza, Chiyo, and the Elder from Sunagakure, can Konoha rely solely on Minato to uphold the facade? This is a critical juncture for survival. Are Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others glued to their sofas? They should be on the front line. I cannot comprehend why the Hokage is not taking action at this moment. Do they intend to wait until surrender is the only option? Chapter 227. The first clash. The reconnaissance teams traveled day and night, hastily arriving at the Kikyo Mountains. Under the guidance of the elite squad stationed there, they were each assigned to specific areas to gather intelligence, set traps, and carry out various tasks. The animators did not solely focus the lens on Naraku, but rather illustrated the operations of other teams in detail. Particularly, the teams operating on the western side of the main peak were the first to encounter the Sunagakure advance team, resulting in an explosive clash. The enemy forces appearing at the main peak utilized few puppets and predominantly relied on ninjutsu for their assaults. Among them, a wind-using ninja displayed remarkably lethal techniques, causing several losses for the Konoha side. However, in the end, the comprehensive combat prowess of the Konoha ninjas gained the upper hand, temporarily repelling this advance team and earning a momentary respite. The retreating figures of the enemy quickly vanished, and the ending theme abruptly shifted from its usual slow and melancholic tone to one that was tense and vigorous, imbued with an almost imperceptible rhythm. The audience understood that when the enemy returned to this location, they would bring forth a far more brutal battle. How swiftly Sunagakure has arrived. They are almost at the foot of the Kikyo Mountains. The vanguard is already at the base, and the main force is likely to arrive within half a day. This is dire. The main force from Konoha has probably just set out. They will never make it in time. Are we to rely on such a meager number of personnel to endure until reinforcements arrive? It seems an utterly impossible task. How could this happen? Must we wait another 7 centuries? How intriguing. I am eager to see what follows. As the opening theme of the next episode commenced, the comments flooded the screen, indicating how desperately the audience awaited the updates. The Inazuka team, where Naraku is stationed, swiftly passed the frame, followed closely by Hinata Hayashi's squad. A total of 9 individuals conducting search operations within the vast forest. The camera focused on Inazuka Tsum, who appeared somewhat uneasy about Naraku's condition, furtively glancing at him with her peripheral vision. Nonetheless, Naraku exhibited no signs of distress, allowing Tsum to temporarily relax, and even the audience believed he was faring well. Just as the tension began to ease, it was abruptly rekindled by the warning call from Kuro. Hinata Hayashi activated his Byakugan, and the animation transitioned to the 3 hues visible through the Byakugan, rapidly zooming in on the direction of the enemy, revealing dozens of faintly glowing chakra signatures with crystal clarity. Tsum and another Jonin promptly dispatched a summoning beast to relay a message and organize their battle strategy. Acknowledging Sunagakure's adeptness with puppetry, Naraku proactively volunteered for a flanking maneuver, intending to sever the chakra threads unawares. The pristine white chakra blade was slowly drawn, its edge reflecting a chilling gleam in the sunlight, amplifying Naraku's aura of lethal intent. Even in the absence of White Fang on the battlefield, his swordsmanship would once again prevail through the hands of his successor. Indeed, they encountered the enemy here as well. How many scouts has Sunagakure dispatched? This Byakugan user looks strikingly familiar. I feel as though I have seen him before. He is quite formidable, even disregarding various details. There are few in the Hyuga clan who can observe an 8-kilometer distance with such concentration. I remember now. This lad is one of the twins from the Hyuga clan's main family. He is likely the younger brother. The elder is probably the head of the clan. And the caged bird cannot freely enter battle. Naraku wielding a blade is simply breathtaking. Once, Konoha's White Fang swept the battlefield, and now his apprentice is here to gain experience. The puppeteers from Sunagakure must be experiencing PTSD. Go, Naraku. Let Sunagakure tremble in the shadow of White Fang. Naraku's silhouette vanished from the frame, followed by several shots of the forest and grasslands. Soon, the sound of rustling emerged. Numerous spider puppets suddenly emerged from the foliage, scouring the surroundings, and as the camera ascended, it revealed countless identical puppets leaping across various terrains. They were not only grotesque in appearance, but also exhibited remarkable agility, almost as if a swarm of spiders, disturbed by intruders, had taken flight. Additionally, many heavily armed puppets followed closely behind, their every step causing the stones and blades of grass beneath them to tremble, showcasing their weight and stability. The cacophony of clashing joints combined with the omnipresent swarm of puppets created an overwhelming sense of pressure, sending chills down the audience's spines. Yes, indeed. Sunagakure remains captivated by their fascination with spider models. I dread both many-legged and legless creatures. How terrifying, by the way, spiders are arthropods, not insects. Their movements are nearly indistinguishable from the living. My hair is standing on end. The fear of densely packed creatures is overwhelming. Help. These spiders are covered in spikes, making them a nightmare for taijutsu users like Might Guy and the Hyuga clan. Not only spikes, but their colors also suggest they are poisoned. Sunagakure's toxins are unmatched. Save for Tsunade's. There is no need for the animation to be so immersive. It is truly frightening. Many comments lamented the eerie design and sound effects of the puppets. and the battle was on the verge of eruption. Mike charged ahead, utilizing the immense kinetic energy from his fall from a height to shatter the leading spider puppet with a single kick. The moment the fragments erupted, the animators captured it in slow motion with a close-up shot, and many commented that it would make an excellent wallpaper. Following him, Inuzuka Tsum, Nara Shikamaru, and Ebisu also made their appearances, employing their signature ninjutsu against the enemy. The animators also showcased many battle scenes featuring Hinata Hayashi's squad. However, as time progressed, the spider puppets and larger puppets began to converge, intensifying the defensive pressure exponentially. The movement range of the few became increasingly perilous. Indeed, the taijutsu inherited from Guy is unmatched. The impact of his strikes is unparalleled. Dynamic wallpaper achieved. The puppeteers become exceedingly tedious in numbers after laboring for an extended time. Only a pile of lifeless objects is destroyed, and as long as they have materials, they can swiftly produce more. Fortunately, while these ordinary puppets are quick to manufacture, their quality is generally subpar, making them not overly problematic to dismantle. Once wireless control technology is developed, will puppeteers not simply take to the skies? If that were the case, they wouldn't even need to appear on the battlefield. They could just sit at home with a controller playing a game. Unlike now when they must follow behind, risking being caught off guard. Incredible, right? A swarm of drones, perhaps? Chapter 228. The telepathic connection between fools and simpletons. Emerging once more from the shadows, Naraku drew his ninja blade, its edge imbued with the blue electric light of lightning chakra. The close-up of his eyes revealed his once black pupils turning crimson, and as the camera pulled back, the ceiling patterns rapidly sprouted like vines, enveloping his entire being. Arcs of electricity crackled from the blade, and in the next instant, Naraku shattered the ground beneath him, darting into the battlefield like a bolt of lightning. The lightning tracing a cerulean fissure through the air in the wake of the blade. Where his afterimage passed, dozens of chakra threads controlling the spider puppets snapped in unison, causing the puppets to topple like rice stalks severed at the waist. Starting with the Sharingan, Naraku, are you truly that determined? Sealing the restoration, let us get to work. Brothers, hold the line. As soon as the sealing incantation was uttered, Naraku suddenly exuded a wild and untamed beauty. The brilliance of his blade was utterly captivating. Inheriting the combat style of both Uchiha and Shikumo, it was impossible for him not to appear striking. From this moment forth, Uchiha Naraku would carve his name into the annals of the ninja world. With a swift fire release, great fire destruction, he launched a fiery assault upon his enemies, decimating several sand shinobi who had lost their puppets, compelling them to once again gather their marionettes to confront him. The captain of the Sand's vanguard attempted to unleash a poisonous gas from above, confident in his control over the puppets, only to find that the target had already evaded his carefully laid trap with deft agility, leaping gracefully among the puppets and escaping his encirclement. The crimson gleam in his eyes flickered amidst the frigid assembly of puppets, proclaiming the identity of this young warrior. The flames consumed all traces of poison in the air, and in an instant, the puppets fell in droves, accompanied by their master into the realm of the afterlife. The Sand Captain realized that the earlier ease of their assault had been a mere illusion crafted by Naraku. His desperate attempt to turn the tide was thwarted, as he discovered he could not withstand even a single move from this young prodigy. Had the movements of the puppets been deciphered by the Sharingan? Why did Konoha continuously produce monsters akin to the White Fang? Fate seemed dreadfully unjust. As the Sand Captain lamented his misfortune, he fell from the tree, the focus shifting to Naraku, allowing the audience to behold the chilling shimmer in his eyes. Did it seem like Naraku had regressed in any way? Far from it. His movements were swifter than before, and his hand seals were executed with the speed of a mere blink. Perhaps he had matured over time? It had indeed been a considerable duration since then. Another possibility was that Naraku had never slackened his training, even if he could not do much. He had never contemplated surrendering. Oh, my Naraku, how hard must you strive to break free from the shackles of fate? Indeed, the world has always been inherently unfair. Two enormous fireballs surged forth from Naraku's previous position, merely striking the dust swirling in the air. Observant viewers immediately recognized this unique jutsu as the signature technique of the formidable Sand Shinobi, Yakura, known as Scorch Release, Heatwave. Naraku evaded once more, but those fireballs pursued him relentlessly. With no other option, he entwined his blade with lightning chakra, clashing fiercely against the incoming Scorch Release. Seizing the moment when their techniques collided and obscured the vision with smoke, Naraku sensed a peculiar chakra using his three-tomo Sharingan and launched a surprise attack towards the source. The audience's comments flooded in, expressing their anxiety as they feared for Naraku's well-being against Yakura, only to be astonished as he effortlessly evaded the Scorch Release and dispatched his renowned opponent with a single move, Phantom Mirror Flower Water Moon. Was this not the very technique that had once felled Yakura? How could a ninja of his caliber be part of the vanguard? Surely, there must be someone capable of protecting the puppeteer up close. Naraku had never learned water release or earth release. How would he combat this? Incredible bravery. He charged directly at Yakura. You mean to tell me he has been out of practice for 2 years? I refuse to believe it. Stunning. Wait. He defeated him in an instant? Yakura was taken down just like that? It seems rather plausible, laughing with tears. Just 2 or 3 years ago, he had used this very technique to best Shikomo, who was far superior to Yakura. I nearly forgot. Naraku's Jinjutsu truly was remarkable. Several sand ninjas attempted to reclaim Yakura, but fell victim to the exquisite illusions, ensnared in a dreamlike state. As they struggled to break free, the sizzling sound of combustion reached their ears. The scene shifted to the perspective of these sand ninjas, with kunai embedded in the ground, each adorned with explosive tags that erupted in a dazzling display. Boom, boom, boom. The audience, equally shocked, erupted in cheers as they watched Naraku wreak havoc among the ranks of the sand ninjas. Whenever those haunting crimson eyes emerged amidst shadows and venom, the blade would glide with a chilling brilliance, striking with the precision of an arrow into the joints of mechanized foes, piercing their frail chests and throats. A tempest of flames and thunder roared, forging an insurmountable wall from the blood and lives of the adversaries. The air simmering with an oppressive heat that scorched even the very soul. If one could not break free from this illusion, would they not be frozen to death? Indeed, that is how illusions can claim lives. Surprise! Such overwhelming strength, a perfect chain of traps. The sand ninjas scarcely had time to react. I was utterly captivated. So stunning. A quintessential Uchiha tactic. It had been ages since I last witnessed such brilliance since the fall of Kagami. In the midst of it all, I bore witness to Naraku's unparalleled handsomeness. Naraku was awarded the MVP. This is indisputable. He was truly the best of the entire event. The sand suffered catastrophic losses, retreating in disgrace, leaving behind a battlefield strewn with debris. Naraku hurriedly entrusted Yakura to another jonin for safekeeping before racing back to provide medical aid to Ebisu, employing advanced techniques such as the extraction of illness. The animated sequence of the rescue was over in less than half a minute, as he skillfully snatched the individual from the clutches of death. The atmosphere of the scene began to ease. The groggy Ebisu slowly regained consciousness, still somewhat disoriented, while Inuzuka Tsum conferred with another jonin about battle strategies, and Might Guy, Noira Iruka, and Hyuga Hinata busied themselves with cleansing the battlefield. Only Naraku stood silently, his back turned to everyone, leaning against a tree, bearing most of his weight upon it. Ebisu was extraordinarily fortunate. Had Naraku not been present, he would have been left to his fate. The significance of having a battlefield medic within the team cannot be overstated. Was Naraku on the verge of collapsing? Our dear Naraku is but a patient. Have you all forgotten? Oh, how exasperating. After a relentless day and night of pursuit, having just arrived and immediately engaged in battle, and then utilizing medical ninjutsu to save others, no one could bear such a burden unscathed, let alone him. Oh, how tragic that none of you noticed. Ebisu, feeling dizzy, struggled against the disorienting sensations, his pupils dilated from the poison still affecting him, unable to see clearly, only able to discern a blurred silhouette to his left. The shadow leaned against the tree, trembling slightly, accompanied by a faint coughing sound carried by the wind. Naraku? He yearned to inquire if the other was injured. But having just expelled the toxins, his body was weakened to the point where he could not articulate his thoughts, emitting only a hoarse sound. Sensing his desire to speak, the figure gently patted his shoulder, offering soft reassurance. Do not worry, Ebisu. In about half a day, you should be able to talk and see clearly again. It was indeed Naraku before him, yet his voice seemed relatively normal, suggesting he was likely unharmed. Ebisu's foggy mind concluded this, allowing him to relax. Nodding weakly before resting his eyes against the tree. Was he spitting blood? QEQ. I truly wish Inuzuka-sensei would discover this scene and whisk him away to safety. The battlefield was reeking of blood, and Inuzuka could not detect it. The previous rescue of Shirzue had been the same, regardless of his physical suffering. Naraku could maintain his composure and deceive others. Ebisu, do not fall for this foolish boy's act. If only Kakashi were here, he would undoubtedly see through Naraku's facade. Only Kakashi could perceive Naraku's impending collapse at a glance. In the next moment, the focus shifted to the front lines where Konoha clashed with Awagakure. As the long-awaited Kakashi graced the screen, he swiftly dispatched the final adversary. The mission was accomplished, yet he wore an expression of palpable tension, murmuring to himself that something was amiss, dismissing the possibility of enemy ambushes or other sources of concern. Kakashi realized that this disquieting sense of unease seemed to arise from nowhere. But was it truly without reason? If not a tangible threat before him, it could be a resonance from his very soul, issuing a silent warning. Could it be related to Naraku? Kakashi felt a pang in his heart, recalling Naraku's infiltration mission in the Land of Rain, when he experienced a similar surge of restlessness and impatience. No, that couldn't be. Last week's letter had included a photograph of Naraku, and Aunt Mikoto assured him that all was well. The ceiling of the Sharingan dimension was functioning normally, so he had to reassure himself. What other choice did he have? To abandon everything on the front lines and return to Konoha as a deserter? For a fleeting moment, Kakashi genuinely contemplated this, even feeling his body instinctively respond. Yet, reason wrestled fiercely with his turbulent emotions, burying this impulse deep within the recesses of his heart. What a shocking display of telepathy between close friends. Even amidst such turmoil, they stubbornly insisted on their bond as true friends. Is it a psychic connection between XQL? Oh, Hagi, you rascal. Trust your instincts, Kakashi. Reflecting on the phrase, a 7-foot frame has pledged to the nation, but can no longer pledge to you. He understood that if he abandoned his comrades, he would cease to be Kakashi Hatake. If Naraku were here, he too would not forsake the front lines for personal reasons. They were both such foolish fools. Naraku harbored a suspicion that this was merely the montage technique of the animators, overlaying Kakashi's reactions from a particular time to create an illusion of telepathy between them. Yet, buried deep within his own subconscious, there lingered an inexplicable thread of anticipation. The mere existence of someone who deeply cares for him was both a bittersweet and joyous realization. Chapter 229, Chio, a fortuitous opportunity? A new episode unfolds. Following their initial conflict, Suna and Konoha successfully acquired intelligence on one another. The elite team stationed at Kikyo Mountain found themselves stretched thin, unable to adjust their defensive strategies, and could only endure with their limited forces as originally planned. In stark contrast to Konoha, the Suna camp was alive with fervent discussions. High-ranking officials such as Chio, Raza, and Kaiza repeatedly analyzed the map. It was not until the advance team relayed news of the capture of Yakumo that the atmosphere in the camp shifted abruptly, tinged with urgency. Just after Chio had calmed the overly young and somewhat restless Raza, she learned that the enemy excelled in swordsmanship, causing her to lose her composure. Kaiza proposed that they quickly devise a plan to rescue Yakumo, but the now composed Raza dismissed this suggestion, commanding the troops to attack immediately. Chio what? With swords? Awareness of the situation dawning upon her. She truly had PTSD from White Fang. After all, as Sakomo's actions had led to her family's ruin. Could it be that this battle would pit Chio against Naraku? Raza, you're quite the character. 6. And to so casually dismiss such a rare ability as Scorch Release? To even utter the name Konoha in such a context, how audacious. At least maintain the facade. Letting word spread that they abandoned the rescue would be disheartening. With the Wind Shadow's command, the Suna camp sprang into action, ninjas rushing to relay orders as various teams swiftly assembled and prepared to depart. Simultaneously, Raza recognized that Kikyo Mountain would be more challenging to conquer than anticipated, readying himself for the possibility that the main forces might falter and he would need to intervene personally, ensuring all weapons and supplies were fully equipped. Chio sat grim-faced in her chair, her hand unconsciously fidgeting with the clasp of her satchel. This was a small bag she had carried for years, containing the sealing scrolls for Suna's most formidable puppets, the Ten of Paimon. Having lived alongside his sister for decades, Kaiza could easily discern that the earlier intelligence regarding the Uchiha had unsettled her. It seemed fate had orchestrated events, for just as the main forces were about to depart, a reconnaissance team hurried back with news. The Uchiha who had captured Yakumo was acting alone and had coincidentally appeared in the direction of the puppet troops' offensive. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Without a moment's hesitation, Chio eagerly led her team into battle. Curse you, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Look at Raza. The Wind Shadow is genuinely taking action. I can somewhat understand why the Hokage remains inactive, but why aren't Team Mito and Konohamaru on the battlefield? How could Naraku be acting alone? Where is Inazuka Kiba? Danzo. The darkness of Konoha truly has capable successors. Why the rush? When the time comes, Naraku will meet his end. The scene shifted, reflecting on a timeline where Inazuka Kiba had instructed Akamaru to carry both Hybe and Yakumo away. The two teams advanced further south along the mountain path, soon arriving at a suitable area for setting traps at the foot of the mountain. Naraku was the first to notice a small village at the base and, with Kiba's consent, ventured alone into the village to disperse the residents. The audience, recalling the earlier message, quickly understood that Naraku would soon clash with Suna in that very village, fervently urging him in the comments not to go. Yet, they all knew their pleas would be in vain. Just as Naraku descended the mountain, he suddenly halted beside an ancient tree, coughing violently. Drops of blood fell onto the wild grass at his feet, trickling along the leaf veins and stems, seeping into the damp earth, creating dark red stains. He could no longer hold himself up, collapsing to the ground, clutching his chest and gasping for breath, his brow furrowed in discomfort. Fingers gripping the protruding roots of the tree, desperately seeking to quell the surging pain within. Perhaps the animators, feeling a pang of sympathy, shifted the camera away from Naruku's front, capturing his profile from a low angle. The lush canopy of leaves intertwined, with sunlight filtering through in fragmented beams, resembling a verdant lake. Yet, Naruku's agonized wheezing echoed through the forest, gripping the audience's hearts. After several tense seconds, the sounds gradually subsided, and the camera once again focused on Naraku. The ailing youth struggled to straighten his body, his hands rummaging through his pack, sweat glistening on his skin. A few strands of hair dampened by perspiration, limply hanging over his forehead like winter's withered grass. His hand trembled as he retrieved something from the pack, seemingly clutching onto an object. As that hand slowly unfurled, the camera zoomed in on his palm, revealing a cluster of pills occupying the entire frame. Before the audience could discern how many there were, he poured the pills into his mouth, mingling them with the blood lingering in his mouth. Whether it was the sheer number of pills or his lingering unease, the sound he made while swallowing was anything but normal, interspersed with a near-choking noise that tugged at the heartstrings. It turned out that Naraku acted alone to prevent his comrades from discovering his struggle. "Oh dear. Could you please care for yourself just a little? Don't push yourself, my dear. Return home, will you? Makoto is still waiting for you to come back." Goodness. Drenched in sweat, how much pain must this be causing you? I can distinctly sense that Naraku harbors a slight inclination towards self-destruction. Who among the sane would resort to such excessive medication? This segment is utterly tormenting, bringing forth a cascade of tears from my eyes. As a devoted admirer of Naraku, my heart feels shattered. Is Naraku truly weeping? I genuinely hope he does, for at the very least, it signifies that he still feels a semblance of grievance. The pale green glow of medical ninjutsu emanates from Naraku, revealing the boy's frailty yet stubborn soliloquy, indicating that this is far from a mere healing technique. It is the creation-rebirth modification. Although it may incur some side effects, it is a necessity at this juncture. As the radiance dissipates, he rises from the ground, resolutely continuing his journey towards the village. I recall this is a forbidden technique devised by Tsunade, designed to accelerate cellular division for rapid recovery from injuries. Given the finite number of cell divisions, this technique ultimately depletes one's vitality. The debuffs are overwhelmingly numerous, making it hard to believe that Naraku can survive beyond this point. The fate of demise is irreversible. From the moment I witnessed the sand ninja attacking the villagers, the ensuing animation narrative mirrored Naraku's experiences. The only distinction lies in the fact that the animators deliberately omitted his interaction with the young boy. After the last sand ninja hastily fled, the scene shifts, and Naraku has already embarked on his return journey. Goodness, the pillaging and slaughter. What differentiates this from the actions of bandits? The transportation routes are excessively long, and the logistical support of Sunagakure is insufficient, which explains the escape of one. Naraku, being still so young and tender-hearted, would undoubtedly choose to protect rather than eliminate, even at the cost of his own safety. As Naraku presses forward, he keenly perceives a multitude of individuals nearby, unhesitatingly igniting a red smoke bomb. The vivid crimson flames burn fiercely in the air, synchronized with the suspenseful and intense sound effects. As the camera rapidly zooms in until the signal flare occupies the center of the frame, resembling a blood-red sun suspended in the heavens. The background music swells in richness and intensity, seemingly heralding a certain conclusion. This is it. We have truly encountered a predicament. But what can be done? To be honest, Chio is indeed formidable. However, I feel she lacks the gravitas to serve as a worthy adversary for Naraku's exit. And there's Jinchuriki. Surely he cannot simply stand idly by while Naraku faces annihilation? If Naraku were to perish at Chio's hands, would you believe that Shoma could leap from his sickbed and charge into Sunagakure to strike Chio? Such brutality. At the opening of the next episode, the signal flare still flickers in the sky, gradually diminishing into a reflection of stars within Inuzuka's eyes. She composes herself, rebutting Might Guy's request in her capacity as the leading instructor. Guy is not a fool. He comprehends that both he and his teacher are being torn asunder by emotional and rational impulses. Shadows flicker, and memories surge forth from the center of the screen. Even a man as robust and resolute as Might Guy cannot suppress his regret following the loss of significant comrades, often returning home to sit in silence for an extended period, until the last vestige of sunset is swallowed by the night, and moonlight unfurls like a veil, enveloping the entire room. He finally speaks. Guy, we must strive harder. We need to become strong and dependable, to possess the power to protect our comrades. The once naive Guy nods, and his profile gradually converges with his present self, yet his expression mirrors that of his father. the same individual, causing both father and son to experience the unspeakable pangs of suffering. Even Uncle Dai cannot withstand such a blow. I refuse to witness this familial legacy. The moonlight and nightmares of the might father-son duo. Guy. Father, I feel utterly powerless. Meanwhile, as the scene shifts to Naraku's side, he is already engaged in close combat with the enemy. The camera captures Naraku as he accurately dispatches dozens of poisoned darts with his lightning arrows, following him closely. Along the way, the remnants of shattered puppets and flames cling to the branches, and the relentless pursuit of enemies ignites a surge of adrenaline within the audience. A piercing shriek slices through the air, and the camera captures Naraku from behind, synchronously turning to glance back. Two white-cloaked puppets coordinate their efforts. With the red-faced blade spiraling towards Naraku, its cold metallic sheen reflecting in his eyes like the scythe of death. At the moment the blade tears through his clothing, his form transforms into a wooden stump, emitting white smoke as if mocking him. The orange-haired puppet, stealthily wielding twin daggers, fails to strike, instead being pierced through the core by Naraku. Even the red-faced puppet, unable to pivot in time due to excessive inertia, allows Naraku to capitalize on the momentum of his downward descent to incapacitate its mobility. Such astonishing precision, it is no wonder he is an Uchiha. This uninterrupted sequence is truly remarkable. The animation of the fight is unparalleled, smooth and fluid, with nary a frame faltering. Witnessing the battle between the Hatake father and son trio is an absolute delight. They execute their moves with impeccable precision and efficiency. Chiyo is genuinely struggling. She has already lost 2 puppets. The Hatake sword technique is a natural counter to puppet users, and combined with Naraku's Sharingan's dynamic vision, it is no surprise she finds herself at a disadvantage. Chiyo, is everything related to White Fang at odds with me? Chapter 230, The Revamped Male Demon of the Wave Wind. Hidden in the shadows, Chiyo's gaze is malevolent, confirming that the Uchiha before her employs White Fang's sword techniques. A throng of enemies rush past, and Naraku's eyes flicker as he detects a lurking danger amidst the chaos. At the moment 4 white-cloaked puppets emerge from various directions to launch a surprise attack, he has already formed hand seals. Fire release, multiple streamlined slashes. Countless slender white flames erupt from his hands, striking out in all directions with a swiftness that defies perception, piercing through all obstacles. As he rotates his arm, the concentrated flames morph into high-pressure energy, akin to sunlight refracted by a multifaceted prism, changing angles in unison. Countless sturdy ancient trees and rock pillars are severed in twain, their cut surfaces smooth and even, leaving numerous intersecting gashes upon the ground. Chiyo's technique is truly underhanded. Goodness, is this truly Godzilla's radioactive beam? I thought it could only pierce. I never imagined it could slice as well. This is rather over the top, an area of effect godly technique. It is unfathomable to consider how many foes would fall if unleashed upon a frontal battlefield. Observing the horrific scene before her, Chiyo solidifies her resolve to not allow the tiger to return to the mountain, maneuvering the remaining puppets to encircle the enemy. She boldly inquires about the connection between him and White Fang, but receives no response, much to the audience's delight. Yes, just like that. Do not answer. This is so nerve-wracking. I have truly had enough of certain animated series where the protagonists and antagonists engage in back-and-forth dialogue, and those instances where the protagonist simply shouts for the antagonist to halt, and they comply. If they did not heed him, the conclusion would have been reached long ago. Exactly. There was a time when the antagonist's hand was hovering over the button, yet they chose not to press it. I am astounded. From afar, the sound of explosions reaches Chiyo's ears, and she realizes she has fallen for the trickery of this little brat, her expression darkening as she launches another attack. Naraku narrowly evades 2 successive lethal strikes, his body teetering on the brink of collapse, aware that he can no longer afford to delay. Thus, the lightning release, Thousand Thunder killing formation, which has not been seen since his fall from the cliff, reemerges. Thunder transforms into several colossal serpents, constricting all surrounding existence, rendering the world into a vast expanse of blinding white void. As the blinding light dissipated, the scene before me lay desolate, littered with the remnants of shattered trees and broken stones. Even someone as astute as Chiyo could be led astray by a moment of fervor. Indeed, impulsiveness is a treacherous foe. Retreat, Naraku. Continuing this battle serves no purpose. The spectacle resembled that of the legendary god of thunder, exuding an undeniable charisma. It suddenly occurred to me that Shomo possesses a similar technique, one he previously employed against Danzo. If only the cumulonimbus clouds were present now, otherwise. A lightning release Kirin would surely astonish Chiyo. Naraku's numerous area of effect techniques are particularly suited for the battlefield. Following Naraku's escape, the animators proceeded to air 2 consecutive episodes showcasing the brutal clashes occurring at the main peak, and surrounding areas. The number of Konoha ninjas was woefully inadequate. Despite their valiant efforts to resist with unwavering resolve, they gradually lost ground. In an attempt to conserve their remaining forces and buy time, they had no choice but to engage in a tactical retreat, consolidating their defenses and ultimately taking refuge in the strongholds atop each peak, desperately holding their ground. Particularly at the main peak, the Sand Shinobi launched their fiercest attacks, bolstered by the presence of the Kazekage, creating an atmosphere of despair. The dire circumstances of the battle left the audience in a state of alarm, akin to ants scurrying on a hot pan, anxiously fearing that the next camera angle would reveal that Kikyo Mountain had fallen to the sand. The elite team from Konoha on Kikyo Mountain was nearing total annihilation. Not to mention, the reconnaissance unit had essentially been obliterated. This battle had turned catastrophic, leaving me in tears. So many characters, whose names I had yet to even learn, had already perished. Rozuna's magnetic release was even more ferocious than during his confrontation with the Cloud Village. Why must the Sand rely on digging for gold to amass wealth? Must they involve themselves in the Great Ninja War? Is it possible that Konoha truly cannot keep up? If Kikyo Mountain falls, Konoha will have no safe haven left and await death. Magnetic release, Sand Gold Burial. Rozuna unleashed a wave of sand and gold, clearing the last layer of traps outside the stronghold, preparing to ensnare all Konoha ninjas in one fell swoop, when a flash of golden light caught his eye. A figure appeared, wielding a blue sphere of light that emitted a deep, resonant hum, effortlessly obliterating the towering sand mounds and vanishing, only to reappear on a distant rock. In the next moment, he swung his arm, launching a flurry of shuriken. The projectiles twirled through the air, duplicating themselves, transforming from 1 to 2, then 4, becoming a veritable storm of metallic rain. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The numerous shuriken, replicated multiple times, descended like a torrential downpour, glinting with emerald light as they zipped through the air above the still-forming sand, crashing down and erupting in splashes of crimson. The camera panned to this figure, a familiar voice resonating in the viewer's ears. It seemed as though he had arrived just in time. As the camera descended, the handsome and resolute face of Minato Namikaze came into view, instilling a profound sense of safety. Judging by his attire, it appeared he had received orders during a battle on the front lines and had hurriedly made his way from the rock village to Kikyo Mountain using the Flying Thunder God technique. Minato, oh Minato, why did you arrive so late? The Konoha forces were on the brink of annihilation. Finally, a worthy contender had appeared to challenge Rozuna, but it was only Minato's Shuriken Shadow clones that wielded such power. Others always seemed so lackluster. If only Hiruzen Sarutobi had been willing to step up himself, so many lives could have been spared. I cannot fathom his thought process. Having caused such a significant debacle, why does he not hasten to rectify the damage? Must he allow Kikyo Mountain to languish while awaiting reinforcements? I would wager 10 bags of spicy snacks that he would surely face impeachment after the conclusion of the Great Ninja War. A golden flash, Minato Namikaze. Rozuna narrowed his eyes, well aware of this formidable adversary, pondering his strategy. Yet, he had underestimated his opponent. Rozuna believed Minato, having just tested the waters, would be hesitant to act recklessly. However, cries of pain and alarm from his subordinates echoed behind him. Turning to glance back, he caught sight of a golden figure darting through the crowd with astonishing speed, blood spraying in its wake, as the number of Sand Shinobi diminished at a visible rate. In that instant, Rozuna's expression shifted dramatically, a chilling sense of imminent peril coursing up his spine. The sound of an explosive impact reverberated, and the camera shifted to capture Rozuna from the left front. The formidable Kazekage's eyes widened in terror, while Minato Namikaze silently appeared behind him. Clutching a specially crafted kunai in his left hand, Minato charged his Rasengan with his right, his golden hair flowing freely, most of his face obscured by shadow, rendering his expression indistinguishable. Yet, amid the gloom, his left eye shone with a frigid intensity, akin to a predator fixated on its prey. The Flying Thunder God technique was undoubtedly a game-changing ninjutsu, an essential tool for mowing down foes. In Minato's presence, Rozuna dared to turn his back unguarded. Rozuna had seldom engaged with Minato and was completely unaware of the true terror of the Flying Thunder God. How striking. It was my first time witnessing Minato in such a dark-themed composition. Given Minato's regard for his comrades, it would be uncharacteristic for him not to eliminate Rozuna. Oh, if I were Rozuna, this moment would surely terrify me to death. In a moment of utter crisis, Rozuna barely managed to use his magnetic release to shield himself from the brunt of the Rasengan's power, yet a residual force still struck his right shoulder. The sound of dislocated bones echoing painfully throughout the animation. Magnetic release, sand cushion. He struggled to bear the pain in his shoulder, managing to form the seals and using sand to lift himself to a higher vantage point, temporarily evading Minato's relentless pursuit. Gritting his teeth, he endured the agony as he forcibly realigned his dislocated joint, regaining some movement in his arms. However, during this time, the sand shinobi beneath him were rapidly dispatched by Minato and his shadow clones. Without a strategy, the consequences would be dire. To make matters worse, on the southern peak, the situation appeared grim, with signs of collapse emerging. Fortunately, Bunpuku was also stationed there and had followed orders to release the seal on the One Tail. A colossal beast of yellow sand, the size of a hill, opened its massive maw in a particular direction, its roar audible even from several kilometers away. To fly is undoubtedly the most formidable ability. Each time I witness him utilizing the sand cushion, it feels as though I am watching a magical flying carpet. If Rozuna were even slightly stronger, he could use the sand cushion to establish an air force, and the entire ninja world would tremble under the weight of his aerial dominance. Alas, it was unfortunate that he managed to withstand the Rasengan. Had Minato left behind a flying thunder god mark just now, Rozuna's escape would have been futile, even if he fled to the heavens. What is happening over there? What is going on? It seemed to originate from Naraku's direction. The One Tail has the sand gone mad, even summoning a tailed beast. This is disastrous. Minato cannot afford to be delayed here. Who can withstand a tailed beast's assault? The distant scene flickered before returning to Rozuna. He observed Minato wreaking havoc on the battlefield, attempting to ensnare him with the sand gold burial. However, the speed at which he manipulated the sand was far too sluggish compared to Minato's flying thunder god. After several attempts, the sand failed to even graze Minato's shadow. Instead, he expended a considerable amount of chakra while his forces suffered heavy losses. Oh, please, show me what is happening over there. Rozuna was audacious enough to attempt capturing Minato with sand. Has he always been this courageous? Minato was simply too swift. Rozuna had no means to counter him and could only be outmaneuvered to his demise. It is said that magnetic manipulation may sound impressive, yet it comes with considerable limitations. Had Rasha possessed the ability to control not merely sand and gold, but to manipulate any metal at will like Magneto, the circumstances would not have been so dire. Manipulating any metal at will? Then he ought to be known as Emperor Rasha, my friend. Chapter 231. The Susanoo blade strikes the tailed beast orb. For the time being, neither Minato nor Rasha could gain the upper hand against one another atop the main peak, prompting the animators to shift their focus to Naraku's side in the next episode. In the preceding episodes, there were scenes of Naraku and the Inuzuka team joining forces to resist the Sand Ninjas, giving the audience a basic understanding of his current predicament. When the camera captured the moment Naraku locked eyes with another Uchiha in the cave, the barrage of comments erupted. Now, as Naraku reappeared before the audience, he was in a state of utter exhaustion, his surroundings filled with battered companions, nearly devoid of any fighting spirit. From the perspective of the Leaf Village, the Sand Ninjas surged forth like a swarm of black-red ants, ravenous for their prey. The background music swelled, imbued with a palpable aura of menace that sent chills down one's spine. Even the most resilient of Leaf Ninjas could not help but feel despair upon witnessing such a sight. The battle here was equally brutal, and without Minato to rescue them, what would they do? Naraku had previously relied on medication to overextend his body, and now he likely could not even muster any chakra. The youthfulness of the young man seemed to have waned as well. Goodness, it resembled a siege by zombies. It was terrifying. I fear they might climb up and devour Naraku alive. The scene was akin to a horde of malevolent spirits rising from hell itself. The weary and weakened expressions of the ninjas flitted across the screen, their hair and bindings fluttering limply in the wind, as if they were desperately clinging to life. At that moment, a right hand appeared in the center of the screen, pinching a red pill between its fingers, slowly lifting it to his mouth. Naraku, what are you planning to do? Stop. Don't consume that, huh? At this stage, the drug he was about to take was likely a life-threatening gamble. No, sob. The pill shattered between his teeth, a resplendent kaleidoscope igniting, reflecting against the blood-red remnants of the setting sun, bestowing upon its master the power over life and death. Kaleidoscope, Heaven's Kagetsuchi. The camera swiftly zoomed in on Naraku's right eye, and in the next instant, the scene transformed into his perspective. Both the approaching Sand Ninjas and the surrounding trees and stones extended tendrils of black lines, exuding an eerie, sinister blackish-purple mist. This signifies death. Accompanied by this whisper, the lightning rods rapidly filled the entire sky, with arcs of electricity occasionally crackling between them. The perspective shifted to Chio, allowing the audience to see Naraku towering high above, cold and proud, gazing down at her, his left eye flashing a crimson light. Kaleidoscope, Heaven's bright jewel of life. All of it destined to hit. No sooner had he uttered the words than the lightning rods transformed into torrents of brilliant azure light, cascading down like a torrential downpour. In an instant, blood splattered among the crowd. Strangely, it seemed that no one sustained fatal injuries. One sand ninja laughed loudly at this, only for his laughter to abruptly cease, his eyes wide with terror reflecting his own hands. As the scene shifted to a close-up of him, a heavy orchestral score combined with mysterious chanting erupted. The small wound on his wrist, pierced by the lightning rod, seemed to come alive, rapidly developing vast grayish-white cracks. Flesh and sinew crumbled away along these fissures, dispersing into dust with a gentle breeze. He was not an isolated case. All injured sand ninjas met the same fate. Amidst the rising chorus of screams, nearly 100 individuals transformed into ashes before the eyes of witnesses, their hearts racing, engulfed by an overwhelming fear. What do these lines signify? Death. Do the lines denote demise? My heavens! Could it be that Naraku's left eye possesses the ability to speak death into existence? What is happening? Have people truly turned to dust? Are the lightning rods this formidable? This isn't merely the work of the lightning rods. It must be the effect of heaven's Kagutsuchi. I understand now. As long as one attacks those lines, they can slay the enemy. Any technique will suffice. Moreover, it is not just a simple death. It is as if they are erased from existence, leaving not a trace behind. The right eye perceives death, while the left eye ensures it strikes true, providing the enemy with no chance of survival. Such a terrifying kaleidoscope ability, yet exceedingly magnificent. This is approaching a conceptual level of skill, is it not? The second wave of lightning rods shattered the sanity of the frontline sand ninjas, prompting them to flee toward the rear, yet they could not evade their fated doom. Chiyo, initially resigned to her demise, was saved by a suddenly appearing monk who sacrificed part of himself in her stead. Shikaku, the one-tail, materialized amidst the swirling yellow sands, its immense form nearly filling the entire frame, its deep, resonant roar reverberating as if even the clouds above trembled slightly. Chiyo was left utterly bewildered. In such a spectacle, who wouldn't he be? If the Jinchuriki had not been Buntan, the illusion would likely have succeeded. Alas, Buntan was too powerful. A complete Susanoo. How stunning. It is utterly magnificent. Naraku, 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 I love you. I'm going crazy for you. I'm crashing into walls for you. Every frame is a perfect wallpaper. Naraku's Susanoo possesses a unique aura, evoking an inexplicable desire to weep, akin to a holy night. With wings, it would resemble an angel even more. Curse that Uchiha. Damn it. The moment Gaara laid eyes on the Susanoo, he was consumed by rage, his palms striking the earth with enough force to cause tremors. The speed at which the tailed beast orb gathered within his mouth exceeding that of before. Naraku, needing to protect his allies, dared not underestimate such a lethal technique. Intertwining the hands of his Susanoo, flames erupting from his palms. The platinum long blade known as Kusanagi manifested within the flames, cleaving through the raging winds. Withstanding the overwhelming force of the tailed beast orb. On the screen, Naraku and the Susanoo gradually merged in form, their movements and expressions synchronized perfectly. The kaleidoscope's ocular power surged once more, a flash of white light pierced through, severing the blackish-purple tailed beast orb in two, which arced upwards, erupting in a thunderous explosion. Two crimson orbs ignited in the sky, resembling two inverted blood-red suns, casting the entire realm in a daylight-like glow. Immediately thereafter, a violent shockwave radiated outward, transforming into a hurricane that swept across the mountain range, uprooting countless trees in its tempestuous wake, even causing the surface rocks to tremble. Yet, this pure white giant remained steadfast, unyielding as a mountain. Blazing radiance cascaded from the clouds, enveloping it in a flowing golden aura, the upward angle of the shot heightening its sanctity and majesty. Ah, how utterly magnificent. Naraku, you are my deity. How can one possess such extraordinary handsomeness? The tailed beast bomb sliced through, a quintessential scene from Naruto. Those two tailed beast bombs appear to have been detonated by some external force. Indeed, a fleeting flash of light pierced through. Perhaps it was merely the light escaping just before the explosion? Some animations depict it in such a manner. This handsomeness is almost beyond comprehension, clutching heart JPG. Alas, Naraku could not maintain his striking appearance, as his already exhausted body could no longer endure. He expelled a copious amount of blood, and his ocular prowess and chakra ceased to function simultaneously. Susanoo swayed slightly, striving to place Naraku back upon the ground before its complete disappearance. Naraku struggled to widen his eyes, and when the camera focused on his pupils, the audience beheld those once clear orbs now clouded with despair. The scene unfolded with a hazy, veiled perspective, as the excessive use of the kaleidoscope brought about grave after-effects, rendering him unable to perceive the world clearly. Faced with countless adversaries, all he could do was stand tall. The second-tailed beast bomb expanded within Shikaka's mouth, accompanied by a mournful yet heroic melody that echoed through the night wind. The remaining leaf ninjas gathered anew, encircling the valiant youth who had fought tirelessly to protect them, attempting to buy him time with their very lives, even if just for a fleeting second. You have done enough. Naraku, please stop. Sob, sob, sob. Can Naraku no longer see? The medicine. It is not the eternal kaleidoscope. Once the ocular power is expended, blindness will ensue. Everyone desires for him to survive. Sob, 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 crying. I can never bear to witness such scenes. I find myself weeping uncontrollably. Are they all to perish? T. How could one possibly rescue him from such a predicament? That is indeed a tailed beast bomb. The audience fumed with anxiety, while Naraku, situated amidst the crowd, gently murmured, "It's all right." The screen flashed with the continuous expanse of mountains, each locale still occupied by leaf ninjas battling their foes, including Minato Namikaze, all of whom shared expressions of realization. Countless ninjutsu, explosive tags, and shurikens soared into the sky, coalescing into a wave of counterattack. A shadow encircled by deep green currents crashed through numerous trees, bellowing as it leaped from the forest, its leg cleaving through the gold sand wall that Raza had erected for protection. What? In an instant, before Raza could restore the sand's form, a specially crafted kunai from the flying thunder god pierced through the crevice, delivering a lethal golden flash. The azure sphere collided with Raza's chest, stirring up a massive wave of yellow sand, the residual force penetrating through the golden defense and sending him hurtling away. What a fortuitous arrival. Upon landing, Minato smiled at the enraged man beside him. Die? Could it be? Reinforcements. The troops have finally arrived at Kikyo Mountain. This battle has been devastating. Die. Do you have any idea how long I have waited? Chapter 232. So, you can feel it too, Kakashi. The scene shifted back to the south. The reinforcements had yet to arrive, yet Shikaku's tailed beast bomb was nearing completion, enveloping the surroundings in an eerie silence. The setting sun dragged the twilight down into the earth, and its afterglow reflected in Naraku's blurred eyes, transforming into flecks of soft light. The duet of flute and zither flowed quietly, like wind and rain, as if conveying an ache deeply etched into the bones. As the angle shifted, the camera was obscured by the silhouette of Inuzuka Kiba, and upon navigating around, it came upon the front line of Leaf Rock. The dusk spread across the horizon from the west, the clouds in the sky appearing to have undergone a grand conflagration, the flames flooding half the firmament. Kakashi stood atop a giant tree, on a branch that stretched across the air, his gaze fixed on the setting sun, the warm hues cascading over his silver hair, reflecting shards of golden light. The tile piece upon his chest swayed gently in the breeze, each engraved line filled with the essence of the sunset. Two individuals, separated by 1,000 miles, were at that moment gazing at the same sun. BGM, what are you doing? The sun has set, and the flowers must fall. Goodness, Kakashi is also watching the sunset. I have felt the evening breeze you have blown. Does that mean we are embracing? Kakashi must be sensing something beyond the veil of fate. They did not even get to see each other one last time. Wah, spiral sobbing JPG. Stabbing a knife into the heart as per Sister Kanaya's sentiments. I am crying so hard I can hardly breathe. Sob, sob, sob. He is truly watching. Naraku fixated on the screen, feeling as though wild grasses were breaking through the soil within his chest, growing rapidly until they filled his very being, bursting forth from the confines of flesh and blood, winding through his limbs. The soft tendrils of the grass entwined around his wrist, guiding his right hand forward, allowing his fingertips to brush against Kakashi's flowing hair on the screen. So, you can feel it too, Kakashi. It is all right now. In the animation, Naraku's whispered words were carried away by the night wind, a monumental and tumultuous clamor approaching from afar, sounding as if countless voices were fervently calling out. At a certain moment, this sound seemed to shatter barriers, becoming distinct and clear. Inuzuka Kiba heard every word that reached his ears, and he could not help but feel a burning sensation in his eyes, lowering his head and gritting his teeth to prevent tears from spilling over. The camera rose, revealing the leaf ninjas arriving to provide support, surging like a tide from both sides of the ridge, their eyes ablaze with the fire of vengeance. This fresh battalion trampled through the scorched earth, crashing into the hillside occupied by Sunagakure, and in an instant, blood colored the ground, and cries of battle filled the air. They have finally arrived. Sob, sob, sob. Listen, behind you is the call of the entire Leaf Village. Upon witnessing everyone rush forth, tears cascaded down. How many names of those who shall never return are concealed within these cries? The sun has set? No matter, our fury shall serve as the second sun. As long as such fervent emotions exist, the green of the leaf shall never wither. The audience, long suppressed, finally glimpsed hope, especially upon seeing Shikaku and the tailed beast bomb obliterated by Kushina's chakra beam. The barrage of comments erupted into a frenzy. It is Kushina. We are saved. Kushina, clad in a ninja vest, is truly magnificent. So gallant. This is secure. We've got this. Nine Tails, you are remarkable. You are noble. You draw chakra from Shikaku to strike at me. The mountaintop transformed into a safe haven. Naraku wished for Inazuka Kiba to retrieve the talisman from his bag. Yet another figure with long hair approached him, completing the healing process with a talisman. Naraku recognized who had arrived, laboriously turning his head to gaze at the other. Yet he forgot that he could not see clearly at all. The screen flashed with a farewell letter resting upon a short table, alongside his guilt-ridden soliloquy. Surely you are angry? Yet the reproach he had imagined did not materialize. Instead, a warm and gentle embrace enveloped him, accompanied by words laden with palpable concern. Raindrops fell upon his face, and Naraku slowly opened his eyes, as if beholding a mother he had never met. So, you do not blame me, mother. Surely, Makoto has come. I will never again be able to see my mother's face. Sob, sob, sob. The creases in the farewell letter speak of unutterable apologies. So, Naraku does think of his mother. If Jiazi were to witness all of this from above, her heart would surely shatter. Those who genuinely care for you do not cast blame. Rather, their hearts are laden with concern for your well-being. A father's embrace is akin to sunlight and a gentle breeze. But what of a mother? In her arms, one finds tears and love. In a fleeting moment of haze, pain jolted Naraku from his stupor. Blood seeped from his mouth, staining his breaths with a bittersweet essence of comfort and apology towards Makoto. He stubbornly resisted the pull of unconsciousness until Makoto promised not to divulge anything to Kakashi. Only then did weariness triumph over his wavering resolve, granting his weary body a moment of respite. When, one might wonder, will Naraku cease to blame himself? Perhaps not until the very moment of death. Why not inform Kakashi? No. How could you expect Kakashi to return from the battlefield and accept such a truth? Sobs, Kakashi would regret this for a lifetime. The shadow clone of Minato approached Kushina, witnessing the latter forcefully pin Shotan to the ground, feeling somewhat unnecessary. Kushina, I don't need assistance here. Kushina raised a fist of chakra, delivering a fierce blow to Shotan's chin, compelling it to close the gaping maw that was about to unleash a devastating attack. Minato, please check behind you. She hesitated, unable to bring herself to utter the words outright. The situation was far from favorable. After a chaotic skirmish, Minato confirmed that the Sand Village had lost its capacity for counterattack and hurried through the throngs of combatants to the rear of the front line. Upon seeing the youth in Makoto's arms, teetering on the brink of life and death, he finally severed the last thread of hope that perhaps that white Susanoo was not Naraku. Yet reality told him to abandon the self-deceiving fantasy. How could Naraku possibly be acting alongside the reconnaissance team? Without the Hokage's orders, he could not possibly be present here. Minato clenched and quickly released his fists, burying myriad speculations deep within his heart. How is he? Still alive, Makoto succinctly replied, her arms tightly encircling Naraku's shoulders, wishing to impart warmth. By the way, Minato, when you return, She paused, deciding to honor Naraku's wishes, refraining from revealing this matter to Kakashi. Understood, Minato nodded. It appeared even he was reluctant to accept that Naraku was amidst the battlefield. Please, just tell Kakashi. He can sense it, sob. With so many present, how could the truth remain concealed? Sooner or later, Kakashi would find out. What then? I was mistaken. It now seems that the likelihood of Kakashi transforming into a Yandere is far greater. Thankfully, Uncle Dai did not come over, otherwise he would have had to unleash the 8 gates right there. Chapter 233. Naraku, what are you trying to do? Main storyline. The prolonged battle finally approached its denouement. The animation pacing abruptly quickening. The Kazekage, Raza, gravely wounded Chiyo, losing most of his puppet Jinchuriki, and with the sealing of Shikaku, the Sand Village's fortunes dwindled, compelling a retreat from the Kikyo mountain region. Yet victory was tantalizingly close. How could they resign themselves to surrender? The Sand Village, from top to bottom, would never acquiesce to such an outcome. Chiyo, seasoned by years, discerned that the Leafs' reinforcements were not pursuing, thus concluding their numbers were limited. After brief contemplation, Raza resolved to regroup and, under the cover of night, launch another assault on Kikyo Mountain. However, shortly after the renewed skirmish commenced, they were intercepted by the counteroffensive forces led by Tsunade, trapped midway up the mountain, caught in a dilemma of retreat or advance. The plan to conquer Konoha had utterly failed. Isolated without logistical support, the Sand Village resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter. In a bid to preserve as much of the Sand Village's remaining strength as possible, despite Raza's anger and reluctance, he ultimately chose to concede. agreeing to sign the documents of defeat, thus safeguarding the lives of the majority of Sand Shinobi. The price was steep, necessitating the payment of substantial war reparations and the cession of territorial shares. As for the Jinchuriki, Gaara, Hiruzen surprisingly did not impose undue hardship on the Sand, merely demanding a significant sum of money in return for his release. Burdened by this debt, the Sand Village would be incapable of instigating any further conflicts for at least 15 years. After contacting both sides' daimyos through summoning beasts, Raza hastily finalized the treaty, leading a cadre of weary soldiers away from Kikyo Mountain and out of the Land of Fire. Their withdrawal was monitored by Minato and a team of elite Leaf Shinobi until they crossed the border. Minato and Kushina managed only a brief exchange before the former embarked on the long road of duty, while the latter would return to Konoha under the watchful eye of designated personnel. The animator conveyed these events within a mere 1.5 episodes. As for the remaining half of this episode, when audiences witnessed Tsunade disregarding the Hokage's command to replace Orochimaru at the Cloud's defense line, insisting instead on establishing a field hospital at Kikyo Mountain, it became evident what this latter segment would entail. The Sand Village's underhanded tactics had backfired, and it would take years for them to recover. Raza had come so close to success. It speaks to his character that he maintained composure while signing such lengthy documents. By this point, defeat is defeat. There is no need to rehabilitate the dignity of the vanquished. At last, Tsunade will have the opportunity to see Naraku, sob. If even Tsunade cannot save him, then surely there is no hope left. Naraku's chef can start preparing for morning. Hiruzen's haste in wanting to send Tsunade away raises the question of whether he wished to prevent her from seeing Naraku. It is conceivable that Naraku's previous reluctance to disclose the source of intelligence instilled a profound wariness in Hiruzen's. Are they coming? Imagining Tsunade's furious reaction upon seeing his condition, Naraku involuntarily shivered. Thankfully, he had been in a coma for several days, thus evading Tsunade's most volatile moments. And Kakashi was currently far away enough to avoid being on the receiving end of a beating. The animation continued. Daylight broke, and outside, numerous logistical ninjas busily erected a temporary hospital, while Tsunade sat within the tent, perusing the recently signed ceasefire agreement. She muttered complaints about the Hokage demanding insufficient reparations. As the victors, they were still overly considerate towards their adversaries, making it seem as though the Leaf Village had come to engage in charity. Overall, however, the results were relatively favorable. Once the Wind Country settled down, the Leaf could take a much-needed breath and redirect their efforts towards the Rock and Cloud villages. Tsunade-sama. A fiery figure and voice burst into the tent. Kana, why are you back? I instructed you to return to Konoha with Kushina. Before she could finish, Tsunade noticed Kana's tear-filled eyes and trembling lips, unable to articulate a word. Sensing something was amiss, she sprang to her feet, urgently inquiring, what happened? The scene shifted, and Tsunade found herself standing before a hospital bed, staring blankly for a long moment before daring to touch her young apprentice's face. Confirming he was still alive and in no immediate danger, Tsunade's tense spine gradually relaxed, though her face was mostly obscured by her bangs. Her voice low and accusatory. Who allowed him to come here? The room fell silent, no one daring to respond. With a crash, the bedside table was shattered by her powerful fist as Tsunade raised her head, her eyes red with fury directed at Mikoto and Kana. Who permitted him to come? This was the second time. Kana, you truly have it rough. Of course, I, as Naraku's chef, share in the misery, sob. The last time Tsunade exhibited such an expression was when Dan and Shinjuro met their demise. The sky has fallen. How could my apprentice be at Kikyo Mountain? It was the Hokage. The Hokage ordered him to come. Master Tsunade, you must seek justice for Naraku. Go and smash Sarutobi Hiruzen to pieces. In a fit of rage, Tsunade was unaware that it was her own mentor who wished for Naraku's demise on the battlefield. Mikoto, sitting on the other side of the hospital bed, gently tucked the covers around Naraku and spoke in a hoarse voice. Lady Tsunade. At this point, such words hold no significance. Madam, Kaname could hardly accept that Mikoto, Naraku's mother, had uttered such a statement. How can you simply give up? I will not give up. Mikoto shook her head, calmly declaring her resolution. Lord Orochimaru once mentioned, he has a method. I wish to give it a try for Naraku. Upon hearing this, Tsunade forced herself to remain composed, suppressing the raging fury within her chest. Is that what he said? You must think carefully. Although I am unaware of Orochimaru's specific intentions, I am well acquainted with his experimental tendencies. As an old accomplice, she understood Orochimaru's past methods thoroughly, realizing that it was certainly not a benign approach. Otherwise, Mikoto and Fugaku would not have delayed until now. Rest assured, it is not as grave as you imagine. Mikoto gazed affectionately at the unconscious boy on the hospital bed and resolutely stated, even if there are sins, they are mine to bear. Tsunade cast a profound look at Mikoto, who met her gaze with unwavering resolve, clearly prepared for the consequences. What other choice is there? Naraku's illness cannot afford any delays. The two mothers, in unison, arrived at the same conclusion. Very well. The strongest medical ninja in the shinobi world closed her eyes in despair, letting out a heavy sigh that carried a tone of resignation. In a couple of days, I will head to the front lines of the Cloud Village to bring Orochimaru back. You will have to manage from there. What method has Orochimaru devised? Surely, he is not planning to conduct human experiments on Naraku, is he? Makoto, how could you consent to this? With the war raging on, Tsunade had no time to delve into the intricacies of the bloodline diseases. She could only gamble on the efficacy of Orochimaru's methods. Naraku gasped sharply, what are you planning to do? He hurriedly directed his alter ego, Jin, to finish his current tasks swiftly so he could return to Konoha and uncover Orochimaru's intentions. Chapter 234, Yunyan, the defense has crumbled, my brothers. Meanwhile, Jin, under the control of his main body, entered the feudal lord's mansion, locating the long-hidden nail. The sound of shoes meeting the floor echoed in the room. Yunyan abruptly sat up from the darkness, and upon recognizing the figure in the moonlight, scoffed before lazily reclining back onto the bed. I thought you were dead since you haven't come to find me for so long. He raised an eyebrow, a mocking expression clear in his Sharingan. Or perhaps the busy individual has forgotten about me, a mere supporting character? Oh, how could that be? I have always been thinking of you, Ian. Seeing Yunyan brimming with grievances, Jin sat down on the soft, luxurious mattress with an air of familiarity, patting the plush fabric. Look at the place I've found for you. All your needs are met here. Isn't that better than fighting and killing outside? Doesn't this prove that I care for you? Humph, who would believe you? Yunyan replied curtly, shifting aside. You still haven't explained why you arranged for me to infiltrate the 12 Guardians without any preamble. Of course, it's to turn the land of fire upside down. Jin shook his shoulders. The laughter emanating from behind his mask was deep and magnetic, filled with genuine delight. How can we achieve eternal daylight without stirring the waters? Eternal daylight? Yunyan squinted at him. Have you finally settled on a name for the organization? Naraku nearly faltered at this remark. Why hadn't I noticed this fellow's talent for sarcasm before? He wondered, perplexed by the audacity. No, if this continues, the prestige of the big boss will be ruined. What are you saying? Eternal Daylight is the name we have inherited, and it has been around for nearly 1,000 years. And this millennia-old organization consists of just the two of us? Far away in Konoha, Naraku clenched his fists, thinking to himself that he cannot kill him. This is a teammate he worked hard to recruit, and eliminating him would leave him irreplaceable. Jin pointed at himself and then at Yunyan, tilting his head in an attempt to appear endearing. Well, at that time, it indeed was just the two of us. Before Yunyan could respond, Jin waved to the corner of the wall. A pale, strangely shaped humanoid creature emerged from the ground, greeting him with a simple, hello. What is this thing? Yunyan jumped from the bed, approaching the white zetsu, and pinching one of the roots sprouting from its body, confirming it was indeed wood, which only added to his confusion. Our intelligence officer, White Zetsu number 0. Jin raised his hands and mimicked a celebratory gesture, and White Zetsu cooperatively puffed out his chest, proudly squinting his small, yellow eyes. White Zetsu, I am number 0. Do other White Zetsus get this treatment? No. That's why I am the most special one in Jin's heart. Of course, we also have number 1 and number 2, and they can contact me if needed. That being said, Yunyan turned to Jin, smiling brightly, but upon closer inspection, one could see the veins throbbing on his forehead, and his fists were clenched tightly. You could have sent me a message at any time over the past 2 years, right? So I have a question. What could possibly have kept my dear leader from giving me even a single word of instruction for 2.5 years? Naraku was stumped. Oh dear, my blind spot has been exposed. His thoughts raced, and he quickly devised a way to avenge the earlier slight. Jin's celebratory actions momentarily faltered, his face tilting to the left slightly as he spoke in an affected tone. Well, this fellow has definitely forgotten about me. Absolutely. Yunyan's mouth twitched, a surge of unnamed anger rising within him. What infuriated him further was that he had to suppress his voice to avoid drawing attention to this ridiculous individual. You just avoided my gaze, didn't you? If you hadn't forgotten, you wouldn't be so nervous. After explaining the tasks Yunyan was to undertake, Jin quickly led White Zetsu away from the feudal lord's mansion, eager to escape the piercing gaze of his companion, which was filled with sorrowful longing. Oh, it's just been over 2 years without contact. It's not that big of a deal, right? Naraku thought nervously, controlling Jin back to Konoha. At that moment, Orochimaru was also returning from the Thunderfire border, taking a break and currently enjoying tea with Uchiha Fugaku, who had returned to the village yesterday. A white Zetsu hid in the shadows of the corner, acting as a listening device, while another white Zetsu in the Konoha Forbidden Forest served as an amplifier, ensuring Jin could clearly hear their conversation. Have you both made your decisions? Orochimaru maintained a calm and composed demeanor, speaking without haste. Having been forcibly removed from the battlefield, which was in a promising state, he seemed undisturbed, even finding time to assist others suffering from bloodline diseases. Yet, Fugaku understood that when an individual is subjected to unfair treatment, it is impossible for them to be devoid of grievances and resentment. Some may silently swallow their bitterness, while others may simply refuse to endure it. In the past, the Uchiha clan could no longer bear it, ultimately clashing with the village's higher-ups. And now, how long could Orochimaru maintain his composure? However, Fugaku had never broached the subject with Orochimaru, as he respected the latter's desire for silence. Upon being questioned, Fugaku bowed his head respectfully and replied, "Yes, Lord Orochimaru, I entrust this matter to you." In the presence of this benefactor and renowned figure in the ninja world, he always extended utmost respect. Moreover, Orochimaru had valiantly turned the tide on the battlefield, which had also significantly elevated the status of the Uchiha clan. Thus he had no reason to show any disrespect. Since you all agree, let us commence the experiment tomorrow. However, I must clarify one point in advance. Orochimaru lifted his teacup, gazing at the swirling liquid within, seemingly lost in thought. Even if you are willing to bear all consequences, the experiment carries a substantial risk of failure, and the outcome may not align with your desires. Regardless of the outcome, we are prepared to accept it, Fugaku replied. A bittersweet smile gracing his features as he sighed. It cannot possibly be worse than our current situation. Orochimaru appeared satisfied with his determination, setting down his cup as he stated, "Tonight, send the subject and the eyes to my laboratory." Chapter 235, Gene. This must be rather intriguing. Gene, what are they planning to do? The root member, White Zetsu, also known as Zero, looked over with a puzzled expression, only to be met with a glare from Gene. It was then that he recalled the last time the White Zetsu had failed to notice the secret dealings between Hanzo and the Sand Village, hastily explaining himself. Orochimaru's reports are far too complex for us to comprehend. Before he could finish, the tip of a blade glinted menacingly against his forehead. With a benevolent smile, Gene twisted the handle of the knife, saying, "If it comes to that, shall I give you a brain transplant? What do you think?" Although the White Zetsu lacked much intellect, it sensed that this was not a prudent suggestion and awkwardly sought to change the subject. "Shouldn't we stop them? What if they damage your body?" "No." Gene raised an intrigued eyebrow, a glint of excitement and malice flashing in his eyes. "I want to see what these Konoha fools intend to do. If they can conjure something new from their struggles, that would be quite entertaining." "Huh." The White Zetsu scratched its head, hesitating to advise Gene. Besides Madara, only Black Zetsu's words could sway Gene slightly. But Black Zetsu was currently preoccupied with other matters and had no time to counsel him. The White Zetsu decided not to burden itself and simply support Jin's plan without question. It dispatched another White Zetsu to Orochimaru's underground base to continue monitoring, resulting in an astonishing revelation. Fugaku personally carried a mummified body into the experimental facility, retrieving 10 pairs of Sharingan eyes from a sealing scroll, an inheritance left by clan members who had perished over the centuries. He formed several hand seals, causing the wrappings on the mummy to gradually loosen and fall away, revealing the face of a disheveled middle-aged man, his features sunken and reeking of alcohol. Unmistakably a habitual drunkard. Fugaku placed the man on the examination table, binding his hands, feet, and mouth while apologizing to Orochimaru. "I sincerely apologize, Lord Orochimaru. Had we resolved to act sooner, his condition might not be so dire." Throughout the process, his gaze on the drunkard was cold and detached, as if he were observing a lifeless corpse. "Not to worry," Orochimaru replied, donning a lab coat. "This is not of great concern. Then I shall take my leave. I entrust the ensuing matters to you." After Fugaku departed, Orochimaru, with keen interest, lifted the glass jar containing the Sharingan, scrutinizing the crimson eyes under the light. To be nourished by these already awakened Sharingan should be quite an honor for you, wouldn't you agree? He gazed at the man on the table, his words betraying a hint of the extreme scientist's yearning and madness. Upon realizing the identity of the drunkard, Gene paused momentarily, but soon regained his composure. "Oh, it is that scoundrel," he mused. "How intriguing." He surmised the purpose of the experiment. It must be said that Orochimaru indeed ranks as the most formidable scientist in the ninja world. His extraordinary talent and imagination could likely only be rivaled by the later sage of the Six Paths, Kabuto, although he held no concern for the scoundrel's fate. Should this endeavor succeed, he would gain yet another opportunity to torment the audience. At that point, popularity would surely surge, resulting in a guaranteed profit. Thus, he resolved to assist Orochimaru. As morning broke the next day, Orochimaru, clad in his white lab coat, sauntered into the laboratory. As anticipated, The experimental subject's condition had improved after receiving the serum, exhibiting substantial recovery compared to the previous night. Upon noticing Orochimaru's entrance, the subject began to writhe in a desperate struggle. Be quiet. The main course is yet to come. Orochimaru extracted the jar containing a pair of Sharingan and placed it into a machine. After a series of intricate processes, he produced a vial of bright red liquid, which he injected into the subject's vein. The moment the fluid entered his body, the subject became agitated, bleeding from his ears and nose. Yet unable to articulate due to the gagging, he could only emit unintelligible low growls. Half an hour later, Orochimaru conducted a brief examination, maintaining his composure as he prepared for a second attempt. After all, he had anticipated the subject's lack of talent. Perhaps even the Sharingan Fugaku had provided would not suffice. When the second vial was administered, the effects persisted for a full hour before gradually waning. Upon lifting the subject's eyelids, Orochimaru beheld a pair of blood-red eyes, one of which bore a spinning tomo around the pupil. Simultaneously, the subject's hair transformed from black to white, wrinkles multiplying on his face, making him appear a decade older. Given that there was only this one sample, Orochimaru decided against overly aggressive measures that could lead to the subject's demise, opting instead to grant him a day's respite for recovery. We'll conclude here for today and continue tomorrow. With a smile, he hung the nutrient for the subject and exited the laboratory. Witnessing this entire process, Jean remained remarkably composed, his expression unchanged, even taking the opportunity to instruct Zero during the subject's anguished cries, encouraging it to practice juggling 3 stones simultaneously. TSK, yet another mistake. He jabbed the root white Zetsu in the abdomen, gesturing for it to continue, just as he overheard another white Zetsu's voice. We'll conclude here for today and continue tomorrow. Disappointment crossed his face. Is that it? I wanted to hear more. Confirming that Orochimaru would resume the experiment the following day, Jean departed the Forbidden Forest, stealthily making his way to the room belonging to Naraku in Fugaku's residence. Naraku's body remained in a deep slumber, unresponsive. In the spiritual realm, the avatar Jean approached and touched his forehead. How ironic. Uchiha Naraku, who yearns for liberation, is sustained by the very person he cherishes most in this manner. He cast a sidelong glance at the white Zetsu trailing behind him, blossoming into a cheerful smile. What do you think his expression would be if he were to discover the truth at the moment he decided to live on? That would surely be immensely entertaining. If Black Zetsu were here, it would definitely have to comment. Although it's not human, Jin's level of madness is obviously worse than its. Da-da-da-da. The light sound of footsteps approached from outside the door. Byakuya quickly led the still not in a hurry Jin into the underground and swiftly left the clan leader's mansion. The next second after they disappeared, the sliding door of the room was opened, and Uchiha Itachi waddled over on his short legs to Naraku's bedside, attempting for the nth time to wake his brother. Big brother, good morning. Shizune, following behind, reached out and picked him up, cooing, "There, little Itachi. Your mother said not to disturb brother Naraku while he's resting, right?" Itachi nodded, then asked, "When will big brother wake up?" "He'll wake up after he's rested. Then he'll take you out to buy tricolor dango, okay?" "Okay." Hearing there would be sweet dumplings to eat, Itachi enthusiastically agreed, silently wishing that his brother would wake up tomorrow and take him out to play as before. Shizune comforted Itachi for a while, then took him outside to catch butterflies. In the mental space, Naraku silently added a note to his memo. After waking, take Itachi to buy tricolor dango. But he can only eat one, I'll eat 2. Then he checked his popularity points. After the battle at Kikyo Mountain, nearly 100,000 points were added, and the numbers kept steadily increasing. According to previous experience, he would likely end up with 130,000, 140,000 points. This wave is not a loss. Chapter 236, Naraku, where's my modified time fate? With nothing better to do, Naraku opened the forum homepage. The page loaded, showing large swaths of red. Many hot posts active in their respective sections. In the plot section, many veterans discussed the full process of the Kikyo Mountain battle and its potential negative effects on Konoha. No one understood the cause and effect better than Naraku, the first-hand witness, so he skipped those speculations and opened posts that looked more interesting just from their titles. On an alternative kind of strength for Naraku fans. 1L, original poster friends, I've already trained a kind of iron body, no weapon can hurt me. That's fake, my body is full of scars. Crying JPG, every time I see the old villain torment Naraku, I cry. But that is not enough. I also watch Cher Sister and Alkali Poison Sister's reactions and cry with them. Every time my eyes hurt. I still can't stop clicking the next Naraku-related video. ISNT that strength? Smiling and surviving, JPG. 2L, did you see Cher Sister and Poison Sister's joint upload yesterday? One was more tragic than the other. When Naraku struck the tail beast, how excited they were. Later, watching Kane watching the sunset, they cried so loudly. 3L. Hard not to cry. The music during the sunset scene by the old villain is too strong. Even now, just hearing the melody makes me tear up. 4L. Reply to 3L. Same. It's almost a conditioned reflex. 5L. Those two sisters are pretty popular on Bilibili and TikTok. But they don't do anything. They just watch Naruto torment themselves. Laugh cry JPG. 6L. Reply to 5L. That is how we Naraku fans are, sad. 7L. Alkali Poison's sister's funniest video is the one filmed secretly under her blanket, stubbornly watching Naruto on her pad. Also showing a bottle of fast-acting heart pills under her pillow. Even funnier, she didn't turn off push notifications, and she accidentally exposed herself. Ha ha ha. Laughing loudly JPG. 8L. I remember her mom saw the TikTok the next day and commented, "You're doomed." 9L. Too abstract, ha ha ha. Kane's sister traditional program. Watching new fans cry to death like I did. 1L. OP hi friends, I just got into Naruto a couple months ago. After much effort, I found my second victim nearby. Finally, someone to cry with. Haha. During the recent holiday, I stayed home with a friend for several days. She rarely watches anime. But being bored, I had her watch the entire Kane storyline with me. At first, she was embarrassed to cry in front of me, secretly wiping tears with her sleeve. Acting casual. In the end, she was wiping her face with tissues while scolding me for not crying enough. Humph. Can I tell her I cried along with every Naraku fan doing reactions? Impossible. 2L. Indeed, the most tragic CP in Naruto lives up to its reputation. 3L. I've wondered countless times if the old villain secretly took an intensive course in tragic love before making Season 3. 4L. Indeed, compared to Kakashi and Naraku, Hashirama and Madara seem much sweeter. 5L. OP sister, make sure your friend checks the forum for masterpieces by the teachers. For example, Yesterday Died, Till Death, Snow on Shoulders. Summer Yet to Come, or Painkiller, Rust, Mute, Irony. All extremely sweet stories, hee. 6L. Reply 5L. OP I'm afraid she won't dare read more after the first story. 7L. Reply 6L. The more you read, the more addicted you get. Heartbreak hurts. But you can't stop. 8L. Also, OP, remember to recommend some CP edits on Bilibili for your friend. She'll be laughing happily. For example, Mrs. Chingfeng Ruxu's Treasure. Naruto Kane CP. Truth is real, truth is false. Link. And Mrs. Ha Feng Lan's new release. Kane Reunion Forever. Link. 9L. This thread is full of people who love chaos. Haha. 17L. OP friends, I'm back. Next, I'll livestream my friend's reactions to fanfiction and edits. 18L. Reply 17L. Devil. 19L. Waiting for updates. Since entering the Kane fandom, this is my favorite show. Haha. Old villain doesn't even act. Just wakes up thinking how to torture our Kane today. 1L. OP heartless old villain separated our Kane across two places. They haven't even met for so long. That's not even mentioning it. When Naraku was near death at Kikyo Mountain, they could only miss each other while watching the sunset. I could bear that. This I cannot, old villain. Most importantly, what is Orochimaru planning in the latest episode? Mean Q2L. Based on the timeline, Orochimaru went to the battlefield last year. He surely told Fugaku and Mikoto. Why didn't they treat Naraku? Early treatment is better. 3L. I think the method carries extreme risk, with little hope of recovery. It might make Naraku neither human nor ghost. For example, body modification, amnesia, insanity. Personality change. Old villain has plenty of ways to torment our hearts. 4L. Can someone please nail my coffin shut? I feel dead, peaceful. 5L. Okay, bang 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 JPG. 6L. Upstairs, you're still so enthusiastic TT. 7L. OP after reading the netizens' comments, my heart is completely dead. 8L. I think the old villain isn't that shallow. He must have more tricks to use. 9L. Reply 8L. All those sneaky tricks are used on the audience Bing. Ding. System notification. Anime update. 3 episodes Naraku. Huh? 3 episodes? Something's wrong. Even if the animators included both the events of Jin seeking out Yun Mu Yin and Orochimaru for experiments in the anime, it would hardly warrant 3 entire episodes. It is evident that other occurrences must have transpired. To avoid missing any critical information, Naraku resolved to watch these episodes in their entirety before continuing to peruse the forums. Picking up from his previous progress, the next episode commenced with Fugaku and Orochimaru returning to the village for a respite from the battlefield. Upon arriving home, Fugaku was met with the sight of his wife wearing a troubled expression, which mirrored the discontent of their young son. It was at this moment he learned that Naraku had been ordered to the battlefield by the Hokage, specifically to guard the perilous Kikyo Mountain. Enraged, Fugaku activated his Sharingan, intent on confronting Sarutobi Hiruzen. Had it not been for Mikoto appealing to his emotions and reason, emphasizing that Orochimaru required a stable environment to treat Naraku, he would not have calmed down so easily. Once he regained his composure, Mikoto presented him with a confidential letter left by Tsunade. The letter, which was to be incinerated after reading, cast a glow in Fugaku's dark eyes, symbolizing his seething fury. Fugaku exclaimed, "Sarutobi Hiruzen you. Even a father would be incensed. I risk my life on the front lines so that my family need not face the battlefield." While Naraku's sources of information were indeed dubious, and his power crucial during the battle at Kikyo Mountain, this did not mitigate Fugaku's disdain for Sarutobi Hiruzen's lack of judgment. After all, the Uchiha clan was still engaged in combat with the enemy, and sending a gravely ill child to the front lines was hardly commendable. "What does the letter say? Let me see it before you burn it," he insisted. "How petty. Are we still considered outsiders?" "It likely pertains to the circumstances surrounding the battle at Kikyo Mountain. The reasons for the overwhelming disadvantage faced by Kikyo Mountain were so absurd that, given Tsunade's character, even if the third Hokage were her father, she would not allow him to remain hidden, let alone a mere teacher." Following this, a conversation between Orochimaru and Uchiha Fugaku over tea completely bypassed the earlier incident of Jin seeking Yun Muyen. This was presumably to maintain narrative coherence. The specifics of Yun Muyen's mission would naturally be revealed at a more suitable time. The anime obscured the details of this meeting, with Orochimaru and Fugaku engaging in clever banter that revealed little substantive information, indicating the animators also perceived this as a significant plot point not to be prematurely disclosed. However, the audience was well aware of Orochimaru's typical methods, largely speculating in the direction of human experimentation. Subsequently, a scene unfolded where Fugaku presented the agreed-upon materials to the laboratory, hurriedly handing them over to Orochimaru and departing. Every frame was meticulously crafted by the animators, effectively obscuring the true nature of the experimental subject with various objects. The audience could not discern its form, let alone ascertain whether it was human or animal, only knowing that Fugaku seemed to have delivered a substantial item. The eyeballs stored in glass jars were even more thoroughly erased by special effects, leaving behind only a faint, indistinct shadow. Orochimaru was performing admirably on the front lines. Having gained the upper hand, why would he be replaced? It was the scheming of that old rascal. Upon his return, he would devise a way to save Naraku. No, it was merely a coincidence. The primary reason was undoubtedly Sarutobi Hiruzen's desire to keep him away from the front lines, though the reasoning behind this was unclear. What on earth are you all up to? My curiosity is killing me. It was almost certain that this involved human experimentation, a traditional craft of Orochimaru. Surely they weren't considering altering Naraku? That would be exceedingly cruel. Impossible. Mikoto would never consent to research that would harm Naraku. What on earth was this? A person? Frustrated, unable to see anything, Fugaku wondered why the old rascal had released it. The matter of human experimentation reached a temporary conclusion in the anime, and the remaining 2 episodes shifted back to the battlefield. The news of Tsunade's surprise attack on Konoha, which had faltered at Kikyo Mountain, spread throughout the various factions in the ninja world. Tsuchika Jinoki believed that Konoha's inability to prevent Tsunade from reaching their doorstep indicated a significant internal weakness and a severe shortage of forces, making it likely that Konoha was at its most vulnerable moment. Thus, gritting his teeth, he drew another 1,000 ninjas from his dwindling troops, intending to escalate pressure on Konoha and force its premature collapse. His strategy proved remarkably effective. Konoha, just having concluded the battle at Kikyo Mountain, was caught off guard, with numerous ninjas on the front lines surrounded and the battle line precariously unstable. Kumogakure seized this opportunity to bolster their forces, and had it not been for Tsunade's swift tactical adjustments, the situation would have likely worsened. Inoki was impressively astute. He accurately assessed that Konoha's combat strength was indeed diminishing, particularly given the 1-to-3 ratio, which could not withstand prolonged attrition. War is the art of high-stakes gambling. The advantage is mine. Let us do this. If Konoha were not the protagonists, blessed with numerous prodigies, it was hard to imagine how they would endure this great conflict. Surviving this wave would likely ensure their safety thereafter. Jiraiya received the news and promptly dispatched Minato Namikaze, who had just returned to the front lines, to lead a team on a mission to rescue the Konoha forces besieged by Iwagakure and to disrupt the supply lines behind Iwagakure. After considerable thought, Minato resolved to act independently, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to provide rapid support at the front lines and annihilate Iwagakure's main forces. Kakashi, along with Obito and Rin, formed a 3-man team to execute the mission to destroy the Kimui Bridge. Fresh from the defeat at Tsunade, they were immediately thrust into another arduous task. Minato was undoubtedly a model of diligence. The fact that such significant missions were entrusted to a 4-man team 3 of whom were children, was indicative of Konoha's dire situation. Were Jiraiya still in possession of more resources, he would not have risked Minato's team on such a precarious endeavor. Naraku exclaimed, "What? The Kamui Bridge is here. Hurry, hurry. I need my type Izanagi reversal." Kakashi's eyes must not be blind. Upon seeing the words Kamui Bridge, Naraku was frantic. Neglecting to calculate how much chakra this wish would consume and forgetting that Kakashi, at present, possessed the sealing technique of the Sharingan, making it highly improbable for him to sustain injuries. His mind was consumed with the fear that Kakashi might lose an eye, as if a colossal hand were gripping his heart. In a flurry, he wished fervently that Kakashi's eye would remain unscathed, only to later reflect on the devastating loss of nearly 10,000 chakra points. Then, recalling that Obito had also perished in this battle, he hesitated for a few seconds before painfully expending a significant amount of chakra to wish that Obito would not be crushed by the rocks. He was uncertain if it would even be timely. If the event had already transpired, type Izanagi reversal would be of no use. Naraku paced anxiously within the mental space, troubled and restless, but having completed watching the 3 episodes, there were no new episodes to refresh. Ultimately, he emitted a sound of exasperation. "Damn it, animator. Why haven't you updated yet?" Chapter 237. Jean, Lord Madara, you have forsaken your responsibilities. Despite cursing the animators countless times in his mental space, the following morning, Orochimaru returned to the laboratory to continue his work, yet the animators had still not updated. In silent resignation, Naraku commanded Jean to continue monitoring. Witnessing the experimental subject consume another 2 vials of potion derived from the Sharingan, evolving into the Tsutomu form. In truth, the second injection should have resulted in failure. But Jean utilized the left eye's Mangekyo Sharingan ability, Heavenly Bright Gem, forcibly elevating the success rate to 100%. The experiment subject's innate talent was exceedingly poor. Without his intervention, it was unlikely that even 10 pairs of Sharingan would suffice to awaken the Mangekyo. White Zetsu hesitated to speak, noticing Jin scrutinizing his legs, and decisively fell silent, continuing to practice tossing and catching the ball. Thus, the days progressed until the 4th day, with the experiment nearing its final stages. Within the laboratory, Orochimaru injected the last vial of serum into the subject's veins, observing coldly as the frail, aged body trembled and convulsed under the drug's effects. After a prolonged moment, the subject's struggling movements suddenly intensified, letting out 2 anguished screams reminiscent of a dying ember. As blood-red light flickered in his eyes, his body unexpectedly fell from the table to the ground. This was Orochimaru, well-versed in various bizarre abilities, remained unfazed, calmly performing a sealing technique to confine the laboratory and prevent the subject's escape. Considering the possibility that the barrier might be ineffective against Mangekyo abilities, he intended to hasten towards the individual, only to find that with each step he took forward, he was inexplicably pushed back. Space-time ninjutsu. The Uchiha bloodline truly held remarkable wonders. Just as he pondered this, he witnessed the subject writhing faintly on the ground before falling entirely still. It seemed that this body, sustained solely by the drug, had reached its limit and succumbed to exhaustion. Orochimaru lifted the subject from the floor, prying open his eyelids to reveal a pair of blood-red eyes shimmering magnificently under the fluorescent lights. It had indeed succeeded. He stared at the ocular orbs, seemingly grappling with some internal conflict, before ultimately shaking his head and extracting the eyes with a tool, placing them into a container. When Fugaku arrived at the laboratory and beheld the miraculous Mangekyo, the stern expression he had maintained for years began to crack, revealing a hint of joy. "Thank you so much, Lord Orochimaru," he exclaimed, treating the container like a precious treasure. This man, who had never wavered in the face of battle, even spoke with a choked voice. "I never expected that Naraku would receive such divine favor." Indeed, Orochimaru nodded thoughtfully, as if aided by divine intervention. In the Forbidden Forest, Jin monitored the entire situation through White Zetsu, unable to suppress his inner sarcasm. Wasn't it divine assistance? I activated Tianming Yuming 3 times. 3 whole times. It was only then that that scum, despite his limitations with 10 pairs of Sharingan, awakened the Mangekyo at the last moment, avoiding excessive waste. Was my effort in vain? Now that the main body should be fine, Jin decided to return to the mountain prison. It had been far too long since his last visit, and he wondered if Madara was nearing his end. Moreover, several days had passed since the Kamui Bridge mission, and the animator had not provided any updates, which weighed heavily on his mind. Kakashi would likely be fine, but whether Obito, under the effects of Gai Zhuan Ming, was alive or dead could simply be determined by whether Black Zetsu had retrieved him. Upon returning to the mountain prison with 0 White Zetsu, Jin hummed an unknown tune, his steps light as he entered the underground space. "I'm back, Lord Madara." He jumped into Madara's room, legs together like a little sparrow, hands raised as if to receive a warm welcome. Did you miss me? His playful tone abruptly halted. The moment he saw the figure on the bed, Naraku felt his heart plummet. The only individuals who could be placed in the underground space by Madara and Black Zetsu, aside from Uchiha Naraku, were Uchiha Obito. So, he truly could not escape this fate. To rationalize the sudden pause, Jin's voice broke into a melodramatic wail in the dim space. What is this? I leave for a short while, and you find a new lover? Are you abandoning me? Silence, foolish brat, Madara retorted, casting a disapproving glance at him while correcting his abstract wording. That is not how new lover is used. I won't listen, I won't listen. Jin cried and protested, covering his ears and shaking his head. What does he have that I don't? Is he more obedient or younger? For a fleeting moment, Madara experienced a strange sensation, as if he were the central character in a third-rate family drama, caught in the eye of the storm. When he regained his composure, Jin had already approached the bed, scrutinizing the bandaged figure that was Obito. Upon recognizing the familiar features, he let out a short, surprised sound. Humph, isn't this Obito? He poked Obito's face with a finger, confirming that he was alive and relatively intact, at least not like how he had appeared in the original timeline, missing limbs. Lord Madara, why not just dispose of him? Obito is far too foolish. Is one little servant not enough for you? Or perhaps, I'm simply not your favorite? While Jin threw a tantrum, Naraku had formulated two hypotheses. Either the event had already transpired when he used Gai Zhuan Shiming, rendering him powerless to alter it, or Obito had indeed evaded the rock collapse, but was severely injured by Black Zetsu, who had been targeting him. Since Gai Zhuan Shiming altered probabilities, if Black Zetsu was determined to eliminate Obito no matter what, then even if he changed the likelihood of the rock hitting him, Black Zetsu would still have other means, such as explosive tags, to ensure mutual destruction. In such a scenario, the popularity required to overturn this fate would be astronomical. Even if he wished to wish for someone's salvation, he would find it an exercise in futility. How could this be? Black Zetsu emerged from the ground, explaining, did you not always feel that there were too few hands? So Lord Madara found you a helper. I absolutely do not want that. Jin turned around, sitting cross-legged at the edge of the bed, sulking with his back to Madara, muttering about how heartfelt devotion was ultimately misplaced, and how those favored acted with impunity while the devoted suffered unrequited love. In both action and tone, Jin meticulously controlled himself, gradually resembling his younger self from decades ago, while still carrying the shadow of Uchiha Naraku's self-loathing. I thought I was special to Lord Madara. But no matter how much I give, Lord Madara does not favor me. Indeed, I am but an unwanted child. The dual buffs of Izuna and Naraku proved formidable, rendering Madara speechless for over half a minute, while Black Zetsu, watching from the sidelines, was utterly exasperated. Uchiha Madara, wake up! This brat is deliberately playing the victim. How can you still be caught up in this? He internally shouted, recognizing the farce for what it was. Indeed, all reincarnations of Indra are fools. Chapter 238, Mind Your Attitude. Enough. Madara emerged from the whirlpool of memories, tapping his index finger impatiently against the armrest. Uchiha Obito possesses great potential and can always be of use. Fine. Jin raised an eyebrow, acknowledging that this matter was non-negotiable, and retracted his air of melancholy. He leaped off the bed and squatted beside the stone chair, resembling a small creature seeking affection, resting his hands on the arms of Madara's chair and blinking innocently. Did Lord Madara also place a binding curse seal on him, like the one you placed on me? Upon hearing Jin's casual inquiry, Madara turned his gaze slightly towards him, calmly confirming, yes. The binding curse seal embedded in the heart was his ultimate means of controlling his pawns, as Uchiha Naraku and Jin were one and the same, both endowed with extraordinary talents. It was only a matter of time before Naraku discovered the seal upon his heart. Madara had never expected to keep it concealed indefinitely. However, as the two personalities remained silent and showed no inclination to completely betray him, he naturally refrained from bringing it up or employing this ninjutsu to intimidate or control the other party. Since Obito is my ally, I must also place a curse seal upon him to ensure his compliance. Jin tilted his head with a playful smile. Lord Madara has no objections, does he? Of course. Now that this little ancestor has ceased his theatrics, Kurizetsu hurriedly approached to offer comfort, stating that he would soon be your subordinate, making it more convenient for you to control him. Otsutsuki Shinju lamented for the umpteenth time about his earlier decisions. Had he known that Jin would be so difficult to manage, he would never have chosen him based on potential, opting instead for the simpler-minded Obito, which would have saved much trouble. After psychologically tormenting Madara and Kurizetsu, Jin felt elated, humming a little tune as he climbed into bed. A flickering green light emanating from his hand as he cast it upon Obito. The formidable healing technique swiftly mended broken bones and burns, even the scarred skin gradually smoothing out. Simultaneously, another binding curse seal was embedded within his heart. Madara couldn't be bothered with how Jean toyed with his new plaything. As long as he didn't waste this pawn, the finer details could be left to him. The chaotic dreamscape composed of screams, blood, and flames gradually receded, and consciousness broke free, returning to a long slumbering body. Hurry, hurry! Obito abruptly opened his eyes and sat up in bed, only to realize he was no longer on the battlefield, but in a dimly lit, expansive space. The flickering candlelight in the corners barely illuminated the room's rather rudimentary furnishings. Where am I? Is anyone there? Moses? After calling out several times with no response, his head still spinning, he began to doubt whether he was still dreaming. Suddenly, a voice floated ominously in his ear. You are already dead. Obito exclaimed in terror, twisting his head to the right, where a young man wearing a bizarre mask stood in the shadows, silently moving closer. The mask, neither smiling nor frowning, flickered in the candlelight, resembling the twisted face of a hellish specter. G. Obito screamed, but before he could react, the figure was suddenly upon him, so close their faces nearly touched. The pallid mask consumed Obito's entire field of vision, and the dark hollows of its eyes seemed like black holes, drawing in even light itself. Instinctively, he leaned back to escape, but the other party's malicious chuckle echoed from behind the mask, sounding oddly inhuman. Welcome, Uchiha Obito. The man tilted his head slightly to reveal the surroundings, where numerous grotesque, pale spirits were clambering up from the ground, each with malevolent and bizarre expressions, cackling as they approached the bed, reaching out with ghostly hands to tug at the bedclothes, as if eager to devour their prey. Welcome to hell. The low murmur coincided with the horrifying scene before him, sending shivers down Obito's spine, prompting a panicked scream. Before his terrified cries could end, he heard the other person's uncontrollable laughter erupting. Ha! He really believed it. How amusing. Ha! As the youth's unrestrained laughter echoed through the room, more candles were lit, illuminating the space, causing the malevolent spirits to silently sink back into the ground. The fear was abruptly dispelled by the light, and Obito found himself momentarily at a loss for words, the remnants of his scream caught in his throat, leading to a fit of coughing. Cough, cough. Who on earth are you? Obito's face flushed with embarrassment, his indignation at being toyed with igniting a fiery heat in his cheeks, and he was poised to leap up and deliver a punch to the other's chin. However, as he threw off the covers to spring up, sharp pains coursed through his arms and legs, the layers of bandages reminding him that his battered body had yet to completely heal. Mind your tone when addressing your savior. Obito. The orchestrator of this farce leisurely circled around the bed, the candlelight igniting in his wake, illuminating the dimly lit half of the room. Obito then noticed a large stone chair where an elderly man with long, white hair and a cold expression sat, regarding the approaching youth with disdainful eyes, one of which bore the three-tomo Sharingan. The person being scrutinized seemed entirely oblivious to the elder's contempt, casually leaning against the armrest with his leg crossed. If we hadn't brought you back, you would have been dead beyond recognition. So I truly am still alive. Obito moved his limbs, experiencing the pain once more, confirming he had not perished, and he broke into a wide grin. Though the prank was rather excessive, I still thank you for saving me. The masked youth waved his hand dismissively. It is far too early for gratitude. We will expect a proper repayment for this favor. You wouldn't consider being ungrateful, would you, Uchiha Obito? Well, what do you want me to do in return? Glancing at the frail elder, Obito awkwardly inquired. Am I to serve as a caretaker for this old gentleman? The elder paused momentarily before responding. That would suffice. Completely taken aback by how his offhand joke had turned into reality, he was left dumbfounded. G.U.H. The young man stifled a laugh, even with the mask. Obito could envision the mocking expression on his face. These two are deliberately toying with me. Obito complained silently, explaining, I'm sorry, but I cannot remain here indefinitely. Now that I am alive, I must return to Konoha. The war is still ongoing, and I must protect my comrades. Give it up. The youth gestured for him to observe the walls of the room. You are 100 meters underground. With your current abilities, it is impossible for you to leave. No way. Upon hearing their refusal to let him go, Obito panicked, disregarding his pain as he rolled off the bed towards the room's edge, his tone escalating uncontrollably. I must leave. None of you can keep me here. Feel free to try and escape. The youth shrugged, chuckling softly. If you truly manage to run away, then perhaps you do possess some skill. Chapter 239. The Death of Obito. Main plot. Tap, tap, tap. Light footsteps approached, and Obito's eyes widened as a little girl with green hair ran past him, arms outstretched, and hugged the young man's leg. Why is there a child here? Hey. The girl ignored Obito's startled exclamations, using her sweet, youthful voice to plead with the youth. Jin-sama, will you play with me? Sure. The young man playfully lifted the girl by her leg, then with a slight effort, tossed her into the air. Hey, that child looks to be under 3 years old. What are you doing? Obito instinctively reached out to catch her, but was momentarily hindered by pain. In stark contrast to his panic, the girl showed no fear as she danced in midair, landing precisely back at the feet of the youth known as Jean. Giggling with delight. What a bizarre bunch. Obito thought, exasperated. However, seeing the girl unharmed, he redirected his focus back to the walls of the room, dragging his injured body inch by inch towards the wall, pounding against the solid earth. Jean treated Fu as a ball to toss back and forth, engaging in a playful game with the roots of Jibaku, and the three of them reveled in their merriment. During this time, he cast a sidelong glance at Obito, who was fixated on futile efforts. Your battered body was painstakingly repaired by Lord Madara using precious artificial materials. You've barely been granted a second chance at life. So why rush toward your demise? What on earth are you trying to achieve? Obito realized he lacked the strength to escape, and the thought of Kakashi and Rin still on the battlefield, in peril, sent him spiraling into a frenzy. What do you two intend to do with me? You decrepit old man, and this deranged pervert? How rude to label someone as a pervert. Jean, holding Fu, nestled next to Madara and melodramatically complained, Lord Madara. Look at him. He simply refuses to listen. Fu clapped her hands and echoed, not listening. Spank him. Indeed, he should be spanked. Our adorable little Fu is the obedient one, isn't that right? Yes. He. The duo, one large and one small, engaged in a delightful banter that stifled any retort Madara had been preparing, leaving him utterly speechless. Ever since he had concealed himself in the depths below, he found himself yearning to stand up and deliver a blow. Jean seemed to sense the bubbling irritation threatening to overflow and, realizing that continuing their antics would lead to repercussions, decisively whisked Fu away to another room to play with Jibaku, leaving Madara behind to brainwash Obito. His lack of enthusiasm, unlike when he had deceived Nagato, stemmed from the understanding that Obito's mind was consumed with thoughts of Rin and Kakashi, rendering him impervious to persuasion. No amount of dialogue would prove effective, robbing him of any sense of divine insight. As expected, after hearing Madara's philosophy regarding the true world, Obito exhibited no interest, dismissing it as nonsensical and fixated on rejoining his comrades. Madara remained unperturbed. He had prepared a comprehensive plan to dismantle Obito's defenses, merely awaiting the opportune moment. Instructing Jibaku to keep an eye on Obito, Madara entered a state of slumber, oblivious to the world outside. When the time was ripe, Kuro would surely rouse him. Obito continued to struggle for an extended period, even venturing into the room where Jean and Fu were, only to discover the same confinement. Frustration compelled him to kick the stone walls in vain, inflicting pain upon himself rather than making any progress. Resigned, he returned to his bed to recuperate, biding his time until he could heal. I told you, you have no way out. Jean casually tossed Fu to Obito, gleefully declaring, now it's your turn to play with her. In the depths of the mountain prison, Obito begrudgingly played caregiver to Jean, while in another realm. The animator finally updated the continuation of the Kamui Bridge mission. Naraku, bored in the mental space, scrolled through the forum for dozens of pages, nearly finishing the latest fan art and video edits when a system notification prompted him to quickly close the forum and open the animation website. There had been no activity for a while, and now Jean and Obito's meeting had led to an update. As he watched the animation, he pondered that the animator likely wished to observe Jin's attitude towards Obito and whether he would reveal his true identity. Now he understood that Jean did not intend to disclose his true form to Obito, thus confirming what could and could not be aired, and the animation was edited accordingly. The plot picked up right where it left off, with Minato assigning 2 missions before infiltrating enemy territory alongside Kakashi, Obito, and Rin, encountering the Iwagakure reconnaissance ninja, the Leech. With the aid of the Sharingan seal, Kakashi successfully dispatched the adversary with Chidori, avoiding the near-death experience he had faced in the original timeline. Moreover, the Leech recognized the young ninja responsible for his demise, the notorious Tsugai, feared by Iwagakure's frontline. His final expression was one of utter disbelief. Alone and deep within enemy lines, he had defied the odds. I warned you not to tempt fate, the Leech lamented. What have I done to deserve the ire of the Golden Flash and Tsugai? I thought such a flashy name would belong to a formidable foe, yet here I am, met with such weakness. After the 4 entered enemy territory, Minato swiftly separated from the group to confront the enemy's main forces, while Kakashi, Rin, and Obito pressed further towards the Kamui Bridge. Unfortunately, they soon fell victim to an ambush orchestrated by Iwagakure's elite ninjas, Taisho and Hikari. Utilizing a diversionary tactic, they employed Hikari's ninjutsu and shuriken attacks as bait to draw Kakashi and Obito's attention, while Taisho stealthily used camouflage ninjutsu to abduct Rin. Obito watched helplessly as Rin's face contorted in terror, vanishing into the smoke, and his Sharingan instantly activated to its second tomo. This time, Kakashi refrained from erupting into conflict with Obito. In the moment of decision, he instinctively clutched the pendant beneath his clothing, feeling the shard dig into his palm. Involuntarily spiraling into memories. He recalled the pain and regret he had endured since awakening from the unknown Genjutsu, the conversation he had with his father during their final meeting, and the words, "I still believe that ninjas are not tools." He remembered Naraku illuminated by the pure moonlight, vowing to tread the path of mistakes for his sake. He recalled that afternoon when comrades clamored for the bento Naraku had brought, the warm sunlight filtering through the trees, and the comforting aroma of food. Kakashi resolved to rescue Rin. This was a choice born purely from his heart. He was uncertain if he was truly wrong, but he knew that if his father and Naraku were present, they would undoubtedly make the same choice. Wow, the camouflage ninjutsu is utterly incredible. Is this a cheat? You two, stop fighting and look back. Our home is being stolen. Rin. Though the flashback was delayed, it arrived nonetheless. This was not a misguided path. This was the correct answer in life. Ultimately, the son of White Fang inherited his father's will, making the same choice. Kakashi was destined never to become a cold, unfeeling machine of duty. He was, after all, an irretrievably gentle child. He had experienced the agony of loss once. How could he possibly repeat that mistake? The scene shifted to Minato, who swiftly arrived using the Flying Thunder God technique. Naraku urged, "Skip, skip." The system complied by fast-forwarding through Minato's solo performance. The animation continued with Kakashi's progress. Kakashi and Obito located Hikari and Taishi's hideout, a massive hemispherical rock structure, crafted from Earth-style ninjutsu, as a temporary base. They created a commotion outside, successfully drawing Taisha into an attack. Having previously witnessed the effectiveness of the camouflage ninjutsu, Kakashi and Obito were now wiser. At the onset of battle, they activated their Sharingan to observe. A pair of 3 tomo and a pair of 2 tomo were more than sufficient to render Taisha invisible. As soon as they crossed paths, Kakashi pierced him through the chest with a ninja blade, killing him instantly. What kind of eyes are these? He gasped. Having never heard of the Sharingan, he met his end without grievance. Clearly, he was not well informed. Departing under the gaze of their Sharingan, Taisha maintained a certain degree of prestige. Naraku remarked, "Kakashi's eyes have been preserved, but even if I don't make a wish, it should be fine, right?" Silently feeling the strain on his popularity. After dispatching Taisha, Kakashi and Obito entered the enormous rock structure, engaging Hikari in fierce combat. This sequence of fighting flowed seamlessly, with Kakashi and Obito's synergy proving remarkably effective, swiftly overcoming Hikari. Kakashi skillfully dispelled the illusion cast on Rin. Yet he was caught off guard as the deceased Hoka struggled to rise behind him, unleashing a devastating earth release technique that caused the rocky shelter to collapse rapidly. A massive boulder descended, and despite successfully pushing Rin out of harm's way, Obito found himself separated from Kakashi and Rin by the falling debris. How magnificent! How magnificent! Kakashi's adeptness at dispelling jutsu was almost heart-wrenching. Ha ha ha. Oh no, I forgot to deliver the finishing blow. Wait. What do you mean by separating Obito? This is bad. I have a foreboding feeling. Seeing Obito narrowly escape death, Naraku immediately surmised that Kurizetsu was up to no good again, ultimately leading to Obito's demise on the battlefield, where he would be taken back to the mountain grave. As expected, a violent explosion erupted shortly after on Obito's side, reducing the grand rocky structure to mere ruins in the blink of an eye. Kakashi and Rin found refuge in a small space amidst the tangled boulders, narrowly avoiding disaster. Once the tremor subsided, they could no longer locate Obito's whereabouts. Tirelessly, they began to shift the rubble, calling out Obito's name, and at last, they heard a response. Rin. Kakashi? Obito. Are you alright? The scene shifted deeper into the debris, where a melancholic background score swelled. Obito lay in the darkness, buried beneath fallen stones. Blood seeping from the cracks in the earth around him. His pupils were dilated, and he coughed blood incessantly, aware of his impending fate. With his left hand, which still had some mobility, he reached into his bag and clutched the edge of an explosive tag. Rin, Kakashi, you both need to leave. Kakashi immediately countered, his hands forming seals. No, just wait. I'll be there in a moment. Kakashi, this time it's different. I can't go on. At these words, Kakashi's pupils constricted sharply, the chakra he was about to mold faltering and slowly dissipating. My body is mostly crushed. I can't feel anything anymore. Why is this happening? Rin covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face, unable to accept that Obito, who had just been alive moments ago, was now on the brink of death beside her. If only I could have been a bit faster. Kakashi collapsed to his knees, overwhelmed with guilt and regret. If I had just been a little quicker, I could have saved you. I can never protect the ones I care about. His right fist slammed into the ground, venting his unutterable fury at himself. Don't say that, Kakashi. Don't blame yourself. Obito gazed upward, at last comprehending the feelings Naraku experienced that night when he watched him flee the roots. As long as the ones I care about are safe, death is not so frightening. Whether it's me or Naraku, knowing you're safe brings us joy. He struggled to expel the blood pooling in his mouth, a faint smile tugging at his lips. You must live well with Rin. Naraku is still waiting for you back in Konoha. Drawing upon his indomitable will, Obito infused chakra into the explosive tag, urging Kakashi with his last ounce of strength to flee with Rin. I can't let the enemy take my eyes. Hurry. There are only 10 seconds left. Realizing the seriousness of Obito's words, the two turned away in tears, the music reaching a poignant crescendo. In the final second before the explosion, Kakashi utilized Chidori to break through the outer rock layers and escape. Behind them, a tremendous explosion shook the piled ruins, sending clouds of dust and debris into the air. Ah, Obito. No. My poor Obito baby. Why? Every part of his body was shattered. The pain must have been unbearable. Feeling his life slipping away, he immediately thought of using the explosive tag to obliterate his body. Obito. You truly listening to his friend's voice grow weaker as he faded away, he lamented the cruel heart of the old thief. Ah, my medicine, Obito. Our little Obito has grown from the one needing protection to a reliable ninja who can stand up for his comrades. Sob, sob, sob. No, no, no. Don't leave him behind. Don't let him be alone. There was no choice. If they didn't leave now, they would perish here. The towering ruins would become the grave of Konoha's heroes. The winds of the Kaminaraman Bridge would forever carry away the most clumsy Uchiha. Naraku touched the non-existent conscience in his chest, feeling that the prank he had played on Obito was somewhat excessive. Perhaps he should find a way to make it up to him later? Kakashi, filled with resentment, dealt with Hoka, avenging Obito. The reinforcements from Awagakure arrived swiftly, surrounding Kakashi and Rin, vowing to eliminate them on the spot. To ensure Rin could escape the encirclement, Kakashi fought valiantly until the end. When he awoke, he found himself surrounded by the concerned faces of Minato and Rin. The next scene depicted the Kaminaraman Bridge shattering and collapsing in the explosion. Thus, the mission concluded. Alright, let us use his head to honor Obito. So many Iwanin. Kakashi can't possibly be captured and tortured, can he? Thankfully, Minato arrived swiftly. I was terrified. Possessing the fastest speed in the ninja world, yet always arriving at the last moment. Was this the curse of the speedster? The mission was accomplished, but Obito would not return. Sob, 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 my Obito baby. Until that moment, he had never imagined Obito would die. Sob, sob, sob. Naraku read the heart-wrenching comments on the screen and, through Jin's eyes, watched as Obito floundered in a chaotic situation caused by Fu, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. If possible, he needed to find a way to extricate Obito from the infinite Tsukuyami plan, at least giving him a chance to return to Konoha in the future. Chapter 240. The hibiscus flowers still blooming. In recent days, Uchiha Itachi had been rather discontented. Not long ago, his beloved brother Naraku seemed to have left the village for a very important matter, leaving only a letter for their mother. Before she could finish reading it, she accidentally knocked over her teacup, hot water spilling onto the tatami and forming a dark stain. The next morning, their mother donned an outfit he had never seen before, entrusted him to Sister Shizun's care, and then departed the village with many adults in a grand procession. He and Sister Shizun waited and waited, and after 2 or 3 days, they finally saw their mother return with Naraku, and even their father came home to play with him. However, after Naraku returned, he remained asleep and did not wake for many days. Including their parents, everyone who visited assured him that as long as Naraku rested well, he would awaken soon. Very soon. But how long was soon? Days turned into weeks, and the young Uchiha Itachi lost track of time, yet the end of soon remained elusive. One night, as the cool moon cast its silver light upon the earth, he shared snacks with his mother and noticed a little bird tumble from the branches of a tree in the yard. He rushed over to pick it up, discovering that its feathers had lost their luster, and its once strong wings could no longer take flight, leading him to a vague realization. His mother seemed to sense his thoughts, her expression tender yet sorrowful. He hurriedly ran to Naraku's side, confirming that he was not as cold and stiff as the little bird. Feeling the warmth of breath and body heat, he finally sighed in relief, leaping into his mother's embrace as he declared that his elder brother was not a little bird. His mother, gently stroking his small head, chuckled and affirmed, "Indeed, your brother is not a little bird." Itachi curled up in the blankets, closing his eyes to count sheep, hoping that upon waking the next morning, he would see Naraku greeting him with a cheerful good morning. As dawn broke, Itachi opened his eyes only to find Naraku absent, a twinge of disappointment washing over him as he lay in bed, reluctant to rise. After much coaxing, Mikoto managed to get her youngest son out of bed, dressed, and fed, promising that Shursui would come over shortly to play with him and bring new toys. Instantly, Itachi's eyes sparkled with excitement, and after finishing his meal, he perched in the hallway, eagerly awaiting Shursui's arrival. "Shursui, is that you?" he exclaimed, rushing forward on his short legs upon spotting him. Shursui crouched slightly, smiling at Itachi, his indigo headband shimmering with an ethereal glow in the morning light. He bent down, lifting Itachi with one arm, while revealing a tiny kendama from behind his back. Singing a nursery rhyme as he demonstrated how to play, Itachi quickly became engrossed in the kendama, fiercely engaged in the challenge, failure only fueling his determination. Shursui discreetly signaled to Mikoto that he was off to find Naraku, receiving a smile in return before he slipped out of the living room and made his way to Naraku's room, where he was recuperating. "Good morning, Naraku-senpai. I'm back," he said, settling onto a stool by the bedside. He observed Naraku's increasingly gaunt face and the delicate diamond-shaped curse mark on his forehead, unconsciously touching his own headband. Beneath that fabric lay a similar kite-shaped mark, a sealing technique that Naraku had imparted to him last autumn. Although Shursui had not developed the ocular disease due to awakening his eyes too soon, Naraku insisted on bestowing this technique upon him to safeguard against the overwhelming ocular power he might face when his own eyes evolved to the second tomo. Unable to refuse, Shursui accepted this gesture of kindness, though no one could have anticipated that merely a year after receiving the mark, it would play a crucial role. After the decision to reinforce the battle at the Kikyo Mountain, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, kept the operation's details under wraps to prevent panic, suppressing public discourse so that most villagers in Konoha remained blissfully unaware of the events unfolding. The students at the Ninja Academy were equally oblivious. It wasn't until the war concluded and the survivors returned to the village that details began to trickle out from those who had experienced it firsthand. It was during this time that Shursui learned from Hanabi Inuzuka that Naraku had also appeared on the battlefield at Kikyo Mountain. Just like that night, the immaculate Susanoo stood like a deity amidst the evening glow, cleaving the tailed beast's chakra with a blade amidst the fierce mountain winds. Hanabi spoke animatedly, recounting tales she had heard from her mother, while Shursui felt a chilling wave wash over him. The Inuzuka clan was unaware of the Uchiha clan's ocular disease. Yet he understood all too well that given Naraku's frail health, engaging in battle with the Mangekyo Sharingan was akin to signing his own death warrant. Typically obedient and sensible, Shursui found himself skipping class for the first time, sprinting to Naraku's residence in a frenzy. The place felt eerily deserted, as if it had not been inhabited for quite some time. Eventually, it was Mikoto who, noticing something amiss, came to investigate. Upon seeing Shursui with tear-filled eyes, flustered and incoherent, she sighed in resignation and led him to where Naraku lay unconscious. As Shursui knelt by Naraku's bedside, he struggled to comprehend why things had come to this. When Mikoto detected something unusual, Shursui's eyes had already turned a deep crimson, the sealing incantations sprawling across his cheeks and upper body, desperately restraining the tumultuous power within him, preventing his Sharingan from evolving to the second tomo at the last moment. Later, when the news of Obito's sacrifice at the Kanabi Bridge reached Konoha, it was the modified sealing technique that kept Shursui from awakening his eyes once more in his grief. Without that seal, the consecutive evolution of his Sharingan within just a few days could have left him in worse condition than Naraku had experienced. "I often intrude, and I hope you do not find me bothersome, senpai," Shursui murmured, lowering his hand from his headband, forcing a gentle smile as he engaged in a quiet conversation with Naraku, sharing snippets of his life. Perhaps if he spoke long enough, he might hear Naraku's voice in response. "I've completed all my school courses, so I wish to graduate early like you and become a capable ninja. Granny Aim has new flavors of dango that everyone says are delicious, but I haven't tried them yet. I wonder if they're particularly sweet. I finally learned the body flicker technique yesterday, but I can't seem to do it as quickly as you, senpai. What is the secret?" After rambling on and on, yet realizing he was merely soliloquizing, Shursui buried his face in the blankets, his voice muffled as it emerged from the fabric, tinged with a slight sob. "The weather is splendid today, senpai. The hibiscus flowers are still blooming. Will you come see them with me?" After a lengthy pause, he heard a somewhat hoarse reply from above. "All right." Chapter 241. Death is not the end. "Do not cry, Shursui," Naraku said, propping himself up. As he uttered a comforting word, Shursui leapt into his embrace. "Senpai, I thought you would leave me like Obito did." Clinging to Naraku's waist like a fledgling returning to its nest, Shursui sobbed without letting go. Seeing him cry so heart-wrenchingly, Naraku hesitated briefly but ultimately did not push away the arms wrapped around him. I suppose I must embrace you. It seems no matter where I go, I cannot escape the fate of raising children." Naraku resignedly ruffled the soft, distinct black hair that brushed against his chest, glancing down at the little head nestled against him. Is it because of the evolution to eternal? He mused inwardly. Everything appears clearer than before. Having absorbed the ocular power of another pair of Mangekyo, his eyes had naturally upgraded to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, not only restoring the vision damage caused by overusing ocular techniques, but also granting him nearly limitless ocular power. He could now unleash the Tengaku no Tamashii and Tenchi no Kagetsuchi without fear of revealing any flaws before the animators. Even the ocular disease could gradually be cured under this pretext, restoring his body to a state of perfect health. Noticing Shirsue's grip on his arms loosening, Naraku returned to the present, gently patting Shirsue's shoulder. I apologize, senpai, for my rudeness, Shirsue said. His eyes reddened as he recalled nearly spilling the news of Obito's sacrifice. He wished he could bury his head in the ground and never lift it again. Naraku picked up a handkerchief from the bedside table, gently wiping away the remnants of tears from Shirsue's face, speaking softly, I'm sorry to have caused you such worry. He gazed out at the dazzling sunlight streaming through the window, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The weather is delightful today. Shall we go see the hibiscus flowers? Little Itachi, remember, you can only have one, or else you'll get cavities, Naraku said, guiding Itachi to sit on a clean rock. Dividing a skewer of colorful dango into 2 portions, one with a single piece and the other with 2. Good boy, Itachi, take this one with just 1 dango, he encouraged, as Itachi diligently nibbled on it. As he chewed on the remaining 2 pieces, Naraku glanced over to the nearby stream, where Shirsue was practicing the body flicker technique and shuriken throwing. A series of shadows flitted through the thicket, and dozens of shurikens scattered in a whirlwind towards a target 20 meters away. Perhaps due to prolonged practice, Shirsue's shurikens displayed a few errant trajectories, indicating that should this continue, he would surely miss the target. Naruko swallowed the sweet morsel in her mouth and casually flicked a bamboo skewer, the slender stick, propelled by a gust of wind, accurately struck one of the shurikens. This particular shuriken was deflected at an altered angle, colliding with others that had deviated, ultimately carving intricate arcs as they pierced the bullseye. Wow! Itachi exclaimed in amazement, hastily clutching the half-eaten morsel between his teeth and applauding with his small hands raised to his chest. That was amazing, Shirsue. Good afternoon. Shirsue, drenched in sweat, noticed Naruko observing him from a short distance. He quickly washed his face and hands in the stream, then cheerfully approached to greet her, only to find a double-layered lunchbox had unexpectedly appeared in his hands. Let us practice after lunch. I'll keep you company. All right. Shirsue settled on the ground, opened the lunchbox, and discovered that the contents were not the familiar dishes his mother often prepared. Noticing his puzzled expression, Naruko softly explained, I made it myself. I'm not sure if you'll like it. Thank you. I will finish it all, Shirsue replied, his eyes brightening as he began to devour the meal with remarkable speed. Meanwhile, Naruko, seated cross-legged on a stone with Itachi in her arms, gazed at the scenery and listened as he counted the birds flying overhead. After a while, Shirsue sensed that Naruko seemed unusually silent today. As he stuffed his cheeks, he discreetly glanced at her, trying to discern any signs of distress. Since that day when she awoke, she had never mentioned Obito's sacrifice, and it appeared that even the clan leader and his wife were deliberately concealing this news. Yet, with the information circulating widely, how could she possibly be unaware? Perhaps she had known all along, but chose to hide her feelings to spare them concern. Lost in thought, Shirsue choked on his last bite, swallowing hastily. A warm cup of tea appeared before him just in time. Without much thought, he instinctively grasped it and drank deeply, finally clearing his throat. As he tidied up the lunchbox, a beautiful trio of dango caught his eye, an untried flavor crafted by Granny Aim. Naruko's gentle voice floated to his ears. Eat something sweet, it will lift your spirits. Shirsue accepted the bamboo skewer, staring blankly at Naruko, whose expression remained as tender as usual. Yet, from the gaze in her eyes, he understood everything. Tears began to fall like raindrops, and the more he tried to wipe them away with his sleeve, the more they flowed uncontrollably. Naruko, I'm sorry about Obito. I know, she sighed, her gaze drifting towards the nearby stream. Many fallen leaves were carried away by the water, destined to join countless others in the ocean. Death is not the end, Naruko said softly. One day in the future, we will reunite with him. The aftermath of the Kikyo Mountain battle and the battle at the Kanabi Bridge had not yet dissipated when a piece of good news swept through Konoha like a whirlwind. The Wagakure, having suffered severe damage to their supply lines and unable to gain an advantage against Konoha, mobilized 10,000 ninjas from various fronts to launch an offensive against the Land of Lightning. This time, Kimogakure found itself compelled to fight on 2 fronts. The Raikage had no choice but to halt the assault on Konoha and redirect some of his forces to counter the sudden betrayal of Inoki. With the pressure on Konoha alleviated, the villagers welcomed the respite, wishing for a Wagakure and Kimogakure to clash fiercely, ideally to the detriment of both sides. Naruto bore witness to this historical moment through the animation. In the episode, after Minato had gone to the front lines to quell the chaos against the AB duo, the ensuing plot depicted Awagakure's betrayal catching Kumogakure off guard, leading to a significant setback. Although she had anticipated the conflict between the two ninja villages, she couldn't help but chuckle at the third Raikage's frustrated roar in the animation. It served him right for being deceived by Inoki so many times without learning a lesson. Nonetheless, the third Raikage was indeed a formidable warrior. He single-handedly held back Awagakure's 10,000 troops, fighting for 3 days and nights until he ultimately succumbed. A village cannot be without a leader, and the third Raikage's son inherited the name A, urgently returning from the front lines to assume the mantle of the fourth Raikage, confining his close friend, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, to the Kumogakure's confines. Chapter 242. Is Konoha still Konoha? Before the ninjas and residents of Konoha could revel in their brief respite, news from the front lines arrived. Traces of missed ninjas had been detected on the battlefield. This indicated that Kirigakure had entered the fray. At this stage of the war, Konoha's weakened state was evident to the entire ninja world. Isolated for years, it was now the perfect opportunity for Kirigakure to seize a significant advantage from Konoha. Just as Konoha had begun to catch its breath, it tightened its belt in preparation for the well-prepared mist, as its forces grew increasingly strained, with even logistical resources becoming unstable, particularly in terms of medical support. The experienced medical ninjas had suffered significant losses, and medicines were becoming increasingly scarce and expensive, though a blatant shortage had not yet emerged. If the current rate of consumption continued, a dire situation of inadequate medical supplies was inevitable. Amidst this precarious situation, the leaders of Konoha's major clans received an invitation from the Uchiha clan. At the Uchiha clan estate, in the main residence of the clan leader, Inuzuka Tsume entered the meeting room with an air of familiarity, nodding at Uchiha Fugaku and surveying the circle of cushions. He made his way to the front and, without preamble, occupied the position next to Fugaku, quickly downing the hot tea served by a maid. Hyuga Hayashi, seated across from him, sipped his tea with a composed demeanor, silently lamenting that such fine tea was being wasted on an uncouth individual. After a few minutes, representatives from various clans began to arrive in succession. Even the usually antagonistic Sarutobi clan and others, such as the Mito clan, were present. After all, their absence would alter the nature of the gathering. Thank you all for taking the time to attend, Fugaku began courteously, cutting straight to the chase. I shall forego further pleasantries. Please take a look. A young man entered the meeting room through the main door, none other than Fugaku's trusted subordinate, Uchiha Fuka, whom many present still remembered. Fuka bowed to everyone in attendance and neatly knelt on the tatami mat near the entrance, rolled up his sleeves, and drew a kunai, slashing it across his forearm. Blood gushing forth. What is this? The sudden display left everyone bewildered, yet they maintained their composure to observe. Fuka then retrieved a piece of parchment inscribed with green incantations from his pocket, applying it to the wound and infusing it with his chakra. The parchment emitted a soft azure glow, and gentle energy emanated from it, wrapping around the wound and promoting the damaged flesh to heal at an observable rate. After the passage of a brief moment, the parchment lost its efficacy and slipped away, revealing that the deep gash had nearly healed, leaving only a faint scar. The young patriarch of the Shimura clan stared wide-eyed, his teacup clattering to the ground and rolling to the side, spilling tea that stained a small patch of his trousers. He remained oblivious, fixated on the unblemished forearm of Feng Yao. The typically composed and suave Nara clan leader nearly leaped to his feet, casting a fervent gaze towards Fugaku. He was acutely aware of how many lives this piece of paper could save on the battlefield, especially given the current scarcity of medical supplies. Possessing a talisman was akin to holding a second life, even if it might have the same drawbacks as certain medical ninjutsu, which could overstrain the body. What did that matter? One must first survive the battlefield to ponder such trivialities. Fugaku, what is this? Hinata Kajimori could barely contain himself, his silver eyes brimming with urgency. Heaven knew how much the Hyuga clan had suffered in close combat, due to their emphasis on taijutsu, if they had this object at their disposal. How many lives could be spared? This was a healing talisman, requiring only a certain amount of chakra to activate and capable of healing a degree of both internal and external injuries. The Uchiha clan had now achieved stable mass production of it. Fugaku maintained a stoic facade, sipping his tea with an air of nonchalance. Though the pride in his eyes was undeniable, it's merely a trivial invention by my son Naraku. I hope it amuses you all. Boastful. The word echoed in everyone's minds, yet they could hardly afford to begrudge Fugaku's pretense. Their eagerness to know the production rate and cost of the healing talismans overwhelming their thoughts, as their clansmen on the front lines desperately needed medical means. Of course, Fugaku understood their concerns, stating with gravity, "You need not worry about production. Given the current manufacturing pace of the Uchiha, we can sufficiently supply the frontline ninjas. Considering the dire state of the conflict in Konoha, we shall sell these at cost during wartime." In the Hokage's office in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen scrutinized the healing talisman. Having personally tested it by slicing his palm, confirming the words of the elder from the Sarutobi clan who had attended the gathering. Could it truly be this effective? Hiruzen struggled to suppress his astonishment. As a Hokage who had served for many years and endured the ravages of war, he comprehended the terrifying impact this talisman could wield on the battlefield. Should the healing talisman be widely disseminated among the Konoha ninjas, the casualties on their side would be significantly lower than those of the enemy. As time progressed, this advantage would only magnify, potentially leading to overwhelming losses for other villages. However, Hiruzen furrowed his brow, the lines on his face deepening. Why was it that a Uchiha had developed such a formidable tool? How could ninjas who had used the talisman not associate the Uchiha with it? While perhaps two individuals thinking this way was inconsequential, the number of injured in war was hardly limited to one or two. Hundreds, if not thousands, of Konoha ninjas and their families would become staunch supporters of the Uchiha. Would Konoha still remain Konoha then? Regardless of Hiruzen's complex emotions, he could not halt the Uchiha clan's relentless production and sale of the healing talisman. Apart from the fixed supply allocated to various ninja clans, the Uchiha reserved a substantial quantity specifically for commoners or smaller clans at the same cost price. This portion was in such high demand that each batch of healing talismans would sell out within moments of hitting the shelves. Ninjas were not afraid of death. Yet no one desired to enter battle without a safeguard for themselves or their loved ones. Moreover, the Uchiha's decision to lower prices made it affordable for even the ordinary lower-ranked ninjas. This commendable attitude significantly enhanced the public's perception of the Uchiha, elevating their reputation in the village to new heights since the recent policy of intermarriage. Reflecting on the Uchiha's current exalted status in the village, Fugaku couldn't help but feel as though he had crossed into another era. Chapter 243, Naraku, the Principal of the Kindergarten. In the forbidden forest of Konoha, two shadows darted swiftly between the thick branches of ancient trees, their paths occasionally intersecting with a clang of metal. Each time their weapons clashed, sparks flew from the blades, only to be extinguished by the biting wind. After a prolonged struggle, the smaller figure began to slow, their movements no longer as fluid as before. Realizing this, they tightened their grip on the blade, summoning their remaining willpower and fighting spirit to maintain their momentum, engaging the other in a series of exchanges. Yet, their opponent remained as precise and stable as at the outset, effortlessly countering their every intricate attack. As fatigue set in, their chakra dwindled, beads of sweat rolling down their flushed cheeks, their chest heaving as they gasped for breath, each inhalation feeling as if they were swallowing scorching gravel. Nonetheless, they were not ready to concede, charging at their adversary with the last vestiges of strength. However, their weakened and imprecise strikes posed little threat, their opponent merely parrying the thrust aimed at their ribs with the back of their blade, smoothly redirecting the force. The long blade in the opponent's hand coiled effortlessly, and the smaller fighter felt an overwhelming force surge through the handle, numbing their grip. The ninja's weapon slipped from their grasp, spinning as it embedded itself in a tree several paces away, the blade vibrating with a low hum. "Let us call it a day, Shirzue." Naraku flicked his wrist, the blade tracing a silver arc in the air before sheathing it with a crisp clang, reminiscent of a plucked string. If he didn't return soon, Hametsu would involve him and KO in another perilous game. The thought of that fearless little rascal, Hametsu, caused Naraku a headache. Ever since he had used the guise of rehabilitation training to practice with Shirzue in this forest, the three children he had rescued from the root base had taken to visiting frequently, treating the place as their secret hideout. During one occasion, while he was engrossed in exchanging insights on the body flicker technique with Shirzue, he had lost focus and nearly allowed Hametsu to turn his kunai into a prop for a live-action flying knife performance. The two fools, blissfully unaware of the danger, had been cheerfully cheering from their position by the tree. The memory had been so harrowing that Naraku had shuddered. Fortunately, he later discovered that Hametsu's shuriken were merely wooden replicas. Even if they struck someone, they wouldn't break the skin, only leaving a few bruises. "All right, senpai." Shirzue panted in agreement, turning to retrieve his weapon that had flown far away. He slipped as he returned, nearly face-planting into the ground, had Naraku not reacted swiftly, grabbing his arm to prevent the future renowned Shunshin Shirzue from creating a rather embarrassing moment in history. Be careful. Naraku thought to himself that this lad was a bit too reckless today. If left to his own devices, how long would it take for him to return? With a sigh, Naraku took the weapon from Shirzue's hand, bending slightly to signal him to climb on. "Senpai, I'm not a child anymore." Shirzue's initial reaction was to decline, but his voice dwindled until he had to admit how much he actually wanted to be carried by Naraku, ultimately ending up both embarrassed and content as he rested on his shoulder. Almost upon reaching their destination, Shirzue intended to remind Naraku to let him down, but Naraku, ever considerate, loosened his hold, allowing him to descend. Otherwise, their antics would attract the attention of the other children and incite a ruckus. Jisue felt a sense of relief that his younger siblings were spared from witnessing his embarrassment, yet a hint of reluctance lingered within him. It seemed as though the brief journey had passed all too swiftly. The two continued their walk, traversing several patches of grass, when suddenly the landscape opened up before them. Radiant sunlight cascaded from the horizon, generously illuminating the banks of the stream and casting shimmering reflections upon its surface. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, rustling the yellowing leaves, which fluttered down like rain, settling into the golden river flowing at their feet. Fire release, great fireball technique. A youthful voice echoed from a short distance away, and moments later, a fireball over a meter high, accompanied by a wave of scorching heat, thundered into the stream, sending up a spray of water. The immense heat contained within the flames caused the water to boil almost instantaneously, and steam expanded, transforming into a cloud within reach. Wow! Higetsu is amazing. Please, Higetsu, teach me. Uchiha Higetsu stood with her hands on her hips, her face tilted upward, graciously accepting the admiration of Uchiha Hikari and Uchiha Yui. After enduring a flurry of compliments, she dismissively waved her hand and declared, "Not today. I shall teach you tomorrow. Today, I must continue learning the lightning release technique from Brother Naraku." Upon hearing that she would be learning ninjutsu from Naraku, Hikari immediately changed her mind. "Then I will learn the lightning needle first." "Yes," Yui chimed in, nodding in agreement. "Very well." Higetsu waved her small hand, setting forth a teaching plan. "We shall first learn the lightning release, lightning needle together, and later I will instruct you in the great fireball technique." Hooray! Naraku, having watched the lively scene unfold, finally seized the opportune moment to greet them. "We're back. Good afternoon, Brother Naraku." "Naraku, you're finally back." The three children clamored around him, tugging at his hands and clothes, eager to learn the ninjutsu they had longed for. Surrounded by the trio, Naraku patiently imparted the hand signs one by one at the stream's edge, meticulously detailing the essential points and correcting any mistakes. Jisue stood silently in the background, listening to them call Naraku brother, regretting his own past shyness. Y&T he mustered the courage to call him brother on that first evening they met. Now that the elder had grown accustomed to the title, how could he possibly change it? As evening fell, Naraku returned home, draped in the fiery glow of dusk. And upon entering the courtyard, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of a meal. "Brother, I've missed you so much." Itachi scampered over with tiny steps, and Naraku quickly brushed off the dust from his clothing, bending down to allow the little one to leap into his embrace. "I've missed you too. I thought about you all day." He carried the clingy Itachi to the dining table, where Mikoto was busy serving soup. Noticing his casual attire, she remarked, "You must have had a tough day of training. How is your body feeling?" "Absolutely fine," Naraku replied, placing Itachi in his designated seat and helping him fasten his bib. "Ready to set off with Uncle Fugaku at any moment." "Really?" Mikoto gently tapped Naraku's forehead, scolding, "You better not be deceiving me, you little rascal. You never tell us the truth." At this accusation, Naraku's expression grew slightly flustered as he sheepishly mumbled, "Really? That's good then." Mikoto smiled softly. "Let us eat first." Chapter 244, Naraku, am I that obvious? Uchiha Fugaku returned just in time for dinner, and the family enjoyed a pleasant meal together. Afterward, Naraku helped clear the dishes, carrying a stack of plates to the kitchen for washing. The incandescent lights shone brightly in the night, the sound of flowing water mingling with the clattering of utensils, creating a comforting atmosphere of domesticity. Mikoto wiped down the stove, glancing at Naraku busy at the sink. His demeanor was calm and serene, revealing little emotion, yet she sensed that he was in high spirits. If she observed closely, she could even see tiny pink flowers blooming around him, tracing beautiful arcs before vanishing into the air. What a silly boy. Why has he been so cheerful lately? Mikoto recalled that this change seemed to have begun the night before last, when Fugaku had agreed to take him to the front lines. At that time, Fugaku had planned to deliver a batch of healing talismans to Lady Tsunade's encampment, while also gathering clan members stationed in the north to head to the eastern front. Reflecting on where Kakashi was currently stationed, she realized she understood everything now. "Ah, I see." Mikoto nodded to herself, a sly glint in her eyes as she casually asked, "Are you so happy to see Kakashi, Naraku?" "Huh." Naraku instinctively looked up, meeting Mikoto's teasing gaze. "Am I really that obvious?" His ears flushed involuntarily, and he lowered his head, pretending to be busy washing dishes as he murmured, "Yes, I'm happy. I haven't seen Kakashi in a long time. It's only natural to look forward to meeting him, right?" He tried to reassure himself, yet his mind repeatedly flashed back to that sunset, making him somewhat distracted as he scrubbed the same dish for the third time. Eventually, Mikoto couldn't bear it any longer and, stifling a laugh, reminded him, "You've already washed that dish 4 times." His already flushed ears turned completely crimson at that moment. Mikoto hurriedly muttered to herself, "Oh dear. I forgot to prepare hot water for you and little Itachi in the bath. Naraku-chan, don't forget to wash up in the bathroom later," as she exited the kitchen. Had Mikoto not moved quickly, Naraku would have been tempted to abandon the half-washed dishes and flee from the awkward tension. After hastily tidying up, he lingered in the kitchen for a while longer, waiting for the heat in his face and ears to subside before slowly carrying Itachi to the bath. Once they were both soaking in the warm tub, burying their faces in the hot water to blow bubbles, the chaotic emotions of earlier gradually settled within him. Naraku straightened up, gazing at the mist swirling like ribbons, suddenly feeling a weight in his heart, unseen by his eyes. A droplet of water slipped from his hair to his collarbone, gliding down the contours of his skin, reminiscent of a stream awakening beneath the melting ice of spring. Since the betrayal of a Wagakure had led to the demise of the third Raikage, the pressure of war on Konoha had significantly eased, and the distribution of combat forces had been adjusted accordingly. After engaging in battle with the fourth Raikage, Minato had remained active on the front lines against Kimogakure, and with the Wagakure quieting down, Tsunade showed no intention of returning him to Jiraiya. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Rin had also been summoned by Tsunade to undertake arduous tasks. They were either on missions or en route to them, often feeling as though they were caught in a whirlwind. However, this was perhaps for the best. Being busy could help one forget many things, allowing them to fall asleep soundly without the opportunity to overthink in the late hours of the night. After completing another guerrilla mission, Kakashi and Rin returned to the camp, feeling utterly exhausted, only to find the atmosphere noticeably livelier, with most faces adorned with varying degrees of smiles. The last time everyone had been so joyous was when they heard about the clash between a Wagakure and Kimogakure. It seemed there must be more good news. After parting ways with Rin, Kakashi returned to their tent, stretching his shoulders and neck before flopping onto the slightly springy cot, shielding his eyes from the light with his forearm, intending to steal a brief moment of rest. The blankets beneath him felt softer than when he had left, imbued with the faint, delicate fragrance of sunlight after being sun-dried. His body quickly became warm and cozy. Was it an illusion? He sensed something was amiss, but was enveloped in a long-lost sense of security, reminiscent of leisurely afternoons spent basking in the sun with Naraku on the porch. How he longed to see Naraku again. A wave of overwhelming drowsiness washed over him, and Kakashi could not resist the urge to close his eyes. Swiftly descending into a profound slumber, his breathing gradually becoming calm and steady. After a considerable time, a figure of similar stature gently parted the curtain and entered the room. Treading softly, bathed in the slivers of sunlight streaming through the window, the figure observed the faint bluish shadows accumulating beneath his eyes. A barely discernible sigh escaped the figure's lips, who carefully unfastened the forehead protector and placed a warm palm on Kakashi's exposed forehead, a gentle green light illuminating the dimness. In his dreams, Kakashi found this touch remarkably familiar, dry, warm, and soft. Instinctively, he tilted his head to nuzzle against it, his white hair slipping through the fingers of the other, entwined with the tender chakra. "It seems you have been through quite a lot lately, Kakashi. Do take a good rest." After tidying the disheveled locks of white hair, the figure concluded the treatment, rising to help Kakashi remove his shoes and then retrieving a fresh blanket from the wardrobe to cover him. By this time, Kakashi's complexion had improved significantly. The bluish hue beneath his eyes almost entirely faded. He slept soundly until the dawn of the next day, when he finally emerged from the warmth of his blankets. He felt somewhat disoriented, unable to discern whether it was morning or evening. Rubbing his hands vigorously across his face to awaken himself, he felt the smoothness of his forehead and realized something was amiss. Turning his head, he spotted the forehead protector and bandages neatly folded beside his pillow. In that moment, even with a foggy mind, he understood that someone had attended to him. Who could it be? Who else would care for him in such a manner? Kakashi flung off the covers and dashed barefoot out of the tent, his tousled hair a disarray as he scanned the surroundings. Yet he could not catch sight of the person his heart yearned for. How foolish of me. I'm still unwell. How could they possibly be here? His shoulders sagged slightly, just as he was about to retreat, when he heard a familiar call from behind. Kakashi? He abruptly turned, the gust of air from his movement stirring the dust around him. The person he had longed for day after day stood before him in the morning light, their hair reflecting an amber halo, akin to flecks of gold cascading into the autumn stream, creating ripples of varying depths in his eyes. Kakashi. The other called his name once more, softly adding, "Good morning." In the early dawn, as the sun began to rise, Naraku prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Initially, Fugako thought the portions were excessive, even considering sharing some with Tsunade, leaving enough for 3 or 4 people. Just as he pondered the reason behind it, he saw Naraku emerging with 3 food boxes, deftly filling them with food and taking them away. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the table was cleared, leaving only Fugaku's portion, still steaming slightly. Naraku first delivered a breakfast to Tsunade, then proceeded to Rin, passing the second portion through the curtain, before finally dashing towards Kakashi's resting tent with the largest food box in his arms. Perhaps it was the teasing remark made by Makoto a few days prior that had left him flustered. Or maybe it was the long separation that made the anticipation of reunion feel overwhelming. Regardless, as he drew closer, Naraku felt an acute sense of nervousness akin to homesickness, ultimately halting just outside Kakashi's tent, unable to take another step. Yesterday afternoon, he had waited until Kakashi had been sound asleep for quite a while before quietly entering to care for him. What is wrong with me? Why am I afraid to see Kakashi? Naraku's fingers gripped the food box tightly, turning pale from the pressure, utterly baffled by his own emotional turmoil. Before he could sort through his thoughts, he caught sight of Kakashi, flustered and barefoot, emerging from the tent, anxiously scanning the surroundings as if searching for something desperately. The sight of Kakashi's slightly disheveled and frantic demeanor tugged at his heartstrings, causing him to involuntarily call out the name he had whispered countless times. As Kakashi turned around, Naraku struggled to regain his composure, greeting him as usual. He had thought that uttering those few simple words would help him regain his calm. However, when Kakashi looked at him, his eyes, filled with the light of dawn, were like 2 torches igniting the wild vines that had entwined themselves around Naraku's heart. Each tendril rejoiced, yearning to reach out and touch the source of life. Just as a moth cannot resist the warmth of a flame, Naraku found himself unable to control the impulse to draw closer to Kakashi. At that very moment, as if through a psychic connection, Kakashi felt a rush of energy coursing through his fingertips into his chest, spiraling around his heart, compelling him to move toward the light. Naraku? Kakashi unconsciously took a few steps forward. What are you doing here? The tremor in his voice lingered on his lips as Naraku, carried by the gentle breeze of the morning light, rushed in with open arms, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Kakashi, huh? Kakashi's eyes widened slightly, and before his mind could comprehend what was happening, his body instinctively reacted, wrapping his arms tightly around Naraku's waist, lowering his head to bury his face into the scarf he had gifted him. The familiar, faint fragrance enveloped his senses, and his inherited keen sense of smell confirmed the truth. It was indeed the scent of sunlight he had experienced just yesterday. The warmth of their youthful bodies intermingled, swiftly dissipating all weariness, loss, and pain within that embrace, leaving only the healing warmth that enveloped them. After a few moments, as reason slowly returned, Kakashi felt the tips of his ears grow warm. Despite having grown up alongside Naraku for so many years, they had never before expressed their longing for one another so openly and fervently. Nearby, the sound of something hard hitting the ground broke the moment. Kakashi lifted his gaze to see Rin standing in the shade of a tree, her food box having fallen at her feet, her hands covering her mouth. Her expression one of astonishment as she looked over at them. Her eyes held a strange mix of emotions that Kakashi could not quite place, something akin to being touched, yet also relieved. Suddenly realizing, she quickly snapped to attention, gesturing an apology for the interruption, before hastily picking up the food box and fleeing. Kakashi felt as though he had been scorched by fire, his skin instantly ablaze with embarrassment. He hurriedly released his hold, turning his head to pull up his mask with the speed of a ninja, desperate to shield his undoubtedly flushed face. The motion was so swift it nearly left an afterimage, yet he had forgotten that his ears remained exposed. At that moment, the 2 crimson shells pulsed with his heartbeat, resembling a lie detector affixed to Konoha's prodigy. Naraku, startled by the commotion, turned back to catch a glimpse of Rin's hurried departure. Realizing that their intimate moment had been inadvertently witnessed, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, seeing Kakashi's reaction, his entire being flushed like a boiled shrimp, provoked a suppressed smile, the corners of his eyes lifting with mirth. Kakashi, your ears are so red. Of course not. Kakashi exploded, flustered and stumbling over his words. I'm just hot. But isn't it autumn? Even autumn can be hot. In order to conclude this topic, Kakashi turned and walked to the spot where Naraku had just stood, bending down to pick up the food box and brushing off the dust that had settled on its edges. The force he applied was such that the wooden box nearly sparked from his vigorous cleaning. All right, Naraku said, approaching and grabbing his hand in a coaxing manner. It's hot outside, let us eat inside. The 2 walked side by side into the tent, where Naraku took the food box from Kakashi's hands, removed the lid, and neatly arranged the contents on the table, each taking a pair of chopsticks. As Kakashi snapped back to reality amidst the chaos, it suddenly dawned on him that Naraku's health was frail. How could Aunt Mikoto possibly allow him to venture from Konoha to the front lines, which were fraught with danger? Could it be that he had sneaked out? This was reckless. What if he encountered peril? Kakashi, in his anxiety, gulped down the food in his mouth, just as Naraku began to explain. Don't worry about me, Kakashi. Lord Orochimaru has cured my bloodline disease. Really? He exclaimed, rising to his feet and gripping Naraku's shoulders, oblivious to the fact that his thigh had collided with the table. His eyes sparkled with joy and excitement, mixed with a hint of disbelief. Indeed, Naraku replied, tilting his head to meet Kakashi's gaze, gently patting the back of his hand. I came with Uncle Fugaku. You can ask him. At long last, receiving the answer he had yearned for day and night, Kakashi let his head droop, resting his forehead against Naraku's neck. A sob, the first in over a year, escaped his throat. This was truly wonderful. Each time he thought of Naraku's deteriorating condition, a gnawing anxiety consumed him, fearing that at any moment, he might lose him. He had never been prepared for such a farewell, always wishing for Naraku to live on, to remain by his side until the end of time. Thus it was that the once skeptical boy genius, who had never believed in deities, found himself facing the starry night, earnestly praying to an unknown god for the well-being of the one he cherished most, imploring that he not be forsaken. Chapter 246, Naraku. What is so amusing about the bonds between friends? After finishing breakfast, the two tidied up the disordered table. Kakashi closed the lid of the box, his thoughts drifting back to Rin's inexplicable reaction moments ago. His face flushed anew, accompanied by a throbbing headache at the thought of how to explain himself when they next met, fearing that his words might only complicate matters further. After much contemplation, he resolved to simply surrender to the moment, ceasing all attempts to struggle. At that moment, a stack of green talisman papers was thrust into his hands. Naraku, what is this? Kakashi inquired, examining one thoroughly on both sides. It's a healing talisman that can treat a certain extent of internal and external injuries. With this, no one will perish needlessly due to a lack of medical ninjas and supplies. Naraku took the food box from him and set it aside, pouring a cup of hot water and pushing it toward him. Uncle Fugaku is delivering this to Lady Tsunade, so we took a detour to come here. So it wasn't he specifically to see me. Kakashi gripped the cup tightly, unsure of what he felt disappointed about. The front lines were in dire need of medical supplies, and the emergence of the healing talisman could save many lives. Anyone would rejoice upon hearing such news, yet he felt an inexplicable emptiness within. As Kakashi became lost in the steam wafting from the cup, he noticed Naraku inching closer, his expression slightly unusual. What's wrong? Is something amiss? Kakashi asked, nervously grasping Naraku's wrist, only to see the latter appear somewhat bashful, gently scratching his cheek with the finger of his other hand. But the healing talismans I give you are specially made by me. Upon hearing this, Kakashi was taken aback, recalling a particular summer afternoon from the previous year when Naraku had sneakily added braised pork to his bowl, revealing a similar expression when caught. I am the most special. Realizing this, Kakashi felt a wave of clarity wash over him, dispelling the earlier gloom. Fugaku had detoured to the northern front to deliver the healing talismans, but Naraku had accompanied him. Surely it couldn't merely be to deliver the talisman papers. Indeed, it was for another reason. No, what am I even thinking? Kakashi suddenly snapped back to reality, shaking his head vigorously, attempting to cast aside these chaotic thoughts. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, the secret joy and happiness took root in his mind, unshakable and insatiable. Naraku, seated beside him, observed as Kakashi intermittently closed his eyes and shook his head, then covered his face with his hands, a puzzled frown adorning his brows. Is Kakashi all right? Is the pressure from the front lines too overwhelming? He recalled many PTSD patients he had encountered in his past lives, and a sense of unease washed over him. This won't he do? I must devise a calming medical ninjutsu for Kakashi to try. Perhaps I should just purchase one from the system right now. Naraku tugged at Kakashi's arm, pulling him toward the bed. Kakashi, are you still very tired? Come lie down. I recently thought of a medical ninjutsu that can alleviate your symptoms. Kakashi, having just awoken from a long slumber, was reluctant to lie down again, attempting to rationalize his previous behavior. No, it's not fatigue. I was just thinking about the healing talisman's detour today. What am I even saying? Kakashi rambled nonsensically, losing track of his own thoughts. Sure enough, the force on his arm increased significantly, and he quickly leaned back, desperately trying to resist. Wait, Naraku, I'm really fine. You're so tired that you're talking nonsense. And you're saying you're fine. After a prolonged tug-of-war, Kakashi eventually succumbed to Naraku's concerned gaze, obediently lying on the bed as Naraku applied layer upon layer of medical ninjutsu on him. The mixed illusionary nature of this secret technique, illusory heart mirage, swiftly took effect. And before Kakashi could utter a few words, he drifted back into slumber. Naraku sat at the bedside, pondering for a moment, before turning to leave the tent in search of Tsunade, the Een sealing technique. Tsunade, upon hearing that her little apprentice wished to learn the Een sealing technique, immediately set aside her book, leaning forward slightly, her gaze appraising Naraku with a hint of curiosity. I confirmed yesterday that your body shouldn't have any other issues. Teacher, Naraku replied, bashfully lowering his head, it's not for me. Tsunade understood at once, and upon seeing Naraku's awkward demeanor, a playful spirit stirred within her. She casually leaned back in her chair, crossed her legs, and teased, if it's not for yourself, then who is it for? How difficult to guess. Naraku was at a loss for words. Observing her little apprentice's suddenly flushed cheeks, Tsunade chuckled heartily, and once her laughter subsided, she waved her hand benevolently. Come find me before we set off tomorrow. I'll prepare the materials for you then. With the last shred of rationality and self-control, Naraku managed to maintain a composed expression, gratefully thanking Tsunade. Thank you, teacher, before hastily making his exit. Ha ha ha. The laughter that echoed behind him only spurred Naraku to flee faster, and it wasn't until he could no longer hear the laughter that he gradually slowed his pace, crouching in the shade of a tree to silently scream into his hands. Mikoto, Tsunade, what on earth is wrong with both of you? What is so amusing about the bonds between friends? I'm truly about to get angry. Naraku crouched there, simmering in frustration for a moment, when suddenly it struck him that this was a splendid opportunity to tease the audience. He quickly instructed the system to arrange a few heartfelt expressions, wiping his eyes with his sleeve. As I envision the audience reaching this point, I cannot help but feel that they will be emotionally tormented to the point of tears. Naraku's pin-up feelings have significantly eased. He is lost in his weeping, when suddenly, an urgent inquiry interrupts him from above. Naraku, what is happening? Are you all right? Oh dear. Naraku's body stiffens, and he slowly raises his head. Lin stands before him, her expression laced with concern and a hint of indignation. As though she were ready to confront the source of his distress with righteous fury the moment he confesses his unhappiness. It's nothing. Naraku hastily averts his gaze, his hastily concocted excuse lacking any semblance of credibility. He simply got sand in his eyes from the wind. Lin opens her mouth, hesitating momentarily, yet refrains from exposing his deceit. Instead, she retrieves a handkerchief from her small bag and offers it to Naraku, feigning nonchalance as she says, that sounds dreadful. However, you should really use something clean to wipe your eyes. Thank you, Naraku replies, clutching the handkerchief in his hand. Lin smiles, and, after a polite you're welcome, intends to leave him to his solitude. Lin? A small voice calls from behind, and Lin, thinking Naraku is finally willing to share who has caused him sorrow, stops and turns with concern. What is it? Yet, he merely whispers, please, don't tell Kakashi. Lin takes a deep breath and responds, all right. She thinks to herself, I believe I have discerned who has brought Naraku to tears. Chapter 247, The Flowering Crabapple. Observing the complex expression on Lin's face as she departs, Naraku feels an inkling that she may have misinterpreted something. However, given the current circumstances, even if he were to chase after her for clarification, he doubts he would glean anything of substance. Never mind. As long as Kakashi remains oblivious to what transpired moments ago, everything else is inconsequential. Naraku presses his lips together, rises from the ground, and slowly returns to the tent, where he sits in a stupor on a small stool beside Kakashi's bed. Outside the tent, the wind rustles, causing the canopy to creak and the curtains to flutter. Bright sunlight streams through the gaps in the fabric, illuminating the small space. The cold breeze takes the opportunity to sweep across the room, stirring a few sheets of paper on the table. Yet, Naraku remains oblivious to it all, allowing the air to tousle his hair. At some point, his wandering gaze settles upon Kakashi, tracing the contours of his features with his eyes, again and again, until the weight of his racing heart pulls him back to reality. As he breaks free from his reverie, a gentle breeze caresses his face, and a soft murmur fills the air. His heart beats like a drum, and a whirlwind of thoughts tangles in his mind, one of which coincidentally aligns with the lines he had just imagined. I don't want to leave Kakashi's side. Naraku leans over and rests his head on the soft mattress, fixating on the tuft of white hair before him. After a long while, he buries his face in the crook of his arm and drifts into a deep slumber. As Fugaku gathers the clan members, Naraku anticipates he can linger at the northern camp for approximately 3 days. When the sun begins its descent a few hours later, Kakashi awakens from this secret technique, illusory dream, leaving him with less than a day before Naraku's departure. Tsunade had intended to grant Kakashi a break soon, and since he has been in a deep slumber for a full day thanks to Naraku, she decides there is no time like the present. With a wave of her hand, She announces that Kakashi is free to roam until Naraku departs. Having received his leave, Kakashi emerges from the main tent, tilts his head back, and catches a glimpse of the setting sun, a sudden urgency swelling within him. This time tomorrow, he would no longer be able to see Naraku. Compelled by this urgency, Kakashi instinctively grasps Naraku's hand and darts out of the camp, hastening towards the riverbank etched in his memory. Naraku willingly keeps pace by his side, but is utterly perplexed by their destination. Where are we going, Kakashi? Kakashi, at a loss for words, remains silent, focused solely on their swift journey. After all, he knows Naraku will not let go of his hand. The two run for quite some time, their breaths and heartbeats synchronizing in a rapid rhythm. The sky is painted with hues of crimson, enveloping the silhouettes of birds returning to their nests while on the ground. The two youths, hand in hand, become a gust of wind weaving through the withered forest. When Kakashi finally brings Naraku to a particular riverbank, the dense thicket of trees and shrubs abruptly vanishes, revealing an open expanse where only the gentle babbling of water remains, shattering the remnants of daylight into countless stars. Look! Kakashi exhales softly, pointing westward with his left hand. At that moment, a gust of wind rises, carrying with it a crisp and faintly fragrant aroma. Naraku glances in the direction Kakashi indicates, and his eyes widen in awe. The sun is setting in the west, ablaze with fiery hues, gradually descending towards a tree laden with blooming crabapples. Bathed in the golden light of the dying sun, every petal on the tree appears to be transformed into translucent glass, swaying in the evening breeze as if wrapped in warm flames, producing a soft, rustling sound. Just as Naraku stands transfixed, a crabapple flower detaches from its branch and floats into his outstretched palm, spiraling gently. The intricate veins of the petal remain vivid even in the fading light, reminiscent of the pulsing veins on his hand as he caressed Kakashi's forehead yesterday. Gradually, the evening breeze pushes the half-moon of fiery light beneath the horizon. The twilight deepens, soon leaving only a flicker of scattered light dancing upon the water's surface, flickering like the lingering warmth within the youth's chest. Kakashi exhales deeply, feeling the earlier impatience and tension dissipate. In its place, a sense of profound happiness fills his chest, almost to the point of discomfort. He turns to Naraku, his white hair swaying gently as he asks, "Shall we head back?" Naraku gazes at him with a similarly tender expression, a shadow of a smile gracing his lips. All right. The following noon, the Uchiha clan in the northern front has assembled. After Fugaku has accounted for the members, he departs the camp with Naraku and the clan, heading towards the easternmost part of the Land of Fire to establish a new front. There, they will join forces with the Hyuga and Inuzuka clans to resist the invasion of the Hidden Mist. With Naraku gone, Kakashi and Lin's respite also concludes, and they return to the rigors of their demanding lives. A month later, after completing their mission, the two set out to report their achievements to Tsunade. As they finish their briefing, Tsunade extracts a document from a pile of folders and hands it to them. Kakashi, with his eyes dulled from fatigue, prepares to accept the task with a resigned expression, only to have Tsunade retract her arm. "You two have worked hard lately. I'm granting you a day off tomorrow." "Huh? What day is it today?" Tsunade is actually allowing them to rest. They exchange incredulous glances, each seeing disbelief reflected in the other's eyes. Kakashi tentatively replies, "Thank you, Lady Tsunade. All right, off you go." The young pair, secretly relieved, turns to leave but halts when they hear a loud, melodramatic complaint from behind. "Who should I send for this mission to the Eastern Front? What a headache." Kakashi and Lin pause, realizing this task requires them to venture to the front lines and meet with Commander Nara and the Uchiha clan leader. Their eyes light up in unison. "We might even meet the legendary Scarlet Hunter. I'm so curious about who he is." Kakashi and Lin hastily step back, speaking in unison, "Lady Tsunade, we'll go." "Oh." With a delightful gasp of surprise, Tsunade raised an eyebrow with a mischievous grin, shaking the documents in her hand. She found it utterly amusing to see the eyes of the two individuals across from her darting back and forth. "Aren't you two feeling a bit fatigued?" she asked. "Not at all," they replied. "Really? Indeed. Very well then." Tsunade lowered her head, her shoulders quivering as she exerted considerable effort to stifle her laughter, refraining from bursting into giggles. When she looked up again, her expression had been carefully composed. However, instead of handing the documents directly to Kakashi and the others, she set them aside and said with a serious tone, "All right, this task is not urgent for the moment. You both should return and rest well. Adjust your state, and come to see me at this time tomorrow." Chapter 248, Fugaku. What a refreshing experience. In the Land of Fire, on the Eastern Front. Since Uchiha Fugaku had arrived with a contingent of clan members to provide support, the Mist Village's offensive had swiftly been curtailed, forcing them to entrench themselves in the treacherous terrain they had already seized, biding their time. Yet, even so, they remained restless. frequently launching tentative assaults like a venomous serpent lurking within the thick fog, sinister, cunning, and lethal. At the eastern front, within the Konoha encampment, the damp and frigid air seeped through the tent's entrance, causing the papers on the table to wrinkle at the edges from the moisture. After having arranged for a small group of injured and fallen clan members to return to the village, Fugaku sat in a chair, exhaling a frustrated sigh. The Uchiha clan had always excelled in fire techniques, and combating the mist ninjas, who skillfully wielded water techniques, left them at a distinct disadvantage. Moreover, the limitations of the Sharingan's perceptive abilities rendered them incapable of rivaling the Byakugan's prowess in observing the flow of chakra. Once the mist ninjas infused their water techniques with a substantial amount of chakra to disrupt, even the three-tomo Sharingan struggled to detect the enemy's whereabouts. The accumulation of these disadvantages often left the Uchiha at the mercy of their opponents in battle. Additionally, whenever combat ensued, clan members would invariably charge to the front lines, leading to severe attrition over time. Were it not for the ample supply of healing talismans, the casualty count would likely have doubled. Although the Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and Hyuga clans were eager to assist in compensating for the Uchiha's reconnaissance deficiencies, the pressing demands on other fronts severely limited the number of ninjas they could dispatch. In the grand scheme of the eastern battlefield, their contributions were but a drop in the bucket. Furthermore, the battle strategist Nara Shikaku, facing dire circumstances, had long since been compelled to assign these significantly capable reconnaissance ninjas to the most critical strongholds, including the Uchiha clan. The majority of the combat forces could rely only on a handful of ordinary sensory ninjas and their own indomitable fighting spirit. Clan leader called out Uchiha Fuyo, who was responsible for their protection, rushing in with news. Strategist Nara has received word that 2 Konoha squads were ambushed by the mist while operating in the southern Yamakaizen. Before Fuyo could finish, Fugaku instantly grasped the enemy's intentions and sprang to his feet. They are attempting to sever our supply lines. He had no time to ponder how this line had been compromised. He seized his combat gear and headed outside. Given the current manpower shortages, it was time for him, as clan leader, to take to the battlefield himself. At that moment, Fuyo caught up to him. Completing his sentence, Nara has already set off towards Yamakaizen. Hearing this, Fugaku paused, then turned to Fuyo, his tone laced with confusion. Wasn't he occupied with other tasks? Fuyo, looking somewhat resigned, explained when the message arrived. He was just reporting to strategist Nara, so. Very well. You go ahead and keep watch. Yes, clan leader. Setting down his equipment, Fugaku returned to his desk, sitting back down. He attempted to review the documents once more, yet found his heart was not in it. The situation on the Eastern Front had always been precarious, and Nara Shikaku was a man who scrutinized every ounce of combat power. Since there were already capable individuals dispatched to handle the mist ninjas, he would undoubtedly prevent Fugaku from joining the fray, insisting the latter remain to guard the encampment just in case. Fugaku had originally intended to suggest that once Nara returned, he should rest for a couple of days instead of engaging in such strenuous battles. Little did he know that plans often falter. He hadn't even laid eyes on Nara before the young man rushed back to the battlefield, disregarding how deeply his father worried. Even now, Fugaku remained anxious about Nara's health, perpetually fearing that the bloodline disease might suddenly flare up, claiming the life of his beloved child. If it were possible, he would prefer not to have Nara deployed to the Eastern Front at all. But why should it be so? Why should other ninjas face danger while his child could not? Why must ordinary Uchiha clansmen fight valiantly on the front lines while his son could leisurely remain safe and sound in the rear? Those who perished on the battlefield were someone's parents, siblings, and children. They were all willing to face death for their clan and Konoha, and as the clan leader's child, Nara should lead by example. Moreover, Nara was the sole bearer of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan within the Uchiha clan, placing him among the ranks of the most powerful ninjas in all of Konoha. Thus, when Nara had proactively made his request, Fugaku, despite his reluctance, had acquiesced. Yet, while he grappled with anxiety, a sense of pride also swelled within him, marveling at Nara's embodiment of the Uchiha bloodline. No matter what lay ahead, as an Uchiha, one must never yield. This dignity and tenacity sustained the clan, passed down through centuries of warfare, and helped him endure the purges orchestrated by Danzo. Today, it forged the glory of the Crimson Hunter. Those blood-red eyes, gleaming amidst the dense fog, could ignite a blazing inferno capable of incinerating the mountains and valleys. Employing the precise and ruthless hunting techniques inherited from both White Fang and the Uchiha, this instilled an indelible terror in the mist ninjas who had crossed the sea. Henceforth, they began to refer to Nara as the Crimson Hunter, signifying the crimson-colored stalker. Everything associated with this title filled Fugaku with pride. Save for one discontent, the name Crimson Hunter seemed too closely aligned with Hatake Kakashi's Azure Stalker. For reasons unknown, whenever he saw Nara. He could not help but be reminded of Kakashi, which irked him inexplicably. He conceded that the son of White Fang had indeed played an irreplaceable role in Nara's development. But it seemed excessive to such a degree. The Uchiha's most precious ocular power was shared so readily, and the specially crafted healing talismans, painstakingly made over countless days and nights, were given away without hesitation. Even breakfast was not shared with him, the father, as Nara rushed off to find that little brat. Fugako muttered to himself, furiously crumpling the pages of the documents. Yamakaizen. Thick, humid white mist enveloped the entire mountain peak, and each breath felt as though cold water were being forced into his lungs, choking him. The mass provided no protective benefit. Rather, the soaked fabric made breathing even more laborious. How on earth did those mist ninjas learn of this line? An Uchiha bearing the Konoha forehead protector dodged a flurry of water arrows, wiping the blood from his face. Visibility was severely limited, relying solely on his eyesight. He could hardly discern which direction the enemy was positioned. Desperate, he activated his Sharingan, hoping to gain insight into his surroundings, perhaps uncovering something. However, the mist ninjas, having frequently clashed with the Uchiha, had anticipated this move. The fog was saturated with chakra used to disrupt vision, effectively blinding the Sharingan. He muttered under his breath. Damn it, just as I feared. Conserve your energy, his companion, who was leaning against the large tree beside him and activating his sensory ninjutsu, retorted, after all this time. How can the mist ninjas still underestimate your Uchiha clan? Mind your own business. I'm just going to give it a shot, he replied defiantly. Shoo. His companion suddenly gestured for silence, sensing movement. No sooner had he spoken than a series of piercing shrieks from water projectiles sliced through the air above them. Water release, water fong bullet. The two swiftly dodged to the side, narrowly escaping the range of the attack. The massive tree, which had previously provided them with a sense of security, was instantly reduced to splinters by the sharp projectiles and swirling torrents of water. Chapter 249, The Lone Rescuer. Watch out behind you. Hearing his companion's warning, Uchiha Ken quickly sidestepped, and in the next moment, several Senbon pierced through the hem of his floating garments, leaving tiny holes in their wake. As he activated his Sharingan, he clearly saw a mist ninja wielding a knife emerge from the thick fog, closing in from his left front, mere inches away. The cold gleam of the blade reflected in his eyes, causing a sharp pain. In this life-or-death moment, the inherent ferocity of the Uchiha clan surged within him. Gritting his teeth, Uchiha Ken embraced the notion of going down together with his opponent, not attempting to evade but instead charging forward. Mitsuki, he called out his companion's name, hoping to convey his intent before it was too late. In the next instant, a searing pain shot through his left shoulder as metal pierced flesh and dug into bone. Got you, Uchiha Ken sneered, firmly gripping the mist ninja's wrist at the cost of his own shoulder. Not good. The mist ninja's pupils constricted as he attempted to withdraw his arm. But in that fleeting moment, a shuriken flew from behind him, its explosive tag detonating just as it struck. Boom. An orange-red fireball erupted in the thick fog, the shockwave dispersing the white mist and momentarily clarifying the obscured world. Both Uchiha Ken and the mist ninja collapsed to the ground, immobilized, the latter having sustained most of the explosion's force and now teetering on the brink of death. You're completely insane, Mitsuki cursed as he rushed to Uchiha Ken's side, delivering a finishing blow to their foe before hoisting his comrade onto his shoulder and finding a relatively safe spot to set him down. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Uchiha Ken struggled to raise his still-functioning right arm. Heal me. I know, Mitsuki replied irritably, extracting the last healing talisman from his pocket and applying it to the deep wound on Ken's left shoulder, channeling chakra while muttering under his breath. If it weren't for all the talismans your Uchiha clan produces, you wouldn't have survived this long. The medical ninjutsu sealed within the talisman was activated, and in an instant, a verdant glow enveloped his shoulder. The bleeding gradually ceased, and Uchiha Ken's condition stabilized, though he would be unable to fight again for the time being. Should another mist ninja launch a surprise attack, it would be perilous for them both with only Mitsuki left to fend off the enemy. Similar occurrences unfolded throughout Yunbai Mountain. Due to a lack of reconnaissance ninjas, Konoha's forces found themselves in a particularly passive position, struggling to take the offensive and instead forced to constrict their defenses and buy time while awaiting reinforcements. As seconds ticked by, the number of comrades dwindled, while the likelihood of timely support grew increasingly bleak. Nonetheless, the besieged Konoha ninjas at the mountaintop continued to fiercely resist, using the terrain to their advantage. Almost there, finish them off. The encircling mist ninja squad leader gathered several subordinates, preparing to weave hand seals. After completing nearly 50 hand seals, the mist enveloping Yunbai Mountain paused for a moment, then converged like flowing water towards the center, forming a massive and menacing water dragon. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. At the moment the ninjutsu took shape, the water dragon seemed to come alive, its colossal body twisting and rolling through the fog, emitting a deafening roar. This is impossible. Even the most resilient Konoha defenders could only gaze up at the sky with a hint of despair, unable to conceive any method to combat such a force. Roar. The colossal water dragon, perched high above, let out another furious roar, arching its spiny back before suddenly diving down, creating a circular shockwave. Just as the Konoha ninjas below believed they were doomed, a figure raced in from the distance, arriving on the battlefield in the blink of an eye. The newcomer raised a hand to form seals, and a slender beam of white light shot forth from his palm, piercing through the dragon's head and swiftly slicing through its body. Fire release, streamline, slash technique. The once mighty creature lost control, shattering into a deluge of raindrops. Amidst this brief yet torrential downpour, the figure stood tall at the highest point of the battlefield, his crimson eyes gleaming with an eerie light. Looking down arrogantly upon his prey, a shiver ran up the spine of the Mist Ninja captain, who instinctively thought of an entity best left untouched. The Crimson Hunter. He took a step back, cursing, "Damn it, how did he end up here?" If it truly was that individual, this surprise assault would undoubtedly end in failure, and they might very well be completely annihilated. As if to validate his fears, the moment the rain diminished, an inferno cascaded down from the heavens. The flames, upon hitting the ground, transformed into a raging tide, sweeping past the Konoha ninjas within their stronghold, scorching everything in its path into dark red lava. The Mist Ninjas' once proud assassination techniques proved utterly ineffective against such a torrent of fire, melting away like thin snow under a blazing sun. It has to be the Crimson Hunter. Confirming his thoughts, the Mist Ninja squad leader decisively ordered a retreat. It's the Crimson Hunter. Mission failure, disperse and withdraw. Based on all known intelligence, the Crimson Hunter's abilities were insurmountable. Continuing the fight would only lead to unnecessary casualties. Yes, the encircling Mist Ninjas wasted no time, scattering in all directions. The surviving Konoha ninjas emerged from their hiding spots, ready to pursue the fleeing Mist Ninjas, only to find arcs of electricity crackling beneath the sky. Countless arrows of lightning hung above them, shimmering like the stars of a vast galaxy. It was Uchiha Ken who first recognized the lone rescuer. "Naro," he exclaimed, glancing around to find that many Mist Ninjas had already vanished, growing anxious. "Aren't we going to pursue them?" "No need," Naro replied calmly, raising his right hand in a sword-like gesture. In an instant, thousands of lightning arrows erupted, scattering like shooting stars, their brilliant blue trajectories etching countless hairline cracks across the sky, even without seeing where the enemies were. Heaven's bright, jade destiny would ensure that each lightning needle struck its destined mark, as dictated by Heaven's Kagaya. As Naro had anticipated, in the areas of the hillside that were beyond his line of sight, the bodies of Mist Ninjas lay sprawled in disarray, dried and shattered, embodying the visage of all that had encountered death. Stowing away his kaleidoscope Sharingan, Naro's gaze shifted slightly as he estimated the remaining number of defenders. Retrieving a message tube to insert a note, then summoning his spirit feline. Boom. As the white mist dissipated, a kitten with fur resembling a cloud-covered snow drift appeared at his feet, mewing softly as it nudged against his pant leg, a low rumble emanating from its chest. During his time on the Eastern Front, this little feline, recently contracted, had proven to be quite helpful, facilitating communication between Naraku and the camp by delivering messages far and wide. Xiaoxiua. Naraku gently caressed the kitten's forehead, offering her a small dried fish. "Please help me deliver this to Uncle Fugaku." With a chirp, Xiaoxiua stood upright, cradling both the message tube and the fish in her forepaws before vanishing with a soft pop. Chapter 250. The audience. Rounded up, they are indeed. Reinforcements required additional time to arrive, so Naraku sought a vantage point at the station, activating a wide-range sensory ninjutsu for vigilance, while replenishing his energy with provisions. He also opened a video streaming site, intending to catch up on the latest episode of the animated series he had missed due to pressing circumstances during his journey. Since the last viewing of the chapter detailing Obito's demise, considerable time had elapsed in the ninja world, and the animation studio had remained conspicuously silent. It wasn't until he had gained a reputation for his exploits on the Eastern Front that he received a system notification in the dead of night, announcing several new episodes. He promptly watched them all, feeling immense relief for having insisted on taking a detour with Fugaku to visit Kakashi in the north. These episodes primarily revolved around Kakashi and Rin, depicting their struggles to adapt to life after Obito's loss. The pressure of frontline combat was already substantial, and their shared grief over the loss of a comrade rendered their mental states precarious, leaving viewers perpetually anxious about their well-being. Some pessimistically speculated that Naraku, now in Orochimaru's custody, might face dire consequences, suggesting that Kakashi could soon lose two Uchiha friends. Particularly for Kakashi, Naraku was likely more vital than his own life. Such assertions proliferated, and the comments section of forums became an echo chamber of lamentation. Amused by the various heartfelt expressions from netizens, Naraku found himself curious about their reactions when he finally appeared before Kakashi. Perhaps this was the moment of the recent update? He rubbed his hands together in excitement, urging the system to resume the previous episode. Upon returning from combat, Kakashi and Rin entered the camp, both bearing weary faces and dark circles beneath their eyes, heading straight to the main tent to report their mission results. Along the way, the featured ninjas wore smiles, and the background radiated a jovial atmosphere. However, Kakashi and Rin lacked the energy to inquire further and went directly to Tsunade to provide their report. Having recently been criticized for her harsh treatment of child labor in the previous episodes, Tsunade finally displayed some humanity, allowing them to rest without assigning any new tasks. Here comes our woeful duo of child laborers. At such a tender age, they're already overworked. They've surely skipped 70 years of toil. Everyone seems rather cheerful. Is it merely my imagination? Just a trick of the mind before the poor beasts hear of a holiday. Alright, enough of that. This bull is genuinely breaking down. Tsunade, have some decency. Wait, are we really getting a break? Tsunade, we adore you. How wonderful. Will Kakashi and Rin finally get a good night's sleep? Lying on his single bed, Kakashi half closed his eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling before covering his face with his arm and exhaling a weary sigh. The animator focused the camera on various items around him, frequently employing close-ups to highlight any changes since his last visit. A spotless, gleaming bedside table, a neatly arranged yet slightly wrinkled pillow, and a soft, fluffy quilt that seemed to envelop most of his body. These details indicated that someone had meticulously tidied the space before Kakashi's return, leaving not a speck of dust behind. Kakashi's thoughts echoed this sentiment. Is it merely an illusion? It feels so warm. Something seems different. The exhausted youth vaguely sensed an anomaly after several days away. How could this small bed be so dry and comfortable, infused with a gentle warmth that seeped into his heart? Yet, he was too fatigued to maintain consciousness, gradually succumbing to the inexplicable sense of safety. Friends, something feels amiss. It seems someone has tidied up better than I ever could. The quilt is obviously sun-dried. It couldn't be this fluffy and warm otherwise. Could this meticulous care be what I think it is? Could it be? Naraku, darling. Surely it must be our Naraku. Is a miracle upon us? Has Naraku come to the front lines to find Kakashi? In the fleeting moment before succumbing to slumber, he recalled an afternoon from years past. The scene brightened, becoming hazy yet warm, as a youthful Kakashi and Naraku sat in a small courtyard, basking in the sun with carefree expressions. The camera shifted, revealing the two children nestled together in sleep, the afternoon sun casting a golden halo upon their cherubic faces. I longed to see Naraku. As his whisper grew fainter, the animation returned to the present. Kakashi had fallen into a deep sleep, his arm that had previously rested on his forehead now slipping to his side. Oh my goodness. Childhood Kakashi and Naraku are simply adorable. Indeed, they are. He expressed a desire to see him. This is love. Upon witnessing this scene, Sister Kanai soared into the air with excitement. Woohoo. The bittersweet taste of Kanai. Allow me to savor it. The stark contrast between the past's brightness and the present's shadows evoked tears. Did Naraku truly recover under Orochimaru's care? I am utterly concerned. It must be Naraku. The old thief has hinted at it so clearly. If it isn't Naraku, I'll wash my hair upside down and drink chilly water. So, has Naraku genuinely recovered? I can't even imagine how blissful it would be for Kakashi to open his eyes and see Naraku. A flurry of comments flooded the screen, opinions varying wildly, until a silhouette entered the tent and approached the small bed, causing the comments to momentarily halt. He gently removed Kakashi's forehead protector, alleviating his physical and mental exhaustion. In his dreams, Kakashi exhibited no sign of alertness or resistance, even nuzzling his forehead against the palm of this figure. The camera never captured his full face, but the familiar cadence of his murmured words sent the audience into a frenzy, as the silhouette tenderly helped Kakashi remove his shoes and cover him with a fresh blanket. The comments erupted into a cacophony, nearly obscuring the close-up of Kakashi's noticeably improved complexion. It's him. I can recognize him just from the shadow. My Naraku. Who besides Naraku would care for Kakashi to this extent? Naraku, Naraku, Naraku. It's Naraku. Anyone who doesn't recognize that voice should be expelled from the ranks of Naruto fans. My goodness, what a beautiful dream. I'm trembling with excitement. Help. Who understands the significance of this nuzzle? It's making my face flush. This is far too intimate. I'm so thrilled I could leap from my bed and plow 2 acres of land without calming down. Rounded up, they are indeed. What a sense of déjà vu it is, akin to a wife comforting her husband on the front lines. Wife. Naraku is indeed the beloved of Hatake Kakashi. The gentle nature of Naraku as a husband is beyond dispute. The sweet nostalgia of a lover's reunion surpasses even that of a newlywed couple. As memories of silvery strands glided through his fingers flooded back, Naraku couldn't help but curl his fingers, bowing his head to scratch at the itch on his ear. It is all the fault of those comments that incessantly utter such embarrassing words. He silently chastised himself, having completely forgotten how he used to revel in such banter. The scene shifts to the following morning. Kakashi groggily emerged from his cocoon, suddenly reminded of the anomaly he had sensed the previous evening as he drifted into slumber. A racing heartbeat and labored breaths were prompted by a certain realization that burrowed deep into his fiery lungs, entwining tightly around his heart, pressing firmly into his flesh. He scarcely had time to don his shoes, rushing barefoot in search of the shadow that lingered in his mind, awakening amidst the crisp morning air and dew. Initially believing it all to be an illusion, Kakashi felt a familiar call resonate within him at that moment, one that had long since etched itself into his very being. Kakashi? Accompanying that phrase was the haunting melody of a shao, a bamboo flute, played at sunset. As Kakashi turned, his white hair billowed, the rhythm of his heartbeat synchronizing with the drumbeats. The figure he had envisioned countless times in his memories now stood vividly before him, basking in the gentle light of dawn. Close up, Kakashi's dark eyes shimmered, gradually glistening with tears reminiscent of autumn's serene pools reflecting a myriad of morning stars. Naraku? Kakashi's voice trembled, echoing the delicate pain of a branch snapping under the weight of accumulated snow. Kakashi, Naraku's voice was smooth and rich, akin to dew, reaching his ears even before the sun's rays. The unspoken connection between them was palpable. Love needed no words. Kakashi, unable to locate Naraku, felt a tinge of melancholy. Do not love too much, Kakashi. A gaze exchanged was a spiritual kiss devoid of desire. Round it up. All right. You, the yellow-haired girl ahead, tone it down. The interplay of sunset and dawn mirrored the separation and reunion of Kakashi and Naraku. Kakashi's sister, overwhelmed, wept tears of joy. Oh dear, even I, the coffee sister, shed tears of relief. One might ask, throughout the entirety of Naruto, who has enjoyed their meals as well as Kakashi and Naraku have. At this moment, it felt reminiscent of the heroic rescue by the river from years past. What are you capturing? Stop staring. Chapter 251. Audience, is there any difference? The camera returned to Kakashi, who took a few hesitant steps forward, only to suddenly halt. The truth behind his immobility was soon revealed. The trees, bushes, and structures around him dissolved into the soft light, leaving Kakashi standing at the center, instinctively raising his arm to embrace the boy rushing into his arms. Naraku enveloped Kakashi's neck with both arms, his cheek pressed against Kakashi's nape, his voice muffled as if he were stifling sobs. Kakashi. Kakashi's expression reflected his disbelief. Yet his body responded instinctively, his strong arms tightening around Naraku's waist, lowering his head to inhale deeply the scent of the scarf, the essence of sunlight. The fabric of their clothing rustled together, the soft sound enveloping them like a delicate veil. The drum beats and their synchronized heartbeats became indistinguishable, just as their bodies sought to merge into one another. Ah, Kakashi. What is this? Is this a scene I can watch for free? Embracing was indeed more intimate than a kiss. How delightful. The long-awaited sweetness has finally arrived. A fervent battle anime transformed into a poignant tale of youthful love. How scandalous. Kakashi felt an immense relaxation. Naraku was his solace. My straightforward little pup, Naraku, has returned. Kakashi's embrace was around the waist. He truly knows how to enchant. This posture speaks volumes about their roles. Long live Kakashi and Naraku. It was that winter when Kakashi gifted Naraku the scarf upon bringing him home. The love between Naraku and Kakashi was profound and palpable. Oh, the sound of their closeness. It made my heart race and my cheeks flush. Such ambiguity. How does it differ from intimacy? Having embraced, why not simply marry here and now? I support the previous proposal. I shall provide the wedding attire. Naraku nearly crushed the rations in his grasp. I disagree. What nonsense are you spouting, yellow-haired girl? My relationship with Kakashi is one of pure, platonic friendship, all right? He resumed nibbling on the dry food, thinking how the netizens today were so brazen in their public comments, utterly lacking decorum. The animation continued. The audience immersed in the sight of the two boys entangled in each other's arms, until a collision sound jolted everyone back to reality, and the scene regained clarity. Kakashi came to his senses, discovering Rin observing him and Naraku from a distance. Her face flushed as she hurriedly turned away, her expression a mix of confusion and surprise. In an instant, he felt his entire being flush crimson, a small puff of steam appearing atop his head, resembling a human kettle. Kakashi, belatedly realizing, pulled up his mask to shield his face, yet it did little to conceal the redness radiating from his ears, only serving to amplify the embarrassment. After Naraku pointed it out, he stubbornly claimed it was merely the heat of the day, amidst the autumn breeze, as he scrambled to pick up his lunchbox, anxiously wiping it down. Ultimately, it was Naraku who graciously offered him an out, leading him back to the tent for breakfast. "Hey, Rin, why are you blushing?" Her reaction was so exaggerated, it was as if she were mimicking me. Could it be that Rin is a kindred spirit to our Kakashi? Rin, I knew it. I knew they were something special. I despised that I wasn't there. So envious of Rin. Rin, the CP I ship is real. Kakashi, you've made me laugh. Kakashi is as red as a spicy little lobster. Huh? His ears are still exposed, fully revealing his embarrassment. Naraku, too, was blushing. An adorable little pup in distress. Oh my, Naraku's calm and indulgent demeanor is simply too charming. Like an alpha. Unfazed and unbothered by being discovered in such an intimate moment with his partner. Naraku fans, we have finally stood tall. Haha. As they sat together for breakfast. The audience learned from Naraku that his bloodline illness had been cured, leading to jubilant cheers in the comments, some even offering to send money and red envelopes in celebration. What a chaotic scene. How wonderful. Naraku will not perish. Orochimaru, you truly are the greatest scientist in the ninja world. Incredible. We adore you, Lord Orochimaru. Forever loyal. Follow me. This afternoon, I'll draw 100 fans, each receiving 100 yuan. I'm healthy now, I'm so happy. Let us have a lottery to treat everyone to milk tea. When a stack of green healing talismans appeared in his hand, Kakashi finally understood that Naraku had accompanied Uchiha Fugaku. The detour was due to the latter's purpose of delivering the talismans and gathering the clan members. Upon hearing those words about healing internal and external wounds to preserve life, he cast them aside. His mind consumed by the realization that Naraku did not come solely to see him, but rather with a sense of melancholy. However, it soon reached Kakashi that these healing talismans were specifically crafted for him, awakening the awareness that he held a unique place in Naraku's heart. A sense of fulfillment took root within him like a vine, tangling his rationality into a muddled mess. Suddenly, a thought struck him. These must be the experimental products Naraku had previously used. Have they now reached mass production? My dear Naraku is truly remarkable. This is nothing short of a revolutionary invention. How many lives could Konoha save on the battlefield with this? It's no wonder that when Kakashi returned yesterday afternoon, everyone appeared elated. Who wouldn't be happy to possess such life-saving artifacts? But wait, Kakashi, is this the crux of the matter? It absolutely must be. The significance of coming for me versus merely passing by is a chasm as vast as heaven and earth. Naraku came specifically to see you, Kakashi. If it weren't for you, why would he be here? Anyone could have brought the talisman. Silly fool. This stack is undoubtedly of superior quality. Just look at the gold embossed characters. Each one is a testament to Naraku's affection for Kakashi. Kakashi finally grasped the situation, though it is understandable. Being in the throes of first love often causes one to be overly concerned about such matters. How charming. Kakashi, I always knew Naraku loved me most. Whether it's a necklace, braised pork, or healing talismans, I am truly special. Once again, Kakashi basked in happiness. Kanai was also on the verge of fainting from joy. Naraku, what? So Kakashi was acting strangely out of sheer delight? Reflecting on how he had forcibly insisted on using medical ninjutsu on the other. Naraku awkwardly scratched his head, wishing he could travel back in time to give his overly concerned self a good smack. Perhaps ignorance is bliss. After all, those who know no sin are free of guilt, he chuckled to himself. As anticipated, the scene unfolded with Naraku misunderstanding that Kakashi was overwhelmed with mental stress and insisting on treating him, much to the audience's amusement. The comments flooded in, reveling in the chaos, cheering on Naraku's antics towards Kakashi. Kakashi, I'm not sick. Naraku, if you're not sick, take a few steps. Haha. Kakashi still manages to blurt nonsense at crucial moments. If Naraku doesn't catch you, who will? Naraku, regardless of whether you're sick or not. Let us start with some medical ninjutsu. Such domineering affection from Naraku. Youth truly is a blessing. One can simply fall asleep anywhere, haha. The adorably clumsy concern between the two, each flustered for the other, is utterly endearing. Indeed, that's the best part of Kakana. I suspect this technique was even conceived by Naraku specifically for Kakashi. Amidst the joyous atmosphere, this chapter draws to a close. Chapter 252, with every bite of candy. Fate silently marks its price. In the next episode, the opening scene features Tsunade questioning the Een sealing technique. Upon learning that it was not Naraku who intended to use it, she suddenly realizes for whom he did it and can't help but tease her little apprentice. After reddening Naraku's face, she compassionately states that he can come to collect the information tomorrow. Seeing everyone reveling in the camaraderie of Kakana brings me relief. My mother teases my brother in a similar manner, deliberately asking him who he will play with at kindergarten. Naraku is nearly 12 and is being treated like a kindergarten child. Haha. Tsunade. Teasing kids is truly entertaining. ISNT it, Tsunade. I hope you can still laugh when you see Kakashi and Naraku sharing a kiss in the future. While it seems improbable in this action-packed anime, we can always write fanfiction, smirks. Thanks to the comments reminding me that this is a battle series. I momentarily lost myself in the sweetness and forgot that Kakana might not actually end up together. Oh no, friends from earlier. Quickly head to the forums and read some fanfiction to regain your composure. The audience continued to laugh even after Naraku dashed out with a flushed face. When they saw him gradually stop in the shade of a tree, covering his face and crouching down, they merely thought he was a shy little boy. It wasn't he until faint sobs spilled through his fingers, soaking his sleeves with tears, that they realized something was amiss. In the center of the frame, Naraku curled up, shoulders hunched, his trembling heart laid bare against the wind, appearing helpless and fragile. Am I truly feeling happiness now? Am I allowed to be happy like this? Kakashi. I don't want to leave Kakashi. Wait, is Naraku crying? Why is he crying, my dear baby? It's all the previous episode's fault for being too sweet. I completely forgot that Naraku's inner soul has long been tainted. The facade he presents now is merely a shell he strains to maintain. He feels guilty for even experiencing happiness, despite having previously acknowledged that he was genuinely happy in content. I knew that old thief wouldn't let us off easily. Wait, what do you mean by leaving? Where is Naraku going? To the Eastern Front? Wasn't he mentioned before? It doesn't seem like a matter of heading to the front lines. Naraku. Huh. I knew I could make you bleed from laughter. Every bite of candy consumed was marked with a price by fate. Just enjoy yourself. Even the system can't bear to witness Naraku's torment of the fans, silently covering its non-existent face with its non-existent hands. In the animation, upon hearing Rin's concerned inquiry, Naraku hurriedly turned his face away, claiming that dust had entered his eyes. Yet the red corners of his eyes and his hoarse voice told a different story, indicating that something must have transpired. Rin didn't pry further, handing him a handkerchief before attempting to leave, but Naraku's low, pleading request halted her. Faced with Naraku's pitiful expression, she nodded in agreement. Then, the screen echoed with Rin's slightly indignant thoughts. So it was Kakashi who made Naraku cry? I truly misjudged him. Who? Kakashi? Someone is sleeping in bed, while trouble descends from above. Kakashi, huh? I'm innocent. Yet, I can't say he is entirely at fault. I want to see Kakashi face consequences for making Naraku cry, but not this kind of consequence. What kind is that? Innocent emoji. Be good, little one, don't ask. Naraku. Wait, why is Kakashi being blamed for this? Just thinking about the possibility of Kakashi getting injured on a mission, and Rin replacing the pain-free disinfectant with alcohol during treatment brings a sour taste to my mouth. It has been over a month since that incident, and I wonder if Kakashi is truly as tormented as he imagines. Naraku contemplated that given Rin's temperament, she wouldn't likely do something like that. So everything should be fine. He then shook his head. No. Offending the healer in the team could lead to dire consequences. I must find an opportunity to clarify with Rin that day wasn't Kakashi bullying me. Upon returning to Kakashi's tent, Naraku's eyes still glistened slightly with redness. He sat silently at the edge of the bed, gazing at Kakashi with a look of bewilderment for quite some time, completely disregarding the wind that swept through the open window, tousling his hair. Even though his eyes conveyed a myriad of thoughts, in the end, he merely leaned against the bed, burying his face in the crook of his arm. Naraku's gaze upon Kakashi was such that anyone could discern the depths of his affection. Given the atmosphere, what would it matter if he simply leaned in to kiss him? Naraku pondered whether he wished he had invented healing seals sooner. Perhaps Obito would have survived, sparing Kakashi from such profound anguish. The one who understood Naraku so well undoubtedly felt that he would blame himself for such thoughts. The happiness shared between Kakashi and Naraku was undeniably real, yet so was the pain. The scene flickered between light and darkness, signaling the approach of evening. Kakashi emerged from Tsunade's main tent, gazing at the slanting rays of the setting sun, fully aware that by noon the following day, Naraku would depart from this place. The prospect of their separation brought forth a melancholy uncertainty about when they might meet again. In his wistfulness, he recalled a moment from a past mission when he had inadvertently encountered a breathtaking view. Kakashi, next time, bring the person you cherish most to see this. Rin had once told him, her smile radiant. Your mood will surely differ from now. With renewed determination in his eyes, Kakashi grasped Naraku's hand, leading him away from the camp toward the riverbank etched in his memory. They ran together, traversing the withered grasslands and the desolate forest like the free evening breeze, until they reached a majestic river. Following Kakashi's finger, Naraku beheld the scene as a gentle wind swept through, infusing his somber eyes with a glimmer of brightness. The familiar background music swelled, and the camera pivoted sharply as they gazed upon the stunning vista together. The setting sun melted into a flowing stream of golden liquid, saturating the sky with vibrant hues of orange. A colossal, ancient crabapple tree filled the frame, bursting forth with a myriad of blossoms. Beneath the twilight, each cluster of flowers radiated the warmth of the sunset, glowing like honeyed light amidst the vastness of the world, swaying in the wind. Even the red clouds and soaring birds seemed to sing in harmony with the youthful hearts. A single crabapple blossom fell into Naraku's palm, reflected in his moist pupils like a candle flickering in the night. Eventually, the sun sank below the horizon, leaving only a faint glimmer upon the river's surface. Kakashi emanated a serene joy from the fulfillment of his wishes. His tone lightened. Shall we return? Naraku's gaze shimmered like water, the shadow of a smile gracing his lips. Indeed. The camera focused on their tightly clasped hands, the scene gradually dimming, while the stirring, grand music lingered for some time longer. To ensure narrative continuity, the animators even omitted the closing theme, and as the background music faded, it coincided perfectly with the final second of the episode. The person dearest to them. What other announcement could it possibly be? Screams. Rin truly played the role of the ultimate wingwoman. She deserved equal gratitude alongside Kanna at the wedding. Ultimately, the youth would be as free as the wind. Oh, how beautiful. This was a scene fit for a fairy tale, simply breathtaking. From this day forth, it was said that a true heart was given to the crabapple. So exquisite, so blissful, it felt like a dream. Kakashi, are you certain you want to confess your feelings here? What a splendid place. Everything remained unspoken. For the most beautiful understanding lay in silence. Who could forget that these two youths were, in fact, the closest of friends? It would be absurd not to witness their union. But who cares? Let us revel in it for now. Naraku intended to leap to the next episode. But a highly upvoted comment stood out glaringly in the comment section, impossible to overlook. My favorite custard pie. I initially didn't want to edit this, but the material from these 2 episodes was too rich, so I couldn't resist. I confess my guilt, but they are the ones who lured me in. Please apprehend Kakashi and Naraku as well. Naruto's Angst featuring Kakashi and Naraku. True hearts dedicated to the crabapple. Headcanon adult version of Kakashi and Naraku. Link. A solemn declaration. This short edit depicts Kakashi and Naraku as adults. Thank you. Comment 1, huh? Mommy, I'll follow you for a lifetime. Nosebleed. Falls down JPG. Comment 2. Oh my goodness, this technical skill is astounding. How did you achieve this? Comment 3. Mom. In the last few seconds, I was blushing and screaming uncontrollably. Comment 4. There's even transportation covering nose JPG. Comment 5. This is too sinful. Please hand over all your stock from your hard drive, so the vast online community can criticize you. Seriously JPG. What is this? Time was limited, and Naraku didn't delve into the replies of this hot comment. Instead, he directed the system to jump to the link. A 3-minute short edit popped up, and the video began to play automatically upon opening the webpage. After attentively watching the first 2 minutes, Naraku discerned nothing amiss. Although the animation flowed smoothly, seamlessly edited, even enhancing the tones of his and Kakashi's voices to sound more mature while retaining their essence, it was indeed impressive. Yet, could it warrant such fervent attention? Just as he pondered, the video took a startling turn in its final 30 seconds. The hazy and suggestive visuals left Naraku utterly dumbfounded, and the sound clips paired with the imagery had, remarkably, appeared in the animation itself. For instance, the sound of their clothes rustling during an embrace, the slight quaver in Naraku's voice when he called Kakashi's name, and the breaths they shared while racing to see the crabapple blossoms. Naraku, hands over eyes, ah. Turn it off, turn it off. Chapter 253 Naraku. This has turned into a chaotic mess. The system promptly closed the webpage, and after some time, the heat on Naraku's face had yet to fully dissipate. Typically, the fanfiction in the forums would occasionally feature subtle descriptions, and over the years, he had nearly grown accustomed to it, no longer startled. Yet, those were merely words, nothing compared to the impact of seeing it unfold on video. The sudden wave of emotions sent Naraku's mind into a complete standstill for nearly a minute. He wished to discuss something with the system to ease the awkwardness, but his thoughts buzzed incoherently, making it impossible to articulate anything sensible. The few fragmented sentences he managed to utter left the system bewildered. Are you all right? None of your business. At last, Naraku regained his composure, flustered and irritated, urging the system to quickly play the next episode. When the screen brightened again, a few small characters appeared in the lower left corner. 1 month later, Kakashi and Rin had long since returned to their rigorous lives, undoubtedly exhausted from the past month's trials. Naraku noted that the complexion he had once helped restore had worsened significantly. They were currently engaged in a task involving information relay, during which they encountered a small contingent of enemies from the Cloud Village. Despite Kakashi's formidable strength, he found himself outnumbered and sustained a wound to his side during the skirmish. Fortunately, the danger had passed, and after the battle, they found a safe location. As usual, Rin disinfected his wound and bound it up. Kakashi sat on the ground, lifting his shirt to reveal the injury while holding his ninja sword defensively. When it came time to tighten the bandage, Rin's movements were perhaps a tad too swift, causing him to flinch in pain, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly to stifle any sound. "Are you all right, Kakashi?" Rin looked up at him, expertly tying a neat bow at the end of the bandage. "The wound needs to be compressed to stop the bleeding, so bear with it a bit. It won't hurt for long." "Ah, I understand." Kakashi nodded stiffly. He certainly understands the common knowledge of applying pressure to stop bleeding. But a sudden occurrence like that would elicit a reaction from anyone. Rin then inquired, "Shall we take a brief rest for a quarter of an hour? Let us wait until your injury stabilizes before we set off." "All right." Kakashi is undeniably looking incredibly handsome right now. Wow, I absolutely adore battle-damaged Kakashi. His way of lifting his shirt shows that even at such a young age, he knows what the audience desires. "Hey, tone it down a bit. He is only 12. Angry. Ouch, that looked incredibly painful. Ha ha ha. It seems like Kakashi's hair is standing on end. I can't shake the feeling that this isn't merely about stopping the bleeding. Rin exclaimed, "You bully Naraku. You scumbag." Kakashi has had a rough month, grinning devilishly. Naraku, terrified, clutching his face. Kakashi. I told you. Crossing a nurse 1T lead to good outcomes. Reflecting on how this predicament stemmed from his own actions, his inner self was frantically jumping around. Akin to an ant on a hot pan, Naraku thought, what opportunity could I possibly find to clarify things with Rin? Frantic, during their respective moments of rest, the animators seized the chance to showcase the turmoil and confusion plaguing Kakashi's mind. From a psychological standpoint, Kakashi could sense that over the past month, Rin's attitude towards him seemed to have subtly shifted. Undoubtedly, they remained comrades bound by life and death, able to trust each other with their backs. There was no doubt about that, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. If he had to articulate it, it would be that Rin's healing methods had gradually strayed from the realm of gentleness and were inching closer to the styles of other medical ninjas. Kakashi wore a puzzled expression as he touched the bandages wrapped around him. At that moment, two small chibi characters appeared in the upper right corner of the screen. One, resembling a medical ninja, seemed rather fierce as it treated another character who was battered and bruised. The medical chibi's hands flew in a flurry, completing the treatment in 2 seconds. However, the patient appeared to be rolling their eyes and frothing at the mouth, indicating they had been through quite the ordeal. "Dude, it took you a month to notice something was off?" Laughing and crying. How could there not be a change? From Rin's perspective, you made the sweet and considerate Naraku hide in a corner and cry. What a scumbag you are. Rin is one of the few who understands just how much Naraku cares for Kakashi. He once taught Rin various medical ninjutsu with his own hands, fearing that if he were to fall ill, Kakashi would be injured on the battlefield without anyone to heal him. Indeed, what a colossal scumbag Kakashi is. And he still expects more? Rin is simply doing her best to heal him, laughing. "Come on, Kakashi, bear this blame well." The comments section has not spared him either, laughing. "These two chibi characters are adorable. Help. My moral compass and sense of humor are in conflict. The battlefield is likely just like this. Survival and efficiency are paramount, yet it remains somewhat amusing. Injured person, general anesthesia? Medical ninja, fist anesthesia? Bam." Kakashi continued to ponder that a straightforward and brutal healing style isn't necessarily a bad thing. On the battlefield, there's no time for niceties. Naturally, the key issue is that over the past year since entering the battlefield, Rin had always been gentle and meticulous. Why did she suddenly change her style after Naraku left last month? Could it be? Kakashi's eyes widened as he recalled the embrace from that morning, along with Rin's flushed face and hurried departure. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Does Rin have feelings for Naraku? Thus, Rin, when I express confusion, it's not my issue, it's yours. How on earth did we arrive at this conclusion? If we were to step into Kakashi's shoes, reaching such a conclusion doesn't seem far-fetched. Kakashi, reflect on why you believe Rin would be upset and jealous upon seeing you two embrace. The answer is simple. Kakashi subconsciously placed himself in the role of Rin's rival. Haha. A person's subconscious reflects their true thoughts, indeed. Recently, the Kakashi x Naraku ship has been thriving. Such joy. Wild monkey running. Naraku, PFF. What? Who? Who likes whom? He covered his face, thinking about how to explain this misunderstanding to Kakashi. The situation has become a chaotic mess. In the final moments of this episode, Kakashi and Rin returned to the camp to report in. Tsunade first declared a day off for them, but as they were about to exit the room, she loudly complained about the lack of work being done. Furthermore, she explicitly mentioned a mission to the Eastern Front, where they would get to witness the infamous Crimson Hunt. This immediately piqued Kakashi and Rin's interest, their eyes nearly glued to the folder. In the end, they not only secured the mission they desired, but also obtained an extra day to rest before setting off. Such youthful enthusiasm. Tsunade even proactively granted Kakashi a day off? What a fortunate day. The implications are staggering. I knew it. Tsunade just wanted to tease the kids. Crimson Hunt? Seeing Tsunade's reaction, could it possibly be Naraku? What a magnificent title. With titles like Kangao and Crimson Hunt, oh my, they are all CP-themed. Dear Thief. Don't sell me out too much. The unspoken understanding between a Wagakure and Kirigakure reached its peak at that moment, laughing. The two kids were utterly entranced. Tsunade mused. Is this what it feels like to raise a cat? I love it. Kakashi is heading to the Eastern Front? Upon hearing this, Naraku's first reaction was that he would see Kakashi again, and this time he could finally place the Een seal on him. He then recalled the original timeline, wherein Madara had set up the trap for Obito by using Kirigakure to capture Rin, implanting the three tails to attack Konoha, ultimately leading to Rin's demise beneath Kakashi's Chidori. Could this be the same situation? Naraku hurriedly controlled the body of Jinju in the underground space of the mountain graveyard, watching for any movements from Madara and Black Zetsu. Once they started making moves, Jinju would naturally have a reason to get involved. With no immediate results on that front, Naraku could only suppress his growing anxiety and continue to watch the animation, awaiting news. During the mission briefing, Kakashi and Rin spoke in perfect unison. Yet once they separated from the main tent, their thoughts diverged. Rin lay on her bed, staring at the ceiling, contemplating that Kakashi's eagerness to see Naraku surely stemmed from regret over having hurt him in the past. Therefore, once they reached the Eastern Front, she must closely monitor his behavior. If he acted well, it could be considered bygone, but if he faltered, then the matter would remain unresolved. Meanwhile, Kakashi lay awake, tossing and turning, increasingly convinced of his suspicions. Rin indeed likes Naraku, as she was so elated at the prospect of heading to the east. He let out a complex sigh, unsure of what he was melancholy about, and eventually drifted off to sleep. Rin, you know I usually advocate for breakups, not reconciliations. She felt like the reliable best friend who keeps a watchful eye on her boyfriend, guiding her silly friend in love. Silly child, believe in yourself. Kakashi's realization was entirely self-inflicted. Haha, I'm going to die laughing at these two. What will Naraku do next to convince Kakashi that Rin and he are merely friends? I must express my thoughts. Why can't Naraku and Rin be genuine? It is entirely plausible that Rin could champion Naraku simply because of her affection for him. After all, Naraku is such a remarkable person. It is quite natural for Rin to develop feelings for him while training in medical ninjutsu. As previously mentioned in the comments, Naruto is fundamentally a spirited action series, not a boys' love genre. Naraku and Rin could indeed end up together, even if they currently harbor no romantic feelings. Such sentiments could blossom in the future. The notion of Karuna is simply impossible. Oh dear, how could I have forgotten? Woe is me. Obito, hello? Is anyone speaking up for me? Confused expression. Poor Obito, his goddess has vanished just months after his tragic fate. Obito, I knew that Naraku was up to no good. Angry expression. Witnessing the misunderstandings deepening between Kakashi and Rin has left Naraku utterly exasperated, all while internally scoffing at those who believe in the possibility of Naraku and Rin's union. Let us not forget that even if Obito were alive, I could never be with Rin, alright? I'm exhausted, let it all be destroyed. Chapter 254, Misty Hidden. Uchiha Naraku is more terrifying than the god of death. There are still 3 episodes left in the animation, and as of now, there are no signs of trouble on Jin's side. With the intention of watching together, Naraku urged the system to fast forward. After skipping the opening theme, the timeline returns to the morning 3 days after Naraku's awakening. Since the healing talisman used on Kikyo Mountain proved effective, it is imperative to improve its structure for mass production. Thus, Naraku, unable to wait for his body to fully recover, dove into the laboratory and spent 7 days creating an improved version of the healing talisman. After approximately 10 days of trial production and repeated testing, confirming that its stability was assured and that the clan could produce it consistently, he proposed to Fugaku that all prominent family heads convene to discuss the sales and distribution of the healing talisman. Once the gathering concluded, amidst a lively and brisk background score, snippets of the various healing talismans in high demand played continuously, interspersed with the solemn silhouette of Sarutobi Hiruzen quietly smoking in the office. Nearly all ninjas, whether from clans or commoners, fervently praised this miraculous item that could save lives. At that moment, everyone inside and outside the animation understood that Konoha was on the brink of transformation. Hooray! It's healthy Naraku. Fortunately, Orochimaru cured the bloodline disease. Otherwise, after all this self-inflicted turmoil, Naraku would have been back in the hospital. Fugaku, no matter what, just blindly follow Naraku's lead. Inuzuka clan leader, it appears that mixing with the Uchiha means ensuring 3 hearty meals a day. The Oil Woman clan leader sat rather close. Has Hikari and Tsukasa become a couple? Hee. Outwardly, I apologize for the trouble, while inwardly, I envy you all immensely. To those present, let it be known that I, Uchiha Fugaku, do indeed relish living off the talents of my genius son. Hee. Our Naraku is the unrivaled prodigy of the ninja world. Cost price? Speaking of which, how about several times the cost price? Humorous expression. Sarutobi Hiruzen is feeling the pressure, but thankfully Danzo died early. Otherwise, he would have surely resorted to coercion. Even if Danzo were alive, the Uchiha would not fear him in the least. With the healing talismans at their disposal, who would dare to target the Uchiha? Ninjas who survived thanks to the healing talismans would surely owe the Uchiha their gratitude. 10 Danzo Shimura combined would even suffice. Fugaku, from now on, no one shall dare to speak loudly to the Uchiha. Not only that, but the entire Konoha, and indeed the entire ninja world, must act with the Uchiha's interests in mind. The penultimate episode delves into why the Uchiha clan must head to the Eastern Front. The primary reason is glaringly apparent. Konoha simply lacks personnel. Aside from the Uchiha, other clans are unable to uphold the situation. The Hyuga clan is doing relatively well, but other fronts equally require Byakugan, leaving too few to spare. Thus, even if the overall attributes are not favorable, the Uchiha must steel themselves for the challenge. If it weren't for Fugaku's clarity on the situation, knowing that Konoha and they had no alternatives, he would have already quarreled with the Hokage. However, he was unwilling to suffer in silence, and ultimately used this as leverage to secure substantial logistical support for the Uchiha on the Eastern Front. Beyond sufficient material supplies, the Uchiha on the Eastern Front also received free healing talismans from their clan, ensuring comprehensive support. This episode is rich in information and rife with controversies, igniting fervent discussions in the comment section. Black Forest Cake Wizard. Brothers, I'm back with my conspiracy theories. Personally, I believe that Sarutobi Hiruzen's insistence on enhancing material supplies to persuade the Uchiha to head east, beyond the fundamental reason of personnel shortages, serves another ulterior motive, to manipulate the Uchiha. What is the healing talisman? A life-saving trump card. To put it mildly, saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda, and on a grander scale, this item can sway the tides of war. If this continues, what chaos might ensue? Once the war concludes, who won sing the praises of the Uchiha? Isn't the position of the 4th Hokage practically theirs for the taking? Manipulation is essential. This not only utilizes the Uchiha to withstand the Mist's offensive, but also, due to the unfavorable attributes, restricts the Uchiha's performance, preventing them from achieving overly conspicuous victories. TSK, a twofold strategy. Comment 1. Wizard, you are truly a wise sage. Comment 2. Indeed. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen did not intend this, the Uchiha's losses while resisting the mist would likely be to his satisfaction. The halo effect brought about by the healing talisman is terrifying. The Uchiha's alliances with external clans were already a source of worry, and now, armed with the healing talisman, in due time, the Uchiha's mere stomp could shake Konoha to its core. Comment 3. In response to comment 2. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen genuinely aims to weaken the Uchiha, it is a reasonable strategy for a village leader to maintain balance within the village. Comment 4. In response to comment 3. Yes, given his role as Hokage, his approach of empowering the strong while supporting the weak is not easily criticized, as it maximizes the stability of the ninja village. However, such maneuvers challenge the capabilities of those in power. They must ensure the strong are content while allowing smaller clans to flourish. One misstep could lead to the former rebelling and the latter languishing in stagnation. Comment 5. We have a heavyweight presence in the comments. Alert expression. Comment 6. The Uchiha truly are the scapegoats. From the past to the present, they have borne the brunt of every difficult challenge, yet they reap scant rewards. If it weren't for the significantly improved public opinion of Konoha, I would genuinely feel for them. Comment 7. In response to comment 6. What can be done? Given the current situation, if not the Uchiha, then who? Moreover, the Uchiha clan has several thousand members residing in Konoha. They cannot simply abandon them. 5 years of barbecues and 3 years of seasoning. Although I have seen Fugaku transform dramatically into this hawkish figure before, it still brings me great comfort. Comment 1. Who can believe this change in a single person over just 3 or 4 years? From quietly sitting in the conference room, ignored and enduring, with proposals consistently voted down, to passionately rising in a high-level meeting, advocating fiercely for his child's grievances, and arguing vehemently with several elders. In a moment of desperation, Driven by fury and grief, he unleashed the kaleidoscope, resolutely embarking on an irreversible path alongside his kin, and brazenly confronted Shimura Danzo before all. Now, he dares to enter the Hokage's office alone, challenging Sarutobi Hiruzen face to face, bartering without a hint of trepidation. Truly, his courage is remarkable. Comment 2. Fugaku has become so formidable that I almost fail to recognize him. Laughing crying emoji. Comment 3. The scene where Fugaku haggles with Sarutobi in this episode had me in stitches. It is evident that the latter is still unaccustomed to Fugaku's assertiveness. Comment 4. I feel that Sarutobi will return home tonight and sit up in the middle of the night, asking if there are any exorcists in Lake Biwa, eager to drive that hawkish elder away from Fugaku. Comment 5. Replying to comment 4. Ha ha ha. Are you trying to make me die of laughter? Nailuo spent a brief while perusing the comments, absorbing the most popular ones before the system transitioned to the next episode. After merely half a minute of viewing, he realized this was the fateful battle that had initially earned the title of Scarlet Predator, and he promptly sped through it at triple speed. After all, he had already experienced it once, with all the intricate details etched in his memory, thus rendering a meticulous viewing unnecessary. Since the incident at Kikyo Mountain, the audience had not witnessed Nailuo in combat, yet now, as he faced 100 mist ninjas, he remained effortlessly composed, the barrage of comments filled with ecstatic exclamations. Before the two sides even clashed, Nailuo took the initiative to launch a surprise attack. Amidst the dense, obscuring fog, the flames from the fire release, great fire extinguishing surged skyward, inflicting heavy casualties upon the mist ninjas while clearing a vast expanse of thick mist. Following closely, the fire release, multiple black flames slash proved even more unstoppable. Ordinary water techniques were utterly ineffective, and even earth techniques were incinerated and severed. Just when the mist ninjas believed that this Uchiha youth was solely proficient in fire techniques, the overwhelming lightning release, Thousand Thunder Kill, suddenly manifested. A technique that swept across the heavens and the earth. The colossal lightning serpents writhed and crashed upon the ground, mercilessly battering anything they touched into charred remnants. Subsequently, as both sides descended into chaotic melee, Nailuo ceased employing large-scale ninjutsu, prompting the mist ninjas to breathe a sigh of relief, yet unbeknownst to them, this was merely the onset of their nightmares. Due to the unique geographical and cultural environment, mist ninjas were generally adept with blades. Yet Nailuo wielded his weapon with more finesse and skill than they could muster. Each time someone fell beneath his chakra-infused blade, the blood that splattered would stain the lingering mist crimson, akin to scarlet ribbons fluttering in the wind. In the end, when the mist ninjas sought to retreat, they encountered the combination technique of Heavenly Bright Pearl and Heavenly Kagu, known as Judgment of Death. This miraculous ninjutsu rendered escape impossible for those targeted, completely shattering the perceptions of all witnesses. How could such an unreasonable technique exist in the world? To the mist ninjas who had endured that battle, Uchiha Nailuo was more terrifying than the Grim Reaper. From that moment forth, the name Scarlet Predator echoed across the front lines, instilling a dread that compelled many to flee at the mere mention of it. Utterly magnificent. From the day Nailuo regained his health, the ninja world was set to welcome a rising sun. Ever since his bloodline illness was cured, Nailuo grew increasingly powerful each day. Woo! At last, he could engage in combat without the burden of his ailment. Hooray! It was a complete rout. I almost feel pity for the mist ninjas. Encountering a healthy Nailuo is truly tragic. For their enemies, it is fortunate that Konoha only possesses one Uchiha Nailuo. Goodness, if I were to face Nailuo on the battlefield, I might as well take my own life. The gentlest Uchiha has developed the most ruthless kaleidoscope techniques. The contrast is striking. Scarlet Hunter. The mist ninjas possess a certain taste, much like the IWA ninjas. Indeed. They even came up with a couple name for Kakashi and Nailuo, sly grin emoji. Nailuo. Impressive, isn't it? Just by raising my chakra limit and physical attributes, I spent over 20,000 popularity points. Such is the power of premium investments. Chapter 255. The Butterfly Effect Triggered by a Missing Person. Having finished watching all the episodes, Nailuo found no clues regarding Kakashi and Rin's current whereabouts. On Jin's side, there were no signs of unusual activity. The two elders were still down below, either sleeping or tending to children. Perhaps no news is the best news. Nailuo reassured himself, and to distract from his anxiety, he spent a long time scrolling through posts on the forum, remaining at Yunbai Mountain until deep into the night. When the reinforcements from the station troops arrived under the stars, he was tempted to inquire whether they had seen Kakashi, but how could Uchiha Nailuo, devoid of knowledge, pose such a question? Suppressing his impatience, Nailuo was about to return to the base when he felt a stirring in the summoning contract, hastily summoning Xiao Shui. The young kitten mewed twice, scampering up his pant leg and onto his shoulder, shaking the message tube on its back. He pulled out the letter, unfolding it to discover a message from Fugaku relayed through the Ninja Cat clan, informing him that Kakashi had safely arrived at the Eastern Front. Thank goodness. At least for now, they were safe. The heavy stone in his chest finally lifted, and Nai Luo felt an immediate sense of relief. He offered Xiao Shui 2 strips of dried fish to deliver a reply to Fugaku before eagerly embarking on his return journey. At the Eastern Front base, Kakashi and Rin had reported their mission to the frontline strategist Narashikamu and were granted temporary freedom of movement, albeit with the condition of not straying too far from the base. With nowhere else to go, they decided to visit the Uchiha camp in search of Nai Luo, only to learn from Fugaku and Fu Yao that he was still out on a mission. Considering the time required for rest along the way, he would likely not return until noon the following day. Upon hearing this disheartening news, the youth and maiden visibly sank into despondency, their spirits diminishing. With 2 days and nights of sleeplessness weighing heavily upon them, their mental state was on the brink of collapse, their gazes becoming somewhat unfocused. Then we shall take our leave, esteemed clan leader. Kakashi still retained enough composure to bow. Yet the disappointment and fatigue in his tone were unmistakable. I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. Do not concern yourself. There are still a few hours until dawn. I shall have Fu Yao escort you to rest. After Fu Yao led Kakashi and Rin away, Fugaku leaned back in his chair, tilting his head slightly, trying to forget the look of regret in Kakashi's eyes just moments ago. However, the thought of Nai Luo returning to the camp and learning from others that he had just missed Kakashi would undoubtedly evoke a similar expression in him. And he could not bear it. That boy would certainly remain silent, secretly mourning in his heart for quite some time. After much internal conflict, Fugaku reluctantly summoned a ninja cat to relay a message to Nai Luo. When he received Nai Luo's response from Yunbai Mountain, Fu Yao entered the tent, his expression somewhat enigmatic. Fugaku unfolded the letter, inquiring curiously, "What is it?" "No, clan leader, it's nothing significant. The girl named Rin is currently resting in the spare room of tent number 7. I see. After reading the words on the letter, Fugaku set the paper alight in the flame of the oil lamp, casually tossing it into the brazier. "And Kakashi?" Well," Fu Yao replied, his mouth twitching slightly, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, yet he steeled himself to finish when he passed by Nai Luo's room. He saw the name on the door and said he had arrived. Crack. Fugaku's expression darkened, and the steel pen he had just grasped shattered abruptly. Fu Yao's lips twitched, his brow glistening with cold sweat as he continued with determination. Then he just went inside to rest. "Kakashi Hitaki, do you have any sense of boundaries, you little rascal?" Fujitake's forehead throbbed with veins, entirely oblivious to the fact that Naraku and Kakashi had been living together for many years, far surpassing what he believed to be his own tenure as Naraku's father. For them, sharing a bed and sleeping under the same covers was hardly a novelty. By the time Fujitake grasped this reality 5 minutes later, the pen in his hand was rendered utterly useless. Outside the tent, the vigilant Fuya stood straight, covering his ears in silence. On the other side, Kakashi stumbled into Naraku's tent, and upon lighting a lamp, he noted that the arrangement was strikingly similar to his own. However, it appeared that the place had not been tidied for many days, as a fine layer of dust coated the belongings. Struggling against his overwhelming fatigue, both physically and mentally, he managed to tidy up the space before finally shedding his outer garments and shoes, lying down on the small bed to relax, slipping into unconsciousness almost instantaneously. As dawn broke, the cheerful calls of the blackbirds echoed around the camp, the first to pry the young man from his slumbering dreams. What subsequently roused him completely was the chilling sensation of ink dripping onto his skin and the slight itch caused by the brush's tip gliding across him. Kakashi jolted awake, sitting up abruptly, retreating a couple of steps in shock, staring wide-eyed at Naraku, who seemed equally startled. Naraku stood frozen, his left hand holding a small dish filled with ink, and his right grasping a brush saturated with the liquid, clearly poised to continue inscribing incantations upon him. "Naraku?" Kakashi questioned his own wakefulness, glancing down at his exposed upper body. Not only was his clothing absent, but his arms and shoulders were also adorned with an array of peculiar characters, suggesting that the other had begun this endeavor well before dawn. Confirming that he was neither dreaming nor hallucinating, Kakashi raised an eyebrow in bemusement. "What on earth is this?" Naraku, having gone many nights without sleep and conserving his chakra, was unable to react swiftly. He tilted his head in a daze. "It's a sealing technique, of course." He seemed utterly unaware of any impropriety, nodding earnestly at the brush's tip, urging Kakashi to return and sit properly. He reached out his arm, insisting. Kakashi, though perplexed, obediently extended his left arm for Naraku to continue. Fortuitously, as he inscribed the incantations, Naraku took the initiative to explain, "This is my modified sealing technique. The sealing revision. It's quite effective and should be completed before you depart. You look rather unwell, Kakashi observed carefully, noting the exhaustion etched in Naruku's eyes, causing his brow to furrow. Surely, he hadn't begun this immediately upon returning? I have no choice, Naraku blinked forcefully, murmuring softly, if I don't do this now, who knows when I'll get the chance again. At that moment, Rin happened to approach the tent's entrance, and before she could greet them, she overheard their conversation through the curtain. I have no choice. If I don't do this now, who knows when I'll get the chance again. That sounds a bit too demanding. Perhaps it would be better to wait until next time? Absolutely not. It would be a shame to abandon it halfway through. I'm perfectly fine. Fine, but you always say that. Just promise there won't be a next time. Rin's raised arm froze in the air, caught in indecision outside the tent. What on earth were Kakashi and Naraku up to? She couldn't comprehend a word of it. It felt as though entering now would disrupt their moment. Just as she was lost in confusion, strange sounds emerged from within. Kakashi, could you lean in a bit closer? Huh, do I need to be here too? Haha, that tickles. Let me go? There's no way to stop now that we've come this far. Just bear with it. Don't tug at my pants, Naraku. That is definitely off limits. Rin? What on earth did I just hear? The bewildered girl's face flushed crimson, her mind racing with thoughts. Without a moment's hesitation, she covered her face with her hands and sprinted away, stifling a silent scream. Chapter 256, Obito, Ora Ora Ora. Jin, Muda Muda Muda. Naraku and Kakashi continued their antics within the tent until the sun climbed high in the sky, and the multitude of incantations adorning Kakashi began to coalesce into a singular black diamond mark on his forehead. This mark was slightly larger and more elongated than the one on Naraku's, resembling a cold star shimmering with dark radiance. Is this the Een sealing revision? Kakashi rubbed his forehead, failing to notice any difference from before. Turning, he saw Naraku sleepily tidying up their belongings and hastily approached to assist him. Naraku, I don't feel anything unusual. How could it be effective already? This sealing technique requires some time to take effect, Naraku yawned, squinting as he rummaged through the nightstand drawer, eventually retrieving a small booklet and handing it to him. All the instructions for the Een sealing revision are in here. You can also store any excess chakra in the seal, so if you ever find yourself low on chakra, you can simply release a bit of the seal. Alright, I understand. Kakashi tucked the booklet into his clothing, gently pushing the drowsy Naraku onto the bed, thoughtfully covering him with a blanket and tucking in the corners. Get some rest now, Naraku. As sunlight filtered through the curtain, casting near vertical rays into the room, Kakashi realized his departure time was drawing near. Yet, he leaned down to meticulously arrange Naraku's slightly disheveled hair. I must be on my way. Take care on your journey. Good night. Naraku buried his face into the blanket, mumbling a few words as his breathing gradually steadied. As Kakashi's footsteps faded into the distance, a sudden gust of wind swept through, causing the tent's fabric to rustle ominously. Yet it did nothing to disturb the boy's peaceful slumber. After the main body fell asleep, Naraku extended his consciousness to Jin, sitting on the bed and perusing the combat notes penned by Madara years ago, while simultaneously employing sensory ninjutsu to keep watch over Kagaya. With Kakashi and Rin having departed from the Eastern Front, it was the perfect opportunity for Kagaya and Madara to set their sights on Rin, and they would not let her slip away. As anticipated, it wasn't long before Naraku's sensory ninjutsu indicated that Kagaya's chakra was quietly approaching Madara, whose energy seemed more vibrant than before, suggesting he had awakened. Jin closed the book and picked up the playful Fu, tossing her to Obito carelessly. Hey, how many times have I told you not to throw her like that? Obito, whose body had mostly recovered, skillfully caught Fu as she joyfully fluttered through the air. Half annoyed, half exasperated. Do you really think of her as just a toy? I'm treating Fu in a way that she enjoys, Jin shrugged, letting out a loud sigh. Given your limited intellect, it's no surprise you don't understand these things. I can totally relate. You jerk. Here, you take her. Obito, fuming, did not forget to hand Fu over to a nearby white Zetsu, whom he had grown familiar with over the past few days, before lunging at Jin with exaggerated gestures. Take that. Are you angry, Obito? Oh dear, what can I do with you? Jin's laughter echoed, infuriating Obito further as he deftly dodged each attack, mocking the assailant's overconfidence. Oh, what a pity, you missed again. Congratulations, you were a whole 0.01 seconds faster than last time. Is that all you can do, Obito? Running out of steam already? How pathetic. The white Zetsu, affectionately dubbed Circle, cradled Fu for a moment before letting her ride on his shoulder. Meanwhile, Root Zetsu Zero approached, playfully tickling Fu's feet, eliciting a cascade of giggles from the little girl. I mentioned 9527. It seems you hold a certain fondness for the name Circle, do you not? The white Zetsu, whose face was shrouded by a swirling root system, turned to Zero, remarking, while it may not possess the same coolness as 9527, I dare say that Obito has likely exhausted his creativity for better names. So what shall I call you? Both names would suffice. In stark contrast to the tranquility enjoyed by White Zetsu and Fu, the atmosphere between Jinchuriki and Obito was charged with the fervor of ninjutsu clashes, each side exchanging blows with great enthusiasm. What style, what style, what style? Jinchuriki exclaimed, laughing as he swept a spear formed from black flames horizontally, obliterating several fireballs. He then straightened up, flicking his wrist, and lightly tapped the spear's tip against the ground, as if urging Obito to unleash his techniques. Do you dare underestimate me? Obito gritted his teeth, awkwardly forming hand signs with his hands as he prepared to utilize a newly learned ninjutsu. Behold, fire release, great dragon fire technique. A colossal, searing fire dragon erupted from his mouth, vividly alive, saturating the underground cavern with intense light and heat, illuminating the space as brightly as day. Wow! Jinchuriki exclaimed exaggeratedly in response to the sudden spectacle, then twirled his spear, gripping it like a javelin before hurling it forth. In an instant, the black spear transformed into a streak of light, piercing through the dragon's head with blinding speed, deeply embedding itself into the rock wall. The gale produced by its passage scattering a significant portion of the dragon's body. The residual flames quickly spiraled out of control, vanishing into the void. As Obito stared in astonishment, Jinchuriki turned around, smugly twirling a lock of hair around his finger, saying, "You're still far from my level, you fool, Obito." Overwhelmed and humiliated, Obito knelt, exclaiming, "Damn it." From his vantage point, Jinchuriki noticed Madara seated in another room, and he dashed over with arms raised like a child, leaning over the armrest to peek. "Madara, have you awakened?" Madara glanced at him sideways, nonchalantly responding with a hum. "There must be new developments, right?" Jinchuriki inched closer, his mask nearly touching Madara's gray-white hair, imploring, "Please, command your little servant, master." "Humph," Madara scoffed, remaining unfazed. "Did you not just accuse me of exploiting child labor?" Jinchuriki pouted, "But it's so dreadfully boring here. I've grown weary of even the fool, Obito. Why not you, Madara?" Silence. Seeing that the conversation would not cease, Madara closed his eyes and exhaled, contemplating before lowering his voice to say, "Recently, the Mist Village is likely to replace the host of the Three Tails to launch an assault on Konoha." Jinchuriki discreetly glanced back at Obito, who had sat down in a corner, engrossed in eating, oblivious to Madara's words. "What a wicked plan," he exclaimed, cupping his hands over his mask and speaking in an excited tone that gave Madara the illusion that the eyes behind the mask were sparkling. "Isn't it comparable to our Moon Eye plan?" "Nonsense. The Infinite Tsukuyami is a magnificent initiative to save the world." Madara shot a displeased glare at the little madman, unwilling to engage further. He then whispered in a voice Obito could not hear, "Once their plan to attack Konoha succeeds, you will seize the opportunity to abduct the Three Tails." I understand. Jinchuriki nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. "I certainly do not wish to protect Konoha from disaster." How disgusting. At last, Madara bestowed upon him a look of satisfaction and waved him off, instructing, "Go now, and remember, during this endeavor, heed Black Zetsu's words." Got it. Chapter 257, Black Zetsu. "Jinchuriki, you are exceedingly malicious." Having finished his meal, Obito revived, searching high and low for Jinchuriki, intent on avenging the earlier defeat. "Jinchuriki, come forth. Let us duel another 300 rounds." He scoured every nook and cranny of the rooms, yet found no sign of Jinchuriki. Where has that rascal gone? Why is he absent? Suddenly, Obito connected the dots, realizing that if Jinchuriki was not present, it implied the latter could come and go at will. Wait, so am I the only one trapped here? No, 9527 just emerged from below, and Madara is not leaving either. Obito nearly lost his mind. Is that the crux of the matter? You scoundrel. By the way, 9527 believes that White Zetsu is not the most foolish entity in this underground space. This inexplicable fellow before me is. If neither Madara nor Jinchuriki could escape, how on earth did they manage to rescue you in the first place? The single-minded, hot-blooded fool was utterly petrified. When Jinchuriki, along with Zero and Black Zetsu, arrived near the Mist Village's secret base situated on a sheer cliff, the tailed beast had just been resealed. The expansive area was desolate, remnants of the massive, moist, and fierce chakra belonging to the Three Tails lingering like the gusty sea breeze blowing in at twilight. It was then that Jinchuriki discerned the identity of the new host and let out a scoff, pondering, how many times must fate play its tricks? Is it someone familiar? Is it someone you know, Jinchuriki? Zero inquired curiously. Their position was too far from the altar for Zero to discern the host's appearance. Well, I suppose so. Jinchuriki stretched lazily, glancing down at a silver-white streak approaching from afar, his tone growing increasingly frigid. Here it comes again. I expected no less. If only he could have imparted a fraction of his resolve to defy the ninja code to the Uchiha Naruto of yore, perhaps I would never have come into existence. Ultimately, I should extend my gratitude to Kakashi Hatake, for he retrieved Uchiha Naruto from the refuse, toyed with him until he was battered and broken, and then callously tossed him back into the mire. He cast a sidelong glance at the pitch-black shadow beside him, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. Would you not agree, Black Zetsu? The instigator of all misfortune feigned innocence, waving its little tendrils and dryly saying, indeed. Just as it was about to speak further, it heard Jinchuriki chuckle lowly, the sound growing increasingly deranged. What a rare opportunity. Why not use the mist's hand to eliminate Kakashi Hatake here? That Uchiha Naruto fellow will never suspect us. Wait, Obito hasn't arrived yet. If you kill him now, what shall I show Obito later? Black Zetsu quickly scuttled over, tugging at Jinchuriki's pant leg. According to the mist's plan, he must bring the Three Tails host back to Konoha, so you must endure a little longer. Then let the Three Tails rampage and kill him. Jinchuriki spread his arms and twirled around, the wide sleeves of his robe swirling gracefully before settling back at his sides. To die at the hands of one's own savior. That would be a fitting end, would it not? Ha! Black Zetsu closed its eyes and facepalmed. This madman. Such spontaneous ideas. What rivalry do you have with Kakashi Hatake? Did you not just say you would use the truth of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to torment the main personality? Now. Wait, something's amiss. The dutiful Black Zetsu's mind raced, connecting the extreme aversion of the secondary personality towards the main one, and suddenly, a realization dawned upon it. Jinchuriki would not allow any opportunity to torment Uchiha Naruto to slip by. After all, Uchiha Naruto had been criticized by Kakashi Hatake over the White Fang incident, plummeting into despair and awakening his Sharingan in a single night. Now, Kakashi Hatake was repeatedly prioritizing the rescue of this young girl over completing the mission. In the dilemma between duty and friendship, Uchiha Naraku has yet to receive any favoritism, while Rin has already been favored twice in a brief span of time. If, in the end, Kakashi Hatake were to tragically perish at the hands of Rin, whom he saved, Naraku would undoubtedly succumb to madness upon learning of it. At that juncture, he would unleash his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan as a final strike, utterly shattering the opponent's will to survive. How malicious this is. Kurizetsu silently withdrew, cautiously distancing himself from the malevolent Jinjo. Here it is. Following the trail of the mist shinobi, Kakashi concealed himself amidst the foliage, striving to steady his breath while gradually approaching the secret stronghold occupied by dozens of adversaries. As he formed the hand seals, the lightning chakra surged within him, erupting from his right hand with a sharp cry. Simultaneously, a pair of crimson Sharingan whirled in their sockets, providing him with ample confidence as he ventured alone into enemy territory. The enemy, a member of the Mist's Umbu, had barely uttered half a syllable when he was pierced through the heart by Chidori, while another fell victim to a chakra blade slicing through his throat almost simultaneously. Kakashi, not daring to linger, dashed into the depths of the base. He had anticipated a complex structure, rife with traps and convoluted pathways, but was surprised to find it deceptively simple, allowing even a first-time intruder like him to delve deeper with ease. Perhaps innumerable traps awaited their prey ahead, or the Mist Shinobi had hastily constructed the site without time for refinement. Regardless, he had to infiltrate and rescue Rin. Upon reaching the central area, it appeared a certain ritual had recently concluded, with Rin lying on the altar, unconscious and unresponsive. After eliminating the Mist Shinobi guarding the altar and confirming Rin was merely in a temporary stupor, Kakashi sighed in relief and hoisted her upon his back. The escape was fraught with peril, yet the two ultimately managed to flee, their figures becoming mere specks as they vanished from the Mist Shinobi's sight. The plan commenced, instructing the nearby Umbu to coordinate efforts and ensure they were driven towards Konoha. Yes, after Kakashi and Rin's departure, 30 to 40 Mist Umbu swiftly followed, streaming out from their stronghold. At a distant vantage point, Jinjo, under Naraku's control, gestured for Zero to hasten his pace. If they did not keep close throughout the ordeal, what would happen if Kakashi found himself in danger and he was unable to summon his true form in time? Naraku was consumed by the necessity of timing, blissfully unaware that the subordinate he manipulated was already perceived by Kurizetsu as a nefarious boy, bubbling with malice. His eagerness to follow was surely to relish the moment Kakashi Hatake met his end at Rin's hands. Kurizetsu scoffed inwardly. Although he was no paragon of virtue, Jinjo was evidently far more inhuman. Chapter 258, Walking into the Trap. With the Mist Shinobi blocking the eastern and northern routes, Kakashi could only retreat with Rin in a southwestern direction. During their flight, he learned that the Mist had abducted Rin with the intent of sealing the Three Tails within her. thereby wreaking havoc in Konoha. Given this, returning to Konoha would be no simple feat. They first had to escape the relentless pursuit of the mist Umbu and establish contact with their comrades in the village to prepare for the impending crisis. Yet this seemed nearly impossible, as the mist would not grant them the luxury of time. In a moment, despair welled up within them, as if there were no path to salvation, leaving only the grim prospect of perishing alongside their foes. Rin, unwilling to become the harbinger of destruction for Konoha and harm her comrades, resolved that if escape proved futile, it would be better to end it all rather than succumb to such a fate. No, they could not give up. Observing Kakashi beside her, who was laboring under the strain of chakra depletion yet still persisting, Rin momentarily set aside her pessimism and pressed on in his wake. Surrounding them, dozens of mist Umbu relentlessly pursued, their agile forms weaving through the forest like a net gradually tightening. Since learning that Jinjo could freely enter and exit this place, Obito had been stewing in his room, ignoring even 9,527's invitations to play. As he lay on his bed, staring at the dark ceiling and pondering how many days had passed since his last battle, the numbered Kurizetsu 306 emerged from the wall, calling out to him. Obito. The other Kurizetsu reported, Kakashi and Rin seemed to be in danger. What? Obito shot up from his bed, alarmed. What has happened? The urgency in Kurizetsu's tone was palpable. They are being relentlessly pursued by the mist. Damn it. Obito, filled with urgency, leapt from his bed, the force of his jump splintering the bed frame beneath him. He rushed to the massive stone blocking the door, gathering his strength for a powerful strike. With a resounding crash, his fist collided with the stone, sending a jolt of excruciating pain through his hand and causing him to stagger back a step. The colossal wall, however, had only been superficially damaged, with a few small fragments tumbling from the shallow cracks. Damn it. This is futile, Obito, 9527 remarked. Having descended from the outer path's demonic statue, your current form cannot shatter that boulder. I must go save Rin and Kakashi. How troublesome Obito is, 9527 sighed, transforming his body into tendrils that slowly enveloped Obito. Were my form. Aren't you one of Madara and Jinjo's subordinates? Glancing at the tendrils that would soon encompass him, Obito couldn't help but worry about their defiance of their master's wishes. Is this truly acceptable? Such a good child, Kurizetsu 306 remarked, before adding, don't concern yourself with that. Aren't you eager to save Rin and Kakashi? 9527 completely enveloped Obito, forming a strong and resilient outer shell around him, leaving only 2 holes for his eyes. Thank you. He positioned himself before the stone wall, taking a step back to gather momentum. The tube connected to the demonic statue pulsated, and a torrent of chakra surged into Obito's body, enduring the stabbing pain from his swollen chakra pathways. He launched a fierce punch, shattering the boulder into countless fragments, the sound echoing as it collapsed into rubble. Utilizing the statue's power while still connected to it is quite the feat, 306 commented with a grin. 9527 slightly loosened the shell around Obito's face, proudly asking, am I impressive? Indeed, quite impressive, Obito acknowledged 9527's capabilities wholeheartedly. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara, who had long since awakened, spoke up. Are you planning to leave? Obito silently severed the tube that supplied him with nutrients, his gaze resolute as he declared, you and Jinjo saved me, for which I am grateful. But now I must depart. It is imperative. The designated second successor is attempting to flee, yet Madara remained unperturbed, casually remarking, you are too hasty. It is premature to thank me. I doubt I will return. Obito could no longer tolerate the riddles of this elderly man. The situation was urgent, and he lacked the patience to reason with him. Besides, had he not been confined in this dark place, he would have been by Rin and Kakashi's side when they were in peril. In any case, I have expressed my gratitude. I am leaving. You will undoubtedly return. Madara's gaze fixed upon Obito, firmly asserting the latter's fate. At that time, I shall accept your true gratitude once more. Toby remained non-committal, raising his voice to inquire, hey, that white Zetsu, where are Rin and Kakashi? As 306 slid down the wall, it elucidated, both 9527 and I are Zero's clones, capable of communication through mental resonance within a certain proximity. Moreover, White Zetsu is not limited to just us. Numerous other clones are scattered underground, exchanging intelligence. You need only venture out. The White Zetsus along the way will relay messages to 9527. 9527 extended a tendril, swaying gently. I will guide you with this. Please. Toby nodded and turned to leave, pilfering a robe from another room as he passed. He has departed. 306 approached Madara, reporting the actual situation. The Three Tails was progressing along the predetermined route, expected to reach Konoha in 1 day's time. With 9527's assistance, Toby's speed should surpass his previous pace. likely allowing him to encounter them sooner than anticipated. Lord Madara, shall we instruct Toby to take a detour? Upon hearing White Zetsu's inquiry, Madara did not respond immediately, but turned to regard it instead. Is that damned fool still obedient? Black Zetsu had indicated that Obito wished to eliminate Kakashi Hatake by the hand of the Three Tails. 306 paused before adding, however, Black Zetsu also mentioned that Obito is prone to whims, potentially changing his mind after leaving. Inform Black Zetsu to keep a vigilant watch. We cannot allow the fool to overindulge, Madara declared coldly, tapping his finger against the armrest of the stone chair. If our objectives are met, he is free to kill whomever he desires. Regardless of the process, I only require the outcome. Uchiha Obito must join the Eye of the Moon plan, or he shall be eliminated. Chapter 259, The Mistakes of Uchiha Naraku. After climbing nearly 200 meters up the steep earthen wall, Toby finally emerged from the subterranean space. That bastard actually dared to deceive me. What do you mean 100 meters underground? It's certainly more than that. He cursed under his breath, turning to loudly ask, what is the current status of Rin and Kakashi? According to the reports from other White Zetsus, the situation appeared exceedingly perilous. The voice of 9527 echoed in his ear. They mentioned something about an experimental subject from the Mist Village, but I don't quite understand. Experimental subject? Toby was equally perplexed by the specifics of the experiment, but it didn't sound promising. Meanwhile, 9527 continued to chatter. In any case, they are about to be surrounded by the mist. Furthermore, those are the most formidable Jonin and Umbu. They absolutely cannot escape. Additionally, their location is quite far from here. You will have to run for quite a while to reach them. Then I must go? Toby sprinted in the direction indicated by the small tentacle, suddenly recalling that his teacher could be faster than himself. What is Minato-sensei doing? Who is that? 9527 queried. I'm asking what the yellow flash is doing. After a moment, it seemed he needed to exchange intelligence with his comrades, and 9527 replied, he should be engaged in another task. Of all times, realizing he could not rely on his teacher for support, Toby understood that Rin and Kakashi's lives rested solely in his hands. Hang in there, Rin and Kakashi. Kakashi, you promised me. You must protect Rin with all your might. Just a little longer. I will be there soon. Rin, can you hold on? Kakashi panted, glancing back at his equally disheveled companion. No problem. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Rin suppressed her worries, returning Kakashi's gaze with a resolute smile. Since the onset of their pursuit, the two had not ceased their frantic flight and combat. Especially Kakashi, who had utilized Raikiri 5 or 6 times in a single day. His chakra must be nearly depleted. If they continued this way, it was only a matter of time before they were surrounded by the mist. At that point, Kakashi would undoubtedly perish, and she would be taken to Konoha as a Jinchuriki, releasing the Three Tails and becoming an unforgivable sinner. If she were to die here, Kakashi might have a chance to escape alone without her burden. Thus, perhaps it was time to bid farewell. Boom. A sharp water release. Water flow vortex erupted from the forest, spiraling through the dense underbrush toward the unsuspecting pair. Quick dodge. Kakashi pushed Rin's shoulder, and in that instant, the whirling torrent passed between them. The razor's edge of the vortex grazed Kakashi's exposed skin on his right arm, instantly blossoming a blood-red flower of crimson. The droplets of blood, splattered by the wound, danced in the wind, one landing on the protective talisman on his chest, soaking into the intricate engravings. Far away, Naraku halted, retracting his hands that were about to receive the mission scroll. What is happening? Nara Shikaku observed his suddenly pale and dazed expression, confusion etched upon his face. Commander, Naraku hoarsely shook his head. I cannot accept this mission, but you would be the best candidate. Before Shikaku could finish his sentence, Naraku had already vanished from the main tent, leaving the former staring blankly at the empty ground. Uchiha Naraku, what on earth are you doing? Ignoring the chaos behind him, Naraku swiftly returned to his tent, drawing forth the white-sheathed ninja sword from his back and slicing it against his palm. Blood flowed profusely, staining his left hand and forearm red, which he then swung, creating a closed circle of blood upon the ground. As hand seals were formed upon Naraku's chest, the vast blood circle emitted an eerie dark red light, spontaneously sprouting countless incantations, rapidly spreading in all directions. When Uchiha Fugaku rushed into the tent, he beheld Naraku standing amidst the bloodied ground, his form swiftly shifting into a transparent, ethereal outline. Naraku? Faced with the panic of Fugaku, who was not his father but bore a fatherly presence, Naraku felt a tangle of emotions. Yet, all he could do was offer a gaze full of regret and guilt for his recklessness. I'm sorry. As the final syllable escaped his lips, the youth vanished entirely from sight. The swirling air created by the space distortion exploded instantaneously, scattering the items within the room chaotically. A stack of papers filled with characters tumbled from the table, akin to black and white butterflies taking flight amidst the wind. The faint green glow of the healing talisman flickered in the shadows, rapidly mending the grievous wound, leaving only a faint white mark. Kakashi, listen to me. Rin had finally resolved herself, gripping Kakashi's arm tightly, compelling him to listen to her next words in an unavoidable stance. If we continue like this, neither of us will survive. Abandon me. You might still have a chance to escape. No. Kakashi rejected decisively, without a moment's thought. Don't say such foolish things, Kakashi. Rin's expression was a mix of sorrow and anger as she suppressed the lump in her throat, urgently stating, how could you not understand such a simple matter? She released her grip on Kakashi's arm, retrieving the last 5 or 6 explosive tags from her bag and dividing them, thrusting half into his hands. In a moment, I shall divert their attention, and you can seize the opportunity to escape from another direction. I will strive to take as many people with me as possible before my demise. Lin, wait. I cannot abandon my comrades. Kakashi urgently grasped Lin's shoulders, preventing her from leaving, yet he averted his gaze, unable to meet her eyes. Memories of the events from months prior flooded back, and sorrow overwhelmed him. I have made such a choice once before. Obito ultimately entrusted me with your protection. If I must watch you perish, it would be better for both of us to fall together. What about Naraku? If you die, how will he continue to live? Her words pierced Kakashi's heart like a sharp thorn, striking the softest part within him. It felt as though countless blades had penetrated his innards, with pain coursing through his flesh and burrowing into his very bones, making him tremble uncontrollably. Kakashi knew deep down that Naraku had never forgiven himself. Uchiha Naraku remained eternally trapped in that rainy night, his nightmares saturating the fractures of his soul, spilling forth the blood from his shattered heart. If Hatake Kakashi were to die, Uchiha Naraku would likely sit vacantly before the memorial stone, repeatedly questioning himself. Why wasn't he at Uchiha Naraku who died? When will Uchiha Naraku cease to make mistakes? Everything is Uchiha Naraku's fault. It is all his fault, entirely the fault of Uchiha Naraku, until he ultimately completed his self-destruction. Uchiha Naraku would become nothing more than an empty husk. Kakashi struggled to articulate his thoughts, but after much effort, only a faint whimper escaped his throat. I cannot. Kakashi, listen, this is not you giving up on me. It is I who have chosen to walk away from you. Lin's voice was rational and calm, as if she were not facing her own demise, but rather dealing with an ordinary matter. If Obito were here, he would let you do this too. She narrowed her eyes and smiled. You must survive, Kakashi. Then, confront Naraku on the battlefield and avenge me. Chapter 260. Hatake Kakashi will forever choose the wrong path. As she spoke, a mist ninja team that had been cast aside moments ago once again tracked their whereabouts, swiftly closing in on them. Before Kakashi, still ensnared in his struggles, could react, Lin had already charged headlong towards the enemy. Several mist ninjas, caught off guard by the unexpected maneuver, hesitated for a brief moment, then immediately scattered, attempting to encircle the three-tailed Jinchuriki, who was engaging in a suicidal assault. However, 2 sharp shurikens appeared before them, each adorned with a detonating tag of flame. Retreat. Kakashi abruptly awakened from his reverie. Lin. He quickly turned to pursue her, seizing the moment as the mist ninjas dodged the explosive tags. Just before the explosion, he managed to pull Lin away from the blast radius. Boom. Boom. The sequence of explosions illuminated the night sky with brilliant flashes and tremors, drawing the mist ninjas in the surrounding forest like locusts to this focal point. Kakashi. Lin's shoulder-length brown hair billowed in the wind, revealing her astonished yet furious expression. Her voice laced with a hint of tears as she scolded him. Why can't you understand? I do understand. Kakashi roared into the night sky, his voice hoarse. It is precisely because I understand that I cannot do it. Regardless of how noble the reasons may sound, abandoning someone is still abandonment. He drew his blade to deflect the incoming projectiles, the clash of metal producing fleeting sparks in the darkness, resembling minuscule shooting stars. Moreover, Lin, deep down, you know that I cannot escape. Rather than forsaking you and battling for a mere fraction of hope, I wish for the brave Hatake Kakashi in Naraku's heart to endure forever. As the enemy swelled in numbers, Kakashi was compelled to set Lin down, preparing to confront the adversaries together. The piercing cry of Chidori shattered the night, the lightning illuminating the youthful determination in his eyes. I want him to know that Hatake Kakashi will always tread the misguided path of choosing to save his comrades, just as my father chose to save me. Therefore, the figure from that fateful night could never have been me. Accompanied by the boy's fervent cry, the blade of thunder coalesced into a cold azure stream of light, piercing through one enemy after another. The jutsu known as Chidori seemed imbued with life, its wailing echoing the sorrowful lament of a final elegy. It valiantly sustained its existence, aiding its wielder in holding off the onslaught of foes for an extended period. Yet, lacking sufficient chakra, the technique ultimately faltered, flickering weakly before reluctantly fading into the darkness. Like a campfire extinguished before dawn, it waned helplessly in the vast night. Huh. He has no chakra left. Seize that damned leaf brat. Make him pay for his actions. The mist ninjas cackled as they converged, wielding swords and hurling projectiles like rain, forcing Kakashi into an ever-tightening encirclement. The prolonged struggle had left him nearly exhausted, his grip on the blade faltering. Nevertheless, he stood resolute, blocking most of the attacks in front of Len. Kakashi! A heart-wrenching cry echoed from behind him, as the razor edges of the mist ninjas drew perilously close. Kakashi silently tightened his grip on the chakra blade his father had bestowed upon him, summoning the last remnants of his strength to thrust forward. In that very instant, a powerful surge erupted from a point in front of him. An invisible wave emanated outward, rapidly sweeping through the vicinity, crashing upon several mist ninjas like a tsunami. The force of this strike hurled them backward, shattering branches and trees along their path before they tumbled to the ground in disarray. Following this, a dark red formation resembling a summoning circle began to spread across the ground before Kakashi, warping the space into nothingness. From that chaos emerged a figure, standing with a blade in hand, long hair flowing wildly, and a pair of Sharingan gleaming with a sinister crimson light. The scene before Kakashi was utterly incomprehensible, leaving him in a daze, as if he were trapped in a bizarre dream just before his demise. If this were indeed a dream, it would not be so terrible. At least it allowed him one final glimpse of someone dear to him. Naraku? Kakashi whispered the name he had pondered countless times while preparing to embrace death, his voice barely above a whisper, as if fearing to shatter the illusion. The next moment, he heard the sound of water droplets hitting the ground. He shifted his gaze from the figure's face, trailing down along the shoulder and arm, until he noticed the left hand, stained red with blood, dripping onto the ground. If this were truly a dream conjured just before my death, how could it allow Naraku to be harmed? Upon witnessing the first inconsistency, he began to notice more flaws in Naraku's presence. The pallor of pain etched upon his face, the violent heaving of his chest, and the heavy, labored breaths. This is not a dream. Kakashi was compelled to confront the incredulous truth. At this very moment, Naraku had indeed traversed countless miles to reach him in this dire predicament. Overwhelmed with astonishment, joy, and pain, a tumult of emotions swirled within him, culminating in a weighty exclamation. Naraku, I am here. The act of forcibly reversing the spiritual summoning through blood sacrifice is hardly commendable, yet Naraku responded to Kakashi in a hushed tone, only to belatedly conceal his left hand. Kakashi, I'm late. I apologize. You fool. Why did you come? Kakashi struggled to comprehend how Naraku managed to traverse dimensions like their teacher Minato, nor did he wish to delve into the intricacies of it. His sole focus was on how to extricate Naraku from this perilous situation. It's all right, Kakashi. Just as those words were uttered, a mist ninja lunged in from the side, a murderous intent cloaked over Naraku like a gossamer veil. With a flash of cold steel in his hand, Naraku's blade sliced through the threads of death with a swift, gleaming arc. As the corpse of the mist ninja collapsed, it was revealed to be nothing more than a desiccated skeleton. Catching a glimpse of this grotesque demise, Naraku felt a twinge of concern that Kakashi might not be able to accept his use of such a malevolent ocular technique. Although the heavenly Kagetsuchi was undeniably impressive, to the ordinary observer, it certainly resembled the skill of the villainous faction, not at all noble or righteous. He felt like a child caught in wrongdoing, stammering. Shall we return to Konoha together? Little did he anticipate that, in the eyes of the mist ninja, the horror of his ocular technique was akin to that wielded by the grim Reaper himself. Yet, to Kakashi, it was merely commonplace. He felt neither fear nor revulsion. In his youthful gaze, only the radiant eyes of his dear friend shone brightly in the night, along with the warmth of the soul concealed beneath the surface. Chapter 261, Long Time No See. In a higher vantage point, Black Zetsu stood dumbfounded. Can anyone tell me why Uchiha Naraku is here? How on earth did this kid manage it? Witnessing Uchiha Naraku transform several mist ninjas into lifeless ash with his Mangekyo Sharingan sent a jolt through his chakra-infused form. Originally, his and Madara's plan was rather straightforward. Simply drive Kakashi and run away to Konoha with the Umbu of the mist, release the Three Tails for rampant destruction, and ensure that Obito witnessed the spectacle. However, as soon as the plan commenced, Jin, that little madman, sought to intervene prematurely and eliminate Kakashi. He had finally managed to suppress the lead with the pretext of toyed with Konoha, just when success seemed nearly within grasp. TMD Uchiha Naraku inexplicably utilized some bizarre space-time ninjutsu to flash in and rescue them? What the hell was he doing? He might even end up gifting the Three Tails to Konoha. The convoluted twists and turns of the execution left Black Zetsu feeling utterly beleaguered. Why has it turned out this way again? He silently cursed himself, suddenly feeling something was amiss. Why did I say again just now? At that moment, Zero White Zetsu stirred, having received intel from his clone, delivering a merciless final blow to Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu, breaking news. Obito has emerged, and the other White Zetsus are said to be arriving shortly. Moreover, Lord Madara has stated he doesn't care about the process, only the outcome. Oh hell. A small hand slapped against his forehead. Black Zetsu stared blankly at the vast night sky, speechless. Damn it, Uchiha Madara just throws everything onto me. What result? Do I look like the result to you? Under Naraku's dual focus, Jin, who was initially performing due to his master's displeasure, immediately shifted his demeanor upon hearing that Obito had emerged, acting as though he had discerned something amiss from those words. Black Zetsu, are you and Lord Madara hiding something from me? He languidly leaned against Zero White Zetsu, meticulously carving into the roots of the latter's chest with a dagger. With Obito's limited abilities, unless Lord Madara permits it, he won't escape for another decade. What is it that you plan to do? As he spoke, he halted his carving, his eyes gleaming with anticipation at the thought of inflicting suffering upon others. Damn madman, how did he guess so accurately? Black Zetsu cursed internally, maintaining a facade of calmness as he explained. Lord Madara believes that Obito is reluctant to join the Eye of the Moon plan, and if this continues, it will not be sustainable. So you intend to let him witness the cruel reality of this false world? Jin mused, stroking his chin, nodding in agreement. To witness the girl he adores murder his comrades and annihilate Konoha, only to succumb to despair, would indeed be a monumental shock. Oh. The mist is truly filled with good people. Not only are they helping us take down Konoha, but they can also assist us with Obito. I almost want to award them with a certificate for being the top 10 most touching figures in the ninja world. However, Jin's tone shifted as he retracted his smile, casting a cold glance toward the figure of his master, still fighting alongside Kakashi and Rin. It seems your plan for a free ride has failed, Black Zetsu. With Uchiha Naraku present, it's highly unlikely that idiot Obito will witness such despair. He will only joyfully reunite with his friends and recount his encounter with Lord Madara to everyone. They will all discuss, goodness, the legendary Shura of the ninja world. Uchiha Madara is alive. He has such a grand plan. Jin clutched his chest, feigning sorrow, and even wiped away non-existent tears. Lord Madara's long-concealed scheme has been so easily thwarted. It's truly heartbreaking. Boo-hoo. Black Zetsu was acutely aware of the consequences if Obito did not fall into the trap. Even the thought of that potential future made his head throb. At this juncture, he had no choice but to abandon Uchiha Obito. Jin, it's up to you to take care of him before he arrives. These words relayed to Naraku's ears. His thoughts raced, and he promptly conceived a rather wicked idea. I'm sorry, Obito, but this is all for your survival. Don't worry, don't worry. Don't worry. Naraku manipulated Jin, waving his hand in a teasing tone. Oh, are we going to dispose of this? That's why I said both you and Lord Madara are wasting resources. Black Zetsu immediately grew vigilant. What are you planning, Jin? Ha. It's simply to have the idiot Obito join the Eye of the Moon. It's that simple. Jin's eyes glowed with a bloody red light, paired with a manic and twisted smile that sent shivers down Black Zetsu's spine. As long as any one of Hatake Kakashi, Noira Rin, or Uchiha Naraku dies in the manner he finds most unacceptable, that single-celled organism will undoubtedly shatter. Black Zetsu discreetly rolled his eyes, inwardly cursing, isn't that obvious? Despite his inner turmoil, he merely posed a quiet inquiry. With merely the power of the Mist Ninjas, this is unachievable. We cannot intervene personally. How can we achieve such an effect? Well, it will depend on whether Uchiha Naraku will make a choice between Hatake Kakashi and Noira Rin. As the final syllable fell, Jin's figure vanished into the shadows. After a night fraught with anxiety, Black Zetsu wrestled with his thoughts for a long time, ultimately choosing to trust Jin's abilities and descended into the depths to follow. Having temporarily evaded a wave of foes, Naraku took the lead, clearing the path and removing obstacles. Kakashi, having consumed the special soldier pills brought by Naraku, had regained a modicum of chakra and willingly assumed the responsibility of covering their retreat. Rin was prioritized for protection, sheltered safely between the two. With a swift motion, Naraku intercepted a short blade that had surged in from the darkness, spinning to drive a kunai into the enemy's body. Upon landing, he swiftly turned back, alongside Kakashi, to shield Rin from a barrage of shurikens. The sharp clang of metal rang out in a rapid crescendo, yet the danger was deftly averted. Naraku, Rin, are you alright? No worries, it has been resolved. After responding to Kakashi's concern, Naraku moved forward for a while, only to find the surroundings had suddenly fallen into an eerie silence. Kakashi and Rin had vanished, and the jungle had inexplicably transformed into an abyss, the ground beneath his feet morphing into a bottomless pool of murky water. This was the enhanced version of Naraku's technique. With a complex expression, Naraku turned his head away, closing his eyes to avoid gazing at the reflection beneath him. What is this? Do you think that by ignoring me, I cease to exist? The reflection spoke, as the water surged and reshaped itself into a figure identical to Naraku. The figure stood upon the water's surface, affectionately draping an arm around his shoulder, leaning in so closely that their lips almost brushed against his pale, soft earlobe. It's been a while, have you missed me? Chapter 262. You are such a pitiable being. Naraku subtly shivered, taking half a step back to distance himself from the shackles of Jin, raising his hand to dispel the illusion. Just then, a cold hand grasped his fingers, disrupting the flow of chakra. Don't be in such a hurry to leave, Jin said, sliding closer with a slightly chilling tone that hinted at a threat. Or I cannot guarantee what might befall Hatake Kakashi. Naraku's movements froze, an unusual emotional turmoil flickering across his face in Jin's presence. No. You can do whatever you wish to me, just don't harm Kakashi, he insisted, gripping Jin's wrist with urgency. Those who go back on their word have no right to make demands of me. Jin took advantage of the grasp on his wrist, pulling Naraku closer, fixing his gaze upon the identical pair of eyes. You once vowed not to obstruct Lord Madara's plans and even offered your body to me, did you not? Now, it is time for you to fulfill your promise and relinquish this body. I'm sorry, Naraku said, lowering his head in guilt, his voice barely a whisper. Just give me a little more time. My master hasn't awakened yet. Jin impatiently pinched Naraku's chin, compelling him to look up and meet his gaze. Previously, out of consideration for your near demise, I overlooked the matter of bodily ownership. But that does not imply I will continue to tolerate this situation. If Hatake Tsukumo never awakens, do you intend to drag this out indefinitely? Naraku hesitated, ultimately pressing his lips tightly together, speechless. Very well, Jin scoffed coldly, releasing Naraku and pushing him away. Since you wish to break your promise and continue living, I shall have no qualms about destroying the very things you yearn to protect. With that, he displayed a gleeful expression, teasing. For instance, shall I sabotage every experiment that could awaken Hatake Tsukumo? Or perhaps, should I simply kill Hatake Kakashi now? No. No. Naraku hurriedly returned, grasping Jin's sleeve, shaking his head vehemently in denial. I don't wish to live forever. Just give me a year or two more. I beg you, no matter what. A finger pressed against his lips, forcing Naraku to swallow the rest of his words. But his dim gray eyes still conveyed a desperate plea, along with an unrecognized madness. This was his fervent desire for atonement, coupled with a yearning for self-destruction. Jin, having discerned all of this, lowered his finger with a knowing smile. I can grant you a little more time, but first, you must accomplish one task. Naraku had no choice but to nod in agreement. What is it? Next, I will cast an illusion on the Three Tails Jinchuriki that even we cannot easily dispel, causing it to lose control and attack indiscriminately. Observing Naraku's stunned silence, Jin tilted his head and blinked, deliberately highlighting Naraku's deteriorating condition. You, who are forcibly using an underdeveloped blood contract displacement technique, are in excruciating pain all over and are running low on chakra, correct? Perhaps you could handle a few missed nin, but against the Three Tails, you won't last long. If you do not swiftly devise a plan, once the time elapses, the Three Tails will completely break free from its seal, and all three of you will perish. After laying out all the information, he gleefully articulated his malicious demand. Your task is simple. Either kill the Jinchuriki while you still possess strength to protect your most important Kakashi, or delay until the Jinchuriki dies due to the Three Tails breaking free from the seal, exhausting all your chakra and ocular power, and then helplessly watch as Kakashi is killed. Jin wagged his finger playfully, giving Naraku a cheeky wink. Aside from that, you may not take any other action, otherwise, it will be deemed a breach of contract. Naraku seemed to awaken from the dire situation Jin had described, trembling as he asked, why is this happening? You do not need to know the reason for now, nor do you have the right to refuse. Satisfied with Naraku's frantic demeanor, Jin smirked cruelly, gesturing to the side. In any case, this is part of the plan. Emerging from the shadows, the black Zetsu, who had been ensnared in Jin's illusion from the very beginning, nodded solemnly. Indeed, as it performed its role with dedication. Its heart was filled with astonishment at such malice. Jin, you're quite ruthless, forcing the host to kill Rin. If Obito were to see this, he would be driven mad. I would write the name Black Zetsu backward. Wait, why did I say backward again? Never mind that for now. At this juncture, Black Zetsu had no choice but to follow Jin down this dark path, first pulling Obito into the Moon Eye plan. After all, Uchiha Naraku was destined to perish. And Jin and Madara could not be honest with Obito. Thus, the truth of this matter could be arranged however Black Zetsu desired later on. Naraku stood there, pale and at a loss, just as he was about to speak when Jin interrupted him. What's wrong? Is this difficult? You clearly know which choice to make. Do you not? It's just a mere Rin. How could keeping your promise to protect the Hatake father and son be of lesser importance? Jin gently caressed Naraku's face, his thumb gliding to lightly stroke the corner of his lips, leaning closer to whisper in his ear. Moreover, without her, perhaps you might receive a modicum of care from Hatake Kakashi? You probably don't even realize this, do you? The Kakashi who condemned you for believing you shouldn't be saved by Hatake Tsukumo, for Rin's sake, has willingly abandoned his missions to rescue others on 2 or 3 occasions. You would gladly sacrifice your life for him, but since that fateful night, has he ever done anything like that for you? Even just once? Naraku retreated 2 steps in disbelief, lowering his head, unable to respond. Despite desperately suppressing his turmoil, his trembling fingertips betrayed him, revealing the intense and tumultuous pain within. Ah, I remember now, Jin chuckled maliciously, reaching out to firmly poke Naraku's chest, directly over his heart. The only one willing to do such things for you is Hatake Tsukumo, but what became of him? What did Kakashi say back then? Uchiha Naraku, it's all your fault. Those words seemed to unleash a nightmare, and Naraku covered his eyes, retreating repeatedly until he collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably under the weight of his fears. It's all me. Even so, Jin refused to show him mercy, seizing his hair and forcing Naraku to lift his face, confronting the mocking laughter of his alternate personality. Are you jealous, Uchiha Naraku? Hatake Kakashi only brings you relentless nightmares and suffering, while he is so forgiving to others. They were only a team for a year or 2, yet Rin has become so significant to Hatake Kakashi. What does that make you? What do all those years spent with him truly amount to? He has uttered so many sweet nothings to you, claiming that he would never allow you to perish before him, that his inability to express his true feelings is due to an illusion, and that he would certainly retrieve the protective talisman. Each phrase is a mere fabrication. He does not care about you in the slightest. You hold no significance in his heart whatsoever. A sob escaped from Na Luo's throat, uncontrollable and heart-wrenching, as tears flowed ceaselessly from her dim and lifeless eyes, cascading down her cheeks and splashing onto the tranquil surface of the pond below, creating ripples that spread outward. Observing this, Jin suddenly shifted his tone, gently coaxing Na Luo as he embraced her shoulders. If Lin were to cease to exist, perhaps you could take her place. Do you not wish to experience that? The feeling that Hatake Kakashi would forsake a mission for your sake? You now possess a splendid opportunity, do you not? With an impeccable reason and timing to reclaim Hatake Kakashi's affections. Yet, no matter how Jin provoked her with words, Na Luo merely sat there, tears streaming silently down her face, offering no response. Perhaps weary of her inertness, Jin seized Na Luo by the throat, pinning her against the surface of the pond. The facade of gentleness he once wore vanishing, replaced by a visage of ferocity and brutality that marred his handsome features. Do not cry. It is precisely because you only know how to weep that things have turned out this way. If you desire something, seize it. If you cannot obtain it, then destroy it. That which belongs to you, even if discarded, must never be given to another. He looked down at the silently weeping Na Luo, a sudden expression of boredom crossing his face as he released her and stood up. Forget it, no matter how much I say. You will never be able to do it. You are a pitiful creature. As Jin's tone grew eerily calm, the illusion began to collapse, and Na Luo's consciousness returned to reality. She found herself once again at the forefront of the team, as if everything that had transpired was naught but a dream. However, the sudden surge of violent chakra behind her stirred a tempest, serving as an unmistakable signal, revealing an undeniable truth. Jin's illusion had taken effect. Chapter 263, I Shall Be the Bait. When Na Luo turned around, she beheld Lin enveloped in an orange-red chakra cloak, exuding an eerie and frenzied aura. The gentle girl, who had seemed perfectly normal moments ago, now resembled a beast, crouching on all fours and roaring at Na Luo, who stood in her path. Simultaneously, her once bright and round eyes transformed into slitted pupils, her canine teeth protruding beyond her lips, and her fingers elongated into sharp, iron-like claws. Lin? Kakashi had never witnessed a Jinchuriki in a state of rage, yet his instincts warned him that this situation was dire. Just as he attempted to probe the situation, Lin turned to him, her eyes glinting with menace, and charged toward him like an enraged beast. Kakashi, be careful. Na Luo's anxious warning rang out, and in the blink of an eye, Lin lunged before Kakashi, her right hand raised high, brandishing her claw-like fingers. He hastily raised his blade to defend himself, but an unimaginable force surged through the weapon, propelling him away. Yet that was not the end of it. As Lin continued to transform, her figure blurring further. She seemed to have locked onto Kakashi as her target. Before he had even landed, she pursued him relentlessly, intent on annihilation. Fire style, fire dragon technique. In a critical moment, Naruto arrived just in time, unleashing a fire technique that engulfed Lin in flames, granting Kakashi a fleeting opportunity to breathe. Coughing up blood, Kakashi, bewildered, inquired, "What is happening?" Naruto appeared to still be reeling from the impact of the illusion, taking a moment before hesitantly responding. "It seems the tailed beast has lost control and gone berserk. Could it be the work of the Mist Shinobi?" Naruto tilted her head ambiguously, neither affirming nor denying the possibility. A ferocious roar erupted, creating waves of sound that shattered through the flames, revealing Lin, who was now on the ground, thrashing restlessly. She had reached nearly half-tailed beast transformation. Her size significantly increased, and her powerful tail struck the ground, sending plumes of dust and debris into the air. Beneath the dark red chakra cloak, her formerly slender limbs and delicate features were now obscured, replaced by terrifying claws and eyes that shone like blazing lamps. At the moment her eyes flickered, Naruto decisively activated her Mangekyo Sharingan and appeared before Kakashi. In an instant, a Susanoo skeletal form enveloped both Naruto and Kakashi, colliding fiercely with the beast's claws, producing a sound that grated on the teeth. In that moment, a shockwave erupted from their clash, rolling outward in all directions. The storm surged, causing the surrounding trees and shrubs to sway and fall, with some of the smaller trees snapping in half. The full force of the half-tailed beast transformation struck with a terrifying power that was indeed extraordinary. Naruto could only marvel silently. Had she not activated the Susanoo just now, she and Kakashi would have likely been sent flying. However, the Susanoo could not be maintained indefinitely. Even with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, her ocular power was not truly limitless. Once exhausted, it required a lengthy recovery period before she could summon the Susanoo again. During this interval of recuperation for her ocular power and chakra, there was ample opportunity for Lin to eliminate both her and Kakashi multiple times. Several light points within her sensory ninjutsu range began to retreat, likely as the Mist Shinobi recognized the tailed beast's rampage and chose to withdraw temporarily to observe. Seeing her attack fail, Lin swiftly leaped back twice, creating a distance of nearly 100 meters, then opened her now serrated mouth, gathering chakra. The red and blue-tailed beast chakra coalesced into a pure black sphere in the blink of an eye. The high-density energy swirling across its surface sending shivers down Naruto's spine, prompting her to increase her ocular power output to evolve the Susanoo. As the Susanoo transitioned into its second phase, the tailed beast ball simultaneously took shape, the violent chakra fluctuations distorting the air around them. With a piercing roar, Lin unleashed the massive black sphere, which shot forth like a cannonball, hurtling toward Naruto with lethal intent. Naruto hurriedly maneuvered the Susanoo to evade, managing to evolve it into its third phase just before the tailed beast ball struck the ground. Boom! The descending tailed beast ball exploded instantaneously, producing a deafening roar akin to thousands of thunderclaps reverberating at once. From the black core erupted beams of white light, rapidly expanding into a colossal fireball. As the fireball grew, everything in its path, flora, earth, and stone, was reduced to dust, obliterated, with even the Susanoo, caught unprepared, being entirely consumed. The Mist Shinobi, observing from a distance, witnessed what appeared to be a sun rising from the mountains, feeling tremors beneath their feet as blinding light engulfed the landscape. The energy so intense it seemed capable of boiling the very mountain itself. As this sun gradually dimmed, they caught sight of a horror-striking scene. Amidst the endless mountain range lay a vast and empty void. At the center of this charred chasm, aside from the three-tailed Jinchuriki, the only other figure that remained was a pure white Susanoo. Even in its third phase, the Susanoo could not withstand the direct impact of the tailed beast ball without crumbling. Kakashi awoke from the explosion's shock, lowered his arm, and opened his eyes to find the Susanoo gradually dissipating. In a panic, he disregarded everything else and immediately scrambled to find Naruto. Naruto. He soon discovered Naruto nearby, and as he approached, he saw her half kneeling on the ground, struggling to breathe, her eyes burdened with blood tears. In such a disheveled state, upon realizing his presence, Naruto's first instinct was to inquire about his well-being. "Kakashi, are you alright?" "I am fine. What about you?" Before Naraku could respond, Kakashi caught sight of Rin's figure reappearing within his field of vision. After having unleashed that formidable ninjutsu, she seemed to require time to regain her strength, thus refraining from immediate attack and instead prowling at a distance. Kakashi glanced down at Naraku's unusually pale complexion, and in that fleeting moment, a multitude of thoughts surged through his mind, culminating in a resolute determination. If there was no way to halt the Three Tails, then at the very least, he must ensure Naraku's escape. Naraku, it appeared that she could not utilize that ninjutsu a second time in quick succession. Gripping the hilt of his blade, he wore a calm expression that belied his willingness to face death. I shall serve as the bait. You must flee back to Konoha at once. No. Naraku staggered to her feet, grasping Kakashi's wrist to stand beside him defiantly. I will not abandon you. Do not be stubborn. Go now. Kakashi's voice was sharp, and in that moment, he felt as if he had been transported back to that fateful night when Naraku urged him to leave, yet he had refused to budge. Now, the roles had reversed. Chapter 264, Witness. Before Kakashi could finish his thought, Rin, having exhausted her patience, charged forward with a primal scream, eager to eliminate the only two prey before her. In the nick of time, without the need for any communication or signal, Naraku and Kakashi surged forward simultaneously, flanking left and right to evade. The colossal front claws swept between them, crashing heavily into the air and sending up great clouds of dust. In an instant, two chakra blades crackled with lightning erupted from the swirling debris, arcs of electricity dancing between them, weaving together an intricate web that appeared fragile yet was remarkably resilient. The dazzling light of the blades mirrored each other in perfect symmetry, climbing up the grotesque beast's claws and forelimbs with a momentum like a battering ram, striking at the sides of Rin's neck and splattering black-red chakra across the battlefield. Rin howled in agony, retreating instinctively while swinging her long tail in counterattack. Her elongated and powerful tail lashed out like two whips, shrieking through the air toward Naraku and Kakashi, who, unable to evade in midair, barely steadied themselves by blocking with their ninja blades as they landed. Coughing, Kakashi struggled to catch his breath, offering a wry smile. It seems neither of us can escape now. Though their recent dual attack appeared to have gained the upper hand, in truth, both Kakashi, exhausted from his long dash, and Naraku, who had forcefully traversed space through blood sacrifice, were rendered incapable of further combat. The plan Kakashi had conceived of one acting as bait, while the other escaped had transformed into a mere fantasy. The moment Rin launched her next attack, they would be irrevocably ensnared in a countdown to death. Kakashi staggered to Naraku's side, raising his blade toward Rin, who remained poised to strike. Squeezing the last remnants of chakra from his body, Naraku attempted to join him, but he stubbornly blocked her. I made a promise, Naraku. Do you remember? Now is the time for me to fulfill that promise. Kakashi assumed the most precise starting posture of the Hataki sword style, his voice soft yet unwavering. I will not allow you to die before me. Kakashi. Naraku gazed at his silhouette, which eerily mirrored the outline she had seen many years ago on that fateful night. Her eyes grew warm with unshed tears, and she quickly averted her gaze to compose herself. I will not let you die. The kaleidoscope of chakra ignited with sudden brilliance, its power surging dramatically as blood once more streamed from Naraku's eyes, trailing down her cheeks. She heard the mournful cries of her body nearing its limits, every vein boiling as if magma coursed through her bloodstream. With a crack, as the heavenly Kagaya successfully activated, Naraku heard the sound of shackles shattering. The world, through her kaleidoscope vision, instantaneously decomposed into countless interwoven threads, pulsating like living entities as they converged into a conspicuous black line of death, connecting to Rin's fiercely beating heart. Empowered by the exceptional stamina and physique of White Zetsu number 9527, Obito hastened toward the location of Kakashi and Rin. During his approach, he learned that Naraku had somehow joined the fray, causing him to quicken his pace even further. How dare Naraku? Wasn't she ill and unable to leave the village? It was all that damned mist's fault. As he closed in on the battlefield, merely a few kilometers away, 9527 received directives from other White Zetsu and proposed, Obito, I suspect we will soon enter combat. I have something to convey to you. Obito, consumed by the urgency to rescue his comrades, was unwilling to waste a single syllable. What? Your combat abilities are inferior to mine, and my body is currently bound to your battered frame. After waiting long enough without getting to the point, Obito interrupted 9527. So what of it? Well, I believe it would be more advantageous for me to act on your behalf during the battle. Absolutely not. Obito flatly refused. My coordination with Kakashi and Rin's tactics will undoubtedly surpass your control over me in a one-on-one fight. Together with Kakashi, I will surely protect Rin and Naraku. Seeing that he could not sway Obito, 9527 reluctantly continued, That's true. Currently, you possess the artificial body of Senju Hashirama. The combination of Senju and Uchiha powers may yield unprecedented strength. Perhaps you could even awaken a new bloodline limit, akin to Jinchuriki. At that moment, a section of the sky abruptly illuminated as if it were broad daylight, accompanied by a powerful tremor and rumbling from the distance. Following that, A scorching and violent storm swept through, carrying countless broken branches and leaves, raining down upon the ground, some even striking Obito. What is happening? Obito's heart tightened. An ominous premonition lingering in his mind, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Upon breaking free from the dense thicket, he reached a high vantage point, only to find a once continuous mountain range now marred by a gaping chasm, with fire and lightning flickering within. My comrades have sent word. 95-27 pointed toward the gap with its tendrils. It appears to be that direction. Let us go. Without further delay, Obito plunged back into the dense forest, maneuvering swiftly through the interlaced branches. The closer he drew to the battlefield, the more he sensed an overwhelming and fierce chakra permeating the air, an aura that could not belong to mere mortals. As the surroundings gradually opened up, the silvery moonlight bathed the area, yet Obito felt a tightening in his chest. No, don't overthink it. I'm almost there. He fought to suppress the relentless tide of dark thoughts flooding his mind, focusing all his energy on increasing his speed. As he emerged from the last few ancient trees and bushes, stepping onto the charred and desolate battlefield, an extremely brutal scene crashed into his vision unannounced. Rin was covered in severe burns, her limbs adorned with a strange dark red energy, caught completely off guard as a long blade pierced through her chest. Warm blood trickled from the blade, turning to ash under the searing heat of the electric arcs. The hilt of that long blade was gripped firmly in Naraku's hands. Cough. Naraku. As Rin awoke from her stupor, the first sight that met her eyes was Naraku. The excruciating pain radiating from her chest and the shattered expression of her companion made her acutely aware of the dire situation. And tears of both anguish and gratitude streamed down her face. She understood that Naraku had made this decision only when left with no other choice, harboring no resentment, but rather grateful that she had not allowed Rin to become the architect of Konoha's destruction. Do not be disheartened, Naraku. You have acted rightly. Thank you. With a violent cough, blood spewed forth, and Lin, weakened, collapsed onto Naraku's shoulder, her face streaked with tears, slipping into unconsciousness. Chapter 265. I am in hell. I am sorry, he murmured, laden with regret, as Naraku gently laid the motionless Lin down on the ground, extracting the bloodied chakra blade. The crimson stain spread across the obsidian earth, mingling with the ashen remnants, forming dark red fissures. The silvery moonlight illuminated her mid-length brown hair, casting an ethereal and dreamlike aura, as if all of this were merely a nightmarish illusion that would dissipate upon waking. Struggling to breathe the frigid air, Naraku rose unsteadily, stumbling a few steps before steadying himself by plunging the long blade into the ground. Just as his consciousness began to wane, he caught sight of Kakashi, who was still struggling to rise not far away. Kakashi's tear-filled eyes, filled with despair and sorrow, were fixed on him, his hands clenching a handful of dirt with such ferocity that it seemed he might draw blood from his palms. The sight pierced Naraku's heart, causing a dull ache within. Yet he could not afford to explain in that critical moment. He could only endure, pressing his lips firmly together in silence. Naraku, Lin. Kakashi felt as though his heart had been wrenched asunder and cast into molten lava, reduced to ash. He was acutely aware that, after their deaths, Lin would be taken by the Mist Village to Konoha, where she would release the three tails, inevitably leading to death and devastation across the village, leaving sorrowful spirits in its wake. The thought of a comrade, who had fought alongside him, not falling to the enemy's blade, but rather being slain by his dearest friend, was a reality too unbearable to accept, even if circumstances demanded it. He could scarcely fathom the torment and anguish that Naraku must be enduring, shouldering all the blame, trapped in an endless cycle of self-torment, even as his soul fractured repeatedly. Noticing that the Jinchuriki remained still, dozens of mist ombu began to converge from all directions. Glancing at the scene and concluding that Naraku had personally slain his comrade to protect Konoha. Damn it. He got away with it. We worked so hard to achieve this. Curse it. He even killed the Jinchuriki in its half-tailed beast form. The Crimson Hunter is on the brink. We must eliminate him now. Just as the Mist Ninja prepared to capitalize on the opportunity to eliminate one of the front line's greatest threats, a guttural roar, tinged with madness, erupted from somewhere, reverberating across the battlefield. Witnessing the death of his most cherished and vital companion in such a brutal manner unleashed a torrent of overwhelming negative emotions, grief, loathing, hatred, like a tsunami crashing down upon Obito, pushing him to the brink of madness, consumed by a desire to obliterate every enemy present. In that moment, he felt a colossal, violent power surge from the depths of his mind, his eyes ablaze, as all colors drained from his vision, leaving only a sea of crimson, shrouded in a thick veil of blood mist. Beneath the mask of white Zetsu, his blood-red eyes quivered as a third Tomo manifested. 3 Tomos whirled around his pupils, rapidly spinning, twisting, and merging into a singular, three-bladed shuriken. Where, exactly is this place? Ugh! Ah! He howled in agony, his body uncontrollably sprouting root-like spikes as the chaotic surge of ocular power and chakra overwhelmed him. Naraku, observing the deranged Obito from a distance, cautiously retreated beside Lin, feigning ignorance of his identity. Meanwhile, he discreetly directed Jean to approach, ready to intervene at a crucial moment. Otherwise, if this ruse were to unravel, Madara and Black Zetsu would not relent. The Mist Ninja turned their gazes toward the peculiar figure clad in a black cloak, devoid of any insignia, uncertain of whether he was friend or foe. Who is that? Is he a reinforcement from Konoha? Fool, it's just one person. Deal with him. Several shurikens whirled through the air from the Mist Ninja's hands, yet the enigmatic figure did not flinch, remaining motionless. The Mist Ninja assumed this reckless fool would meet his demise, only to witness the sharp projectiles pass through his form, embedding into the trees behind him as if striking an illusory phantom. What just happened? Did he evade them? No, it seems like an illusion. A raspy, deep voice resonated from beneath the mask, chilling as if a demon had emerged from the depths of hell. I do not acknowledge this. I refuse to accept it. Simultaneously, the ground quaked with the explosive sound of Obito's chakra erupting. He shattered the solid earth beneath him, leaving a web of cracks, and propelled himself forward, unleashing a palm strike aimed at the abdomen of the nearest Mist Ninja. In that instant of contact, his hand transformed into numerous sharp, wood-like tendrils, piercing through flesh. Within moments, roots the thickness of a bowl erupted from the back of the victim. The blood from the corpse splattered across half of Obito's mask, yet he remained unfazed. He snapped off one of the wood spikes from his own body, raising it high to slay the terrified Mist Ninja beneath him, when suddenly, three enemies leapt from the air, descending to strike with their blades. Just like the earlier shurikens, their weapons passed through Obito's form without resistance, striking the unfortunate Mist Ninja lying on the ground. Did it miss? How can that be? As the trio stood in utter shock, Obito spun around, utilizing the formidable agility of White Zetsu to sever their necks with a kick. An unfathomable scene unfolded once more, causing the Mist Umbu to be gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread. What in the world is happening? What bizarre techniques and jutsu is he employing? We must retrieve that woman. We cannot leave her corpse for the enemy. Hearing this, Obito momentarily regained his senses from his frenzy and bolted toward Lin. Harnessing the power of his Sharingan, he brazenly weaved through the enemy ranks, evading blades, shurikens, and physical strikes that could not genuinely touch him. This guy can really be penetrated. Kakashi, unable to discern whether Obito was friend or foe, found an unexpected surge of strength and struggled to rise, moving toward Naraku and Lin. If Obito were an enemy, then perishing alongside Naraku and Lin would not be such a misfortune. Before the two Mist Ninja could reclaim the Jinchuriki's body, Obito arrived near Lin and Naraku, swiftly employing wood release, climbing jutsu to eliminate one of the Mist Ninja. The remaining foe was sent crashing into the ground by a single punch, which he then pummeled into a bloody pulp. Who on earth is that guy? Even though the Mist Ninja hailed from the brutal land of water, they had seldom witnessed such savage and frenzied behavior, leaving them momentarily paralyzed with shock. As Obito rose and surveyed the surroundings, a significant portion of the onlookers instinctively retreated in fear. The battlefield fell into a profound silence, broken only by the sound of Obito's heavy breathing echoing in the ears of all present. Then, massive vines erupted from his form. As the wood release, Hell's Chaos summoned a spiraling wood dragon that would annihilate every Mist Ninja in its path. Blood cascaded down like a waterfall, staining the moon a deep crimson, resembling a weeping eye. Obito turned around, witnessing the bloodied and battered bodies of Naraku and Kakashi still standing protectively before Rin's lifeless form, their expressions brimming with hostility directed at him. Despairing tears streamed down his masked visage. I understand now. I am in hell. Chapter 266. Choice is murder. Several grotesque, blood-soaked vines towered ominously over the battlefield, severed limbs grotesquely illuminated by the eerie red moonlight. Such a horrific adversary had shifted its focus towards Rin, sending a shiver down Kakashi's spine. Yet, he found himself utterly devoid of any resistance, left with no choice but to accompany his dear friend into the abyss. Naraku's body was similarly at its limits to achieve his desired outcome. The Heavenly Kagaya and the special strike aimed at the line of death had nearly drained his ocular power and chakra. Obito's gaze pierced through the chasm between the two, his heart wrenching at the sight of Rin's bloodied chest. In the past, he had been heartless, failing to comprehend the words spoken by Madara. Now, in reflection, he felt utterly devastated. The longer one lives, the more one perceives that the world is saturated with suffering, pain, and loneliness. All things in this world are akin. Where there is light, shadows inevitably follow, and where there is love, hatred will surely arise. This is the law of causality, inseparable. The words of Black Zetsu echoed in his mind. In truth, it is about abandoning the troubles of the real world and escaping into a dream filled with bliss. Because it is a dream, everything can be shaped to one's desires, even resurrecting the dead. He navigated past Naraku and Kakashi, who could no longer impede him, and half-knelt beside Rin, summoning immense courage to inspect her remains. His trembling fingers traversed her body, and he realized his subconscious escape from reality, forcibly shutting down Kimui. He finally felt the coldness of her body. Then, the last vestige of hope within him dissipated like smoke. Along with it, the youthful innocence filled with fervor perished. A sound of steel slicing through the air reached his ears, and Obito silently sidestepped the blade, retreating a few steps, allowing Naraku and Kakashi to push him away from Rin's side. Faced with friends whose swords were drawn against him, he grappled with whether to acknowledge them. In a world devoid of Rin, nothing held meaning. Madara's sorrowful aspirations churned once more in his mind. To create a world where only victors exist, where peace reigns and love thrives, such a world must surely include Rin. Indeed, a world so perfect must have Rin within it. At that very moment of enlightenment, a sudden shift occurred. The chilling gaze of a predator crawled up his spine, awakening Obito from his grief-stricken stupor. He turned to the direction from whence he came. There stood a tall figure, one he had become all too familiar with over the past few months, yet at this moment, he had no desire to encounter. The mask, neither smiling nor frowning, glimmered with a pale light under the cold moonlight. The dark void of its eye sockets revealed a hint of crimson. In the blink of an eye, Jean vanished and reappeared, flashing in a series of movements that left him unprepared, now standing before Obito. Running away is hardly a commendable habit. Obito retreated a step, only to find himself immobilized, his chakra flowing chaotically through his meridians. Was this an illusion? Before he could ponder further, his consciousness abruptly severed, plunging him into darkness as he collapsed forward. Jean seized the fabric of Obito's back, gently laying him down on the ground, ensuring his face did not meet the earth directly. With a casual demeanor, he voiced his grievances regarding his companion's recklessness. Sigh. You truly are a handful. I told you that running away would lead to no good. Kakashi tensed, his back and arms taut. How formidable. Just a single move incapacitated that individual. Noticing Kakashi's tenacious spirit, the mysterious figure nonchalantly raised his left hand and snapped his fingers. Snap. The sharp sound echoed, rendering the weak Kakashi utterly defenseless, and like Obito, he succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing to the ground. Now, only Naraku, under the mental control of Jean, remained conscious, as did the hidden Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, observing from the shadows. Jean approached Naraku, removing his mask. Looking down at his host with a cold demeanor, you only know how to play clever tricks. Naraku tilted his head slightly to glance at the fallen Obito, revealing a sorrowful expression, as though he grasped the situation. In a voice teetering on the brink of shattering, he murmured, all that is needed is to kill the Jinchuriki. Is it not? The two maintained a tense standoff for what felt like an eternity. Jean raised his hand, unleashing an overwhelming black flame that incinerated every trace of wood release. He stood amid the ocean of darkness, and after a prolonged silence, he chuckled softly, bending down to hoist Obito onto his shoulder. Very well, I shall let bygones be bygones. Considering you have made this more entertaining, I won't nitpick on the details. Having displayed his magnanimity, Jean lowered his gaze to Naraku, whose face was as still as dead water, and spoke meaningfully, while it may seem a favorable outcome to outsiders. Do not forget, you indeed made the choice to kill Noara Rin for the sake of Hatake Kakashi and Hatake Tsukumo. This has nothing to do with whether the victim is truly dead. The moment you made that choice, you had already committed murder. Naraku's fingertips trembled imperceptibly, and Jean smirked, raising an eyebrow in triumph before turning away with a flourish. I shall grant you a little more time, Uchiha Naraku. On the journey back to the mountain graveyard, Black Zetsu emerged from the ground, peering at the still unconscious Obito with skeptical eyes. Is this truly going to work? Rest assured, Jean waved his hand dismissively. That fool Obito, when he wakes up, his first words will undoubtedly be about joining the Eye of the Moon. Very well. Black Zetsu ceased discussing the matter and shifted to the topic of Uchiha Naraku. I thought you might take this opportunity to eliminate the host, considering he is currently quite vulnerable. In this line of work, one must keep their word. Jean patted his chest with a righteous demeanor, feigning deep dismay at Black Zetsu's lack of integrity. As a villain, how can you be so untrustworthy? I have already stepped into the role of a villain, and you still talk about integrity? Are you out of your mind? Black Zetsu rolled his eyes discreetly, dismissing Jin's grandiose justifications as nothing more than hot air. That little madman surely wishes to toy with the host a few more times. I have completely seen through this wicked and sinister fellow. Once Jin's shadow faded from view, Naraku's faltering form could no longer endure, collapsing beside Kakashi. He gazed up at the moon suspended in the sky, suddenly realizing that the moonlight had regained its brilliance unbeknownst to him. The clear, radiant glow bathed the earth, as if enveloping the three wounded youths in a soft, delicate shroud. They waited for what felt like an eternity, until Naraku, on the verge of slumber, finally caught sight of a golden figure emerging in the ravaged battlefield. So slow, the golden flash. Naraku sighed in relief, closing his eyes as his head tilted, surrendering to slumber. Chapter 267. Kakashi, I have PTSD. Land of Fire, Northern Front. Sundara Tsunade, her eyes shadowed by dark circles, lifted her gaze from the mountain of documents, setting aside the folder to inquire of her aide seated at the adjacent desk. Have Kakashi and the others not returned yet? The aide, putting down his nearly worn-out pen used for corrections, replied with utmost respect. No, Lady Tsunade. They are now over 12 hours past the scheduled time. TSK. She irritably raked her fingers through her hair, contemplating the high probability that something had gone awry. Even if Kakashi and Naraku shared a camaraderie so profound that they might wish to remain inseparable, neither possessed the disposition to neglect their duties for personal indulgence. Thus, a delay in their return was improbable. She promptly sent a message to Minato, instructing him to forego his return after completing his mission and to check on Kakashi and Rin's situation. Yes, as midnight approached, having concluded her responsibilities for the day, Tsunade sat in her chair, dazed, when a flash of golden light illuminated the tent. Minato, what is the situation? As you surmised, Minato's expression bore a grave weight, his brow furrowed with the lingering relief of narrowly avoiding the loss of comrades. Kakashi and Rin were ambushed by the hidden mist while returning from the Eastern Front. By the time I arrived, the battle had already concluded. And the individuals? They are at the medical unit, but the situation is rather precarious. Your direct intervention may be necessary. Additionally, there is another matter. I'm heading over to see. Tsunade donned her outerwear and called for Minato to accompany her. What else? Minato's face displayed a bittersweet expression as he forcibly conjured a smile in an attempt to soothe the impending fury of the commanding officer. Naraku was also present. What? Tsunade immediately grasped the implications. It was likely that Naraku had found himself in yet another troublesome predicament, potentially having exacerbated his own condition. You little brat. You're in for it. Upon her hurried arrival at the medical unit, Tsunade was met with the sight of Naraku, pale as parchment, causing her heart to leap into her throat. Yet, upon noticing the faint rise and fall of his chest, her trepidation subsided. All right. This time I shall ensure that I break both of Kakashi's legs right before this brat's eyes. An attending medical ninja, tending to Rin, sought her assistance. Lady Tsunade, you must come see. Tsunade turned to assess Rin's condition and was informed by the medic that Rin had been in a state of apparent death for an extended period, and her vital signs were difficult to revive. Without hesitation, she initiated advanced medical ninjutsu to resuscitate her. As Rin's heart resumed its vigorous rhythm, an otherworldly residue of chakra surged forth. Tsunade's eyes widened in astonishment. What is this? The air thickened with the scent of blood, pain, and weakness crashing over Kakashi like a relentless tide, perpetually reminding him that his body had reached its limits. Clash. Sparks flew as blades and claws met, singeing his eyelashes as he staggered back, only to find a colossal, grotesque creature bearing down upon him with its gaping maw. In the next instant, he was further away, and in his stead, Naraku charged forward, wielding a long blade. At the moment the blade pierced the creature's chest, Kakashi jerked awake, sitting upright in his hospital bed, his arm instinctively outstretched as if to intervene. Naraku. Brilliant sunlight flooded the room, its brilliance causing him to squint reflexively, withdrawing his hand to shield his eyes. Did I survive that battle? Slowly, Kakashi began to recollect the events leading up to his unconsciousness. The nightmarish scene replayed vividly in his mind, and he pressed his hands against his face, struggling to steady his rapid breaths. Naraku, he killed Rin. No, it isn't his fault. It's all the hidden mist's doing, forcing us into that dire predicament. After Rin's death, it seemed as though a figure cloaked in black had entered the fray. Yet, Kakashi could not recall the jutsu employed by this mysterious assailant. Then, it appeared that another enigmatic figure emerged, and it was due to this person's treachery that he had collapsed into unconsciousness. It must have been during that snap of the fingers that they cast some sort of jinjutsu on me, right? Suffering from PTSD induced by the jinjutsu, since that fateful rainy night, Kakashi's face contorted with rage as he struck the bed with force. Damn it, is my memory, my very essence, a mere plaything to be toyed with? What about the last time? Could it have also been his doing? Clutching his throbbing temple, Too impatient to wait for the pain to subside, Kakashi swung his legs off the bed, eager to confront Naraku. But after taking a few steps, he froze, rigid with apprehension. No, what if I inadvertently harm Naraku while under the influence of Jinjutsu? He has suffered enough. If I were to utter something inappropriate, Naraku would surely. Lost in his turmoil, Kakashi failed to notice a figure gradually appearing beyond the curtain, startled by a sudden voice. Kakashi, are you awake? Naraku? You mustn't come in. Outside the door, Naraku, carrying a food container, paused at Kakashi's panicked exclamations, perplexed by the reaction. Why is Kakashi so startled? Is he still in the midst of a nightmare? That couldn't be right. They had been together for years, and he had never shown such a habit before. While Naraku pondered, he obediently stood by the door, waiting. At that moment, an idea struck him. This was an excellent opportunity for a dramatic performance. And with the curtain between them, Kakashi would be none the wiser. Perfect. System, where are my preset thoughts? Bring them forth for the audience to savor. As the system complied and began to play his pre-prepared mental monologue, Naraku swiftly fell into character. He lowered his head, taking a step back, shoulders slumping, fingers trembling uncontrollably before he forcefully balled them into fists to stifle the shaking. The strain was so great that his nails sank into his palms, leaving behind deep crimson imprints. Yet, Naraku seemed oblivious to the pain, his expression hidden beneath the shadow of his long hair, reflecting a heart turned to ash. Gradually, anguish transformed into tears that streamed from the corners of his eyes, splattering onto the soil at his feet, only to vanish without a trace. He raised his arm to wipe his face, wishing to conceal any signs of his performance from Kakashi, when the sound of approaching footsteps caught his attention, prompting him to hastily dry his tears. Utilizing medical ninjutsu to heal the wounds on his palms, Naraku lifted his gaze to the person striding toward him, unable to suppress his desire to voice his exasperation. Why does this always happen? Can't you avoid interrupting me at such critical moments? Must I keep my sensory ninjutsu activated at all times while performing? Naraku, move aside. Despite the weakness still evident in the other's body, their resolve surged with an intensity that only grew as they forcefully pushed past the dazed Naraku, parting the curtain and entering the room. Then, a furious shout echoed within. Hatake Kakashi. Oh no. Naraku quickly set down the food container and dashed inside, just in time to intercept a fist aimed at Kakashi's face, standing before him with arms outstretched. Stop. Naraku, you're actually protecting him? I saw you. No, I didn't. Naraku vehemently shook his head, positioning himself firmly in front of the other to prevent them from advancing. You must have seen it wrong. Rin? Only then did Kakashi begin to regain his composure amid the chaos. He pinched his own arm, wincing in pain, and repeatedly attempted to dispel the illusion. Yet everything before him remained unchanged. Only then did he allow himself to believe that the person standing before him, who had returned from the dead, was not a mere figment of his imagination. Rin, is it truly you? This is simply too wonderful. Kakashi was so overwhelmed with joy that he nearly leaped from the ground, only to find Rin glaring at him with fiery eyes, leaving him somewhat bewildered. What's wrong? During that brief moment when Naraku had been waiting outside the door, he had been pacing frantically within the room, repeatedly checking his thoughts and sanity. Then, he witnessed Rin storming in with an imposing presence. At first sight, Kakashi was so taken aback that his mind went blank, and he could hardly hear the argument she was having with Naraku as he entered. Consequently, he was utterly at a loss as to why his comrade was so irate. Naraku, with his back turned to Kakashi, wore a look of anxious pleading. Feeling a pang of compassion, Rin reluctantly lowered her fists and began to explain to Kakashi with exasperation. How can you ask me what's wrong? If you had listened to me and left back then, you wouldn't have nearly lost your life. Kakashi, we were on the battlefield. I had no time for lengthy discussions. Now that we have survived, just wait until I report you to Lady Tsunade. Upon hearing this, Kakashi felt a shiver run down his spine, cold sweat trickling from his forehead, as he apologized and tried to placate his teammate while wondering why Rin's temper had flared so much lately. Could it be? He glanced at Naraku, who stood beside him, lips pressed together in silence, eyes fixed on the ground, lost in thought. Was it because Naraku was also injured? Noticing Kakashi's gaze upon him, Naraku quickly returned a reassuring look, then deftly steered the conversation elsewhere. I brought lunch. Let us eat together, shall we? After we finish. Lady Tsunade is waiting for our report. Kakashi, come here. Tsunade sat behind her desk, beckoning Kakashi with a finger, her other hand clenched into a fist, chakra bursting forth with a resounding crack. The three young ones standing opposite her shuddered in fright, their hair almost standing on end. Especially Kakashi too. Gazing at Tsunade's formidable fist, felt he might very well meet his demise that day. Relax, I'll be swift. She managed to squeeze out a terrifying smile. Her face darkened. Once I've dealt with Kakashi's legs, You little brats can explain everything from the beginning at your leisure. Minato, helpless, attempted to intervene. Lady Tsunade, please, calm down. They've just returned from the brink of death. Teacher, it's not Kakashi's fault. It's all my doing. Naraku's first instinct was to take the blame upon himself, revealing the reasons behind his presence on the battlefield. I secretly placed an anchor point on Kakashi and used the blood contract teleportation technique to arrive here. He had no knowledge of this at all. Anchor point. Tsunade paused, her expression shifting as she grasped the implications. Space-time ninjutsu? Naraku nodded weakly. Yes. Oh my. Tsunade placed a hand to her forehead, utterly despairing over her little apprentice Kakashi's naivety. To be able to rescue Hatake Kakashi in an emergency, Naraku had actually developed a space-time ninjutsu? Such a powerful and rare ninjutsu talent, wasted solely on the Hatake family? Oh, not entirely. He also developed a healing talisman for the Uchiha clan. Tsunade leaned back in her chair, gazing up at the ceiling, momentarily dismissing the matter of broken legs. Although Kakashi was unfamiliar with space-time ninjutsu, he understood the significance of the term anchor point. In that instant, a light flickered in his mind as he retrieved the talisman inscribed with unknown runes, its surface marred by remnants of blood. Is this what you meant? Naraku appeared as though he had committed a grave error, his head lowered, too apprehensive to respond. He felt an unusual sense of guilt, akin to a fervent fan who had implanted a GPS tracker on their idol. By such a comparison, I seem no different from a stalker? No, I did this to protect Kakashi. I am nothing like those deranged fans. Naraku quickly adjusted his mindset, internally justifying his actions. However, he maintained an outward appearance of confusion, as if fearing Kakashi would blame him for it. Even without a response from Naraku, Kakashi had already discerned the truth. Clutching the talisman tightly in his hand, its edges digging into his palm. This fool, always engaging in unexpectedly foolish actions. Kakashi did not find Naraku's behavior strange as he had feared. Instead, he felt a mix of sorrow and gratitude. He didn't want Naraku to take such risks for his sake again, yet he was equally reluctant to part with or return the talisman. This inner turmoil held a different meaning for Naraku. Could it be that Kakashi truly thinks I'm a lunatic? Medicine. I'm not a stalker, for heaven's sake. Originally filled with righteous indignation, Naraku was suddenly struck down, the little voice in his head fading into a petrified state, cracking and spilling out debris. Along with this, the anxiety etched on his face bore a hint of sincerity, and he hastily sought to defend himself. This technique isn't fully developed. The anchor point is a one-time use, and once it's been utilized, it cannot be used again, so it's merely an ordinary talisman now. Kakashi stared blankly at Naraku's increasingly flustered demeanor, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity with the situation. The string of the talisman hung lightly around his neck, as if it could easily snap with a gentle tug. Right, I remember now. Kakashi couldn't help but shiver slightly. 2 years ago, on that fateful night, Naraku had looked at him with such pleading eyes, witnessing the talisman that held his intentions fall into the icy river. Was he afraid I would discard this too? Kakashi lowered his gaze, not wanting Naraku to see the sorrow welling in his eyes. What was that sentence, drowned out by the thunder? He knew better than anyone that the answer to that question was forever beyond reach. This is no ordinary talisman. Kakashi carefully tucked the ceramic shard back into his clothing, pressing it against his chest to warm it with his body heat. Under Naraku's astonished gaze, he smiled gently, his eyes softening as he spoke. This is the most important thing that Naraku has given me. Chapter 269, The Elder S Arrangement. Tsunade drew in a sharp breath, suddenly sensing that everyone in the room, aside from Naraku and Kakashi, was glowing. A woman's intuition told her that if this continued, things could take a turn for the worse. So she quickly cleared her throat to interrupt Kakashi's impending words. Ahem. Seeing Tsunade's serious demeanor, the two boys immediately adopted a serious air, daring not to utter a word more. Rin reluctantly withdrew her gaze, swiftly regaining her composure under Tsunade's penetrating stare. Among those present, only Minato maintained a calm and dignified smile. As for what he truly thought, no one could ever know. All right, I want a full account of this matter from beginning to end. Tsunade leaned on the desk, fingers interlaced, her brow furrowed as she listened to the entire account. The narrative was fraught with too many inconsistencies, leaving her feeling overwhelmed. For instance, why did the Hidden Mist Village choose to abduct Lin Yawahara, a Konoha ninja, to serve as the host for the Three Tails, rather than employing a mist ninja who would inherently obey commands? After the Three Tails was sealed within Lin's body, the defenses of the Hidden Mist were surprisingly feeble, allowing Kakashi to infiltrate alone and rescue her. Moreover, dozens of elite Umbu failed to capture 2 unaccompanied youths, lacking both allies and substantial resources, despite pursuing them for nearly 2 days and nights. Who, then, is the enigmatic figure that emerged after Lin's fake death. This individual single-handedly annihilated numerous mist umbu. Such a formidable being is unknown to us. Additionally, there appears to be a master of Jinjutsu, who seemingly had prior dealings with Kakashi, and is likely allied with the mysterious figure who decimated the Mist Ninjas. The situation within the ninja world grows increasingly convoluted. Tsunade sighed heavily, the only fortunate aspect being that Naraku's Mangekyo Sharingan, Ten no Kagu, could eliminate the three tails without endangering the Jinchuriki's life. Furthermore, the two individuals who subsequently appeared did not take advantage of the situation, allowing all three children to return unscathed. However, these matters can be addressed after the war. Konoha currently lacks the resources to conduct an investigation. Tsunade temporarily set aside the relevant intelligence and handed Lin a sheet of paper. Observing the largely completed form containing her identity information, Lin inquired, "Lady Tsunade, what is this?" "To prevent the hidden mist from learning that you are still alive, I have publicly declared that Yawahara Lin perished in battle, and all individuals privy to this information have been instructed to remain silent. From now on, you will work at the hospital stationed at the northern front, tasked with rescuing the wounded. This is your new identity, Yawahara Yao, the sister of Konoha's hero, Yawahara Lin." Tsunade pointed to the blank space in the upper right corner of the form and continued, "Please adjust your hair color and makeup, affix a photo, and report to the hospital tomorrow." "Yes, Lady Tsunade." Although Lin felt regret at not being able to fight alongside Kakashi, she understood that Tsunade was doing everything possible to protect her life from the relentless pursuit of the hidden mist. As for Kakashi, Tsunade glanced at the white-haired boy before her, who inexplicably irked her, and stated, "I will have arrangements for you shortly. For now, remain on standby." After conveying these matters, Tsunade waved for the three to take their leave and rest, yet Naraku hesitated, seemingly wishing to say something. "What is it, Naraku?" "Teacher, could you perhaps send a message to Uncle Fugaku, letting him know that I am alright? So you are still running away from home?" Tsunade was taken aback, suddenly considering a more troubling possibility. "You are not on a mission, are you?" "No. That's good. That's good. As long as you haven't run away mid-mission. Otherwise, you would certainly face severe consequences, and even I wouldn't be able to protect you." Just as Tsunade sighed in relief, she heard her young apprentice's hesitant voice. "I outright rejected the mission from Advisor Nara, and he seemed quite angry." Tsunade fainted from the overwhelming presence of Uchiha's masculine aura. In the depths of the mountains, Madara remained slumbering in his stone chair, while Jin, still wearing that peculiar mask, was idly swinging his legs on the armrest, playfully nudging Fu, who was attempting to use the turtle punch. "Ah!" Obito roared, springing from the bed, only to realize the next moment that he was no longer on the battlefield but had returned to the dark, damp underground space. Hearing the commotion, Jin turned to greet him. "Hey, the foolish Obito is awake." "Jin, what have you done to me?" Obito, recalling the events leading to his unconsciousness, questioned darkly, eschewing his usual boisterousness. Are you referring to the moment you lost consciousness so abruptly?" "That was a Jinjutsu." Jin flicked Fu into his arms, tousling her fluffy green hair. "I merely ensured you did not reveal your identity in front of acquaintances. It was a trivial matter, no need to thank me." Fu echoed. "No need to thank him." Obito's expression darkened further. Having awakened the Mangekyo, he had been taken down by a single Jinjutsu? Was the gap in their strengths so vast? Yet he understood that there was no point in anger at this moment, more than being toyed with by Jin. He was preoccupied with the infinite Tsukuyomi plan he had once heard from Madara. With Lin gone, this world devoid of her presence seemed utterly meaningless. So, why not obliterate this cruel, hypocritical dark ninja world and create one where Lin exists? To achieve this goal, it was imperative to grow stronger. If he couldn't even withstand a single Jinjutsu from Jin, how could he hope to fulfill his grand vision of transforming the world? "Hey, didn't Madara say he would teach me his abilities? I want to learn now." "So, Obito has decided to join the cause? That's splendid." Jin clapped his fingers lightly, and Fu mimicked him. "As a fellow sufferer, I am more than willing to assist a comrade in honing their skills." "Comrade?" Obito mused silently for a moment, then coldly retorted, "You just want to use me as your plaything, don't you?" "No, I genuinely need comrades." Jin pouted, glancing at his fingers, and muttered softly, "After all, Madara's plan is so complicated, if it were just me, it would be incredibly exhausting." "I can't hear you," Madara interjected suddenly. Jin immediately displayed the demeanor of a startled cat, his hair bristling slightly, and he shrank his shoulders in guilt. "It really is quite troublesome." "Silence, you foolish child." After scolding the troublesome little madman beside him, Madara turned his gaze to Obito, discerning from his expression that Obito had indeed stepped into the fate he had crafted for him. Currently, there was no opportunity to confront the tailed beasts, so there was no need to venture out. During this time, I shall impart all that I have mastered to you. Chapter 270. Audience. The entire ninja world is full of younger brothers. Having received a sharp rap on the head from Tsunade, Naraku emerged from the tent, gingerly touching the bump on his forehead, which he subsequently healed with medical ninjutsu. That hurt so much, boo-hoo. Naraku mentally wept, oblivious to the fact that Tsunade had restrained most of her strength. Had Jiraiya or Might Guy endured even half of her power, they would likely be enviously sobbing. Naraku? What is it? Kakashi had already drawn him over. The bump on his forehead completely vanished, leaving only smooth skin. It's nothing. Naraku shook his head, gazing at the sun, now dipping in the west, and sighed in relief. It's all fine now. At midnight, Naraku lay in the spacious single tent Tsunade had temporarily arranged for him, intuitively feeling that he might witness an update of the anime tonight. With the conclusion of the Three Tails incident and no major battles occurring in the ninja world for the time being, if they did not release this significant event now, then when, as anticipated, within half an hour, the system's voice chimed, announcing that the Naruto anime had updated numerous episodes at once. The last episode he had viewed was the famed Battle of the Crimson Hunter, and Naraku clicked to the next episode. After the brand new opening sequence, the first characters to appear on screen were Kakashi and Lin. Their weary, travel-worn expressions conveyed to the audience just how urgent their journey had been, having likely compressed their rest time to the utmost limits. Despite their diligent efforts, they had managed to save less than 20 hours. As night fell, they had to depart by noon the following day. Upon arriving at Uchiha Fugaka's location, it was revealed that Naraku was away on a mission and not present at the camp. Kakashi and Rin were profoundly disheartened. Their vibrant personas dulled to a shade of gray. What? Naraku is not here? That old rascal deserves a fate worse than death, Kakashi lamented. This was akin to my clandestine venture to a friend's city, intending to surprise her, only to find she had departed on a holiday. Kakashi felt as though the sky had fallen. Rin shared his desolation. Kakashi, Rin, why must we endure such relentless tribulations? Feng Yao took it upon himself to escort Kakashi and Rin to an empty tent for respite. After much hesitation, Fugaku summoned a summoning cat to relay a message to Naraku, informing him that Kakashi was currently at the main base of the Eastern Front. When he received Naraku's reply, Feng Yao returned from outside, bemusedly reporting back. Upon learning that Kakashi had become utterly immobilized upon seeing Naraku's nameplate, Fugaku's reaction was initially subdued, merely causing him to crack his pen. However, upon discovering that Kakashi had audaciously chosen to sleep in Naraku's room, he could no longer contain his frustration. Kakashi Hitaki, have some sense of boundaries, you scoundrel. Fugaku's inner fury echoed, while the commentary erupted in a chorus of laughter. Why do I sense that Fugaku is reluctant to inform Naraku? If Naraku were to know of Kakashi's arrival, he would undoubtedly rush back without a moment's pause, and Fugaku was loath to see him exert himself too much. Yet, how lamentable would it be for them to miss each other? It seemed Fugaku had similar thoughts. Kakashi, you presumptuously assume you can rest in Naraku's room, do you? The laughter continued. Fugaku, how did you break your composure? Are you feeling envious? Feng Yao interjected. Help me, help me. The clan leader seems on the verge of an explosion. Fugaku retorted. From now on Uchiha territory, Kakashi and dogs are forbidden to enter. The vigilant and astute patriarch drew a hearty laugh. Meanwhile, the pen lamented. Is there no one to offer me peanuts? The scene shifted to the vicinity of Yunbai Mountain. As evening fell, the battle unfolded in an overwhelmingly one-sided manner, with the Mist Village holding absolute sway, while the Leaf Village was forced into a retreat, losing ground consecutively. When the colossal water dragon, vast enough to eclipse the sky, spiraled above, annihilation loomed for the remaining Leaf Ninjas. A blazing pure white line of fire shot forth from a distance, akin to a sharp blade, severing the water dragon's form with a series of deft angles. The dragon fragmented into numerous pieces, cascading down like a torrential rain upon everyone below. Amidst the dense and obscure rain, a figure appeared atop a rocky pillar that loomed over the crowd, standing resolute like a pine. His Sharingan glimmered with a faint crimson glow, flickering like two searing flames in the dim atmosphere. The iconic kaleidoscope, combined with the formidable fire release, swiftly revealed to the Mist Ninja that the newcomer was none other than Hiki. On the battlefield, as long as his chakra remained intact, he was the most formidable killing machine in the entire ninja world. Thus far, there had been no record of Hiki reaching the limits of his chakra. There was no chance of victory. The Mist Ninja captain immediately ordered, mission failed, disperse and retreat. This powerful fire release technique was undoubtedly Naraku's. What a magnificent entrance. I am enamored. Indeed, Naraku's timely interventions were nothing short of spectacular. Who is frantically capturing screenshots? I shall remain silent. This composition exudes such sophistication, with the kaleidoscope's oppressive aura perfectly conveyed. The enemies fled in terror. This is the highest commendation for a ninja. As the scene flashed back, It became evident that from the moment Naraku made his presence known, every enemy within sight had been marked with the death line of Tenshi no Kaku. Even if they escaped his line of sight, the mark would not vanish, remaining on each of them. Naraku pointed his sword upward, and the sky filled with countless lightning arrows, scattering in pursuit of the fleeing foes. No special aim was required. Tenmu Gyakumiai ensured they would all strike true. In the next instant, the animators showcased multiple moments of mist ninjas meeting their demise. The foes that had once pressed upon the Leaf Village were now mere withered husks. No matter how many times I witnessed this, I must exclaim, Naraku's kaleidoscope is truly otherworldly. Its mechanics and values are simply extraordinary. When the lightning arrows dispersed, it was a breathtaking sight, resembling a grand display of death fireworks. The mist, isn't it beautiful? It was exchanged for my life. What could be the most despairing method of death? That would undoubtedly be death's judgment. It is always accurate, guaranteeing a fatal outcome. No matter how one struggles, escapes, or resists, Tenmu Gyakumiai has already mathematically erased any possibility of escape. This is fate. As long as Naraku's kaleidoscope remains unblemished, the entire ninja world remains beneath him. As the battle concluded, Naraku summoned his feline companion, Xiaoxue, requesting her assistance in delivering a message to Fugaku. Upon Xiaoxue's arrival, the tone of the animation shifted from one of cold ruthlessness to soft adorability, with a warm filter enveloping the scene. Wow, a cow cat. How utterly adorable. Who can comprehend the feeling of redemption upon hearing a cat emit its sweet purring? Under the protection of the deities, the believer was willing to have her ex-boyfriend eat vegetarian for life in exchange for a day of Xiaoxue's companionship. I'll offer 2 ex-boyfriends to eat vegetarian for life. Allow me to go first. You there, no price gouging. Following this, Naraku waited at Yunbai Mountain until deep into the night, until the supporting Leaf Ninja squad arrived, successfully completing the handover. Coincidentally, Xiaoxue returned with information, specifically regarding Kakashi's arrival at the Eastern Front. Upon learning this, Naraku visibly became anxious and excited. He hastily pinned a reply to Fugaku, entrusting Xiaoxue with its delivery, and then immediately set out from the Yunbai Mountain encampment. Surely, Naraku must be overjoyed to know that Kakashi was approaching from the east. My goodness, the kitten is simply adorably mischievous. Moreover, Xiaoxue cannot even speak human language, which makes her even cuter. Heaven knows how many times I've watched the video of the cat delivering the message, knowing that he would see Kakashi visibly brighten Naraku's mood. Naraku, I shall not tarry. Chapter 271. The Audience. Something is amiss. As the next episode began, the dawn was just breaking, and the chirping of birds gradually became clearer. The camera focused on Kakashi's striking features, where even his eyelashes could be seen fluttering slightly, heralding the protagonist's awakening from slumber. At that moment, Kakashi suddenly furrowed his brow, with the scene alternating between his entire face and the characters he had inscribed, leaving the audience perplexed. But in the next second, the mystery was unveiled. He abruptly sat up, revealing his bare upper body, with extensive spells inscribed upon his skin. The culprit responsible for waking him, Naraku, was seated at the edge of the bed, one hand holding an inkwell and the other grasping a brush, looking perplexedly at Kakashi. After the initial surprise, Kakashi felt a mix of resignation and amusement as he inquired of Naraku what he was doing. The latter, still oblivious to the peculiarity of his actions, responded with an adorably earnest expression. It's a sealing technique. Now, extend your hand so I can continue writing. My drowsy god, I am utterly enchanted. Is this a sight I can behold for free? Drooling. After all this time, Kakashi seems utterly unguarded against Naraku's presence. It is quite natural for Kakashi to accept what Naraku is doing to him. In this light, it seems that the compliant Kakashi is indeed the more amiable one. You should indulge him. The dazed Naraku, with his adorably tilted head, has just increased his cuteness quotient by 2 levels. A mere screenshot adorned with a question mark could easily serve as a meme. Through Naraku's words, the audience learns that this is the very seal he requested from Tsunade, which he has since modified. Kakashi, noticing Naraku's weary appearance, realizes that his companion has likely returned overnight without a moment's respite. Up until this point, their concern for each other remains typical of close friends. However, when Naraku utters the next ambiguous phrase, the barrage of comments skyrockets, leading to wild speculation. The appearance of Rin further heightens the drama of the situation. Listening to the strange and suggestive dialogue emanating from within, the girl's face gradually flushes crimson, and she silently scurries away, her Q-version self with steam rising from her head, covering her burning cheeks. Inside the tent, the 2 boys remain blissfully unaware, completely ignorant of how they have transformed in Rin's eyes. Wait a moment. Naraku, what are you saying? Such lewd words. In utter disbelief. New material has emerged. Sister. Quick, edit it. Egg yo pie, my favorite. Ha 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 ha. Rin's timing is impeccable. So entertaining. Rin, what on earth just passed by my face? Their conversation is so absurd that it's impossible not to think sideways. Ha ha ha. I can't even tell whether I'm shipping Naraku and Kakashi or Kakashi and Naraku. This is clearly Naraku and Kakashi. Today, my lovely coffee sister is coming to the table for dinner. Hooray. The two act as if they are a married couple. As if they are speaking without words. Naraku is left dumbfounded. No, sister. What are you doing? Listen to my explanation. After so long, he learns from the animation that, while stubbornly enduring fatigue and drowsiness, such an incident actually occurred, leaving him utterly despondent. Naraku. That's it, my innocence is gone. Why did I even add again? The sun slowly rises to its zenith, and the sealing technique within the tent approaches completion. Upon finishing the last character, all symbols come alive, coalescing into a mark upon Kakashi's forehead. While yawning from exhaustion, Naraku retrieves his notebook and hands it to Kakashi, imparting some instructions. Kakashi, in turn, nudges him towards sleep, glancing at the angle of the sunlight, taking what little time remains to tidy up his hair. The wind picks up, the door curtain flutters, allowing sunlight to pierce through, momentarily illuminating the warm room. The figure of the silver-haired youth has long since vanished, while the dark-haired boy sleeping on the bed wears a serene expression, seemingly lost in pleasant dreams. Oh dear, after a whole morning of commotion, the youth has such vitality, humorously. Hooray, even the sealing technique mark is couple-themed. Is Naraku's bloodline illness cured now? Does he still possess his calming seal? No worries, let us just assume Naraku has it, hee. Kakashi's plight of lacking chakra will soon be alleviated. Tremble, rock ninjas. Oh dear, our Naraku has been drained by Kakashi. Sly smile. Their hair-tidying interaction is so sticky, so sweet. Kakashi's gaze toward Naraku is almost electric. Are they truly just good friends? To the one in front, do you believe it? I certainly do not. It's so heartwarming. Friends, I've decided not to take revenge on the world today. The audience's comments flood the screen, expressing how they feel somewhat healed by the plot of the first half of the episode. Yet, as the scene shifts, Kakashi and Rin find themselves racing through the dark, damp, primordial jungle, their expressions growing increasingly grave. The instinctive sharpness belonging to ninjas signals to them that they are being followed. Both harbor the same troubling suspicion. Could the information regarding this secret mission have been leaked? In the next moment, the atmosphere abruptly shifts, as if the entire forest begins to stir with unrest. A dozen enemies, adorned with the Mist Village headband, emerge from all sides, swiftly approaching the duo's location. They move with remarkable speed, most of them attempting to ensnare Kakashi, while a few others close in on Rin, the medical ninja. The odds are stacked against them, and within mere exchanges, Rin is captured, leaving the enemy to bind her and carry her away. Meanwhile, those engaged with Kakashi pay a heavy price of 4 lives, but manage to escape, vanishing without a trace. Cunning old scoundrel, how dare you deceive me into a trap? Isn't Kakashi the protagonist? How will he escape this deadlock? Who has ensnared our Kakashi and Rin? All are members of the Mist Village's Umbu. What a mischief. But really, is such a grand scheme only to abduct Rin, this ordinary medical ninja? Could it be that Rin possesses some special identity? Or perhaps she harbors a mysterious bloodline? They didn't even pursue to eliminate Kakashi, WTF? I truly cannot comprehend the Mist's folly. Kakashi, bereft of his companion, chooses not to return to the northern front to complete the mission handover. Instead, he summons Pakin to track their trail. Together, man and dog plunge into the vast mountain forest, following the scent of the Mist ninjas, until they reach the vicinity of the enemy's base. Dismissing the summoning technique, Kakashi unsheathes his sword without hesitation and charges inside. He will not forsake any of his comrades. It has been ages since we've seen Kakashi summon Pakin. Pakin has grown quite a bit. Why do I feel like Kakashi has fallen for a trap? The entire affair has reeked of an eerie atmosphere from the outset. Something is terribly amiss. I can't help but fear that Kakashi might meet his demise in the next moment. It's making my scalp tighten. Chapter 272, The Connection Between Them. As the opening theme concludes, the screen gradually brightens. Kakashi has located the Mist Ninja's lair and, with remarkable ease, eliminates the guards, infiltrating the temporary base. Continuing deeper along a rather convoluted passage. Even though he hasn't squandered much time, by the time he reaches the center of the base, it seems the Mist's conspiracy has already come to fruition. Rin lies quietly at the center of an elaborate ceiling array, a gentle breeze stirring her hair as if attempting to awaken her. Kakashi has no time to ponder. He swiftly scoops Rin onto his back and flees. The viewers are filled with questions. When did the Mist's Umbu become so formidable? Although Kakashi is an exceptionally skilled jonin, could he truly manage to single-handedly conquer a dungeon? Soon, the brief command issued by the Umbu leader unveils part of the truth. Is this too smooth? Either the mist is incompetent, or they are deliberately orchestrating events, with ulterior motives yet to unfold. What could they be achieving with such an extensive sealing technique? It feels as though they are attempting to seal a tailed beast. Does Rin possess the Uzumaki bloodline? If she truly is a Jinchuriki, why then allow Kakashi to take her so easily? What are they planning to do with the three tails? Could they intend to reach Konoha? Oh no, they're trying to use the tailed beast to invade our home. It makes sense now why they want to capture Konoha ninjas and deliberately release them. It's all part of a premeditated plan. Yet, something still feels off. Why not simply infiltrate Konoha with a mist ninja as the Jinchuriki and self-detonate? Perhaps there are risks of interception along the way, and Rin, being a Konoha ninja, would have an easier time infiltrating the inner sanctum. If she were rescued by Konoha, it would be all too effortless. In the subsequent episodes, Kakashi and Rin evade the pursuit of the mist ninjas, fleeing for an entire day and night. Numerous battles ensue. Yet the two sustain their physical forms through steadfast fighting spirit, repeatedly escaping the clutches of the mist. Although the audience perceives that the purpose of the mist shinobi is to drive them away towards the hidden leaf, leaving the encirclement riddled with flaws, they cannot help but feel their hearts race with trepidation each time Kakashi engages in a fierce confrontation with the enemy. Gradually, even Kakashi loses count of how many mist shinobi he has slain, how many injuries he has sustained, and how many times he has narrowly escaped from the enemy's grasp. The special healing talismans crafted by Naraku are nearly depleted. Has it been a day and a night already? Fleeing is one thing, but having to battle countless mist shinobi intermittently is a burden even an Iron Man cannot bear. They might remain oblivious to the fact that the paths to safety are, in reality, traps devised by the mist to ensnare them in the hidden leaf. The mist shinobi are truly ruthless. Do they not fear for Kakashi and Rin's lives? To them, Kakashi's survival is inconsequential, as long as Rin remains unharmed. If Kakashi were to fall, and Rin rendered powerless to fight, they would simply seize the Jinchuriki and force their way into the hidden leaf. The focus shifts to Rin, capturing her delicate yet resolute visage. Amid such dire circumstances, the animators intersperse her memories, allowing the audience to realize that both Kakashi and Rin have always been aware of their gradual descent towards doom. From the moment she awakened, Rin understood that she had become the host of the Three Tails, a perilous entity that could be released at any moment. After a brief discussion with Kakashi, they reached a consensus. They could not return to the hidden leaf unless the village was prepared to handle the Three Tails. But how could the mist ever accommodate their wishes? The repeated encirclements forced Kakashi and Rin to retreat southwest, inevitably bringing them closer to the hidden leaf. At this rate, the only way to protect the village may be to perish before they arrive. As the recollections fade, time returns to the present, where Rin once again senses a peculiar anomaly within her body. Whenever thoughts of self-harm arise, her limbs feel strangely uncontrollable, as if an unseen force is hindering her from achieving her intent. Thus, if she wishes to sacrifice herself to protect the hidden leaf, her only option is to perish in battle. It is utterly despairing. Despite being unable to return to the hidden leaf, the enemy relentlessly pushes them closer to their homeland. I find this to be a far more terrifying fate than the judgment of death. Who could concoct such a nefarious scheme? They deserve execution for 10 minutes. I would bestow the title of the ultimate tormentor upon the genius behind this idea, even employing dark tactics, preventing Rin from even taking her own life. What a scoundrel you are, Haki. Alas, my friends, I cannot fathom any other choice for these two except to die in battle. Perhaps they could seek medicine. T. Kakashi meant to be the protagonist of the next generation after Minato? Is the old thief truly intent on letting him perish so soon? I never imagined that Kakashi would be the first to fall in this tale. How outrageous. Grant Kakashi some divine intervention, you old rogue. Just as Rin resolves to sacrifice herself, an enemy suddenly attacks, prompting Kakashi to swiftly push her aside, narrowly evading a lethal water vortex. In the midst of this action, the protective talisman hanging from Kakashi's neck is flung out, tainted by droplets of blood oozing from his arm. In a close-up, the crimson liquid seeps into the intricate patterns of the talisman, as if seeking to fill its grooves. Before the audience can grasp the significance of this ominous close-up, they are met with the sight of Naraku, whose eyes widen slightly in response. He is about to accept a mission scroll from Nara Shikamaru, but retracts his hands at the last moment, declining the task and turning away. No, old rogue. Spare Kakashi's talisman. If that is lost, I shall go mad. Good heavens. Does Naraku sense something? Is it a psychic connection? Or does the pattern on that talisman possess some hidden power? When Naraku faced life and death at Kikyo Mountain, Kakashi sensed it. Now, as Kakashi finds himself in dire straits, it is only natural for Naraku to feel it as well. It seems that their souls have long been intertwined. No matter how distant they are, they share an awareness of each other's mortal peril. One cannot fault those who ship them together. In a mere lifetime of decades, Having someone like that by one's side makes even death worthwhile. Is Naraku truly considering pursuing Kakashi? It might be too late. To the audience's surprise, Naraku does not flee the camp, but instead returns to his tent, when he swiftly plunges a knife into himself. Invoking a blood contract technique that appears both gruesome and mysterious, the audience begins to comprehend his intentions. The usually gentle boy now stands at the center of a glowing red circle, commanding the vast, crimson sigil beneath him. It spreads like a living entity, inscribing spells that engulf the ground, walls, and eventually the ceiling. Fujitaka bursts in, only to witness Naraku's final moments before departure. His beautiful eyes brim with remorse and regret as he gazes deeply at Fujitaka, then dissolves into nothingness. Could it be a space-time ninjutsu? How extraordinary! Naraku disregards others while wielding such power. If Senju Tobarama can create the flying thunder god, why can't Naraku? The motion of his turn is so stylish. I wish to make a gift to admire it repeatedly. This technique appears to have significant side effects. It seems to be only a prototype. Space-time ninjutsu is exceptionally perilous. A single misstep could lead to irrevocable disaster. Naraku takes an immense risk to rescue Kakashi. But fear not. Heavenly Dawn Jade Life can adjust the success probability to 100%. On the other side, Rin expresses her intentions, resolved to face death alone, leaving the last glimmer of hope for her comrades. Kakashi has never entertained such thoughts, and the echoes of Obito's final words linger in his mind, making him unwilling to agree. Yet, when Rin mentions Naraku, he finds himself at a loss for words. Amidst the melancholic strains of a flute, memories flash before Kakashi's eyes. Naraku, deeply wounded yet quick to forgive upon receiving a simple explanation. Naraku, who endured countless trials and tears in the lab to awaken his father. Naraku, who embraced him amidst the dawn on the northern front, marveling at the blooming crabapple trees at sunset. Naraku, who shared precious healing talismans and even requested sealing techniques from Lady Tsunade. No matter what, Kakashi cannot bring himself to abandon Naraku, leaving him to live in solitude and guilt. Thus, until the memories conclude, he merely weeps in anguish, uncertain of what to do. Why must such a dilemma always arise for Kakashi? Perhaps every ninja on the battlefield has faced similar predicaments, but we can only witness Kakashi's plight. Do not rush. You too. Naraku is en route with all haste. If Naraku arrives too late and fails to save Kakashi, I shudder to think of the extent of his despair. As Rin stated, if Kakashi truly dies here, how will Naraku continue on? Do you think Naraku would survive in such a scenario? A double death could also signify a happy ending. In truth, Kakashi is acutely aware that if things continue in this manner, both of them are doomed. The only faint hope for one of them to survive lies in abandoning Rin and seeking an opportunity to break free. Must I once again commit such an act? To aspire to be a competent ninja walking the path of righteousness, must one relinquish companionship and emotions? Just as I did everything for Naraku that fateful evening? Rin could perceive his inability to make a choice, reiterating that it was not Kakashi Hatake who abandoned Noira Rin, but rather it was Noira Rin who chose to part ways with Kakashi Hatake. The one making the choice has always been herself. After voicing this, Rin launched herself into a desperate charge against the reappearing enemy, the background music transforming into a mournful and tragic melody. Though I found Rin's reasoning compelling, arriving at a resolution was far from simple. Moreover, Kakashi had perpetually been ensnared in such unresolvable dilemmas. The clash of life philosophies, the wishes of comrades, and the significance of Uchiha Naraku was not a decision that could be made lightly. The most heart-wrenching aspect was that Kakashi's internal conflict never included his own life. Oh, Rin is truly too wonderful, the finest girl in existence. I can only imagine Obito pacing anxiously in the heavens, wishing he could intervene personally. No, please. Rin. Kakashi. Don't just stand there. Save her. Naraku is almost here. Fortunately, Kakashi snapped out of his daze just in time to pull Rin out of the explosive range of the tags. Faced with his comrade's tearful reproach, he finally confessed his thoughts that had long been bottled up. The music shifted from sorrowful and desolate to intense and grand, igniting a surge of fervor within the audience. The boy's heartfelt revelation and desperate struggle harmonized with the stirring rhythm, striking each viewer's heart with the force of a hammer, delivering a breathtaking impact. Kakashi Hatake sought to liberate Uchiha Naraku from the eternal torment of self-infliction. He wished for the other to understand that, until his last breath, the brave and tenacious soul within him remained steadfast. He was a rebel traversing the path of error, obstinately choosing to save his comrades without a hint of repentance. Now and forever. Thus, the figure that night was not Kakashi Hatake at all. Thankfully, he made it in time. Kakashi, you were dazed for far too long just now. Indeed, harm is harm. There are no justifications cloaked in benevolence, only excuses. a tribute to Kakashi Hitaki's indomitable spirit. At this moment, he had achieved a goal surpassing that of his father. Truly, he is the son of White Fang, the nightmare of Konoha, Kakashi Hitaki. Kakashi, I'm crying. Rather than betraying one's faith and life principles, wouldn't it be better to use one's life to prove one's heart to Naraku? Kakashi, you rascal. Why isn't Naraku here right now? I beg of you, please say it again in front of Naraku, you cowardly Kakashi. I heard you. My chest throbbed painfully with each heartbeat, my fingertips tingling slightly, as Naraku pressed his hand against his chest, murmuring to himself. Kakashi, I heard everything. Chidori mournfully faded away. The boy losing his most formidable means of retaliation, now forced to grip his sword tightly and stand before his comrades. The audience's hearts hung in suspense, frantically urging Naraku to arrive swiftly. True to expectations, Naraku reached the battlefield just in time. The formation spread like a spider's web in the air. The fluctuations caused by the space-time ninjutsu overturning all surrounding enemies, dust and wind swirling in chaotic tumult. A figure emerged from the chaotic rift, eyes as crimson as a demon's, exuding a fierce aura directed at the still-living Mist Ninjas. We're doomed. Why hasn't Naraku arrived yet? At this juncture, the Mist Ninjas had no choice but to eliminate Kakashi before abducting Rin. Naraku is here. Wahoo! Let us take off. Mist Ninjas, your Crimson Hunter has returned. Ding. Esteemed player Kakashi, your Uchiha enhancement has been credited. Aw, so handsome. Naraku is so incredibly handsome. Kakashi gazed at Naraku, almost convinced he was dreaming in his final moments. Yet he quickly reassured himself of the reality surrounding him. Naraku, meanwhile, discreetly concealed his bloodied left hand, softly apologizing for his tardiness. Blissfully unaware that his poor condition was painfully evident. Faced with Kakashi's impatience and helplessness, Naraku, before finishing his words of comfort, demonstrated his prowess through action. For reasons unknown. After dispatching the enemies, Naraku suddenly appeared a bit tense, his speech slightly stammering as he unconsciously avoided his friend's admiring gaze. If Naraku had arrived just a moment earlier, he would have heard Kakashi's heartfelt words. This technique seems to have a great cost. Can Naraku endure it? Fool, what are you hiding for? Kakashi saw everything. Despite his dire state, he still responded promptly. Naraku, you truly care too much. No, darling, don't apologize. Your timing was impeccable. Not a second late. What's with Naraku's reaction? Is he worried that Kakashi might be frightened by the horrific deaths of the Mist Ninjas? Or perhaps he fears Kakashi would despise him for being so ruthless towards their foes. Oh my, the self-doubting pup is in trouble now. Naraku, get a grip. With Kakashi's thick filter, he is likely thinking, my brother is truly remarkable. Lift your head, Naraku. Kakashi's gaze is practically glued to you. How could he possibly dislike you? Chapter 274. If he didn't care, he wouldn't be crying. The new episode begins. Naraku's arrival greatly alleviated the combat pressure on Kakashi and Rin. The trio advanced a short distance, hopeful of finally shaking off the surrounding Mist Ninjas, only to find that one wave had barely settled before another arose. The moment Rin sensed a change within her body, she didn't even have time to warn her comrades before the tailed beast chakra engulfed her consciousness, transforming her into a beast driven solely by instinct. Kakashi tentatively called out to her, but the rationality-devoid Rin perceived him as a threat, lunging at him with a claw that sent him sprawling, before pursuing with murderous intent. Had it not been for Naraku's timely intervention, who ensnared Rin with fire jutsu, granting a moment's respite, Kakashi would have undoubtedly faced a second, devastating attack. Damn it! What the hell are you doing, Mist Ninja? They must have realized the situation was spiraling out of control and decided to blow everything up here. Taking away their greatest threat, the Crimson Hunter, hardly a loss. Oh my goodness, that was ruthless. Kakashi is probably spitting blood now. Kakashi was already nearing his limit. And Naraku wasn't in much better shape. This could truly spell disaster. Does Naraku even know how to seal a tailed beast? Come on. That is not something he can do alone. He is not from the Uzumaki clan. Kakashi is the protagonist. He shouldn't die? So does that mean Naraku has to make the ultimate sacrifice? Medicine. Spitting blood gif. So, Naraku is here just to deliver himself to death? More accurately, he is here to take the fall. Let us not be too pessimistic. Perhaps Minato will use the Flying Thunder God to come and save them. I doubt it. The speedster never arrives in time to save those closest to him. It's a literary rule. As the audience speculated on how Kakashi and Naraku would confront the current predicament, the camera focused on Rin, who was roaring amidst the flames. Too long. Powerful tails rapidly sprouted behind her, her form expanding significantly, nearly filling the entire screen. The half-tailed beast transformation bestowed upon her a more terrifying power, allowing her to shatter the fire release barriers merely with a roar, as she charged once more towards Kakashi. In the next moment, The collision between the beast's claws and the Susanoo unleashed a violent shockwave, and with a thunderous roar, the surrounding trees and rocks were obliterated by the force. Having failed her ambush, Rin leapt back 100 meters, opening her massive jaws lined with serrated teeth to gather energy for a tailed beast bomb. The oppressive music intensified, reaching a crescendo as the tailed beast bomb soared like a dark meteor trailing a tail, tearing apart the night sky. All onlookers beheld a sun rising from the shadowy valley, illuminating the world as if it were day. Even the third-tier Susanoo of Naraku was engulfed by the surging radiance, vanishing without a trace. "Oh Rin, what has become of you, my dear girl?" I lamented. "Why are you so fixated on Kakashi?" Could it be that Rin had long harbored a desire to strike Kakashi, and now instinctively pursued him to unleash her fury? Suddenly, your comment struck me as amusing. How could one be so serious? Are you really going to take the tailed beast bomb head on? What is the difference between that and taking a nuclear blast to the face? My goodness, the mountain has been obliterated, but are Kakashi and Naraku still alive? They should be fine. The third-tier Susanoo is quite resilient. Is it dawn already? Why is the sun rising in the west today? As the blinding light receded, all that remained was a charred wasteland, the atmosphere warped by the intense heat into rippling distortions. Kakashi located Naraku, whose Susanoo frame could no longer sustain itself, and resolved to become bait, granting the other a chance at survival. The distant roars of beasts faded, leaving a profound silence, punctuated only by their tense breaths, which were sliced apart by the scorching temperature. In a close-up, Kakashi gripped the hilt of his blade with his battle-scarred right hand, and soon a similarly wounded left hand grasped his wrist. Kakashi glanced to his right, and the scene shifted to a first-person perspective, revealing Naraku's gentle yet resolute profile. Just then, the melodious sound of a flute wafted through the air, lifting the stray strands of the youth's hair, as if fate were delicately urging him to stay. "No matter what, I shall not abandon you. Kakashi, have you lost your senses? Allowing Naraku to witness your demise is akin to taking his life. Please, no more flag-raising." "Kakashi," I pleaded. Despite being acutely aware of each other's stubbornness, they could not help but scheme a path to survival for one another. "If we cannot survive together, then I would rather perish alongside you, Naraku, my exquisite companion." Naraku reflected, "This may allow me to live, but in a world devoid of Kakashi, I have no attachments left. Losing you would render my existence worse than death." This sense of fragmentation filled the air, leaving spectators with a stinging sensation in their eyes. "Oh, Naraku, you truly have it rough," I thought. No. Is this atmosphere of parting for life and death real? Old thief, are you serious? Don't let Naraku die. Once, Kakashi refused to flee. Now it is Naraku who is unwilling to leave, such is fate. Before they could reach a conclusion, Rin had already charged back into the fray. Kakashi and Naraku barely managed to fend off this wave of attacks, their chakra completely depleted, leaving their final chance of escape exceedingly slim. Perhaps this was destined to be their burial ground. Kakashi positioned himself in front of Naraku, the only thing he could still offer to the other. "I will never allow you to die before me." Upon hearing that long-forgotten promise, Naraku's eyes trembled, then fell into a deathly silence. A hoarse whisper escaped his throat, imbued with an indescribable pain and resolve. "Kakashi, I will not let you die." The kaleidoscope of his ocular prowess erupted, disassembling the world into a colossal web of fate, granting the authority over death to the black-haired youth, whose tears flowed like blood. He directed his gaze towards the thick black line across Rin's heart, and then advanced with his blade raised. With a synchronization rate of 100. "You two are more than capable of becoming dangerous drifters," Kakashi declared. "Even in the face of impending death, I will ensure you outlive me. Even if it is by just a second. Old thief, you are inhuman. Should you dare to depict the death of either Kakashi or Naraku, I will unearth you from the depths and fry you alive." In truth, there remains one final move, contingent upon whether Naraku can summon the resolve to execute it. "What you imply, could it be that you intend to?" "Theoretically, it is attainable, especially given the mechanism of death as judgment at play, if Naraku wishes for it. There exists no one he cannot kill." "Oh my, Naraku, are you truly going through with this? Bearing the guilt of slaying his comrades, can he sustain this psychological state?" Clearly, Naraku cares for no one but Kakashi. That is not true. If he did not care, he would not be crying now. Naraku has endured far too much. It seemed the chakra had sufficiently amassed. As Rin opened her cavernous mouth once more, the black-tailed beast bomb reappearing between her sharpened fangs. Suddenly, Kakashi felt a strange weakness in his knees, collapsing helplessly to the ground, watching as Naraku transformed into a streak of light, rushing headlong towards the monstrous entity capable of moving mountains and filling seas. A soft, mournful female voice began to sing, the source of sorrow either for Naraku's irrevocable departure or for the tragic choice he was about to make. The gleaming blade reflected the anguish etched in his eyes. Recalling the moments he spent with Rin, the seriousness of discussing medical ninjutsu, the joy of dining together after training, and the sorrow of parting before a battle. The journey towards the conclusion of these memories felt interminable, long enough for the youth to bleed tears, ultimately piercing his friend's heart with the tip of his blade. The music abruptly ceased, Rin's form rapidly shrinking as the tailed beast chakra dissipated with the wind, revealing the scorched girl within. In her final moments, Rin finally attained clarity. Her first utterance a comforting reassurance to her tearful friend, thanking him for not allowing her to become a sinner. "Do not grieve, Naraku, you did the right thing." "Thank you." "Ah, Naraku," I cried, overwhelmed with sorrow. This path was akin to torture for Naraku. My Rin, in her last moments, she sought to comfort Naraku. How tender she truly is. Yet, even if Rin forgives Naraku, the foolish Naraku will never forgive himself. On the surface, it appeared only one life had been taken. But in reality, 2 souls had perished. How will Naraku continue to live? Chapter 275. Do you two share a secret? Rin, having fulfilled her wish, closed her eyes. Her expression peaceful and serene as if she had fallen into slumber. The night breeze bid her farewell, while the moonlight rendered everything into an unreal dream. Yet everyone knew that what had just transpired was painfully real and undeniable. Kakashi, in vain, opened his mouth, his heart aching so intensely that no sound emerged. His expression one of profound sorrow that anyone who beheld it could not help but empathize. Naraku cast a distant glance at Kakashi, unable to meet his gaze again. Will Kakashi hate me? Rin is far more important to him than I am. Much more. He clenched his jaw tightly, suppressing any sound of anguish. The audience wept for the tragic fate of the youths, entirely oblivious to the fact that dozens of mist nin were lying in wait on the mountain. The enemies surrounded the scene, plunging them deeper into despair. Did they truly kill him? Although I know the likelihood of all 3 surviving is slim. This is simply too much. What other choice is there? Wait until Kakashi is dead, and Rin is taken to obliterate Konoha, ultimately dying as a sinner. That would be preferable? Kakashi would rather perish than witness Rin and the enemy meet their demise together. Yet she ultimately succumbed to a far more tragic fate. Curiously, I find that, for Rin, this outcome is not entirely unfavorable. At least she emerges as a hero. Why does Naraku perceive that Rin holds far greater significance in Kakashi's heart than himself? Is this reasoning sound? He believes himself guilty, unworthy of occupying a place in Kakashi's affections. Where are the mist ninjas? It seems only Minato can come to the rescue now. There are no other options. Minato, do hurry. How long has it been? Alas, Rin's sacrifice safeguarded Konoha, but could not preserve Kunai. Unexpectedly, the one arriving to rescue Naraku and Kakashi is not the famed Minato Namikaze, but rather a young man shrouded in a swirling mask that obscures his visage. The barrage of comments surged with the sudden introduction of this new character. In retrospect, the animators omitted the intense emotional outburst of Obito, leaving only his merciless cleansing of the mist ninjas. The audience could only witness this peculiar figure abruptly materializing, charging into the throng of mist ninjas with remarkable speed, wielding a devastating wood-release technique. Every counterattack seemed futile, passing through him as if he were a mere illusion. The mist ninjas could do nothing but brace for death. As the wood-release chaos transformed the battlefield into a pool of blood, the audience was momentarily stunned into silence, the barrage ceasing for a heartbeat before cascading back onto the screen. Where did this guy come from? My goodness, what did I just witness? Wood-release? The illegitimate child of Hashirama? No, perhaps the illegitimate grandchild? He could also be a subject of human experimentation, a biological weapon of sorts. What manner of technique allows one to pass through objects? Is it a secret art? It resembles a transformation into a spiritual state, yet is far more versatile than Kato's spiritualization technique. Oh no, he is targeting the 3 tails. Aiming to seize the 3 tails? He arrived just a tad too late. Good grief. How brutal. What about extracting juice? This is terrifying. Who knew wood-release could be so fearsome? Kakashi and Naraku lacked the power or means to prevent this individual from approaching Rin. Upon confirming the 3 tails' disappearance, he appeared profoundly disappointed and enraged, further solidifying the audience's belief that his goal was to obtain a living Jinchuriki. With his objective unattainable, his interest in Rin waned, and with an air of indifference, he stepped aside, permitting Kunai to return to the lifeless body. A low-string note resonated, heralding the unexpected arrival of another character. An ostentatious display of chakra, an eerie white mask, and exaggerated, theatrical mannerisms. Most strikingly, his audaciously intimate demeanor encroached upon others' personal space, exuding an overwhelming aura of chaos. Gene, with a single glance, he incapacitated the wood-release user, followed immediately by a snap that dispatched Kakashi. He desires to keep them alive? No, he must only require the 3 tails. Once the tailed beast is dead, The Jinchuriki's body would naturally be of no use. Did he retreat? Is he merely reluctant to employ his penetrating abilities? Or is his cooldown period still in effect? Good grief, good grief, good grief. Jin. So they are in cahoots. Is this the end? Using such ambiguous terms to describe running away, does he harbor a secret? Kakashi, look. This is the mastermind who has tormented you for years. The great boss finally makes his appearance before the protagonist. This is hardly the opportune moment for a confrontation between good and evil. I wager a packet of spicy snacks that Minato will arrive any moment now. What is going on with you two? Why are you fighting your own people? Jin seems excessively tender and indulgent towards the wood release user, devouring Snack's image. Indeed, in an effort to avoid striking each other, he gently lowered him down by the clothing. Who else could command such affection from the boss? I reckon both Ian and Nagato are quite favored. On the surface, Jin appears to treat everyone he values with kindness. Such a dazzling display of illusionary prowess. Truly worthy of the title, Lord Jin. Can Jin utilize sound waves to cast illusions? Or could he employ other mediums as well? The path of revenge is long and arduous. Kakashi, given the current circumstances, does Kakashi still have the opportunity for vengeance? He can only rely on Minato now. Minato Namikaze did not arrive as promptly as the audience had hoped. The camera traced Jin's elongated right hand to his mask, and then, with a click, the sound of the mask loosening echoed. The barrage erupted with excitement, anticipating the revelation of Jin's true face. Yet, how could the animators grant such a wish? As the mask was removed, the camera followed suit, failing to unveil even a hint of his visage. In fact, in every subsequent scene, the animators cleverly employed various angles, ensuring his appearance remained concealed. Audience, what on earth? Huh, the boss is about to reveal himself. Finally, I can see the face of the one I've been supporting. Hooray. I'm eager to see how dashing this pretentious fellow truly is. Does he live up to his physique and voice? Rest assured, it's a promise. You old thief. Are you playing with me? You must be joking. The only ones left conscious on the battlefield are Jin and Naraku, and their exchange reveals to the audience that Naraku's actions in killing Rin may harbor deeper implications. That phrase wager and lose is particularly perplexing. Suspicious viewers began to theorize wildly, a flurry of conjectures filling the air. However, as Jin unleashed a torrent of black flames to cleanse the remnants, he deliberately avoided Kakashi and Naraku, seemingly lacking any intention of complete annihilation. This implies that the two battle-hardened youths have ultimately survived. Though he chose not to strike lethally, Jin still managed to pierce Naraku's heart before departing, observing the tremor in his fingertips and the profound anguish etched upon his face, eliciting a few low chuckles before he turned away with the wood release user. The night deepened, and a golden light illuminated the battlefield. Something is amiss. 100% amiss. Do not bully our Naraku. He appears on the verge of breaking. What does wager and lose mean? Do you two share a little secret that you're not disclosing to us? What is happening? What is happening? What is happening? Is there anything that cannot be said in my presence? Am I considered an outsider? No. Does Jin imply that Rin is not yet dead? Regardless of the fate of the sacrificed, upon uttering those words, Rin is undoubtedly alive. Splendid. Rin lives. Naraku, you are my savior. How miraculous. The power of the heavens indeed belongs to the divine. Jin, you clever soul, you know precisely how to strike at the heart, choosing words that would cause Naraku the most pain. He truly understands Naraku. Has Minato finally arrived? This delay is rather significant, facepalming in exasperation image. Thankfully, the wood release user inadvertently eliminated the mist ninjas. Otherwise, by the time he arrived, Kanai might have been long gone. Minato, you almost collided with the current greatest boss. Soon, the final episode unfolds. Bright sunlight streams into the room, awakening Kakashi from his nightmare. After covering his face and taking a moment to compose himself, Kakashi finally confronts the harsh reality that his comrades, who fought alongside him on the front lines, were slain by Naraku. He attempts to recall the two mysterious ninjas he encountered before losing consciousness, yet no matter how hard he tries, he cannot recall the specific details. This exceptional illusionary ability reminds him of the source of the illusion that distorts perception, which he has yet to uncover. Kakashi is anxious to find Naraku to confirm his safety, yet he fears he may have fallen into the opponent's trap once again. As he hesitated, the shadow of Naraku had already arrived at the door. If Lin truly perished, could Kakashi really remain unperturbed by Naraku? Even if he recognized that it was all the fault of the Mist Village, it would be a daunting task. Both individuals were blaming themselves, forgiving one another, all stubbornly silent. Friends, can you blame me for suspecting that Jin is the mastermind behind it all? Even Kakashi entertains such thoughts. How could he escape unscathed? It surely cannot be that simple. Stop resisting the obvious clues. Jin's involvement is glaring. What more is there to argue? What has this scoundrel Jean turned Kakashi into? A victim of Jinjutsu-induced PTSD? There's a hint of a hellish joke in that. If Naraku were to confront Kakashi again, he would hardly believe that it was Kakashi's true sentiments, considering the past experiences. Rationally, he might not believe it, yet emotionally, he would still feel sorrow. Just as Naraku was about to step inside, he was resolutely rejected by Kakashi, who took 2 steps back in bewilderment, standing outside the door, too afraid to speak. Does Kakashi despise me? The audience witnessed his trembling fingers being forced into a fist, crimson threads seeping from the creases of his palms. It must be hatred. For Kakashi cares so deeply for Lin. The camera then focused on Naraku's pallid face, where a glimmer of shattered tears welled in his dim eyes, trickling down his cheeks to finally drip into the crevices of the earth. I perpetually inflict harm upon Kakashi, and even when I apologize, I am unworthy of his forgiveness. His breath began to quicken, interspersed with faint, muffled sobs. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Only upon sensing someone approaching did he manage to pull himself from the brink of despair, hastily wiping his face with his sleeve to conceal his emotions. The audience, having undergone a torturous experience, erupted in frustration. Foolish Kakashi, do you not realize that this very rejection is a statement in itself? Like a hammer to steel. It's over. Naraku can no longer escape this torment. My poor baby, why do you always feel less significant than others in Kakashi's heart? Sobs. Please, stop torturing yourself. I implore you. Cries. Naraku, wake up. Even if Kakashi were to be reduced to ashes, he could never harbor hatred for you, let alone despise you. Naraku's mental state was already precarious. Kakashi, what can I say about you? Yet I believe Kakashi's concerns are quite reasonable. What if he were to succumb to Jinjutsu and confront Naraku directly? Wouldn't that be unbearable for him? All the blame lies with that old thief. He is truly malevolent. This situation is nothing less than a deliberately orchestrated coincidence. The perspective shifted to Kakashi, who, upon seeing someone burst through the door with an imposing presence, felt his mind numb. Have I truly fallen into a Jinjutsu? How else could I see Lin? Kakashi was rendered completely unresponsive. Even as Lin was about to strike him, he remained motionless, only for Naraku to intervene at the last moment. Lin, furious, her hair almost alight with rage, while Naraku stubbornly insisted he and T cried moments before. The two stood in a stalemate for several seconds before Kakashi finally regained his composure, pinching his arm and bowing his head to dispel the Jinjutsu, confirming at last that he had not been ensnared. Just as he was about to rejoice, he noticed his teammate's grim expression. Lin, unwilling to shatter Naraku's last shred of dignity, chose to fabricate an excuse to brush it aside. If I were to expose this lie, he would feel mortified. A pang of pain surged within her heart as she clenched her teeth and relaxed her fists. Kakashi, entirely oblivious, assumed Lin's agitation stemmed from Naraku's injuries. While Naraku hung his head, lost in thought, only the audience could see his tightly pressed lips, with traces of blood barely discernible beneath his nails. Hooray! Lin is indeed alive. I knew my deduction would prove correct. Lin, I am not dead. But Kakashi, you are as good as finished. We will settle old scores together. Kakashi is about to face a beating. Let him receive his just desserts. This means Naraku knows full well that Lin is still alive, yet still feels guilty. Perfect. A punch to awaken him. Naraku, you fainted from love-stricken delirium. Lin, Naraku, wake up. He's bullying you like this, and you're still protecting him. This level of infatuation is truly unsalvageable. Just give up. It's as if I'm about to be driven to madness by my best friend, feeling utterly overwhelmed. Do you know how many times my best friend and her boyfriend reconciled? 8 times. 8. They ended up marrying. Now they're at it again, threatening divorce. Despair. Had Lin insisted on revealing what she had just witnessed, Kakashi would have undoubtedly voiced his prior concerns and comforted Naraku. Alas, there are no what-ifs. Lin is simply too soft-hearted. This thorn will likely never be removed. Stepping into Naraku's perspective, this scene is genuinely heart-wrenching. The one he cherishes most, Kakashi, is soothing another friend right before his eyes. Perkanai, such a perfectly orchestrated coincidence could never be unraveled without someone daring to break the silence. This love triangle is so convoluted it feels as though my mind might explode. If we include the now-departed Ibito, it would be a quadrilateral entanglement. After a chaotic flurry, the group arrived at Tsunade's to report. Tsunade, intending to reprimand Kakashi and Naraku to prevent them from further tormenting their hearts, was taken aback when her young apprentice took all the blame upon himself. That was a space-time ninjutsu, not just some roadside cabbage. For Kakashi, Naraku developed it. Tsunade felt a wave of disappointment wash over her regarding her child's actions, fixated on Kakashi, neglecting her own broken leg. Akin to a helpless mother whose cabbage had been pilfered. The audience, however, was absolutely engrossed in this segment. unable to detach from its weighty implications. Naraku's display was undeniably heavy, entirely reminiscent of the traditional Uchiha favoritism. Tsunade, I mean what I say. Kakashi must lose 2 legs today, mark my words. Oh, is it finally coming? I can hardly wait. Who remembers that Kakashi is the protagonist? Why do I feel like everyone else is now merely Naraku's emotional support? Haha. Well, a protagonist must endure some trials and tribulations to truly embrace their role, right? Amused. Tsunade's laughter was quite terrifying. Her expressions could easily become memes. This excessive protectiveness, combined with the complete unawareness of the parties involved, is reminiscent of the Uchiha male legacy. This is what happens when naive children aspire to great endeavors. It's truly daunting. The Uchiha clan remained silent, merely harboring disdain for the white-haired man. Kakashi suddenly realized, pulling out the thin string attached to the protective talisman. Examining the shard closely. Upon seeing that he had discovered the anchor point, Naraku's eyes revealed palpable anxiety and fear, hastily explaining that the mark had already become ineffective. Are you afraid I might discard this as well? Kakashi suppressed the tumult of pain and questions within, mustering all his gentleness to smile at Naraku, declaring, "This is no ordinary talisman. It is the most precious thing gifted to me by you. 2 colossal fools. I truly cannot fathom. Can't you find the words to speak? Can you not? Why even use a recollection knife at this juncture? Such skill with a blade. It pains me. Kakashi, if you dare to dispose of this, I will surely perish right here in front of my computer." Indeed, what did Naraku say that night? What day is it today? Is the sun rising from the south? Kakashi is actually speaking up? This solitary phrase suffices for Naraku to endure. The heartfelt expressions of the 2 brothers, tinged with both bitterness and sweetness, elicit an emotional response. Kakashi, your willingness to voice such sentiments brings joy to Kanai, yet she gently reminds you to temper your exuberance. As there are others present, cue mischievous laughter. As the ending theme concludes, the animators have graciously included an additional 2 minutes of Easter eggs. After listening to Kakashi's earnest confession, Tsunade suddenly feels a radiance about her, as do Minato and Rin, the latter glowing with an intensity beyond measure. Hilarity ensues as Tsunade appears flabbergasted. The room is filled with bright, incandescent light bulbs. Rin's ant-like laughter is a mirror of my own. Minato quips, Isn't this simply the essence of friendship? It seems that Minato, much like a sesame dumpling, is aware yet remains silent. What is there to unveil? Let me reiterate. This is a tale of youthful adventure and fervor, not a romantic narrative. Kanai is merely a good friend to the 2. Let us cast aside the earlier mood-dampening remarks. The animator adeptly illustrates, in just 2 brief shots, that Tsunade is already cognizant of the events surrounding the attack of the 3 tails. Subsequently, she declares that Rin has long since sacrificed herself, and from this moment forth, she must live as her twin sister. Tsunade, already weary from the emergence of numerous formidable entities in the ninja world, is further burdened when Naraku unveils a shocking revelation. This rascal has audaciously defied Nara Shikamu's orders to rush to Kakashi's aid. Uchiha Naraku. Boom. Rest assured, Rin is now completely safe. It is utterly amusing. Tsunade now resembles Fugaku, gazing at Kakashi with the same apprehension a father-in-law might have towards his daughter's suitor. Ha ha ha, Tsunade has once again taken a hit. Tsunade exclaims, "Oh dear, can you not complete your thoughts in one breath?" The good news, the mission was not abandoned halfway. The bad news, the orders from the advisor have been outright rejected. Not accepting a mission equates to having no mission. Quite reasonable. Fugaku adds, and not only that. It was in my presence that he vanished without a trace. Do you have any idea how I have spent the past 2 days and nights? Naraku has faced consequences. Indeed, haha. Upon viewing the final segment of the Easter egg, Naraku reflects that his actions were somewhat unscrupulous. Yet, had he not intervened, Rin would have a 99% chance of perishing, Kakashi would be haunted for most of his life, and Obito would gradually become ensnared in the Moon SI plan without the possibility of retreat. Naraku concludes, in any case, I believe it was worth it. With commendable conviction. Chapter 276, Kirigakure. Is this somewhat oppressive? After recovering from his injuries, Kakashi reports to Tsunade and learns of a most delightful piece of news. Having lost a teammate, Kogai welcomes the most fitting partner, Hayakuri. Together, they will share a portion of Minato's firefighting duties, operating on the front lines against Kumogakure and Kirigakure. Kakashi, holding a lunchbox and pushing aside rice, realizes he ought not to display such joy in front of Rin, yet he cannot contain his elation. Rin casts a side eye at her former partner, who, despite his cold demeanor, is practically radiating joy, lamenting that she hadn't managed to land a punch on him that fateful afternoon. In her view, even if she were to perish, Kakashi should not direct his ire towards Naraku. His attitude towards Naraku not only wounded the latter's heart, but also belittled her own sense of agency. Was there truly no better alternative in that situation? To protect her comrades and the innocent citizens of Konoha, she has always been willing to sacrifice. If only she had acted a moment sooner. Rin muses regretfully. Naraku, for all his merits, only seems to compromise himself when facing Kakashi. Kakashi, fully armed. Naraku lifts the curtain and strides briskly to Kakashi, presenting him with the prepared equipment and chakra blade. There is an urgent mission. Lady Tsunade has commanded us to depart immediately. Damn it. How is Konoha's intelligence system so porous to Kirigakure? The leading Uchiha Jonin glares, his Sharingan blazing with frustration, as he slices through the dense fog to thwart the enemy's sudden ambush. While fiercely resisting the adversary, he must also remain vigilant to protect the new batch of young recruits being sent to the battlefield, unable to relax his guard or boldly pursue the enemy. There are about 20 children, ranging in age from 9 to 16, all prodigies from the clan, some with the potential to awaken their eyes, while others have already manifested a single tomo. According to the clan's original plan, once the children reached the front lines, the clan leader would assign them simpler tasks to acclimatize them to the battlefield environment, progressively increasing the difficulty of their assignments. The process of honing their skills inevitably involves casualties, which is unavoidable. As ninjas grow through conflict and fire, anyone could perish at any moment during a mission. However, encountering Kirigakure's assassination squad halfway through their journey feels distinctly abnormal. This reveals that the route set by the Uchiha clan is fully exposed to Kirigakure, devoid of any secrecy. How infuriating. He irritably inquires of a clanmate who has just summoned a spirit cat. Has reinforcements not yet arrived? The Uchiha quickly reads the letter and responds. Lady Tsunade has received word that the Umbu obtained intelligence on Kirigakure's operation ahead of time and have already dispatched personnel. They should arrive in about an hour. Very well. It seems they must endure for this hour. The reinforcements dispatched by Lady Tsunade had better arrive swiftly. In the center of the group, Shursui glances around at his fellow clan members, noticing the tension etched on their faces, indicating their struggle to adapt to the battlefield atmosphere. He himself is also unsettled, witnessing a senior, who had been conversing and laughing with them on the road, fall victim to Kirigakure's blade, is a traumatic experience that no one can easily recover from in such a short span. Just as he is lost in thought, several clearly seasoned Kirigakure ninjas coordinate to momentarily breach the outer defenses, allowing one enemy to slip through. The sight of the troublesome new generation of the Uchiha clan stirs excitement and fervor within the Kirigakure ninja, who can hardly contain the thrill of envisioning their demise. Bloodline clans are nothing but weaklings reliant on their lineage. They are utterly unworthy to be compared with the ninjas who have fought their way out of the blood mist. Without the Sharingan, the Uchiha would be just another ordinary bunch. Water release, water fong bullet. Water release, water fong flow blade. Two high-damage water jutsu come crashing toward the unsuspecting youth, and by the time most react, it is far too late to form seals and defend themselves. Two sizable fireball jutsu erupt from the crowd, colliding with the water fong flow blade and neutralizing the majority of its force. Following closely, a lightning release. Lightning needle shatters most of the water fong bullets, with only 2 or 3 reaching the front, which are intercepted by the older children with kunai. Without time to discern the identities of the 2 clan members who acted before him, Shursui sheathes his hands and activates a tomo, drawing his blade to confront the threat. The body flicker technique, honed through countless hours of practice, is so rapid that the enemy cannot even evade, left only to watch helplessly as they collide with his gleaming blade. Thud! Shursui and the Kirigakure ninja fall to the ground together, and he swiftly withdraws, returning to his siblings to remain alert to their surroundings. Well done, Shursui. Truly worthy of being the most talented Uchiha after Naraku. Genuine praise emanates from nearby, and Shursui glances over to see a pair of twin sisters giving him a thumbs up. Those formidable fireballs must have been conjured by these 2 sisters, no doubt. He dared not take credit for his achievements, fully aware of the formidable prowess of his opponent, who was also several years his senior. Not at all. I still fall far short of you, Senior Naraku. The girl, who appeared more like an elder sister, chuckled cheerfully. Well, surpassing Naraku-kun is quite a challenge. Her younger sister chimed in. Indeed, it is quite difficult. I am called Akari. The elder sister introduced herself to Shursui, gesturing towards her sibling. This is my younger sister. Shizuku, I look forward to your guidance on the battlefield. Absolutely. Given the presence of such remarkably talented children in their ranks, the leading jonin of the Uchiha clan wasted no time and entrusted Shursui and his companions with the task of protecting their peers, in order to prevent any more of the earlier, elusive threats from breaching their defenses. If they could endure this wave of life and death crisis, the combat prowess of this batch of children would experience a qualitative leap. An hour swiftly passed. the longer the standoff persisted. The more frequent and ferocious the assaults from the mist ninjas became, as if they too were aware that Konoha had dispatched reinforcements and could not afford to delay any longer. Numerous casualties had already befallen the adult Uchiha tasked with escorting the children, and several of the protected youths had sustained injuries. Had it not been for the healing talismans, it was likely that some would have succumbed to their wounds. It must be time. The Uchiha team leader ripped apart a healing talisman and casually incinerated the paper with a flicker of weak fire release, anxiously reconfirming the arrival of support. The mist could not afford to delay, nor could the Uchiha. The Uchiha responsible for communications offered a wry smile. There hasn't been any news since then. What are they doing? Just as his words fell, the dense fog enveloping the valley began to thin, revealing the flickering orange glow of flames. For colossal fire dragons burst through the mist, circling above the Uchiha's ranks, roaring as they transformed their surroundings into a sea of flames, evaporating the moisture in the air. The squad leader of the Mist Assassination Unit sensed calamity as an overwhelming aura of murderous intent and the sharp cries of birds erupted from behind him. A jolt of pain surged from his chest. He coughed up blood and looked down to see a hand crackling with lightning erupting from his torso. The arcane energy searing his flesh to a crisp. Iro and Aokari. Chapter 277, Companions. Facing just Iro alone was already a daunting task, and with Aokari joining him, this mission had undoubtedly failed. In a flash, the squad leader of the Mist comprehended the dire situation. But he had no chance to relay commands to his subordinates before darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Kakashi dispelled his Chidori, binding the dying enemy tightly with wire before inserting a kunai into the man's mouth to extract the poison, finally placing an ordinary healing talisman on his chest. Prior to their departure, Tsunade had instructed him to gather intelligence from the enemy whenever possible, which is why he had aimed for the right lung instead of the heart with his Chidori. A single healing talisman was sufficient to keep the man alive. Throughout the process of handling the captive, Naraku remained steadfastly by Kakashi's side, dispatching several mist ninjas attempting to mount a rescue. All done. Just as Kakashi finished dealing with the captive, a member of the Uchiha clan approached to assume responsibility for guarding him. Leave it to me, Kakashi. Then I entrust it to you. After a brief exchange, Kakashi turned back to collaborate with Naraku, hunting down other valuable adversaries. Their identical swordplay flowed seamlessly between them. A perfect harmony, as fire and lightning intertwined within the withered and desolate early winter forest, resembling two agile dragons in flight. The Mist Ninjas had barely managed an effective response before finding themselves decimated, compelled to retreat in disarray. By this point, the battle was effectively over. Kakashi took a moment to assess his remaining chakra, confirming his suspicions. Indeed, the Een sealing technique not only allowed for chakra storage, but had significantly elevated his chakra capacity. He gently touched his forehead protector, slowly rubbing it. Truly remarkable, this seal improved by Naraku. Kakashi couldn't help but smile faintly. The mere thought of the special mark beneath his forehead protector filled him with a peculiar sense of satisfaction, constricting his chest. Observing the enemy's retreat, he leapt to the top of a sturdy, bare ancient tree, glancing at his partner, who had halted the pursuit to prepare his Mangekyo Sharingan, raising an eyebrow. Shall we try that technique we discussed earlier? Naraku understood his intent and nodded in agreement. Together, they formed hand seals. A double barrage of lightning arrows nearly obscured the entire sky, then spiraled outwards in all directions, resembling a magnificent shower of falling stars. After a brief pause, Naraku blinked and retracted his Mangekyo Sharingan. The thread of death had been severed. It seemed that even Kakashi's ninjutsu could manifest as judgment of death. Kakashi mused, stroking his chin, truly a testament to the Uchiha's ultimate ocular technique. Just then, Naraku sensed a familiar voice and turned to the ground, locking eyes with Shirzue, who was looking up at him. Shirzue was indeed among this group of children. Remembering the reputation this lad had forged during the Third Shinobi World War, Naraku couldn't help but relish the irony. Prepare to meet your fate, Mist. Kakashi, I'll be right back. All right. Naraku leapt down from the treetop, hastening to Shirzue's side. Frowning as he gently inquired, "Are you hurt, Shirzue?" Shirzue, barely able to contain his excitement, replied loudly, "I'm not hurt at all. Thanks to your timely arrival, senior." "And what of the others?" "Two are injured, but after using healing talismans, they are fine." The other children nodded in agreement. Even the boy a few years older than Naraku gazing at him with a near admiring expression, under the intense scrutiny of this little fanboy and the others from his clan. Naraku, with a thick skin, managed to withstand such unwavering attention. He casually scanned the crowd, inadvertently spotting a somewhat familiar figure at the back. Just as their eyes met, the individual averted their gaze, seemingly intent on avoiding eye contact. "Uchiha Kodo." Memories from years past flooded back, and Naraku couldn't help but marvel at this persistent presence. How was it possible to encounter him here? However, upon further reflection, Kodo possessed considerable talent and was the child of an elder, making it common for him to gain battlefield experience. Considering that this boy was about to enter combat, Naraku decided to refrain from confronting him for the time being. Yet, if he remained obstinate and arrogant on the battlefield, he would certainly earn a lesson. Contemplating various subtle schemes to teach him a lesson, such as using popularity to initiate change of fate, causing him to drink cold water that would choke him, or forgetting to bring toilet paper to the restroom. Naraku's mind swirled with mischief. Despite the turbulent thoughts, he feigned ignorance of the familiar face, allowing his gaze to drift past Kodo, confirming that everything aligned with Shirzue's account. He relaxed slightly, as if reassured. For the remainder of the journey, Kakashi and I will accompany you. Let us tidy up and set off as soon as possible. Shall we? Really, senior? That is wonderful. Akari stepped forward, hands clasped together. Naraku-kun, could you please offer us some guidance on our fire release? Naraku could hardly refuse. Once we reach the eastern region, I will make time for it. His words unleashed a flurry of excitement among the boys, who rushed to surround him, clamoring for his mentorship. Naraku-senpai, that lightning technique from earlier was so cool. I've tried it, but I just can't master it perfectly. I only need a few minutes. Just a few minutes, please, Naraku-kun. Yes, please, Naraku. I really want to grow stronger. The requests of everyone were not unreasonable. Having long accustomed himself to the role of a kindergarten principal, Naraku was just about to acquiesce when a steel wire descended from the heavens, binding his upper body and lifting him into the air. Naraku. A voice tinged with resignation and a hint of suppression emanated from above. Kakashi, it's time to depart. Sensing a subtle unease, Naraku promptly capitulated. All right. Kakashi the miser. Surely. You are envious of the multitude of my admirers, which prompted you to sabotage my endeavors. After all, you refused to show your face. Yet, upon recalling Kakashi's face, which had been strikingly handsome since childhood, Naraku reconsidered. Perhaps it was better to remain concealed, as too many knowing faces could be quite troublesome. Drawing his partner closer, Kakashi casually undid the steel wire's lock, silently adjusting his gear. He was unsure of his own feelings. The sight of the Uchiha clan surrounding Naraku, chattering excitedly with fervent expressions, left him feeling rather displeased. Perhaps he was merely worried that Naraku might grow fatigued, even though the ailment had healed. This fool still elicited concern. That vexing Kakashi Hitaki, who had stolen away Naraku-senpai. He could now be with Naraku every day, yet still sought to compete with us. How outrageous. One day, I shall reclaim Naraku-senpai. The murmurs of discontent from his clan filled Shirzue's ears, yet he remained silent. Gazing up at Naraku, standing shoulder to shoulder with Kakashi. He was typically a perceptive child, yet he could not suppress the pang of jealousy within him. Remembering the intimate flashes of lightning and fire in the woods earlier, he yearned more than ever to become like Kakashi Hitaki, possessing the strength to fight alongside Naraku-senpai. You can do it, Uchiha Shirsue. He silently encouraged himself, completely oblivious to the fact that behind him, Lights and Shizuku were not displeased with Kakashi, but rather gazing up at the two with sparkling eyes. The two sisters leaned in together, whispering excitedly, occasionally bursting into soft fits of laughter. Chapter 278, Fugaku, It's All Kakashi Hitaki's Fault. Main storyline. The journey ahead was smooth, and the team arrived safely at the Eastern Front to report. Uchiha Fugaku held the report in hand, listening to the briefing from the leading jonin of his clan while casting a sidelong glance at Naraku, who stood nearby, head bowed and hesitant to make eye contact. You little rascal, you were so bold when you ran away, and now you're feeling guilty? If it weren't for the fortunate accident that thwarted the Mist's plan to use the Three Tails against Konoha, and with Tsunade-sama backing him, I'd love to see how you managed. After internally grumbling for a while, Fugaku quickly softened upon witnessing Naraku's pitiful appearance. Forget it, it's all Kakashi Hitaki's fault. Having settled this in his mind, he shot a sharp glare at Kakashi standing beside Naraku, causing the latter to suddenly shiver. Feeling a chill run down his spine as he instinctively glanced around for the source of the murderous intent. Noticing Kakashi's sudden tension, Naraku shifted slightly back to close the distance between them and whispered, "What's wrong?" "It should be nothing," Kakashi replied, gradually relaxing, thinking that surely there couldn't be any enemies lurking in the very center of the Uchiha camp. Once the briefing concluded, the leading jonin bowed to the clan leader and exited the tent, alongside Kaze to arrange accommodations for the youth. Kakashi was quickly dismissed by Fugaku under the pretext of clan matters, leaving Naraku alone to face the ire of his adoptive father. Gathering his courage, Naraku approached Fugaku, only to be met with a firm hand ruffling his hair. "Next time you plan to do something, remember to inform me. That day, I didn't even know where you went. How could I possibly feel at ease? I'm sorry, Uncle Fugaku, I understand now. Well, since Tsunade-sama has paired you with Kakashi Hitaki, and Nara-senpai has consented, we shall leave it at that for now. Fugaku released his grip and added, take care of yourself. If that Hitaki boy lets you suffer any grievances, the entire Uchiha clan will not spare him. He wouldn't do that. Naraku hesitated momentarily. The awkwardness of their previous performances being interrupted by Rin still fresh in his mind, causing his voice to drop slightly. Kakashi wouldn't be like that. However, in that brief instant, Fugaku, already harboring reservations about Kakashi, sensed something amiss. Kakashi Hitaki, I see you are courting disaster. Nevertheless, considering Shikaku's sake, Fugaku reluctantly decided to spare Kakashi's life for now, making a mental note of this grievance. That night, as Naraku lay alone in his small bed, he heard the system notification of 2 new episodes of the animated series. It was likely regarding Shursui heading to the battlefield, right? As the next Uchiha prodigy following Naraku. Shursui had featured prominently before, so it was only logical he would receive attention during such a significant event. Opening the animation website, he found this to be indeed the case. The new episode began narrating from Shursui's perspective. As the Eastern Front stabilized, the new generation of Uchiha had grown, and those with greater potential were summoned to the battlefield for training. This had been a tradition for the Uchiha clan for centuries. Those with high talent would receive preferential treatment from the clan, but also bore greater responsibilities. As for the mortality rate, which ninja could guarantee they would survive a combat mission? Every child and parent who agreed to go to war had already prepared themselves for the possibility of sacrifice. Still, the question remained, why should the other members of the clan fight on the battlefield while I and my child could not? Shursui was among the youngest of this batch. His early awakening of the Sharingan had granted him an exception. Those younger than him, such as Kagetsu and Hikari, possessed excellent potential but had yet to awaken their Sharingan, rendering them unqualified for frontline combat. Alas, they were still mere children in their teens. Shursui was only about 9 years old, right? Were it not for his awakening, he likely wouldn't have been sent to the battlefield. The world of ninjas was indeed harsh. The Uchiha clan was already considered quite united and loving compared to others. Elsewhere, the situation was far more dire. When Hashirama and Madara established Konoha, it was to prevent children from sacrificing themselves on the battlefield. Yet the Third Shinobi World War was becoming increasingly brutal. There was no choice, as the village sought to develop its ninjas faster, stronger, and in greater numbers. The intensity of warfare would naturally escalate. In the latter half of the episode, while on the march, the Uchiha unexpectedly encountered a large ambush from the Mist's Umbu, indicating that their route had been exposed. Upon learning that reinforcements would arrive in just an hour, the leading Uchiha Jonin gritted his teeth and chose to hold out. As primary assassination targets of the enemy, the new generation of Uchiha was protected in the very center by the adult clan members. Even so, the enemy managed to breach their defenses at a significant cost. Fortunately, the timely intervention of a newly introduced twin sister duo and Shursui helped eliminate the danger before it could escalate. Are there villains within Konoha? Thoughtful expression JPG. Who could it be? It's so hard to guess. Could it truly be the Konoha F3 resorting to such measures to suppress the Uchiha? And during wartime, no less. The Uchiha's new generation comprised the bulk of their fighting strength. If they were all wiped out, the next 10 to 20 years would face a severe shortage, leaving everything to rest on Naraku's shoulders, a precarious situation indeed. Bahao. What the? A new character, and their twin sisters. Shursui, well done. Aside from Naraku, he was the most promising talent within the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan truly had many prodigies, enough to elicit envy from other clans, leaving them drooling with envy. No wonder they were so desperate to forge a union back then. With such a prodigious birth rate, who wouldn't feel envious? The fiery passion of the elder sister and the gentle grace of the younger sister are simply magnificent. How fortunate is Shursui to be surrounded by such beauty. First, there was Inuzuka Hana, followed by Hinata and Shizuku, with Chingmei and Tenjin all gathered together. In the next episode, the battles grow increasingly perilous. The lead Jonin of the Uchiha is frantic, yet support finally arrives at the last possible moment. As the iconic large-scale fire release and the haunting cries of birds manifest, everyone, both within and outside the screen, is swept up in excitement. The harmonious and resplendent interplay of lightning and fire casts a vibrant glow upon the withered winter forest. When Kakashi realizes the effects of the Ein Seal modification, the camera focuses intently on his face, capturing the unmistakable smirk beneath his mask. The climactic moment when the two unleash Death's judgment sends the comment section into a frenzy of incoherent cheers. Tsunade, Kirigakure, do you enjoy the surprise I prepared for you? Speak up. Kakashi, that move made my back teeth ache. So brutal indeed. One must be as merciless as autumn winds sweeping away leaves when facing an enemy. Oh, Kakashi and Naraku can team up again. I am utterly elated. The legend of the twin stars rising above Konoha is simply exhilarating, my friends. This reunion, in a sense, is another form of long-awaited reconnection. From unbreakable intimacy to partnership once more, they have awaited this for several years. Is the Ein Seal modification truly this formidable? Naraku is practically Kakashi's exclusive cheat code generator. Kakashi, must you be so blatant in your hidden delight? Perhaps we should call you Brother Obvious. His joy does not stem from the seal's prowess, but rather because it is a technique Naraku developed specifically for him. The previous moments showcase Kakashi's profound understanding. Kakashi and Naraku, let's unleash our exhilarating combination technique. What a spectacular meteor shower, even more beautiful than when Naraku performed it alone. Kakashi, merely borrowing another's ultimate technique, is quite shameless. Kakashi, jealous of me? How pitiable. Being escorted away by Kakashi and Naraku certainly grants these mist ninjas some prestige. Just as Kakashi begins to speak, he is interrupted by Shirsue's shout. Naraku, preoccupied with checking on his clan, fails to notice the complex and helpless expression that crosses Kakashi's face after he jumps down. He is equally unaware that among the group of Uchiha children and youths stands a familiar figure, his expression complicated, silently clenching his fists. Having just informed everyone that he and Kakashi would escort them from here on, Naraku is suddenly surrounded by enthusiastic clansmen. Faced with the genuine pleas of his kin, he cannot bear to refuse, yet before he can utter his agreement, he finds himself ensnared by steel wires, lifted into the air. It is time to set off. The familiar sensation leaves Naraku too frightened to utter a word. All right. Kakashi brings Naraku to his side, calmly arranging his weapons, completely unconcerned about the resentment brewing among the Uchiha below. Oh my, could it be that Shirsue is doing this on purpose? The mischievous Shirsue is certainly intriguing, resorting to any means to seize the idol, it seems. Wait a moment, who is that? Why do I sense a hint of dissatisfaction emanating from him? Oh, is that Uchiha Tsugumi? The one who once led his underlings to bully Naraku. Oh dear, this is bound to stir up trouble. Hey, our Naraku is quite popular, isn't he? Kakashi, are you manually helping Naraku escape? Ha! Only Kakashi's weapons could allow him to approach Naraku so easily. It's too amusing. I can't help but feel that Kakashi's tone is tinged with jealousy. Indeed, there is a hint of acidity in his words. Naraku, I dare not move. Not even a bit. Every time Naraku forces himself, yet is caught by Kakashi in the act, he wears that same guilty and helpless expression. Ha! It seems that the Uchiha's disdain for the white-haired one is now an established fact. A sign should be erected at the clan's gate. No entry for white-haired individuals and dogs. Upon arriving at the Eastern Front, after using the blood contract teleportation technique to vanish before Fugaku, this marks Naraku's first return in front of him, and he hardly dares to breathe. Ultimately, it is Fugaku who softens first, deluding himself into placing all the blame on Kakashi. A wave of murderous intent sends a shiver down Kakashi's spine. Fugaku even keeps Naraku back to warn him that if Kakashi dares to bully him, the entire Uchiha clan will seek retribution, which elicits chuckles from the audience. Naraku, I cannot be seen, I cannot be seen, I cannot be seen. Playing ostrich will not work, dear Naraku. Fugaku, all mistakes are Kakashi's fault. Kakashi remains blissfully unaware that he has long been in the enemy's stronghold. All the little Uchiha are glaring at him with disdain. Fugaku's words sound eerily reminiscent of a father marrying off his daughter. Oh dear, has Naraku recalled that previous incident? Suddenly being stabbed by a blade. I loathe you for eternity. Had Fugaku known that Naraku cried so sorrowfully at Kakashi's doorstep, it would likely have spurred the Uchiha clan to hunt Kakashi down worldwide. Be more confident, eliminate the probably. Naraku, this must never reach Fugaku. Otherwise, how unjust it would be for Kakashi. Subsequently, he reassures himself that since Rin chose to keep it a secret, she likely would not reveal it in the future, allowing him to relax for the time being. Let's check the forum. Naraku temporarily sets his heart at ease and, humming a little tune, opens the forum to seek out interesting posts. Speculations on the leak of Uchiha's advance route information. 1L, original poster friends. What else is there to discuss? The Uchiha can't possibly harm their own descendants, can they? Other clans in Konoha have also benefited from healing charms. Besides, they probably lack the capability to steal Uchiha's information. The remaining factions merely resent the Uchiha and wish to curb their development. Konoha's F3. 2L. The Uchiha cannot swallow this humiliation. I estimate that by the end of the war, Fugaku will take action. 3L. Sarutobi Hiruzen and his two advisors have plenty of dirt on each other. There is no shortage of investigations. Furthermore, other clans are also quite dissatisfied with the third Hokage. If the village fails to gain any advantage by the end of the Great War, Sarutobi Hiruzen might find himself in danger. 4L. Could it be that Mito Gate Un and Torin Koha are secretly acting without Sarutobi Hiruzen's knowledge? 5L. They lack the cunning of Danzo and cannot pull it off. However, I suspect this matter was initiated by them, with Sarutobi Hiruzen merely turning a blind eye. With Danzo dead, they will undoubtedly gain corresponding positions, as Sarutobi Hiruzen will need someone to take the fall. 6L. Replying to 5L. Your statement leaves me unsure about who is truly manipulating whom, Sarutobi Hiruzen or Uchiha Danzo. 7L. Replying to 6L. Mutual exploitation, indeed. These two are in cahoots, and neither can do without the other. Ladies, these 2 episodes are a battlefield of chaos. They truly delighted me. 1L. Original poster Shizune and the Black Sesame Tanyuan dog are simply delightful. I seriously suspect he deliberately interrupted Kakashi to steal Naruku's attention. Of course, our Kakashi is not one to back down, fiercely retaliating by demonstrating his unshakable status in Naruku's heart with a single wire, solid as a rock. In my view, Kakashi holds the upper hand here. However, Shursue's offensive is quite fierce. If Kakashi is not careful, he may find himself at a significant disadvantage. Hehe. 2L. And then there's that large group of little Uchiha vowing to reclaim Naraku. I simply adore this chaotic atmosphere. 3L. I am more curious about the continuation of Uchiha Sasuke. Seeing someone he bullied in childhood transform into an unattainable genius, will he succumb to jealousy and hatred? Or will he bow before the enchantment of the Uchiha? I can hardly wait. 4L. Original poster replying to 3L. Oh, this is also incredibly exciting. If it's a mix of love and hate, that would be splendid. 5L. Replying to 4L. I find it hard to accept this pairing. He bullied Naraku so excessively back then. 6L. Replying to 5L. I believe it stems more from a sense of frustration towards the Naraku of that time, pushing him to learn to resist. However, Naraku is no longer the weakling he once was. This stark shift in status could lead to psychological distortion and jealousy, potentially giving rise to twisted and dark emotions. Perfectly aligns with my interests. 7L. Replying to 6L. Your interests are indeed quite niche, but beauty lies in the eye of the beholder. 8L. Replying to 7L. Thank you for your understanding. 9L. Have you all noticed that Light and Shizuku seem to be shipping Naraku and Kakashi? 10L. Replying to 9L. Yes, I feel that too. They are practically embodying me. 11L. The Kakana pairing fandom truly is omnipresent. 12L. That old thief has truly discovered the secret to attracting followers by stirring up CP wars. 13L. Sigh. He's been at this for quite some time now. Naraku, Uchiha Sasuke? Ugh. Thinking of the Uchiha who suffered misfortune due to his own schemes for nearly a month, Naraku couldn't help but wrinkle his brow in disdain. Who would want to engage in publicity with that guy? Kakashi is the best. After browsing through the discussion threads for a while, he dove into the fanfiction section and indulged himself, perhaps due to the increased appearances of Shursui in the last 2 episodes. A plethora of fanfictions labeled with Kakana and Shizuka tags emerged, with various love triangles gradually captivating him. If it weren't for the tasks awaiting him tomorrow, Naraku would have stayed up all night indulging his visual cravings. However, saving it for later also seemed wise, preventing a binge that would leave him with nothing to pass the time. As winter faded and spring blossomed, a new year began. Naraku and Kakashi remained active on the eastern and northern front lines, stepping over countless enemy corpses to successfully elevate to elite Jonin, thereby solidifying their reputation as the twin stars of Azure Crimson. They became the new generation of deterrents, following in the footsteps of the White Fang and the Yellow Flash, with the enemy openly declaring that ordinary ninjas encountering them should abandon their missions and retreat. Meanwhile, Shursue's strength was also rapidly increasing. Since arriving in the east, the sealing technique that had bound him was actively undone by Naraku, and the suppressed ocular power began to grow swiftly. Soon, he activated both the second and third tomo during battles against the Mist Village. Coupled with his unique, instantaneous body technique, he struck fear into the hearts of Mist ninjas. In no time, Uchiha Shursue's fame spread widely. Within a brief span of 2 to 3 months, he earned the title of Instantaneous Shursui, just as in the original timeline. Other Uchiha youths undergoing training also performed admirably. Aside from a few who sacrificed themselves during missions, the remaining dozen demonstrated significant progress, with their Sharingan at least reaching the first tomo. This included Uchiha Sasuke, who, after being tempered by the flames of war, had surprisingly matured and steadied considerably. This left Naraku feeling somewhat regretful. It seemed he could no longer mischievously use reversal of fate on him with a clear conscience. After one final incident where he made Uchiha Sasuke trip over his own feet, Naraku silently declared to the system that he would completely refrain from such antics. The system, already accustomed to the host's occasional whims, replied, Do you think I care about that? Why are you telling me? Naraku, it's about the ceremony, do you understand? Unrefined being. System, understood. With the arrival of spring, the situation of the Third Ninja World War became increasingly clear. Wise individuals could discern that both IWA and Kumo were now lacking in reinforcements, unable to muster a large-scale offensive against Konoha. It was only a matter of time before they would cease hostilities. Meanwhile, Konoha, bolstered by healing seals, remained vigorous. Even enduring another year of conflict would pose no problem. Had they been capable, IWA and Kumo would have long ago collaborated to abduct Naraku for the purpose of researching more advanced healing seals. Upon learning that the creator of the healing seal was Uchiha Naraku, Onoki turned green with envy. In terms of combat prowess and research capability, Naraku's abilities were astonishingly high. How infuriating. Why must such a genius emerge from Konoha and not from our IWA? The fourth Raikage also lamented, ordering that by any means necessary, they must acquire the secrets of the healing seals. If the Umbu could seize the opportunity to capture Uchiha Naraku, that would be even better. The only remaining hope for opposing Konoha lay with the Mist Village. True to expectations, they dispatched the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen, attempting to employ a stealth strategy to vanquish Konoha in one fell swoop. However, as soon as the 7 approached Konoha, they were caught off guard by Might Guy, who had just been promoted to Special Jonin and was tasked with guarding the final defense line, leading to an immediate clash. The outcome shocked everyone, shaking the entire ninja world to its core. No one anticipated that a seemingly ordinary ninja, proficient only in taijutsu, could inflict such heavy casualties upon the renowned 7 ninja swordsmen. Among the 7, only Pakken, Suigetsu, and Raiga managed to escape, while the remaining 4 perished on the spot. Thus, the 7 became the 3, losing any potential threat to Konoha. When Naraku witnessed this episode in the animation, he anxiously wondered if Might Guy would remember the instructions he had given him. Fortunately, he did remember, and in the last moment of his life, he managed to pull out a red seal paper from a specially made pouch. With the medical chakra, natural energy, and a touch of sage arts contained within that seal paper, Might Guy was able to endure until the medical ninja arrived to save him, barely clinging to life. Although his body sustained severe and irreversible damage, as long as he lived, Naraku would ensure that he would one day regain his youth. With their last desperate attempt failing, the Mist Village lacked the capacity to continue the fight. Currently, they had not retreated, likely hoping to see if they could extract any further benefits and minimize their losses. Chapter 279, Peace Talks. In the Land of Fire, Konoha, Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen set down the battle report sent from various fronts, leisurely taking a couple of puffs from his pipe. The military strength of the other villages posed no threat. Konoha had already stepped one foot into the gateway of victory. As Hokage, leading Konoha to face 4 opponents and still gaining such an advantage, he would have the confidence to say a few words about his dedication to Konoha when he meets the first 2 Hokages in the afterlife. At this point, it was time to negotiate a ceasefire with the other villages. Further conflict would yield no benefits for anyone. Sitting at the lower end, Tono Kamaki and Mito Menka nodded in agreement, raising no objections to the proposal. They were neither of the hardline, aggressive faction, and Konoha's initiative to negotiate a ceasefire suited them perfectly. If Danzo were still alive, he would likely scold his 3 old comrades for their short-sightedness and lack of discernment. At such a moment, rather than mercilessly attacking the fallen adversary and taking advantage of their misfortune, they even extended a hand to the enemy, aiding them in mitigating their losses. Alas, the Danzo who perished 2 years prior cannot emerge from the grave to chastise them for their cowardice. Thus, the 3 documents requesting peace negotiations were duly delivered to the villages of Awagakure, Yamagakure, and Kirigakure. In the Land of Earth, at Awagakure, Onoki perused the letter presented by his subordinate, casually placing it on his desk, seemingly indifferent. His secretary inquired, "Sir, how shall we respond?" "Not in haste. Let us wait a while longer," Onoki replied with a wry smile. Awagakure has yet to acknowledge its defeat. Why should we concede to a ceasefire on their terms? But, sir, we are indeed nearing our limits. You do not comprehend Sarutobi Hiruzen. In his eagerness to quell the conflict, he might be willing to further reduce the war reparations. In the Land of Lightning, at Kumogakure, old fool, has he placed himself in a position of victory? The 4th Raikage's fist smashed into the sturdy wooden desk, bellowing, "No money. If lives are at stake, let us continue the fight." "Sir, this marks the 3rd desk you've ruined this month. So what if it's 3? But today is the 5th. Speak not so foolishly." In the Land of Water, at Kirigakure, "It is about time," the 3rd Mizukage Kiyoshi, muttered to himself before instructing, "Summon the Yuzuya back." In the Land of Fire, on the Eastern Front. "What? You say the village has taken the initiative to propose a truce, and Kirigakure has agreed? Do they dare to present us with conditions?" Upon hearing this news, Fugaku slammed his palm on the table. Clearly, we hold the advantage. Why should the Hokage agree to a ceasefire? Is this not a blow to our morale and an elevation of theirs? And those shameless Kirigakure ninjas, after causing turmoil in the land of fire for so long, now seek to retreat when they realize they cannot prevail. The lives of so many Uchiha who perished on the Eastern Front cannot be in vain. As long as Kirigakure remains unscathed, no one shall speak of a ceasefire. Fugaku, do not explode like an explosive tag at every little provocation. The Hokage has not acquiesced to their unreasonable demands. Nara Shikamu waved his hand dismissively, quietly pondering whether the once silent and submissive Fugaku had indeed been secretly replaced by the Uchiha clan. Moreover, the decision to negotiate was a careful consideration by the Hokage, aimed at minimizing losses for Konoha. Since the war commenced, not just the Uchiha, but the entire Konoha had sustained far too many casualties. For the sake of the advisors, Fugaku begrudgingly returned to his seat. Then it should be Kirigakure begging for mercy. What is this nonsense? Alas, Nara Shikamu was fully aware of the consequences of such actions. But the Hokage's orders had been issued, and he had no authority to resist. Thus, it was settled, the Eastern Front would temporarily cease hostilities, and ongoing military operations would be halted as swiftly as possible. No, I cannot trust those Kirigakure scoundrels. What if they feign a truce and seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack? Fugaku, now consumed by paranoia, adamantly refused. Our forces must not retreat. We must hold the front line. If they dare to make a move, the Uchiha shall retaliate. Very well, I too suspect Kirigakure may not remain entirely honest. Indeed, events unfolded as Fugaku and Nara Shikamu had foreseen. Although Kirigakure had ceased overt military operations, they covertly deployed elite teams to gather various intelligence and rare resources from the land of fire. Nara Shikamu promptly dispatched Nara Kakashi and Shizen, instructing them to ensure the capture of the leaders of these elite teams. Melting release, melting monstrous technique. A girl with chestnut-colored hair seized the opportunity, launching a stream of corrosive liquid towards Kakashi's profile, only for him to deftly evade with a body flicker technique. The mist acid splashed against the rocks, corroding the massive stone with a hissing sound, reducing it by half in mere moments. The next instant, the cry of Chidori echoed throughout, as the girl swiftly dodged to her right, narrowly avoiding the electric arc, only to sense something was amiss. Logically, the renowned Kanghun should not have erred while employing Chidori. It was evident he had deliberately missed, having no intention of killing her. The reasons could be either that his superiors had commanded him to capture her alive, or he simply wished to toy with her until the end before disposing of her. Based on previous intelligence, Kanghun was not so psychologically twisted. Thus, the former possibility seemed most plausible. Damn it, you little brat. Such a waste of a handsome face. The girl cursed under her breath, realizing that if this continued, her subordinates would soon be slaughtered by the Uchiha. Should that happen, not only would she fail to complete her intelligence mission, but she would also likely be captured and subjected to humiliation in Konoha. What on earth was that unreliable Gazuki Manzuki doing? Where was the promised support? On the other side, the very Gazuki Manzuki she had been lamenting was presently held at knife point, rigid and unable to move. Surrounding him lay several mist ninjas. While Hikari and Shizuku were responsible for ensuring the final blows were delivered, he was certain that this seemingly unremarkable chakra blade could end him. A master of the water transformation technique, due to the exquisite crimson gaze of its wielder. This was a nightmare that every mist ninja had felt, to varying degrees, since the war began. Yet, if the conflict had escalated, why not simply kill me? The Scarlet Hunter seldom left any live witnesses, did he? Was it possible that Konoha genuinely sought to negotiate a truce with Kirigakure, fearing a complete rupture? As Gazuki Manzuki pondered, Nara fell into a magical illusion, lulling him into slumber, then employing a special seal to restrict the water transformation technique to prevent escape, before tossing him aside. The reason for sparing him was primarily Nara's interest in the Gazuki family's secret arts, wishing to study their principles. Perhaps in the future, he could develop techniques akin to fire transformation or lightning transformation, which would undoubtedly prove fascinating. The secondary reason stemmed from Nara Shikamu's orders for the greater good. Chapter 280. The battle concludes, under current surge. After resolving matters on this front, Nara hoisted Gazuki Manzuki over one shoulder, wielded his blade with caution, and led Hikari and Shizuku towards Kakashi. Upon arrival, he discovered that Kakashi had also finished his battle and was engaged in clearing the battlefield alongside other Uchiha. High in the trees, a girl with chestnut-colored hair was bound with wire, appearing to be of a similar age to Kanai and quite attractive. Why did she seem somewhat familiar? Nara casually discarded Gazuki Manzuki to the side and scrutinized the girl. Under the unwavering gaze, devoid of emotional fluctuation, she felt a chill run down her spine. His eyes resembled those of the deceased. Was he even human? Regardless of how handsome this face might be, she felt no desire to maintain eye contact and exclaimed defiantly, "Hey, you dead brat. What are you staring at? Never seen a beauty before? Let me tell you, just because you're handsome doesn't mean you can do as you please. If you have the ability, give me a swift end. Don't stand there intimidating me." Several Uchiha instinctively raised their heads, intrigued by the girl's fierce demeanor, each with their own thoughts. How dare she insult our Uchiha? Had we known, we would have knocked her out. Will Nara-senpai be displeased with our performance? Shall we cut out her tongue? Naro, unfazed by the adversarial demeanor of his captors, mused that they were, after all, prisoners. What was a few harsh words? Indeed, it took considerable audacity to curse one's captors. As he meticulously recalled the remnants of his impressions of the Naruto world and compared them with the individual's appearance and age, enlightenment dawned upon him. Oh, is that not Terumi Mei? It appeared that the leader of another squad was none other than her. Could this be considered an achievement where the 6th Hokage had triumphed over the 5th Mizukage? This was quite the development. It was likely that Terumi Mei would no longer entertain the notion of pursuing Kakashi as a romantic interest. Speaking of which, shouldn't Team Momochi Zabuza be of Kakashi's age too? How come they had yet to cross paths? Just as Naro was lost in contemplation, Kakashi approached with a scowl, drawing a kunai aimed at Terumi Mei's mouth. Just to be safe, perhaps I should pry out your molars. I'm not hiding poison, you know. If there were poison, I would have consumed it long ago. The words of the mist ninja could not be trusted. Kakashi Hitaki. Naro swiftly interposed himself between the blade and Terumi Mei's lips, saying, "All right, Kakashi, let us not trouble the strategist further." Grasping Kakashi's hand, he guided him to sheath the kunai and led him aside, internally puzzled. Why was Kakashi in such a foul mood today? Had he had a run-in with a firecracker before coming here? The beauty of Terumi Mei was indeed striking. It was no wonder she was destined to remain single for 40 years. Wasn't he this for an inspection? Kakashi, oblivious to the faint sourness emanating from him, muttered begrudgingly. Then why have you been staring at her for so long? Naro hastily concocted an excuse. Perhaps she belonged to the Uzumaki clan, akin to his sisters, Tsunade and Kushina. Upon hearing this, Kakashi relaxed his brow and thoughtfully replied, "That's unlikely. Her bloodline limits are lava release and boil release." Bound to the tree, Terumi Mei silently exhaled. Observing Naro exchanging intelligence with Kakashi in the distance, suddenly perceiving that this little brat had begun to exhibit a semblance of humanity. How strange, indeed. Captured by Konoha. The two significant hostages, Terumi Mei and Ao, rendered the Mist Village's facade of authority shattered, leading them to adopt a more compliant stance. They ceased their intelligence theft and material plundering, now prioritizing a peaceful existence. After a protracted period of negotiations, Konoha and the Mist finally reached a ceasefire agreement. According to the terms, the Mist was required to pay a substantial war indemnity and compensation, should they wish to retrieve Terumi Mei and Ao. An additional sum would be necessary. The Mist, already beleaguered by the Blood Mist policy which had resulted in a dwindling new generation, recognized the exceptional talents of these two individuals. After careful consideration, the 3rd Mizukage resolved to secure their release. As for the funds, that would be the responsibility of Sunagakure. Approximately a month prior, the Wagakure had discerned that continuing their conflict with Konoha would yield no benefits. Consequently, Oenoki redirected his focus towards Sunagakure, where a multitude of ninjas began to amass along the border, poised for action. The two villages would inevitably clash. If Sunagakure wished to avoid being besieged by the Mist while embroiled in conflict with the Wagakure, they would have to pay for a temporary ally. However, these matters were of no concern to Konoha. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, eagerly announced the cessation of hostilities between Konoha and the Mist to the village, thereafter continuing to engage in disputes with the Wagakure and Kimogakure. Through his relentless efforts, the remaining two ninja villages also agreed to sign ceasefire agreements in exchange for a moderate reduction in war reparations and task allocations. Thus, as Konoha approached its 50-year mark and summer loomed, the 3rd Great Ninja War was declared concluded. The ninjas deployed in external missions began their gradual withdrawal. Wartime structures were dismantled, and order slowly returned to the pre-war state. Smiles gradually reappeared on the faces of Konoha's denizens, allowing them to cease living in constant trepidation, no longer fearing the news of their loved ones perishing on the battlefield. Yet, the souls resting in the graveyard would never awaken again. Sarutobi Hiruzen held a grand memorial service to honor each hero who had sacrificed for Konoha, inscribing their names upon the memorial tablet. However, while he reveled in his accomplishments, he remained oblivious to the fact that Tsunade had already convened with Jiraiya to rally several great ninja clans together to announce a significant revelation. Lady Tsunade, is this truly the case? Hyuga Hayashi could hardly believe it. when Sunagakure had surged into the fire country, threatening Konoha's very existence. The village had endured terrible losses to thwart their advance at Kikyo Mountain. Now Tsunade claimed that this battle likely would not have occurred. The root cause of the situation had been the sudden reallocation of numerous Umbu personnel from the Western Front by the Elder Council. Did the Hokage know of this? Fuyuki, sipping tea nearby, cast a disapproving glance at Hayashi. Do you truly believe that mere Chunin like Toka Kamurasaki and Mito Munin would dare to be as arrogant as Shimura Danzo? Hayashi's face darkened, veins throbbing on his forehead. During that battle, Nara Shikaku had fought valiantly at Kikyo Mountain for several days, nearly failing to return. Though Shikaku was from the branch family, he was still his flesh and blood. Nara Shikaku lowered his head, quietly sipping his tea, signaling to Yamashiro and Akimichi to refrain from speaking. As expected, the hot-tempered Inuzuka clan leader could no longer contain himself, erupting in anger. Damn it, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Are we mere fools to be toyed with? He created this mess and expects us common ninjas to clean it up? Fuyuki sneered, moreover, to hasten the ceasefire. He has significantly reduced reparations for Iwagakure and Kumogakure. Where will the compensation for fallen ninjas come from? With those words, Jiraiya could no longer remain seated. Common ninjas already faced hardships. If the compensation for those who perished was insufficiently generous, how would their surviving families manage? Alas, perhaps it was indeed as Tsunade had said. It was time for the teacher to yield to the younger generation. Reflecting on the years gone by, he pondered that it might be prudent to discuss matters with Hiruzen, allowing the third Hokage of Konoha a dignified exit, lest he become a laughingstock across the ninja world. Chapter 281. The candidate for the fourth Hokage. Konoha, Hokage office. As the day waned, the sun sank below the horizon, and the light within the room swiftly dimmed, rendering even the characters upon the scroll indistinct. The remnants of tobacco smoldered in the pipe, casting a feeble red glow that flickered like a breath, struggling for existence before ultimately succumbing to the encroaching darkness. Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes and sighed deeply, his previously upright posture gradually succumbing to weariness. After a considerable time, he loosened his tightly clasped fingers around the scroll, resigned to reality. It is indeed futile to resist the passage of time. Just an hour and a half prior, Jiraiya had entered the Hokage office alone, his expression serene as he requested the dismissal of all present, citing a matter of personal significance between master and pupil. Once the room was cleared, Jiraiya slowly retrieved a secondary scroll filled with evidence and candidly revealed the findings of the ongoing investigation conducted by various ninja clans in conjunction with Tsunade. It was at that moment that Sarutobi Hiruzen grasped the magnitude of his strategic blunder, one that could tarnish his legacy. It was already common knowledge among the higher echelons. Jiraiya had not come to offer a warning or to aid in resolving the crisis. On the contrary, allowing Jiraiya to disclose this matter first is essentially the final ultimatum issued to him by those in the upper echelons who are privy to the situation. Should he choose to gracefully step down, relinquishing the position of the third Hokage and selecting a suitable candidate for the fourth Hokage, then all repercussions of the Kikyo Mountain battle, along with the various losses incurred by Konoha in the 3 ceasefire agreements, would be neatly erased. Everyone would tacitly agree to keep these secrets buried, granting him a relatively dignified exit. However, if he stubbornly refuses to let go and insists on a bitter struggle, then the evidence at hand would suffice to convene an assembly of all ninjas, publicly impeaching him for his grave dereliction of duty. Yet, should matters escalate to such an extent, it would be an embarrassment for all involved, exposing Konoha to ridicule throughout the ninja world, inflicting a self-inflicted wound alongside any damage dealt to the enemy. Since it is inevitable that Sarutobi Hiruzen will ultimately lose his position as Hokage, it would be wiser to choose the former option, thus preserving a reputation for a graceful retirement. Yet, there remains a tinge of reluctance. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with his extinguished pipe clutched in his mouth, still harbored ambitions that transcended those of the previous 2 Hokages, flickering uncertainly in the dimly lit office. Just days prior, he had taken satisfaction in having concluded the third great ninja war prematurely, reducing the sacrifices among Konoha's ninjas, and now he was plummeting from heaven to hell, on the verge of losing his identity as Hokage. Even though he understood that this was the most prudent choice, he could not achieve a tranquil heart. What, Hiruzen? You say you wish to abdicate? The following day, Mito Gate Inuzuka was so taken aback by the news that he forgot to modulate his volume. Had it not been for Sarutobi Hiruzen's prior instructions to the Umbu to withdraw, they would be unaware of how many mouths would need to be silenced. Tsunade also struggled to conceal her astonishment, hastily inquiring, "What on earth is the reason, Hiruzen? You have just emerged victorious in the third great ninja war. This is the perfect moment to lead Konoha forward." "Look, Sarutobi Hiruzen pushed the scroll toward the two advisors. The more they read, the graver their expressions became. Having perused only halfway, they comprehended the rationale behind his decision. Even so, Mito hesitantly asked, Hiruzen, are you truly willing to step down like this? Puffing on his pipe. Sarutobi Hiruzen refrained from affirming his old friend's inquiry. At this point, it's too late to discuss such matters. We should focus on the candidates instead. Tsunade scoffed, those younglings. Barely out of their adolescence, what do they know about governing a village? How can I entrust Konoha to their hands? Sarutobi Hiruzen shared her concerns. While Konoha appeared to be brimming with talent, the number of ninjas qualified and willing to aspire to the role of fourth Hokage was alarmingly scarce. Jiraiya was immensely powerful. Yet his aspirations lay far from the Hokage's seat, having devoted years to wandering in search of the elusive child of prophecy. Tsunade, having suffered from hemophobia in her earlier years, had seen a significant reduction in her abilities and was now hopelessly addicted to gambling. Although she had recovered, her entanglement with the Uchiha clan and her rebellious nature rendered her unsuitable for the role. Orochimaru was even more outrageous, favoring unethical experiments that would surely lead Konoha astray should he be elected. Uchiha Fugaku, as the clan leader, bore the burden of his identity as a sin, and had not made any decisive contributions during the war. While Kakashi Hitaki had the merit and qualifications, he remained severely injured and unresponsive. And even if he were to awaken now, his combat prowess would likely be diminished, making him unfit for such a responsibility. After much contemplation, only one candidate remained viable. The elite jonin of Konoha and a hero of the Third Great Ninja War, the Golden Flash, Minato Namikaze. In terms of lineage, he was the grandson of Sarutobi Hiruzen, a direct disciple of Jiraiya, the future husband of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and a direct descendant of the Hokage bloodline. In terms of combat capabilities, he possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, an unparalleled skill inherited from the second Hokage, making him invincible in battle, with no one daring to confront him directly. Regarding popularity, his humble origins granted him the support of the majority of ordinary ninjas, allowing him to mediate the interests of various ninja clans. His only drawback was his youth, being merely in his early 20s and still an inexperienced lad. Ah, youth is indeed a virtue, Mito mused, squinting his murky eyes, solemnly stating, the young possess vigor, yet lack experience. We must provide him with guidance and strategy. Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen subtly nodded, his brow furrowed, lost in thought. The news of Konoha's impending election for the fourth Hokage sent ripples of shock through both the ninja and civilian communities. Why had the third Hokage suddenly decided to abdicate? Those unaware of the underlying reasons were left perplexed, while a few astute high-ranking officials remained silent, even refraining from disclosing anything to their own successors. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen had shown remarkable foresight by willingly and peacefully relinquishing power. They would not linger on certain issues any longer. As for the candidates for the fourth Hokage, it was merely a matter of a few individuals. As long as it was not the third continuing in power, anyone elected would be acceptable to all. Chapter 282. The Refrigerator Adventure in the Land of Fire, Konoha, Uchiha Clan District. Is this broken again? Naraku picked up the leftover dishes from last night, scrutinizing them carefully while also taking a whiff. There was no choice. It had been exceedingly hot these past few days. Kakashi took the plate from his hands and promptly discarded the remnants into the trash, suggesting, with summer here, why don't we just buy a refrigerator? A new appliance just hit the market yesterday that can preserve and freeze food. A refrigerator sounds splendid, Naraku couldn't help but exclaim. Ever since he had crossed over into the ninja world, the standard of living during the initial years had paled in comparison to modernity, lacking air conditioning, computers, and even washing machines. They didn't even have refrigerators. Fortunately, the bizarre technological advancements in the ninja world quickly led to the development of numerous household appliances, and now, with the war concluded, civilian refrigerators had just become available. The two decided to act swiftly, retrieving money from the cabinet and heading directly to the newly opened store on the commercial street. Upon arrival, they found a throng of customers intrigued by the economical and practical refrigerator, bustling about to browse and purchase. It was Naraku's sharp eyes that quickly spotted two familiar figures with red hair amidst the crowd. Sakura-chan. Kushinane. Ah, Naraku. Sakura exclaimed as she ran over, her enthusiasm palpable as she eagerly inspected him from all angles. The adolescent girl was in her prime, and having received ample nutrition over the past 2 years, she had grown tall and strong, prompting Naraku to tilt his head slightly to meet her gaze. I just returned from outside the village this morning and plan to visit you tomorrow. How have you been? Have you had any more episodes? I'm doing well lately. Naraku obediently replied. Are you and Kakashi here to buy a refrigerator? Yes, the food at home keeps spoiling. Well, you're in luck. I've found a model with great value for money, Kushina boasted, pointing her thumb at herself. I've already negotiated the price. Just wait. I'll convince the owner to sell it to you too at that price. Kakashi, having waited for the perfect moment, finally seized the opportunity to interject. Thank you, Kushina. What for? It's merely a small favor. Just stay here and don't wander off. Kushina dashed off to find the owner. While Sakura was called by a sales clerk to fill out her address for home delivery that evening, Naraku and Kakashi sat side by side on a small bench. Finding the wait rather dull, their eyes wandering about. Suddenly, he spotted two deep green figures, each carrying a large freezer, performing squats as they made their way outside the store. Huh, Guy-sensei? Lee? Oh, Dai charged over while carrying a freezer, exuberantly greeting Naraku. Kakashi, good afternoon. Kai followed closely behind, chiming in, good afternoon. Casting a glance at what his companion was shouldering, Naraku's tone turned icy. Dai-senpai. Didn't I mention a few days ago that you should refrain from strenuous activities? The fear instilled by the medical nin made the steely warrior might die. Feel a shiver run down his spine. It dawned on him that he had blatantly disregarded medical advice, caught in the act before his attending physician, and he sheepishly chuckled. For me, this hardly qualifies as strenuous. Naraku, momentarily at a loss for a retort, was determined not to lose face. Staring him down, she conceded, fine. Might Dai relented, turning to place his freezer atop Kai's other shoulder, declaring, Kai, it's all yours. Absolutely. Trust me with it, Dad. A week later. Remember to find me at the clan grounds, as medical ninjutsu may require adjustments. I know. Before the sentence was fully uttered, the father-son duo dashed away in a blur. Naraku, exasperated, watched the two lively characters flee, unsure of what to critique. On a brighter note, Kakashi offered a comforting remark, at least Dai-senpai is recovering well. That's true. Isn't it, Tsunade-sensei? Lady Tsunade. Kakashi raised his eyes to see Tsunade entering with Shizun, the latter cradling a pig and some money, evidently there for shopping. You all are here too. Tsunade playfully ruffled the boys' hair, leaving them to grimace as they attempted to fix their disheveled locks. Are you buying a freezer too, sensei? Indeed. Tsunade grinned. It should be delightful for chilling beer. Until that matter is resolved, Tsunade must remain in the village to oversee affairs, lest any troubles arise. Likely not departing until summer's end. It seems reasonable to invest in an appliance to enhance the quality of life over the next couple of months. Tsunade. Kushina and Kanai happened to return, and thus the earlier conversation repeated itself, with Kushina, just emerging from the boss's office, promptly re-entering. After purchasing Tsunade's freezer, Kushina intended to whisk her older sister and Shizun off to the tavern for some girl talk, when Rin, now transformed, rushed in. Ah, Rin's sister Yao, right? Are you looking to buy a freezer? Let's help you pick one. Kushina nearly let slip a secret, but received a sharp glare from Tsunade, quickly suppressing a nervous laugh. Tsunade went ahead to reserve a spot at the tavern, leaving the five girls to enthusiastically select a small freezer for Rin. As they chattered animatedly, Naraku noticed Uchiha Karen and Aburame Shino approaching to choose appliances. Judging by the way they strolled hand in hand, it seemed their marriage was imminent. One wonders if Shino's parents are aware that their son had willingly offered himself during the confession. They might be the first couple to unite through marriage. Perhaps it would be fitting for Fugaku to officiate. Having the clan leader as a witness would add grandeur to the occasion. In due course, those stubborn elders opposed to inter-clan marriages would need to reflect on their own standing. Lost in thought, Naraku spotted another familiar face. Uchiha Itachi, accompanied by his wife and child, was examining a large family refrigerator, his eyes gleaming as he urged Uchiha Shiryun to pay. Naraku suddenly remembered how busy Fugaku was, likely too preoccupied to accompany Mikoto and Itachi. Kakashi. What is it, Naraku? I need to have a word with Shursui. Kakashi remained unfazed, then go ahead. As Naraku rose to approach, Kakashi discreetly formed a hand seal for a shadow clone. Shursui. Naraku-senpai. Shursui instantly recognized the voice, his youthful face breaking into a bright smile. What brings you here? Has Uncle Itachi chosen a good model? Yes, he said this one is excellent, perfect for a family. Thank you, I understand. Returning to Kakashi's side, he found Kushina and Tsunade had already left, while Kakashi was completing the payment for his own residence. Naraku placed his share of money on the side, and while Kakashi was distracted, he slipped away to reserve the same model Itachi had chosen. Just as he was about to pay, he felt a familiar chill wafting around him, causing him to shiver imperceptibly. Kakashi? Kakashi raised an eyebrow, his expression one of skepticism. Yet he granted Naraku the opportunity to explain. He was curious to see what excuse Naraku would concoct. Aware that he couldn't evade the truth, Naraku whispered, I want to buy one for Aunt Mikoto. She's taken care of me for so long. Kakashi sighed, puzzled as to why Naraku felt the need to hide this from him. Go ahead and buy it. It's not expensive. After returning from the battlefield and settling various task remunerations, Kakashi had become quite affluent, with his pockets brimming with cash. Naraku shook his head, attempting a desperate struggle. I'll cover it myself. In a year or two, my money won't be my own anymore. TT. No, we'll buy it together. Aunt Makoto has been so good to the both of us. Fine. Ultimately, the cost of the large household refrigerator was shared equally between Naraku and Kakashi. As they exited the store, Naraku brushed past many familiar faces on the way home. Jiraiya, Fu, Inazuka Tsum, Ebisu, Narashikamu, Hyuga Hinata, and his fiancée, Hyuga Hanabi. Some paused to chat with Naraku for a while. Others exchanged ambiguous smiles with Kakashi, while some merely nodded in greeting before hastily attending to their own matters. Yet without exception, each person radiated vibrancy, their faces adorned with carefree, joyful smiles. Such tranquil and stable daily life is the greatest happiness one can attain as a ninja. Chapter 283, The Wedding. Uchiha Karen and Aburame Shino are indeed set to marry. Having endured much during the war, their feelings blossomed rapidly. As soon as the conflict ended, Shino decisively proposed to Karen, who joyfully accepted. As for whether Shino would be taking on the Uchiha surname, Karen felt a twinge of concern for him. After some deliberation, they decided to establish their own household, allowing them to retain their surnames. Should they have children in the future, they would take the Aburame name first, with the possibility of later adopting Uchiha if they awakened their Sharingan. After all, the Aburame clan's insect manipulation techniques could likely be learned, while the activation of the Sharingan depends solely on talent and fortune. Inter-clan marriages are a significant matter and must be communicated to both sets of elders and the clan leader. Fugaku welcomed the news with delight and, upon Naraku's suggestion, graciously offered to be their officiant. He even discussed with the Aburame clan leader about their attendance. Karen and Shino were, of course, overjoyed and expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Since they aimed to set a precedent, Fugaku decided to allocate a portion of the clan's public funds to host a grand celebration, ensuring that it would be known throughout Konoha. Consequently, even if ninjas and civilians were unfamiliar with the couple and lacked invitations, those who contributed financially could join the festivities. On the wedding day, the venue was a throng of people, with the Uchiha and Aburame clans bustling about, nearly overwhelmed, even forgetting to hydrate. The two clan leaders proved to be quite reliable, urgently summoning a few individuals to assist temporarily, thus alleviating considerable pressure. After offering their gift money, Nero and Kakashi stood motionless upon entering the spacious banquet hall, which was adorned with over 100 tables, all brimming with guests. Fortunately, Fugaku and Makoto had reserved a place for the two, sparing them from the embarrassment of going hungry. Nero and Kakashi were guided to their seats at the front by Makoto, who also provided them with Itachi to entertain. As Nero playfully pinched Itachi's pudgy little hand, he turned to see a table filled with familiar faces a few meters away, some of whom waved at him and Kakashi. Disguised and surreptitiously sneaking a meal, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru greeted them before continuing their gossip. In addition, there was Hinata and Rin, who appeared carefree enough not to bother dyeing their hair, and Minato, clearly accompanying his girlfriend for the festivities. But who was the young man sitting beside Hinata? Why were they seated together? Had he missed some crucial plot point? Oh no. Had his precious cabbage been eaten by a pig? Although Nero had never intended to prevent Hinata from dating, this seemed to be progressing rather quickly. As the mother of Shikuro in the original timeline, what if Hinata turned out to be a romantic fool, deceived by a scoundrel in matters of the heart? Nero squinted, carefully scrutinizing the young man, intending to discreetly inquire about him from Kushina tonight. He would also set Fugaku's men on the task of thoroughly investigating this audacious interloper. Kakashi squeezed Nero's fingers, bringing him back to reality. Are you that concerned? Nero nodded faintly, explaining, Hinata seems quite gullible. Kakashi's expression was filled with disbelief. Gullible? Did he truly wish to hear himself speak? The sensory techniques of the Uzumaki clan could practically serve as lie detectors. Indeed, this foolish Nero was flustered by his concern. Yet, Kakashi found himself inexplicably charmed by Nero's endearing naivety, unable to resist the urge to bring him joy. If this person proves to be unsavory, we shall ensnare him together. Itachi, not fully grasping the conversation but instinctively sensing it was amusing, clapped his little hands. Catch him. Hee. Makoto, who had been eavesdropping on the brothers' whispered exchange, could no longer contain her laughter. Oh my, little Itachi is quite the enthusiastic little gentleman. Nero affectionately ruffled Itachi's hair and resumed scanning the hall for other acquaintances. To his astonishment, nearly everyone he recognized or was familiar with was present. Aside from a few clan leaders who held prominent positions and could not personally attend, their heirs were all in attendance, occupying seats close to the front. The ever-reliable Yuichi had fulfilled his wish for a table for each person, proudly sitting at the forefront, completely unconcerned about the multitude of eyes upon him. The dynamic Might duo, father and son clad in green spandex, were also present, seated somewhat to the side, narrow, with his remarkable eyesight, observed that there was no support beneath their seats. Nevertheless, they remained as steady as the mountains, showing no signs of tremors. Peering further, Nero even spotted his temporary teammates from the Chunin exams, presumably there merely to enjoy a meal and bask in the festive atmosphere. Remarkably, all three had survived the harrowing Third Shinobi World War, indicating they must possess some considerable skill. Shifting his gaze to a nearby table, he noticed the Uchiha clan gathered together with relatives and friends, while the families of Suki, Kagaya, and others were nearby. Upon looking further afield, he found an entire sea of Uchiha black hair. The Uchiha clan truly honored this wedding, as most had come with their families in tow. Amidst this ocean of dark hair, Nero also spotted the Mizuki sisters and the majority of the younger generation who had trained on the Eastern Front. Kakashi, in another direction, recognized classmates from the Ninja Academy, offering a simple nod before returning his focus to Nero. At 11 in the morning, the wedding commenced officially. As the main officiants, Fugaku and the head of the Aburame clan expressed their blessings to the newlyweds, followed by the couple taking vows of fidelity and exchanging rings, raising their glasses to toast all the guests. Once this ceremonial sequence concluded, the typically reserved Aburame Shikaku was drenched in sweat, forcing a smile throughout the event until his face appeared stiff, much to Kairi's amusement. Although the process was arduous, this ceremony, witnessed by over 1,000 attendees and blessed by half of Konoha, would undeniably add a vibrant stroke to the brief 20-year lives of the two newlyweds. Perhaps even into their twilight years, they would reminisce about this rare memory with their children and grandchildren, cherishing the happiness and joy they once felt. As the ceremony concluded, the hall erupted into a cacophony of chatter and the sounds of feasting, clearly indicating that everyone was quite hungry. Minato served Kushina a piece of meat, only to be caught off guard by Tsunade's unexpected question that left him blushing. "Minato, you two are not so young anymore. When do you plan on getting married?" The audacious Kushina's cheeks flushed as she replied, "Tsunade, we're not in a hurry. Not in a rush at over 20? Just how long do you intend to delay?" "Exactly. This should be done sooner rather than later." Jiraiya swallowed his drink. "Minato, Tsunade, and I will be leaving soon. And it would be a shame to miss your wedding feast. Right, Orochimaru?" Indeed, Orochimaru concurred, a master at fanning the flames. Lamenting that he wouldn't even get to attend his own disciple's wedding feast, marking Jiraiya as a rather unfortunate mentor. Minato laughed awkwardly, beads of sweat forming. Of course. Kushina and Minato thought, what on earth made me crave this meal? The young couple, urged to finish their meal, scurried off with a bucket in hand, oblivious to where they went to share sweet nothings. Hinata had noticed Nero glancing their way frequently, feeling too shy to exhibit any affectionate gestures with her boyfriend, and quickly set down her chopsticks to beckon him to leave, fearing her brother might catch them in the act. This situation had unfolded so suddenly. She had only exchanged glances with Kushina and had yet to figure out how to explain things to Nero. Little did she know that the Uchiha had placed her so close to Nero, leaving her with no means of escape. Seeing Hinata actively avoid him nearly caused Nero to snap his chopsticks in half. What the hell? Hinata must be hopelessly infatuated. The interloper pursuing his precious cabbage was in serious trouble. He braced himself for the Uchiha version of a bounty hunter's decree. Sensing the palpable tension in the air, Kakashi silently tightened his hold on Itachi, mourning for the brave soul who dared to steal Hinata away. Chapter 284, Distance. After a day and night of investigation led by Fugaku, the identity of Hinata's boyfriend had become glaringly evident. Erasure, an 18-year-old male, currently holds the rank of Special Jonin, proficient in both wind and water release techniques. He was the only surviving teammate of Hinata during the battle against the Sand Village's ambush. After escaping, Hinata had believed all her teammates were dead, following the conclusion of the Kikyo Mountain campaign. When the Konoha forces drove the Sand Ninja from the borders of the Fire Country, she rescued him from a secluded corner where he was barely clinging to life. Once he fully recovered, Erasure once again became Hinata's companion, undertaking missions together. Remarkably, just a day prior to Kairi and So's wedding, he had confessed his feelings to Hinata, thereby earning the chance to pursue her. It is also worth noting that Erasure possesses a notably unique lineage, being a descendant of the Senju clan's branch family. The reason it took so long for the Uchiha intelligence system to fully comprehend this matter is due to the fact that, since the generation of the previous generation's grandfather, the family abandoned the Senju surname to integrate into Konoha, thus complicating the investigation. It is said that Erasure is of commendable character, with neighbors praising his cheerful disposition and stable emotions, portraying him as an honest and simple-hearted young man. In response, Naraku expressed that further observation is warranted. The more one appears agreeable on the outside, the more their inner darkness may be twisted. Years ago, Uchiha Shinji had deceived Naraku's mother with love and charm. leading Kajiko to willingly risk her life to bear a child for him. Regardless of gender, one must remain vigilant when engaging with the opposite sex. Kanai was also aware that her exposure was inevitable. The day after Naraku received the intelligence, she decided that enduring prolonged discomfort was worse than a swift resolution, and gathered her most important family and friends to formally meet Erashur. Everyone held a favorable impression of him, and even Naraku temporarily found no cause for suspicion, ultimately conceding. However, should he dare to act out of line in the future, Naraku would undoubtedly insist on a decisive separation without negotiation. At the Nanha Shrine, the Uchiha clan assembly convened. This marked the first gathering of all clan members since the Third Shinobi World War. Attendees included not only the elite capable of activating the Sharingan, but also a significant number of ordinary Uchihas. Over 1,000 individuals sat orderly in the venue, creating a magnificent scene. Fujitaka began by thoroughly acknowledging the Uchiha clan's outstanding contributions during the war and mourning the sacrifices of their kin. Whether on the front lines of Kumogakure or Kirigakure, the Uchiha clan had demonstrated exemplary valor and resilience. He later emphasized several promising members of the new generation, announcing that the clan would provide focused support to facilitate their swift development. As the clan assembly neared its conclusion, Fujitaka revealed the evening's most significant news. Uchiha Naraku would be adopted as his son and would assume the position of the clan's junior leader. Upon his retirement, Naraku would be the undisputed next clan leader. Naraku, wait, is this happening all of a sudden? Dumbfounded, who is in favor and who is against? Fujitaka surveyed the room, his authoritative and deep voice resonating throughout the shrine. The Uchihas, do I have the right to oppose? The 2 or 3 elders who often contradicted Fujitaka quickly lowered their heads, observing with the utmost discretion, silent as the grave. Everyone understood that this was an announcement, not a discussion. With his Mangekyo Sharingan, Fujitaka was already formidable to the point of rendering them incapable of resistance. After winning battle after battle in the past 2 years, his authority was at its zenith. Naraku, being the strongest Uchiha of the present, possessed an eternal Mangekyo that surpassed even Fujitaka's prowess. Did they truly wish to confront him at this moment? It would be tantamount to courting death. Fujitaka was quite pleased with the elders' compliance and decisively declared, since there are no objections, this matter is settled. Thus, Naraku transformed into the heir of the Uchiha clan, and the scrutiny he faced from the outside world intensified. As the weather grew increasingly hot, the sun blazed down upon the earth, and the cicada's fervent cries added to the oppressive heat. Having just finished grocery shopping, Naraku was preparing to return home to cook for Kakashi when, before he even entered the Uchiha compound, he encountered a blushing girl of his age in the alley. Good afternoon, Naraku-senpai. Please accept this. The girl presented a pink envelope with both hands, and Naraku thought to himself, as expected, he was never surprised to receive love letters. The Third Shinobi World War had propelled Uchiha Naraku to fame, and coupled with his striking resemblance to Izuna and Sasuke, it was impossible not to attract admirers. With the first, there would inevitably be a second and third. This was already the 126th love letter he had received recently. There was simply no helping it. Who could blame him for being so popular? Naraku felt a slight sense of pride within, yet he did not outwardly express this emotion. Instead, he feigned a troubled frown, as if unsure whether accepting the letter would be appropriate. The girl, bending forward with her head bowed, understood that her chances were slim, just like the others before her, and candidly said, "It's okay if you don't accept it after reading, Naraku-senpai. I merely wanted you to know my feelings. I want you to know that you are truly well-loved. Many people in Konoha admire you." Given her earnestness, it would be rude to refuse her now. Naraku gently accepted the envelope, his tone softening. "All right, I will read it." The girl looked up in surprise, her eyes sparkling. "Really? Thank you, Naraku-senpai." In the blink of an eye, she dashed away, leaving Naraku to expertly tuck the envelope into his basket and continue his walk home. After preparing the ingredients and placing them into the pot to simmer, Naraku organized the love letters he had received that day and began to read them one by one. After all, they had taken the time to write them earnestly, and it seemed wasteful not to appreciate their sentiments. Among the over 100 letters he had read, there were both heartfelt affections and insincere flattery. Yet, without exception, almost no one truly understood what Uchiha Naraku was like. The majority of the girls confessing their feelings had barely seen Naraku more than a few times, let alone spent significant time with him. They merely pieced together an image of their adoration from the legendary tales surrounding the Uchiha junior leader and the formidable bloodline he possessed. Their affection was more a yearning and pursuit than a genuine understanding. Although this sentiment was beautiful and pure, the reality, as Aizen had said, is that admiration is the emotion furthest from comprehension. Very few in this world truly know Uchiha Naraku. Furthermore, Uchiha Naraku is fundamentally only a part of the true self he presents. The door announced Kakashi's weary voice. I'm back. Welcome back, Naraku replied, snapping back to reality. He hurriedly retrieved ice pops from the freezer, splitting 2 sticks with Kakashi. Glancing at the opened letters on the table, Kakashi, while gnawing on his ice, remarked with a hint of exasperation, "You really read every single one." "After all, it's their heartfelt intention," Naraku replied, puzzled. "By the way, why hasn't Kakashi received any?" Given Kakashi's popularity during their time at the Ninja Academy, it was impossible that no girls liked him. The renowned Kurigane, handsome and strong, had not received a single love letter. Was that reasonable? It was not. Upon hearing Naraku's question, Kakashi turned his head, an unnatural expression crossing his face as he explained, "I find it bothersome, so I turned them all down." Naraku was left speechless. "No wonder you remained single for 40 years in the original timeline, Kakashi. At the very least, give them a chance to express themselves." Naraku grumbled while gathering the letters, casually stating, "At this rate, Kakashi might never find a girlfriend." Kakashi's voice, devoid of fluctuation, echoed beside him. "What? Do you want me to have a girlfriend?" Perhaps due to the ice he was consuming, Naraku felt a chill run down his spine and involuntarily shuddered. No. Chapter 285, The Abandoned Piece. In the depths of the mountain prison, underground, Uchiha Madara is dead. After bestowing all his skills upon his successor, the Shura of the shinobi world could no longer endure the decay of his aging body. He resolutely severed the conduits connecting him to the outer path as Golem. Embracing death with tranquility, his soul would momentarily extricate itself from the realm of reality, resting in the interstice between the shinobi world and the Pure Lands, awaiting the moment of the resurrection of the 10 Tails into the corporeal realm. Neither Jin nor Obito mourned his departure. Rather, they felt a sudden release from their shackles, nearly laughing aloud. However, upon glancing at the mass of black mud beside Madara, their brief uplift in spirits was swiftly dimmed. "Jin, Naraku, good heavens. Old Madara has finally kicked the bucket. At long last, I can liberate myself to do as I please. Although, I must remain cautious of that black Zetsu creature. Obito, if he is going to die, he should do it completely. What is the point of leaving behind a so-called will fragment to keep an eye on us? Is it surveillance? It's already bothersome enough having Jin overshadow everything." Initially, Black Zetsu, who had been lurking like a cricket, felt indifferent to Madara's temporary demise. To him, it was merely Plana going offline for a spell, not a significant event. Yet, as he pondered the 2 successors left behind, each more difficult to manage than the last, with temperaments increasingly peculiar, he found himself somewhat reluctant to see Madara perish so easily. The only relatively sane Uchiha in the mountainous prison of shinobi had vanished. How would they navigate the years to come? Sighing, he clutched the base of Madara's stone chair, struggling to digest his melancholy, when suddenly he noticed Jin brandishing a scalpel, poised to draw blood from Madara. "Wait, Jin, what do you intend to do to Lord Madara's body?" Isn't it obvious? I'm going to procure a biological sample of Lord Madara." With a casual flick of his fingers, the sharp blade danced nimbly between them, and he spoke with a tone that was both innocent and naive, as if he believed his actions were entirely justified. He had always insisted that it was impossible, but now, he thought, there was no way to stop me. "Black Zetsu, is this really necessary? Madara Uchiha's cells are hardly as valuable for research as those of Hashirama Senju. What is the point of this fuss?" After a few moments of internal conflict, he chose not to impede Jin, instead stepping aside from the stone chair. "Very well, but do not take too much, or else Lord Madara will surely be displeased upon awakening." "Oh dear, I understand. Jin hummed an unfamiliar cheerful tune as he extracted a small vial of blood from Madara's arm, slicing away a minuscule piece of skin and muscle tissue. "This is all pointless." Obito sat cross-legged at a higher vantage point, casting a cold gaze upon Jin's frenzied activity, scoffing at the latter's futile endeavors. If Madara's body possessed potential exceeding that of Hashirama's cells, he would have already explored it thoroughly himself. There would be no need for you to meddle. Jin, having organized his samples, placed his hands on his hips, and tilted his head back to meet Obito's gaze. "With the intellect of a dimwit like you, it's best not to criticize a genius like me." Even through the mask, Obito could sense the mocking expression Jin surely wore. "Damn it, Jin, you always are? I just remembered." Jin's sudden exclamation interrupted the ebb and flow of Obito's emotions, and as the latter stood there bewildered, Jin beckoned Zero over. "Has Yakumo already set off for the hidden mist?" Indeed. Zero, the white Zetsu, emerged from the ground, grinning widely as he counted the time on his fingers. "They should be arriving soon, right? Little do they know, they're already pawns sacrificed in this game. So what are we waiting for? Let us go. Black Zetsu, remember to take good care of little Fu." "What do you mean, let us go?" "Hey, Before Obito could fully comprehend, Jean had pulled him underground, and the two, along with a white Zetsu, hurried toward the hidden mist village. During their journey, Obito began to grasp Jean's intentions. A user of Scorch Release, huh? Not a bad candidate, but is it truly necessary to go to such lengths? There are plenty of capable ninjas throughout the shinobi world. How boring would that be? Dimwit Obito is truly dull. He doesn't understand the importance of seeking his own enjoyment. Jean's voice echoed from within the white Zetsu's form. His tone cheerfully laced with an underlying sense of chilling malice and cruelty. The loyal and obstinate ninja, betrayed by his village, unwittingly steps into the trap meticulously laid by his comrades. In the fleeting moment before death, what kind of expression will he reveal upon discovering the truth? One of loathing and despair. I truly wish to witness it. If given a chance to start over, would he choose to forgive the world or seek vengeance against the instigator of it all? Yet, regardless of the final choice, this ninja's remaining days would surely be spent grappling with inescapable suffering, wouldn't they? This is simply the ultimate form of entertainment. Ugh, Obito succinctly remarked. You truly possess a wicked sense of humor. Hee. Jean chuckled softly, ambiguously responding, perhaps, since her defeat at the Battle of Kikyo Mountain, where she was exchanged at a considerable cost by her village, Yakumo had harbored a simmering resentment. She sought to repay the favor of the Wind Shadow and her village while simultaneously cleansing herself of the shame of being captured. However, regrettably, after Kikyo Mountain, Sunagakure ceased its involvement in the Third Shinobi World War, opting instead to recuperate, leaving her with no immediate opportunity to contribute her strength to the village. Nonetheless, Yakumo did not surrender. She trained tirelessly day and night to enhance the speed and potency of her Scorch Release, awaiting the day her village would require her in battle. Whether to feel joy or sorrow, Yakumo ultimately awaited her chance for redemption. The capricious Iwagakure had once again set its sights on Sunagakure, aiming to extract further gains before the war concluded. Upon receiving a confidential mission, Yakumo strictly adhered to the Wind Shadow's orders, stealthily departing from the village alone as an envoy to negotiate with the Hidden Mist, hoping to establish an alliance. Once she secured the cooperation and support of the Hidden Mist, Sunagakure would find it considerably easier to contend with Iwagakure. Although negotiation and diplomacy were not Yakumo's strongest suits, the Wind Shadow had placed such trust in her. How could she easily betray that faith? All she could do was devote herself entirely to the task at hand. Chapter 286. Do not take pride in your malfeasance. A day later, Yakumo arrived punctually at the designated meeting point. The humid, dense fog was an unfamiliar discomfort for someone accustomed to arid regions, and the low visibility, wherein she could lose sight of anything beyond 5 meters, caused her unease. Yet, the thought that this mission was personally assigned by the Wind Shadow Raza quelled her rising doubts. I must be overthinking it. Tasks arranged by Lord Wind Shadow never go awry, do they? With this thought, Yakumo felt a measure of reassurance. Just as the ninja responsible for her reception from the Hidden Mist appeared, Lady Yakumo of Scorch Release, I am here to welcome you. A young mist ninja emerged from the fog-laden path, adorned with the Hidden Mist's forehead protector. His smile genuine and warm. It is an honor to meet you in person. As he approached closer, he noticed Yakumo regarding him with a calm and aloof gaze, prompting him to explain. The fog is quite thick in this area. You likely require a guide, so the village sent me to assist you. Thank you for your kindness. I am merely traversing a valley. I cannot possibly get lost. Yakumo's cold demeanor softened significantly. She appreciated the Hidden Mist's warm hospitality and thoughtful consideration, increasing the likelihood of successful cooperation. You are correct. The young mist ninja appeared somewhat embarrassed, scratching his head and smiling apologetically. However, the village is also concerned about not providing you with proper hospitality, so please. Yizong did not dwell on her thoughts and walked past her adversary without hesitation. In the next instant, an overwhelming sense of impending death surged from behind her. A searing pain erupted from her spine as the blade plunged deep into her vital core, rendering her almost entirely incapable of resistance. With great difficulty, Yizong attempted to turn and question, "What are you doing?" Until this moment, it had never crossed her mind that the mission itself was flawed. Her first instinct was to suspect that this mist ninja harbored a personal vendetta against her, and that the recent events were merely a manifestation of revenge. Let you taste this too. The once smiling mist ninja's face contorted into a mask of fury, her eyes brimming with hatred. Feel the agony that my comrades, victimized by the Sand Village, have endured. With that, the mist ninja forcefully shoved Yizong away and swiftly leaped back. Rustling sounds filled the air as countless shurikens and kunai shot forth from the cliffs flanking the valley, descending upon her like a torrential downpour, overwhelming Yizong, who had attempted to counter with her fire release technique. The flickering orange flames barely ignited before they were extinguished by the chilling mist and metal projectiles. After what felt like an eternity, the onslaught of hidden weapons finally ceased. Yizong lay battered and immobilized on the ground, feeling her life force ebbing away as blood pooled around her. The world before her faded to darkness, even the triumphant expression on the Mist Ninja's face becoming a mere blur. I have once again disappointed Lord Kazekage. If only I had been more vigilant. Even in her final moments, she felt remorse for her own incompetence and negligence, fearing that this alliance would falter, ultimately preventing the Sand Village from joining forces with the Mist to resist the Rock Village. If this person held a grudge against me, perhaps the Mist would be willing to eliminate him, providing an explanation to the Sand Village afterward. The Mist Ninja cast a puzzled glance at Yizong, perplexed by the mixture of anger and faint hope reflected in her expression. Surely, she does not believe that the Mist would willingly coexist peacefully with the Sand Village upon her demise. What a foolish ninja. The intensity of her hatred blinded the Mist Ninja's perception as she spoke with venomous intent. Do not misunderstand. Even if I kill you, it would merely bring us a modicum of solace. The enmity between our two villages cannot be so easily extinguished. With her consciousness waning, Yizong intended to curse the ignorant fools of the Mist Village, but the next words from her adversary jolted her into a stark realization, plunging her spirit into an icy abyss. Those from the Sand Village who handed you over surely think the same. What is he saying? The Sand Village sold me out? Was I deliberately betrayed by my own village? The absurdity of her previous encounters suddenly crystallized. For instance, why did Kazekage Raza send her, a ninja solely skilled in combat, to negotiate, with instructions that were bafflingly vague? And why was the negotiation site chosen within the Mist Village's territory rather than a neutral nation or region? Moreover, how did the Mist know her route in advance, ambushing her in the valley along her path? It became clear that she was the bargaining chip in the transaction with the Mist Village. How absurd that she had thought she was given a chance to redeem her past disgrace. Yizong felt something deeply significant within her begin to crumble, shattering her faith and soul into irreparable fragments. To perish in such a manner was utterly humiliating. I refuse to accept this. I refuse. Whether it be the higher-ups of the village or the scheming Mist, may they all perish. Fueled by rage and hatred, Yizong completely lost consciousness. Ha! What of the fire-release ninja? Was she not discarded by her own village like refuse for us to obliterate? The Mist Ninja guffawed, calling for her comrades to descend from the heights of the cliff to clean up the scene, but after waiting for what felt like an eternity, no one responded. What is going on? Just as he sensed something amiss, a whistling sound cut through the air, heralding the arrival of danger. In the next moment, a pitch-black spear, seemingly materializing from nowhere, shot towards him, engulfed in roaring black flames, piercing through his chest and pinning him to the cliff face. Who is it? The Mist Ninja gasped, blood pouring from his mouth as he clutched the spear's shaft, desperately attempting to extract it from his body. But the intense heat of the black flames instantly seared his palms to charred remnants. Suddenly, the spear vanished into thin air, causing him to crash heavily to the ground, blood gushing from the wound in his chest. A tall youth clad in a peculiar mask appeared before the Mist Ninja, theatrically bending down to inspect whether he was still alive. Confirming his demise, Jean gently closed the unblinking eyes, his motions tender and considerate. Oh dear. Don't be so smug after committing a foul deed. Look, retribution has come upon you, has it not? How dare you speak of him? When was it not you who reveled in the chaos? Obito descended from above, his arm dripping with fresh, warm blood. I've cleared the area, and there are no survivors. But you should hurry. That woman is on the brink of death. How reliable, Obito. Jean clasped his hands in mock admiration, playfully nudging closer to Obito. You're my favorite. Obito pushed Jean away with a branch, unfazed by his advances. Who was it that used to disdain my presence? Jean twisted even more exaggeratedly. I don't know. It certainly wasn't me. How disgusting. Keep your distance. Chapter 287. The Blade in Hand. Sigh. The child has grown and begun to rebel. Jean feigned a few sobs. But seeing that Obito remained unresponsive, he clicked his tongue lightly, turning to retrieve the barely conscious Yizong for treatment. Green medical chakra enveloped Yizang's entire body, and dozens of wounds, both large and small, began to heal at a visibly accelerated pace. Even the grievous injury inflicted by the Mist Ninja's kunai, which had penetrated deep into her spine, was restored to its former state under the influence of healing ninjutsu. Although such aggressive treatment would inevitably diminish her lifespan and potential, there was no better option under the circumstances. Obito observed the entire process from the sidelines, feeling inexplicably that Jin's demeanor transformed when he employed his medical ninjutsu. The flamboyant and erratic exterior gradually faded away, revealing a precision and composure emanating from within. Such powerful medical ninjutsu. Who exactly is Jin? Even now, he refuses to show me his face. Could it be that he possesses a visage so grotesque that it would terrify the world? Obito secretly envisioned the face hidden beneath Jin's mask. A large overbite, thick lips, or perhaps a crooked mouth and squinty eyes. Unaware of Obito's musings, Jin hoisted Izong onto his shoulder and waved goodbye to Obito. I'll take my leave now. Obito worked diligently in the Mist Village and aimed to bring them down in 3 years. Easier said than done. You try doing it yourself. Obito merely needed to perform at his usual level. This statement appeared to encourage Obito, but in the next moment, Jin revealed his true sentiments. Sometimes, the machinations of villains are no match for the simplicity of a fool. Jin, you wretched being. I will send 9527 to ensure that it delivers messages to you. Before Obito could fully unleash his fury, Jin hastily fled the scene, leaving Obito's furious shouts in the distance. Yizong awoke in a quiet, dim room, bewildered as she took a moment to recall the events preceding her unconsciousness. I am still alive? What schemes does the Mist Village harbor? With a swift motion, she leapt from the bed, only to discover that her injuries had miraculously healed. Her skin was as smooth and unblemished as if newly born, and her chakra was abundant. But wait, if it was the hidden mist that had spared my life, how could I be in such a state? Could it be that the village has saved me once more? No, that is impossible. Roku would no longer concern himself with my fate. Before I speculate further, allow me to reveal the truth. A gentle male voice resonated in Yakura's ears like a clap of thunder, prompting her to glance towards the corner. There stood a tall, masked youth, casually toying with a kunai. A chill ran down her spine as she realized that she had thoroughly surveyed the room upon rising, finding no place for concealment. The doors and windows were securely locked, leaving no possibility for someone to intrude under her very nose. Not even the swiftest body flicker technique could account for this. This youth had either employed a space-time ninjutsu or some secret art to render himself entirely invisible. In either case, it was evident that his prowess far surpassed her own. Who are you? Your savior, the youth replied, tapping his finger on his chest. No need for excessive gratitude. Why go through such elaborate means? What is your purpose? Oh, he pouted, feigning grievance. What if I simply have a kind heart and cannot bear to watch you perish? Do not jest. It is inconceivable that you could extricate me from such a dire situation purely by chance. Yakura crossed her arms and plopped down on the bed, her gaze inadvertently falling upon the forehead protector resting atop the cabinet, her heart aching with a sudden pang. You must have been present the entire time, intervening only when I was on the brink of death, perhaps even scoffing at my foolishness. As she concluded, her eyes dimmed, and a bitter smile graced her lips. Indeed, how foolish I was to believe every word Roka uttered. The outcome I faced was deserved. The masked youth, known as Jin, shook his head slightly. Not at all. Huh. Yakura lifted her gaze, her expression a mix of skepticism and intrigue as she regarded the youth, who suddenly seemed earnest. I did not mock you. Reiterating his statement, Jin began to pace slowly within the confined space, his tone sincere and forthright. Without experiencing such events firsthand, how could one fathom the outcome that awaited? No one is born with knowledge. Humans must endure hardships to comprehend many truths. This applies to you as well as to me. Life experience merely denotes survival through adversity. Yakura fell silent for a long moment before letting out a soft hum, tinged with a hint of amusement and acceptance. When she finally spoke again, her tone had lightened considerably. So, what is your ulterior motive for saving me? To make me your subordinate? Why does the conversation return to this topic? Jin feigned ignorance, seemingly fond of playing the fool. Could I not simply be a benevolent soul? Perhaps, but certainly not entirely so. Yakura retorted, piercing through his facade. If you were truly kind-hearted, you would have issued a warning before calamity struck, rather than watching me face death unperturbed. However, without having personally experienced death, my disappointment and anger towards Sunagakure may not lead me to assist you. Only after enduring the ordeal and then receiving aid would be the choice of a wise person. You are correct, Jin acknowledged directly, then calmly inquired, do you resent me for this? Truth be told, I do feel a twinge of displeasure. Yakura rose, retrieving the Sunagakure forehead protector from the cabinet, and approached Jin step by step. Yet, in reality, you owe me nothing and bear no obligation to save me. The mere fact that you acted, regardless of your intentions or timing, is a debt of life to me. She snatched the kunai from Jin's grip, carving a deep mark upon its edge with the blade. The Yakura who once was is no more. From now on, I shall be but a weapon in your hands. Chapter 288, The Transaction. Then, Jin opened the door to the room, gesturing for her to step outside. Welcome to Eternal Day. Yakura strode through the doorway, only to find herself within a spacious, enclosed structure resembling the headquarters of a mysterious organization. With a snap of his fingers, Jin illuminated the surroundings, revealing clean, pale beige walls, and an abundance of incandescent lights that cast a warm, inviting glow throughout the space. What do you think? I put in considerable effort to transform it into this. Henceforth, this will be the home for our organization's members. This is underground? Indeed, Jean replied, hands clasped behind his back, tilting his head toward her with a compliment. You are quite perceptive, little Yakura. What an absurd title. Yakura shivered slightly at the thought of her new leader's peculiar sense of humor. What is my role now? Eternal Day isn't simply going to feed me without cause. Is it? Well, for now, little Yakura, you should assist Nagato. However, you must conceal your identity. It would be troublesome if Sunagakure discovered you. With a clap of his hands, a white Zetsu emerged from the shadows, comically gesturing towards Yakura with a flourish. Hello, this is 333. The avatar of the Intelligence Officer Zero, White Zetsu. If you need anything, just have him relay a message to me. Is there no way to identify this creature? Even though Yakura was battle-hardened, she remained wary of certain privacy concerns. Having such an entity lurking in the shadows without means of detection was unsettling. Of course, Jean handed Yakura a white ring, explaining its function. This contains biological tissue and chakra from 333. Within a 100-meter radius, you can sense his location at any time. Although I've trained this fool not to behave inappropriately, his thought process is rather unconventional. Should he offend you, do not hesitate to dismantle him. I will replace him later. Yakura accepted it with reluctance. Fine. It was evident that she held disdain for such a communication method. Jean, Naraku, pondered for a moment, deciding to expedite the development of a portable communication device so that in the future, White Zetsu would not need to shadow the members of the organization. In the Land of Fire, at the Matsukawa estate, as the night draped itself like water, the full moon ascended in the east, casting its silvery luminescence that transformed the gnarled branches into a shimmering white. Matsukawa Siku sat leisurely at the edge of the courtyard, pouring himself a cup of sake while contemplating the strengths and weaknesses of both adversaries. Upon finishing his drink, he reached for the jug to refill, only to find the small table empty. He immediately realized that someone had approached him unnoticed. There were at least 5 Uchiha surrounding him, despite the internal turmoil. In this moment of life and death, Matsukawa Siku remained composed, his movements stiff for no more than a second before returning to normal. Steady yourself. If he has not killed me, he must desire to negotiate. Maintaining his composure, he gazed into the empty courtyard. Might I inquire if you have a matter of importance to discuss with me, sir? Speaking with an intelligent individual certainly made things simpler. The voice was unnervingly close, and Matsukawa Siku exerted all his rationality to avoid overreacting, resisting the urge to lose his composure before the figure. He slowly turned his head back, calmly scrutinizing the masked individual clad in black robes standing before him. The figure before him was unmistakably that of an adult male, his youthful voice suggesting he was likely not past the age of 30. However, ninjas often possessed a plethora of peculiar jutsu to maintain their physical condition. Perhaps he was an ancient entity masquerading as a young man. Matsukata Kiyakazu's thoughts raced, yet his tone remained calm and steady. I genuinely appreciate your kind words. The young man chuckled softly, casually shaking the flask in his hand, which emitted not a single sound of liquid, asserting, indeed, you possess remarkable audacity, befitting one bold enough to attempt to unseat a daimyo. Matsukata Kiyakazu did not refute this. He understood that quibbling before such a formidable adversary was futile. The opponent could extinguish his life with the ease of plucking a flower, and from the myriad of his actions, it was evident that he did not regard noble titles with any reverence. What is it that you seek from me? He inquired. Merely a barren, remote patch of land, along with a population that holds little significance for the Land of Fire, the other replied, placing the flask back upon the table, his tone laced with seduction and allure. Once you ascend to the position of daimyo, these matters will amount to but a trifling sum, will they not? You jest. Matsukata Kiyakazu sighed gently. The Matsukata clan is not yet fully prepared. The young man's slender fingers caressed the flask, his fingertips gliding along its smooth curvature with an elegance that was utterly captivating. Opportunities do not wait for you to have everything in perfect order. Before you lies a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Seize it, and the Matsukata clan shall supplant the Yuan clan as the rulers of the nation. Fail to grasp it, and I shall have no choice but to seek another ally. However, at that point, as your loyal partner, I cannot afford to leave any vulnerabilities. Matsukata Kiyakazu tightened his grip around the cup, striving to maintain an appearance of cordiality. I am eager to hear more. As the young man divulged several crucial pieces of information, Matsukata Kiyakazu found it increasingly difficult to mask his unease and dread. This individual, how could he dare to undertake such actions? Did he not fear becoming a pariah in the world? The experiences cultivated through years of intricate maneuvering among the nobility seemed utterly impotent in this moment. Following the incident that had decimated half of the Matsukado state, he was starkly reminded of an easily overlooked yet irrefutable truth. Power is the ultimate reality of this world. Matsukado Kyakuzu's resolve to pursue an earlier thought solidified. Indeed, once the reverence for noble lineage and titles is cast aside, ninjas transform into monsters. The power of chakra must be acquired. Otherwise, even if the Matsukado clan manages to extricate itself from the Yuan clan's oppression, they would merely become the prey on the butcher's block of this beast. Concluding his overarching plan, the young man clapped his hands on the table, exuding the exuberance of a child. So, what do you say? Is it not worth the risk? With the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, other nations lacked the resources to meddle in the internal affairs of the Land of Fire, presenting a rare opportunity. Should you delay for a few more years, once other nations regain their strength, your chances of action will diminish considerably. Matsukado Kyakuzu was acutely aware of the cold, brutal heart concealed beneath the young man's enthusiastic exterior. To refuse would likely result in his demise before dawn. It was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He responded with solemnity, I agree. Chapter 289, The Succession Ceremony. Before dawn, the residents of Konoha eagerly flooded the streets, hurrying toward the Hokage building. The succession ceremony for the fourth Hokage was set to commence at 9 in the morning, and arriving too late to behold the Hokage's grace would render them restless for the entire year. As they approached the Hokage building, the sparse foot traffic transformed into a dense throng, ultimately rendering the ground nearly impassable. Jonin were stationed around the perimeter to maintain order, preventing ordinary villagers from encountering mishaps due to the crush of bodies. No pushing, everyone, no pushing. I'm talking to you. Can't you see there's a child in front of you? Inuzuka Tsume, accompanied by Akamaru, was tirelessly at work, his booming voice nearly losing its potency. Yet he could not deter the fervent crowd. How many times must I say it? There's truly no room inside. Akamaru, go pull that person out from underfoot. Eventually, the Jonin had no choice but to deploy Earth-style ninjutsu to create temporary barriers, stabilizing the line just enough. Finally able to rest, Inuzuka Tsume leaned against Akamaru, feeling more exhausted than he had during any A-rank mission. Realizing the shift in the situation, Tsume chuckled and remarked, the fourth Hokage truly is a popular figure. A voice chimed in beside him. Of course, the Hokage is the first ninja to come from a commoner background. Indeed, Tsume gazed skyward, reminiscent of the tumultuous Hokage election meeting held a fortnight prior. The entire process had been nothing short of dramatic. Initially, Jiraiya and Tsunade both abstained, refusing to take up the mantle. Orochimaru harbored ambitions, yet was disqualified due to testimony regarding Danzo's dying words. Kakashi remained in a comatose state, unable to run as a candidate. Uchiha Fugako lacked sufficient merit, and given the daimyo of the Land of Fire's unfavorable view of the Uchiha clan, his election was nearly impossible. Thus, the title of fourth Hokage naturally fell upon a young man. Though he was just in his early 20s and relatively inexperienced, none present could speak ill of him. In terms of status, strength, character, and rapport with all factions, he had achieved near perfection. The young man with golden locks stood in the Hokage's office, gazing down at the bustling crowd, his expression serene, lost in contemplation. The time is drawing near. Kushina kindly assisted him in donning the ceremonial garb, the vibrant red characters of the fourth Hokage seemingly imbued with life. Your childhood dream is about to come true, Minato. Are you nervous? Well, a little, he replied, turning to face her, sunlight shimmering off him like shards of gold, smiling back at Kushina. I'm just glad to have you by my side, Kushina. Then let us build up some momentum. Kushina playfully slapped Minato on the shoulder, the force causing his arm to tingle. Remarkably, the fleeting tension in his heart dissipated, transformed into exhilaration at the prospect of realizing his dream and leading Konoha toward a brighter future. A rare, radiant smile graced his face. I'm off. Yes, that's the spirit. Kushina placed her hands on her hips, nodding approvingly. Go. Under the blazing sun, the world appeared as though it had just been washed clean, shimmering with clarity. Minato ascended to the rooftop of the Hokage building, stepping forward under the unwavering gaze of the higher-ups. He walked at a measured pace, each step firm and resolute, imbued with gravity. Sarutobi Hiruzen displayed a kind and caring smile, removing the conical hat that symbolized the Hokage and presenting it to his successor with heartfelt sincerity. Minato, I entrust Konoha to you from now on. Minato accepted it with solemnity, lowering his head slightly. Yes, I will not disappoint you or anyone's expectations. Now, let us introduce them to their new Hokage. Minato donned the hat and strode boldly to the forefront, meeting the ardent gazes of thousands, ready to deliver his heartfelt speech. People of Konoha, I am the fourth Hokage. Namake's Minato. No sooner had he spoken than the crowd erupted in cheers that reverberated throughout Konoha. It is the fourth Hokage. Long live the fourth Hokage. Hokage-sama. We shall eternally support you. As the fervent cheers of the crowd began to wane, Minato continued. Today, I owe my gratitude to many, especially to the third Hokage and all the Jonin he appointed to participate in this ceremony. However, the deepest appreciation I wish to express is for those who sacrificed their lives in the recent Great War to protect our homeland. They have not witnessed the arrival of peace, nor will they ever bask in its warm embrace again. Yet, it is precisely because of their valor that we stand here today, relishing the fruits of tranquility. Konoha is not a colossal tree sustained by a single individual. It is a forest woven from countless intertwined branches and leaves. The Hokage does not merely don a crown of honor, but embodies a vow fulfilled through the sacrifice of one's life. Like those who fell on the battlefield, I pledge to protect Konoha and all its inhabitants with my very existence, never to forsake this oath. After a brief silence, the exuberant cheers and exclamations from thousands surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping the air with their fervor. The resounding roar swiftly echoed throughout every corner of Konoha, adding a glorious stroke to the inauguration of the new Hokage. At the eye of this storm, Minato gazed steadfastly and gently at each individual below, etching their eyes filled with trust, loyalty, and happiness deeply into his memory. The high-ranking officials atop the building were equally pleased with the outcome, particularly Uchiha Fugaku, who had long accepted his fate of being ineligible for the position of fourth Hokage. The ascension of his well-acquainted and principled friend, Minato Namikaze, was the best possible result. In the midst of the crowd in the square, Rin and Kaname stood together, gazing up at their new leader, hopeful for Konoha's renaissance under Minato's guidance. If only Obito could witness this, Rin murmured softly, her words barely audible even to Kaname, who stood closest to her. What did you just say, Rin? Oh, it's nothing. Kaname. Rin shook her head with a smile, choosing not to dwell on past sorrows on such a joyous occasion. For she was not alone in having lost someone crucial during the war. How about we celebrate tonight with some barbecue? Sounds good. I've just concocted a new dipping sauce. I'd love for you both to try it. By the way, let us invite Naraku and Kakashi too. You better behave. Understood? I know, Erasure replied hurriedly, fully aware of his little brother, Uchiha Naraku's dissatisfaction with him.